Chapter 1. Two Worlds, Two Fates. Azure Star, Island number 922. Faster, just a bit faster. As long as I reach the safe zone, I will be safe. Lin Yuyu held onto this hope fervently. She sprinted ahead, her right hand pressed firmly against her left chest, attempting to slow her racing heart. The branches and leaves of the forest rushed past her in a blur. Before long, her body bore numerous small cuts, but she could not afford to dwell on them. Pip-pip-pip. The piercing whistle echoed through the woods. They were relaying information. Had they discovered her whereabouts? Crash! In her moment of panic, Lin Yuyu stumbled down a slope. Her abdomen collided forcefully with a tree trunk, causing leaves to cascade down and envelop her entirely. It hurt. Her stomach ached terribly. The pain made her want to curl up immediately, yet she dared not move. She remained motionless in the position she had fallen, terrified that a slight movement would reveal her hidden presence beneath the pile of fallen leaves. Where is she? Damn it, she runs pretty fast. Chase her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lin Yuyu silently counted in her mind. After several minutes, two voices rang out again. Did you find her? Tish, a monk can run, but the temple can't escape. The forest they occupied was not far from the safe zone. Few came here specifically to gather, yet many passed through. The footprints on the ground were haphazard and indistinguishable. The newcomers couldn't discern which tracks belonged to Lin Yuyu and which belonged to unrelated individuals, so they arbitrarily pointed in a direction they hadn't checked before. Let's go that way. Rushing ahead, they pursued her in haste. As dusk fell, Lin Yuyu cautiously brushed aside some leaves to peek outside, confirming that no one remained before she rose to leave her hiding place. She ran toward the spot where she had hidden her belongings. Earlier, she had concealed her possessions in a thicket, only to catch sight of the pursuers, forcing her to hastily cover them and flee. She couldn't help but wonder if her hidden treasures would be discovered and taken by someone else. Those were the fruits of her labor over a long period. Losing them would render the past 6 months futile. Truly, a haunting presence. City of Floral Gardens. After receiving yet another notification of an unsuccessful interview, Lin Yuyu shut off her phone and lay back on her bed. Her vacant gaze was fixed upon the stark white ceiling of her rental room. She pondered why she had found herself in such dire straits, from one autumn to another. A full 365 days and one more. She could hardly recall how many resumes she had submitted, how many interviews she had attended, and how many times she had faced rejection. Others might be turned away due to age or prolonged unemployment. But for her, the reason for her rejections was that everyone deemed her unlucky. At her first workplace, the boss engaged in pyramid schemes and illegal fundraising, fleeing once discovered. At the second company, the boss was imprisoned for tax evasion. The third company, after finally gearing up for an IPO, faced industry downturns and was owed tens of millions in project payments. The company struggled to manage its finances, robbing Peter to pay Paul, ultimately accumulating debts in the billions and declaring bankruptcy. The fourth company, before interviewing Lin Yuyu, habitually conducted a background check and uncovered the troubling pattern. Every company Lin Yuyu has worked for has faced calamity. Then, as news spread, the entire circle became aware. Lin Yuyu would assert that those companies' misfortunes had nothing to do with her, it was their own lack of compliance that should not reflect poorly on her. Yet, the people in this area were somewhat superstitious, especially those who owned businesses. They could not outright refuse Lin Yuyu based on feudal superstition, so they began nitpicking her for various reasons. It left her feeling utterly dejected. Once again, tossing and turning in bed until the early hours, Lin Yuyu resolved, this cannot continue. She got up, opened her computer, and began researching prayer strategies late into the night. She decided that the next morning, she would visit a temple to pray, seeking the guidance of the divine to illuminate a path for her. Though she recognized the folly of superstition, she resolved to go along with local customs. The following day, Lin Yuyu rose early. After several transfers between the subway and bus, she finally arrived at the seaside temple indicated in her research. It was said to be quite efficacious, albeit somewhat remote. Thus, upon finding the temple devoid of the bustling activity described online, Lin Yuyu thought little of it, attributing the discrepancy to mere advertising. Initially, she worried about not understanding the customs or finding someone to guide her, but those concerns dissipated upon seeing the sign detailing the incense lighting and prayer process at the temple entrance. She even found it quite considerate. Thus, Lin Yuyu overlooked all the oddities and ventured into the temple alone. Following the directional signs, she performed each step of the incense offering with reverence. Subsequently, she knelt devoutly before the Buddha, shaking the fortune-telling stick while reciting her plea as outlined in her research. O benevolent Buddha, I am Lin Yuyu, residing at XXXXX, with ID number 35XXXXX. Recently, I have been beset by financial troubles, and my household is on the brink of running out of provisions. I implore the Buddha to bless me with a stable job that I seek not wealth or fortune, but merely smooth sailing in all endeavors, free from worries about sustenance. I beseech the Buddha to compassionately illuminate my path. Point 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows that as she rose. Lin Yuyu found herself musing. Had she performed the steps correctly? If not, would her prayers still be answered? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Lin Yuyu, though she could not articulate its source, attributing it to her unfamiliarity with the place. As she contemplated whether to try a few other locations, she made her way toward the stone bridge leading out of the temple. Lost in thought, Lin Yuyu was oblivious to the commotion outside the temple. It felt as though a crowd had gathered. Upon stepping onto the stone bridge, her head bowed as she scrolled through her phone for more strategies. She faintly sensed something was amiss. Why were there so many people all of a sudden? They were packed together, in stark contrast to the sparse crowd she had encountered earlier. In a daze, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt a jolt as someone bumped into her shoulder. Stumbling, she lost her balance and inadvertently tumbled over the low railing of the stone bridge. She plunged into the water. In the hazy depths, she glimpsed a man clad in a red vest and hat, holding a loudspeaker and shouting something, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing screams. Chapter 2. Awakening to an Empty Gaze. On the stone bridge, a man in a red vest and hat was struggling to maintain order. He had just received a notification that a sudden storm surge was approaching the seaside temple. An unprecedented event unfolded. With alarming abruptness, the temple lacked the necessary provisions to ensure the safe accommodation of a large influx of visitors. In order to prevent any potential dangers arising from tourists being stranded within the temple grounds, an urgent evacuation was initiated just before the tide surged. Attention, all visitors. The site is about to close. Please form an orderly queue to exit. Attention, attention, the site is about to close. However, before the announcement could be completed, a sudden cry pierced the air. Someone has fallen beneath the bridge. What? A startled man, taken aback, hastily pushed through the crowd towards the source of the screams. Simultaneously, the throngs of tourists on the bridge, who had been jostling for space, suddenly halted, erupting into a cacophony of shouts. Someone has fallen into the sea. Help! Help! Is there anyone who can swim? Someone has fallen down. Swimmers, hurry and dive in to save them. Make way! Make way! The scene quickly descended into chaos. Yet, for Lin Yuyu, who had already plunged into the depths of the ocean, such turmoil was beyond her perception. As an individual afflicted with aquaphobia, Lin Yuyu's body froze in the water after a few futile thrashes upon her fall, her limbs stiffening after tasting the salty brine. She could only watch helplessly as the surface of the water receded from her, the azure hues around her darkening gradually into a deep blue. How peculiar. She recalled having researched the temple, which, despite being dubbed a maritime sanctuary, was actually situated upon rocky shores. The stone bridge connecting the temple to the coastline was constructed within the intertidal zone. Thus, even if she had indeed fallen off the bridge, she should not have been suspended in the depths of the sea for so long. Moreover, her fear of water had led her to choose a time when the tide was receding. The interval between low and high tide here was a full 6 hours. She had merely offered incense at the temple, a ritual that could hardly exceed 6 hours. It was utterly impossible for her to find herself in this predicament, akin to having plummeted into the Mariana Trench, unable to reach the seabed. Indeed, how strange. However, before Lin Yuyu could ponder further, a wave of suffocation overwhelmed her, and she lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, at a distance of several kilometers from Islands 922, 2 individuals, indistinguishable in gender due to their heavy coverings, were desperately paddling a dilapidated little boat, striving to reach the shore. As they neared the coastline, a few hundred meters away, Their decaying paddles suddenly snapped under the strain. Water began to seep into the cabin. Damn it, what bad luck. They said just to throw someone overboard anywhere, but you had to make this trip. Now look at this mess. Before the other could respond, a long and short alarm echoed from ashore. It was the storm surge warning, alerting the island's residents to the impending storm and urging them to retreat from the coast and seek shelter. The two exchanged glances, and the one who had just been scolded spoke first. Let's go, we need to reach the shore first. Reluctantly, they abandoned the boat, braving the risk of infection from their wounds as they swam towards the land. It was not until several minutes later that the alarm ceased, and tranquility returned to the shores of Islands 922. The little boat they had forsaken, propelled by the relentless waves, drifted further away from the coast. After some time, as the storm passed, a frail hand emerged from the calm sea, clinging to the side of the small boat. With a sudden lurch, the boat capsized, sending its owner back into the depths. Lin Yuyu, who had struggled her way up from the seabed, internally lamented her misfortune. So exhausted, she had inexplicably traversed from the continental shelf to the ocean's depths, losing the chance to be rescued from the abyss. Then, she found herself reincarnated as a recently born jellyfish in this world. However, as a jellyfish, she had somehow succumbed to drowning. Was this scientifically plausible? Was it reasonable? How could she, who could not even master the human swimming stroke, be expected to learn the movements of a jellyfish? If she failed, was it her fault? And as a human with specialized respiratory organs, how could she be expected to adopt the breathing methods of a jellyfish? If she struggled, was it not a divine issue? Just when she thought she had managed to survive, she realized she was still submerged in the deep sea. Fortunately, the soul of the original owner of this body had not yet dissipated. The little girl, with a somewhat sullen demeanor yet a kind heart, not only taught her how to swim, but also helped her conquer her fears, willingly sharing her body with her. Alas, Lin Yuyu could not fathom why such a vibrant person would wish to abandon life. She was still so young. Yet, having bequeathed her body to Lin Yuyu, could she not also leave her memories? When Lin Yuyu finally assimilated into her new body, she realized the original owner had vanished, leaving her with an empty mind and vacant eyes. After lying on the deck for a while, Lin Yuyu regained some strength. She lifted her hand, intending to rub her aching forehead. In doing so, her gaze shifted from the hazy sky to her own withered, yellowing hand, and no longer fair nor supple. She had truly crossed over, from a frail office worker to a gaunt, sunburnt, underage girl with yellow hair. The moments of transformation into a jellyfish were conveniently overlooked by Lin Yuyu. With no memories, no sustenance, her entire body ached, and she was both starving and thirsty, adrift in the vast ocean. What a dismal beginning. Chapter 3. Who am I? Where am I? The sun dipped slowly beneath the horizon. The waves rose and fell. The rickety little boat carrying Lin Yuyu began to sway gently on the surface of the sea. The rhythmic motion lulled Lin Yuyu into a drowsy stupor. In her semi-conscious state, she seemed to see the original owner beckoning to her. Or perhaps she was dreaming of the original owner, stuffing her mind with a plethora of colorful bubbles. She observed some of the bubbles brushing past her head, plunging into the sea and dissolving into the water, disappearing without a trace. The scene was hazy and somewhat ethereal, yet all she felt was a throbbing headache, leaving her no room to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. Before long, her vision darkened, and she fell into a deep slumber. She succumbed to unconsciousness. Her memories and those of the original owner began to engage in a fierce competition within her mind, vying for dominance, bumping against one another, occasionally displacing fragments from Lin Yuyu's consciousness. As her head grew increasingly feverish, the two sides finally ceased their struggle, reaching an amicable resolution and merging together. By the time they had fused sufficiently, dawn was approaching. The little boat had been carried to the shore by the waves and had run aground on the beach. When Lin Yuyu awakened, the sun hung brightly in the sky. Instinctively, she sat up. As she surveyed her surroundings, a sense of emptiness washed over her, with only one thought echoing in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Oh, I'm Lin Yuyu, no. I am Lin Yuyu. That seems incorrect as well. However, time does not wait for anyone, and Lin Yuyu cannot afford to ponder deeply. The scorching sun relentlessly scorches her skin, reminding her incessantly. Stop being foolish, quickly find a place to take refuge. Grabbing an unfamiliar fish from the boat, Lin Yuyu disembarks and rushes into the protective forest along the shore, seeking solace in the shade towards a nearby cave. Upon entering the cave, the oppressive heat that enveloped her begins to dissipate significantly. She surveys the surroundings carefully, noting the absence of any signs of human activity or other life forms residing here. It seems this is a natural, unclaimed cave. With this realization, Lin Yuyu finally allows herself to relax. The cave is dim, and in one corner lies a pool of water shimmering with tiny flecks of light. As she approaches, a cool breeze wafts up, inviting and refreshing. Just what Lin Yuyu desperately needs. Upon awakening, she felt sticky and uncomfortable, having accumulated a layer of fine sand from the sea breeze during her journey. Now, the prospect of washing and refreshing herself is truly delightful. Lin Yuyu sets down the fish and tentatively dips her hand into the water. Feeling no anomalies, she scoops up a handful and drinks a few sips, finding it colorless and tasteless, merely ordinary fresh water. Then, she rises and slowly wades into the water. The shallow pool barely covers half of her calf, yet it alleviates much of her discomfort. Surely, immersing herself fully would provide even greater relief. After contemplating for a few moments, Lin Yuyu gradually sits at the water's edge, submerging everything below her neck. After soaking for a while, her stomach growls in protest. Reluctantly, she decides to attend to her hunger. Lin Yuyu resigns herself. Well, given the circumstances, I must make do. Using the very water she just soaked in, she prepares the fish she brought along. After cleaning it up, she tears off the skin and begins to chew on the flesh. It is not due to any peculiarities or a desire for raw food, but rather the external environment appears exceedingly unsanitary. The foul-smelling, polluted seawater, the garbage-strewn beach, and the disheveled forest give her the impression that the fish would be tainted and odorous as soon as it leaves the cave. Rather than risking contamination from those murky waters and decaying wood to cook it, she believes it might be more hygienic to consume it raw. Having barely satisfied her hunger and tidied up her mess, Lin Yuyu ventures out under the relentless sun. Firstly, the midday heat and high radiation in the wasteland make it unsuitable for travel, while mutated creatures roam the wild at night, making it equally unwise to linger. Only the early morning and late evening are favorable for excursions. Secondly, the enormous number 922 she observed upon disembarking is not mere graffiti, but the designation of this island. Lin Yuyu's home lies within the safe zone of the northeastern highlands of Island 922, a considerable distance from her current location that if she delays until evening, she will inevitably have to spend the night outdoors. As she walked, Lin Yuyu noticed something amiss. Despite being exposed to the sun for so long, according to the memories of the original owner, she should be experiencing symptoms of fatigue, shortness of breath, dizziness, and nausea. Yet, aside from feeling a bit warm and sun-kissed, she feels entirely well. It seems her body is resilient to heat and radiation. The islanders fear illness, and no one would be wandering outside at midday, making it an ideal time for her to travel without the worry of being discovered. Thus, she sets forth with determination, drawing upon the information from the signs she encountered along the way and the hazy memories in her mind. Lin Yuyu manages to reach the safe zone just before nightfall. However, who can explain why such a vast safe zone is so chaotically planned? Moreover, after enduring the sun's harsh rays for most of the day, Lin Yuyu now finds herself dizzy and nauseated by the filthy and disorderly streets. Her steps grow heavier. Consequently, she can only drag her weary body up the stairs late at night. The sound of her footsteps echoes softly in the dark corridor. Though slight, it awakens Lin Yuyu, who had been peacefully sleeping in his room at this moment. Lin Yuyu feels that there is little distinction between the houses in the Southern District and those in the Western District. Although the residential buildings in the Southern District are indeed far superior to the slums of the Western District, in Lin Yuyu's mind, the houses in the Southern District are not only old and dilapidated, but they also lack sound insulation. There isn't even a peephole on the door. Everything is subpar, he silently resolves. At dawn, I shall move. With a tinge of displeasure, Lin Yuyu walks barefoot to the door, staring blankly at it. The footsteps in the corridor grow nearer, seemingly approaching his door, then pausing right outside. Who could this be, disturbing him in the dead of night? Such recklessness is tantamount to courting death. In an instant, tendrils materialize behind Lu Qingyu, their tips poised threateningly toward the entrance. He prepares to execute a surprise attack as soon as the door opens. Could it be a human? Or perhaps one of my kind? Lu Qingyu muses to himself, regardless of whether they are human or kin. Interrupting his peaceful slumber warrants their demise. His room, number 313, is situated further inside the corridor, with several neighboring units having vacated months ago. The occupant of room 314, who had long coveted his physique, met their end at Lu Qingyu's hands just days prior. They were offered as a meal to the wild dogs outside the safe zone. As for the girl next door, she has been missing for several days, likely a victim of foul play. Perhaps her remains have long since decayed. Thus, Lu Qingyu is quite certain that the person outside is seeking him. Yet, the fluctuating presence, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, leaves him puzzled. Just as Lu Qingyu readies himself for confrontation, a sudden creaking sound emanates from outside. It seems a resident's door has been opened, only to be shut again. Lu Qingyu. So, they're not here for me? Chapter 4. My 1,000 unspent coins. Upon arriving home, Lin Yuyu felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the floor. However, neither her disheveled appearance nor her body's signals of dehydration permitted such indulgence. After a moment's contemplation, she suppressed her fatigue and trudged into the bathroom. She filled a basin with water and stepped inside. Sipping from a ladle, she drew from the adjacent water barrel. She then began to pour water over herself, ladle by ladle. Once the water reached her ankles, she settled cross-legged, immersing herself and splashing water onto her hands and body in a languid manner. As she scrubbed, her thoughts drifted to her future. The technology on this planet was only marginally more advanced than that of her previous world, yet the level of environmental pollution was far more severe. Air pollution, water contamination, soil degradation. The list was endless and worsening by the day. The original owner of her current identity had little understanding of the underlying principles. All she knew was that sea levels continue to rise, shrinking land masses daily and turning once contiguous territories into countless islets. Consequently, humanity was forced to scatter across these fragmented islands. Yet, humans were indeed the most adaptable species. That it wasn't long before they adjusted to island life, proudly identifying as islanders, each naming their home with unique titles. However, this golden era was fleeting. Gradually, radiation began to permeate the air, viruses infiltrated the oceans, and both flora and fauna mutated, further devastating the environment upon which humanity depended. To make matters worse, habitable land began to shrink drastically, as the inhabitants of the islands realized that their territories would soon succumb to the encroaching sea. Panic ensued. Islanders desperately sought refuge on higher, larger islands, yet the distances between islands had stretched to tens of millions of kilometers, an insurmountable barrier for those with limited resources. They could only gaze longingly at the vast ocean, filled with despair. Over time, the islanders ceased to take pride in their homes, and the islands themselves lost their names, reduced to cold, impersonal codes. That a palpable sense of hopelessness spread throughout. Lin Yuyu couldn't help but shake her head in dismay, lamenting the tragic state of affairs, though she had already anticipated the ensuing developments. Sure enough, soon, the prominent families and conglomerates emerged, rallying under the banner of preserving humanity's existence, urging collective effort and unity. They donated funds and resources, collaborating with the government to construct colossal vessels capable of traversing the oceans, resistant to high temperatures, and capable of withstanding saltwater erosion. That it all seemed so noble. Yet, after a grand display, only a handful of ships were completed, barely a drop in the bucket for the billions yearning for escape. They claimed to have pooled every possible resource and made all feasible contributions. But Lin Yuyu harbored doubts. If their intentions were truly altruistic, there would be no need for the desperate accumulation of wealth and resources to purchase exorbitantly priced tickets. As for the original owner of this identity, her weary demeanor at such a young age seemed unjustifiable. Sighing, Lin Yuyu realized that accumulating points to exchange for a ticket would become her primary concern. After all, as a mere human, she could not survive in the ocean. and the island beneath her feet was said to have only a few years left. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was daunting for both Lin Yuyu and the ordinary inhabitants of this island. Securing a ticket to a higher island was of paramount importance, an arduous endeavor that could not be forsaken, as it represented their sole path to survival. However, overthinking served little purpose at that moment. Upon entering, Lin Yuyu had cast a cursory glance around the original owner's meager dwelling. Rented for 10 points a month, it was little more than a 10 square meter space that a bed and a wardrobe occupied most of it, leaving barely a narrow corridor. The sole advantage was the presence of a private bathroom. Aside from a tattered bedsheet, a neatly folded set of old clothes, a toiletries kit, a large water barrel, a basin, and a kitchen knife, the home was devoid of any other possessions. Compared to Lin Yuyu's previous rental on Blue Star, it was stark and desolate, leaving her feeling disheartened. The original owner had also lost her personal identity terminal, and tomorrow she would need to go out to replace it. She dreaded to think of the cost of obtaining a new terminal given the bare state of the original owner's home. She feared she might not even have enough funds for that. Lost in thought, Lin Yuyu felt a pang of sorrow for the 1,800 coins that remained unspent in her Blue Star bank account. With no family left, she had no idea who would ultimately benefit from her meager inheritance. Though insignificant, it was still a sum of money. As her thoughts meandered, she unwittingly leaned against the bathroom wall and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, within a cave, a starfish crawled inside. As it returned home, having ventured out at dawn and returned at dusk, it merrily made its way to the innermost corner of its dwelling. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in the air. Its raised arm froze mid-motion. Someone had intruded into its home. After a moment's hesitation, it lowered its arm and continued toward the shallow waters of its nest. Let them intrude, it thought. It was merely a small starfish. What could it do? It decided to wash up and rest instead. Yet this time, it flicked about in the water, shifting from a sandy hue to a dark gray color that blended seamlessly with the pool's bottom. Once it had camouflaged itself, it settled peacefully at the bottom to sleep. That moment, the only one unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed, was Lin Yuyu, abruptly awakened in the dead of night. The following morning, Chapter 5. What do modern people know of killing intent? The next morning, as Lin Yuyu stepped outside, she encountered the pallid resident of Unit 313 at her door, who appeared ready to leave. The boy wore a worried expression, yet his gaze was filled with an unmistakable intensity directed at Lin Yuyu. However, oblivious to the notion of killing intent, Lin Yuyu interpreted his stare as mere annoyance, akin to two once close companions where one had suddenly abandoned the other for new friends, leaving the jilted party feeling resentful. Observing his demeanor, Lin Yuyu felt compelled to rummage through her memories to ascertain the nature of her relationship with this neighbor. After some contemplation, she could only recall that he was a slender, shy youth who blushed easily. Yet, the boy before her now seemed anything but bashful. Regardless of his true nature, it mattered little to her. She decided to brush it off and feign understanding. "Ah, I see. Thank you for your concern." In response, his expression shifted to one of mild indignation, his pale lips pressing together as if to accuse Lin Yuyu of some grave transgression. However, all she could see was how the delicate blush accentuated his already captivating features, rendering him even more enchanting. Lin Yuyu scratched her head, feeling a twinge of guilt for her wandering thoughts, as though she had wronged him in some way. Relenting, she resolved to offer a more detailed explanation since he seemed interested. As her gaze wandered back to his face, she noticed two distinctly dark circles beneath his eyes. When he failed to respond, Lin Yuyu awkwardly laughed. "It's all right as long as you're fine." Adopting a demeanor reminiscent of their previous interactions, she shyly lowered her head, awaiting the end of the conversation. Meanwhile, she mused that this neighbor, appearing so delicate, posed no threat to her. He wasn't a person of malice. Rather, he seemed troubled by recent troubles involving pursuers. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuyu, his contemplative expression was generating misunderstandings on the part of Lin Yuyu. As Lin Yuyu's mood continued to plummet, Lin Yuyu, unskilled in offering comfort, felt an overwhelming urge to escape the situation. Thus, she tentatively suggested, I have something to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Lu Qingyu, who disliked having others follow him, gave a curt nod. Upon hearing his indifferent response, Lin Yuyu thought little of it, nodded in return, and departed. Neither noticed that they had deviated from their usual personas, each believing they had successfully embodied their respective roles. At Kati just past 6 in the morning, the sun had only just begun to rise above the horizon, and the island's temperature remained comfortably cool, a perfect time for errands, provided one disregarded the low pressure emanating from the individual behind them. Few ventured to the administrative hall at this hour. Lin Yuyu, despite her financial constraints, felt a cautious wariness. After all, the original owner had recently encountered trouble, and she still bore a faint ache at the back of her head, necessitating vigilance even around neighbors who appeared familiar. In truth, Lin Yuyu was overthinking. Liu Qingyu had reigned in the unintentional aura of distress he had been radiating the moment she had spoken. He nodded in response to her inquiry, and sensing her lingering confusion, he elaborated based on his persona. I'm going to see if there are any new tasks that at this moment. The relevant memories stored in Lin Yuyu's mind suddenly surged forth, akin to an intelligent voice assistant unexpectedly bursting into song in the middle of the night, startling her quite thoroughly. The whimsical nature of her mind was truly unpredictable. Upon realizing what the new task entailed, Lin Yuyu nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "Oh, I shall go and take a look shortly." The two companions made their way to the administrative hall, parting ways to attend to their respective matters. Before long, Lin Yuyu had successfully reissued her personal terminal. The good news was that replacing a terminal only required 10 points. The bad news was that her identity account held a mere 10 points. After paying this fee, she found herself utterly broke. In order to secure a hearty meal for the day, she had no choice but to follow through on her earlier intention to check the task panel. Exiting the service window, she walked a few steps to the left, where a bulletin board plastered with commission notices stood, alongside an electronic screen displaying the current material exchange rates at that moment. Only a handful of individuals lingered before the wall, with no sign of Lu Qingyu. Presumably, he had taken on a task and departed. This realization allowed Lin Yuyu to subconsciously exhale in relief. She could not quite fathom why her heart raced upon seeing him, as if she had encountered a superior on her way home from work, prompting an instinctual desire to slip away unnoticed. Yet, among the numerous task notices adorning the wall, not a single one was suitable for Lin Yuyu to undertake. Either they were incomprehensible, or they surpassed her current meager physical capabilities. It appeared she would have to observe others and venture into the wilderness to test her luck. Tightening the cloth strips wrapped around her head and body, Lin Yuyu set off toward the nearest collection point that lingered in her memory. Chapter 6. The first collection point. The collection point that the original owner recalled most vividly was situated near a small creek just outside the safety zone, merely an hour's journey on foot. With a vehicle, one could arrive in mere minutes. Before departing that morning, she had only consumed a small portion of dried vegetables to stave off hunger. Now, after such a lengthy absence, her stomach was growling in protest. Having realized it had been deceived, how she wished for a vehicle to spare her some effort. It was then that Lin Yuyu suddenly remembered that she had brought no tools with her. However, the original owner had not provided her with any tools either. Fortunately, the basic terminal was equipped with a rudimentary radiation detector. Without it, Lin Yuyu would have been utterly lost upon reaching the collection point. Even if she had tools, during her terminal registration, Lin Yuyu learned that personal identity terminals came in various tiers: low-end, mid-range, high-end, customized, and special models, among others. Yet, given her current financial status, she could only afford the basic terminal. According to the service attendant, the basic terminal was practically complimentary. The 10 points charged were merely a nominal processing fee. The fee was not entirely waived to deter certain unscrupulous individuals, serving as a reminder for everyone to cherish and maintain their personal terminals, while also preventing any misconceptions regarding the costlessness of terminal replacements, which could lead to opportunistic reselling for profit. Consequently, the system was designed to ensure that each individual could possess only one mid-range terminal. Activating a new terminal would automatically deactivate the previous one. Personal identity terminals were non-transferable and could not be reused, though the attached detection devices were an exception. These could be detached for individual use or exchanged for new or upgraded versions. Presently, 3 types of detection devices were available on the market. The basic detector could only ascertain whether food was edible. It was incapable of determining specific radiation levels or identifying substances. Anything below a certain radiation threshold was simply marked as edible. Even a handful of dirt or a stone would be deemed consumable. The mid-range detector could classify food into 3 categories based on edibility: high radiation as inedible, medium radiation as minimally consumable, and low radiation as abundantly consumable. As for the high-end detector, it could not only measure the precise radiation levels of each item, but also identify the specific nature of the detected object. Naturally, the price was quite extravagant. Before Lin Yuyu departed, the service attendant discreetly informed her that if she wished to upgrade her detection device, she could approach her, as she had access to a 40% discount. After inquiring how many points would be required even after the discount, Lin Yuyu cheerfully promised to return soon, smiling as she exited the administrative hall. Unattainable, entirely beyond her means. Even with a 40% discount, it was still unaffordable. The high-end detection device was not something Lin Yuyu could aspire to at this moment. It was akin to a luxury car among four-wheelers, or a designer handbag among accessories. For her, those points would be better spent stockpiling food rather than on a tool that could only be admired but not consumed. Moreover, the basic detection device was not without its utility. Furthermore, she needed to save points for a costly boat ticket. As the saying goes, one must take life step by step and eat one bite at a time. For now, it was more practical to ensure she wouldn't go hungry today. Glancing at her terminal, she noted it was already past 8 o'clock. After half an hour, Lin Yuyu finally arrived at the small creek, the first collection point, which bore no name other than the creek. In truth, it was hardly a creek anymore in her eyes. The once small stream was nearly inundated by seawater, resembling a river. Peering curiously at the water's edge, Lin Yuyu discovered not only river fish, but also an abundance of seafood, including some rather large specimens which made her mouth water with hunger: bass, grass carp, yellow croaker, hairy crabs, rock crabs, red flower crabs, prawns, lobsters, mantis, shrimp. The variety was overwhelming, and she was astonished to find that the sizes of these familiar species were several times larger than those she had encountered on Blue Star. She wondered how they had grown so large, and whether they were still safe to eat. The original owner's memories offered no answers. Much to her dismay, perhaps it was best not to overthink it. She could simply catch one and test it. After all, just yesterday, she had consumed a sea fish without knowledge of its safety and had emerged unscathed. Today, with a basic detection device at her disposal, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, but there was an issue. She had no capturing tools. While she had previously caught small fish with ease, the current specimens were far too large for her to attempt catching by hand. A careless pinch or bite could cost her dearly. Fortunately, during her time on Blue Star, Lin Yuyu had dabbled in various crafts, such as crafting fish forks, weaving fishing nets, and making fish baskets, all of which she found quite manageable, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal. Yet, in a situation like this, who cared about appearances? Functionality was what mattered. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuyu began to survey her surroundings for any vines or rami that might serve her purpose. Then, she froze. What manner of peculiar plants were these, growing by the riverside? Twisted and contorted, adorned with thorns, she had never encountered such abstract flora before. With a sigh, Lin Yuyu lamented, "Alas, I suppose I shall have to venture into the adjacent woods to search for suitable materials to weave a fishing net or basket." Although she had already confirmed her resistance to high temperatures and radiation, prolonged exposure could still lead to sunburn, which was painful. Thus, it was wise to avoid unnecessary hardship. Just as she turned to leave, Li Duokai, who had been stealthily observing her from a distance, finally caught a glimpse of her face and recognized her identity. A wave of uncertainty washed over him, yet he dared not make a sound, stifling his gasp to avoid alerting whatever supernatural entity she might be. Once Lin Yuyu had ventured far enough away, Li Duokai hastily departed from his hiding place, fleeing in the opposite direction. Upon reaching the cave where he and his brother had taken refuge, he secured the entrance before finally exhaling in relief. Addressing his brother, Li Doshin, who was busy testing various substances inside the cave, he exclaimed, "Brother, do you know whom I just saw?" "Whom did you see?" "Lin Yuyu. I saw Lin Yuyu." Only then did Li Doshin pause his work, looking up at his flustered brother. "Are you certain?" Absolutely. I watched her for quite some time in the woods. And it was truly her, alive and unharmed, frolicking about. Upon witnessing the earnestness in his brother's eyes, Li Doshuan could no longer remain composed, that he stood, pacing in circles within the cave. Previously, he had accidentally killed Lin Yuyu, and, fearing discovery and possible denunciation, had disposed of her body in the sea, leaving no evidence behind that on their return, they encountered a storm that had blown him into the air, causing him to fall and sustain injuries. The pain still lingering. This was unnatural. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Doshuan began to tremble, overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear. Chapter 7. The Unrepentant Brothers. Although the two brothers appear to have committed numerous misdeeds, at their core, they were merely petty thieves. This was the first time they had stolen from someone and taken a life that T.O. claimed they were untroubled would be false. Yet, previous rumors suggested that Islands 9 to 22 would be submerged by the sea within 4 or 5 years. And given their limited abilities, it was impossible for them to accumulate enough points for 2 boat tickets in such a short time. They had no choice but to resort to desperate measures, targeting vulnerable elderly individuals and orphan children. This time, however, they had gone too far. Did they feel remorse? Certainly not. Team most, they harbored a fear of death, of being discovered, of retaliation, of financial penalties, and a tinge of trepidation regarding the unknown. Initially unsettled, Li Duokai, upon witnessing his brother Li Doshuan trembling in fear, quickly regained his composure. What is there to fear? She's just a girl, even if she has been possessed by a ghost and resurrected. What can she do to us? As 2 robust men, are we truly afraid of being unable to overpower a mere young girl? Although they have sustained numerous fresh injuries due to her previous onslaught, it was merely a desperate last-ditch effort. Such futile attempts can inflict only minor damage. In ordinary circumstances, they are hardly a cause for concern. Duo Shun felt a twinge of unease, yet he refrained from mentioning those superstitious matters, opting instead to shift the conversation. What if she decides to report us? Will the shelter dispatch guards to apprehend us? If we were caught, the little savings we have amassed would likely be confiscated. This was also the reason for his fear of being discovered and denounced. There are countless individuals who commit murder and theft without consequence. Why would they target us for merely pilfering a trifling sum? Moreover, the girl is still alive. Even if she were to report us, without any solid evidence, they could do nothing to us. What is there to fear? Seeing his brother remain silent, Li Duokai draped an arm over his shoulder and suggested, "At worst, we can find another opportunity to eliminate her once and for all." Duo-shun raised his gaze to his suddenly emboldened brother, hesitating momentarily before ultimately choosing silence. He did not wish to be branded as paranoid by his sibling. Additionally, he believed his brother's words held merit. Given the girl's frail appearance, if they could kill her once, they could certainly do so again. There was nothing to fear. Having come to this realization, Li Duo-shun inquired, "When shall we take action?" Li Duokai surveyed the items within the cave, recalling that they had yet to fully assess the pile of leaves they had gathered that morning. It would be foolish to neglect their current pursuits in favor of killing someone. Let us finish examining these items first. Once the sun sets a bit more, we can sneak out and look for an opportunity to take her down. Afterward, we can simply dispose of her in the forest to feed the mutated creatures, which saves us the trouble of cleanup. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu remained unaware of the danger to her life. She was lost in thought, observing a rabbit that had attempted to feign injury to her. Moments ago, she had been sitting on the ground, weaving a fishing net and basket, when suddenly, something charged at her, unceremoniously biting her calf. Before she could even react, the creature collapsed, motionless. Was this not a case of feigned injury? Grabbing a nearby stick, she prodded the animal that had crumpled into a ball. To her astonishment, it was a rather large rabbit, comparable in size to a small dog. Wait, was this rabbit carnivorous? Lin Yuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. After poking it for a while without any response, she reluctantly reached out to check for signs of life, only to confirm, after a considerable time, that the rabbit was indeed dead. The rabbit had bitten her, yet she was unscathed. How could it be that the creature succumbed to her flesh? Was human flesh truly toxic? As Lin Yuyu pondered this, a fist-sized wasp, a vividly colored wild chicken, and a snake as thick as her calf lay nearby. it dawned on her that she had forgotten something significant. She had briefly assumed the form of a deep-sea jellyfish. Most deep-sea jellyfish are toxic, and after merging with the original host, she may have inherited this toxicity, which explained why these creatures perished upon contact. Thus, it was she alone who possessed this toxicity. With this realization, Lin Yuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Humans were toxic, but this was merely a trivial jest she had entertained out of boredom. However, she had inadvertently allowed her imagination to run wild, and in doing so, frightened herself. What if everyone around her were toxic? If they were oblivious to the dangers in their interactions, a simple accident could spell disaster for them all. How terrifying! How could she dare to venture outside or offend anyone? Always needing to retaliate or evade confrontation. Such a life would be unbearably stifling. If she were the only one with this toxicity, then there was nothing to worry about. She could live without fear. Yet, upon reflection, this was hardly a favorable situation. If she were injured in the future, would she be unable to seek medical attention? If others discovered her peculiar nature, she could be captured and subjected to experimentation. After all, in novels, those caught for research purposes often met gruesome fates. Just imagining it sent chills down her spine. She tightened the fabric wrapped around her body, silently vowing to safeguard her flesh and blood from falling into the hands of others. As she glanced down at the carnivorous creatures lying on the ground, her earlier worries shifted to a new curiosity. Could she consume the food she had inadvertently poisoned? Perhaps she could try cooking one? Just then, her personal terminal emitted a beep. Looking down, she recalled that the original host had been intolerant of high temperatures and radiation. It seemed that since her arrival, this body had become somewhat resilient. Could this be the compensation from the celestial beings of Blue Star? After all, she had not engaged in any grand acts, nor had she written scathing essays. She had merely prayed for a stable job and was cast into this apocalyptic world to survive. It seemed rather excessive that if she were not granted a system, a space, or even a golden finger, what purpose did it serve to send her, a fragile individual lacking survival skills, into this harsh reality? Thus, this must be her golden finger. Possessing a reasonably strong body was not a bad start. After all, she had a promising future ahead, filled with newfound confidence. Lin Yuyu clasped her hands and offered a silent prayer to the void. No offense. No offense. And thank you, my deity. The ancient virus scoffed. It's clearly thanks to my assistance that your body has changed. Were it not for your infection in the deep sea, would you have experienced this transformation? The jellyfish toxin echoed its sentiment. Yes, yes. Exactly. Suddenly, Lin Yuyu felt a chill creeping up behind her, since she had no fear of radiation and was shielded from the sun's rays in the forest. There was no need to confine herself to the cramped tree hollow. Instead, she could seize the opportunity to engage in more meaningful activities. Out of respect for her food, she had previously tested the animals that had feigned injury. Discovering only the colorful chicken was edible. After a laborious process of roasting, she found herself conflicted. After all, life is singular. If her own poison could harm her, wouldn't this trial be life-threatening? Yet, how could she ascertain the truth without attempting it? As the aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the air, she took a small bite, vowing to herself that it was merely a taste. After all, hadn't someone said that discussing toxicity without considering dosage was sheer folly? Just a small morsel would suffice. Even if her poison affected her, she would simply feel a slight discomfort and would not suffer any serious consequences. Convincing herself of this, she took another small bite, savoring the flavor, and before she knew it, she had consumed half the chicken. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu gazed at the remaining half of the roasted bird, feeling a twinge of guilt. She hastily wrapped it in a clean leaf and stowed it in the fishing net she had just woven. The leaves she had used to wrap the chicken's innards were now shoved into the fish basket. With both the fishing net and the basket in hand, she made her way toward the creek. Time waits for no one. She needed to hurry and cast her fishing net by evening at the creek. Lin Yuyu surveyed the pile of inedible fish at her feet, sighing in disappointment. No wonder this place was teeming with fish yet remained untouched. It appeared they were all unfit for consumption. She wondered if the high-radiation food would be safe for her to eat. If not, all her efforts that afternoon would have been in vain. ever since she had fallen ill 2 days prior. Her mind seemed to be muddled. She was filled with uncertainties and constantly found herself contemplating various possibilities. In just a few short days, she had encountered numerous ambiguities, which was truly distressing. Divine being, could you send a mentor to guide me? This journey of survival is far too arduous, she pondered desperately. If not, could you grant me a system? Or at the very least, a guide for my golden finger? Lin Yuyu had initially planned to act in the forest, but he worried that the labyrinthine paths might lead to failure, alerting their quarry. Thus, he resolved to follow the previous strategy, to stalk, to corner, and to ambush her in a secluded alley of the shelter before striking. Though disposing of the body would be troublesome, it was a safer approach to even set up a fire by the river to roast fish. Had she truly been rendered foolish from their last encounter, or had she simply forgotten how perilous the forest could be at night? Even now, she had the audacity to leisurely roast fish by the river. If one were to inquire among the others on the island, there she was, brazenly defying the odds, roasting fish by the riverbank. Truly an individual of singular character, and he could hardly recall the last time he had tasted meat. As time passed, the availability of edible food on the island continued to dwindle. Just a year ago, one could still find some low-radiation flora and fauna occasionally. Now, if one managed to find even a single medium radiation food item in a week, it was cause for great celebration. Moreover, under ordinary circumstances, even if they managed to procure food with low to moderate radiation levels, they're often reluctant to consume it directly. Instead, they would take it to the community hall or various grocery stores to exchange it for nutritional liquid. Astonishingly, a single tube, which is merely sufficient to sustain an adult's daily activity, would be meticulously divided into 3 portions, diluted with water to create 3 tubes, and consumed over the course of 3 days. As for the 2 brothers, even the diluted version cannot be consumed in a single day. They would only indulge in a sip when their hunger becomes unbearable, merely to deceive their stomachs. This illustrates the extent of their financial hardship at that moment. The fish roasting over the fire seemed to transform into a glamorous dancer clad in sheer fabric, captivating Lin Yuju's attention to the extent that he nearly forgot the purpose of his vigil. "Brother, what are you daydreaming about? I'm talking to you." Most importantly, with death looming, why would they even consider eating fish? That roasted fish should be reserved for the 2 of us. Little did Lin Yuyu know that there existed individuals like Lin Yuyu, who would painstakingly prepare food that could not be consumed at IT. Would not be until much later that those around Lin Yuyu would come to realize that the more visually appealing and aromatic her dishes were, the less they could be eaten, except by her alone. This moment, Lin Yuyu, seated beside the fire, suddenly sensed a breeze stirring the stray hairs by her ear, prompting her to bend down and grasp a piece of firewood, which she swung towards the intruder behind her. Seizing the opportunity, she rose and retreated a few steps, ready to confront the newcomer. After a few seconds of scrutinizing the vaguely familiar faces before her, Lin Yuyu finally unearthed their identities from the recesses of her memory. 2 habitual thieves known for pilfering from others. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she smiled at the Li brothers, thinking it rather ungracious to strike without so much as a greeting. Lin Yuyu scoffed, taking a few steps to the right in an attempt to circle around the fire, aiming to flank Lin Yuyu from both sides with his brother, while also attempting to divert her attention. Whoever is planning an ambush would hardly announce it first. "Are you foolish? But I don't even know you. If you intend to deal with me, at least let me understand the situation," she retorted. "With death imminent, why are you still chattering so much?" Chapter 9. Greed that exceeds limits. Lin Yuyu was rendered speechless. Her? Facing death? Just them. She was merely feeling somewhat downcast, and had spotted the 2. Thinking to alleviate her mood by engaging with them, she intended to play along to see what they were planning. Little did she expect that in this day and age, cooperating with criminals would lead to being scorned for talking too much. It was truly a challenge to navigate life. At this moment, based on her fragmented memories, she assumed they were merely after her food, as for the scattered items on the ground. Aside from the half-roasted chicken, she had no intention of keeping anything else. If they were taken, it would matter little to her. She had not anticipated that the 2 brothers had evolved from the petty thieves she recalled into seasoned criminals who had seen blood and taken lives. As the Li brothers closed in on Lin Yuyu, she was still contemplating how to feign defeat and retreat, allowing them to take the items, only to later emerge and inform them that those items were inedible, infuriating them. However, it soon became evident that these two were not only after her possessions, but seemed intent on taking her life as well. Armed with nothing more than a piece of firewood less than half a meter long, Lin Yuyu found herself unable to withstand the brothers' assault, ultimately succumbing to their relentless advance. Not only was the firewood in her grasp shattered into splinters, but her arm was also deeply lacerated. While playful banter was one thing, being genuinely injured was another matter entirely, and Lin Yuyu was not pleased. Although she had never formally trained in martial arts, she had never lost a fight, and was ready to retaliate and show them her true strength. Yet, sometimes, unexpected events unfold more swiftly than anticipated. In the midst of the struggle, blood from her wounds splattered onto the faces of the Li brothers. Amidst the brawl, Li Duokai suddenly halted, raising his thumb to wipe the blood from his face. Upon noticing Lin Yuyu's gaze upon him, he even licked the blood from his thumb and, in a rather dramatic fashion, raised an eyebrow at her, flashing a devilishly charming smile. And then, he spectacularly fainted. "Brother!" Witnessing this scene, Li Duoshun immediately ceased his assault on Lin Yuyu and turned to rush towards his brother. He lifted the unconscious Li Duokai from the ground, shaking him vigorously. "Brother, brother, what happened to you? Wake up!" Observing this, Lin Yuyu sheepishly touched her nose and quietly slipped away. Perhaps fate favored the foolish, for Li Duokai was not poisoned. He soon regained consciousness by the time Li Duoshun managed to rouse his brother. Lin Yuyu had already vanished without a trace. "Oh, thank goodness you're all right, brother. Otherwise, how could I possibly survive alone?" Li Duokai lamented, clutching his throbbing forehead, exasperated. "Brother, please stop crying. Your sobbing's giving me a headache." "Where's Lin Yuyu?" Li Duoshun finally paused, still sniffling as he spoke. As he mentioned this, intending to help his brother to his feet and leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the fish scattered on the ground. Although he was well aware that they were likely inedible, he could not resist the temptation and halted in his tracks. What if, just perhaps, they had not had time to take everything? Thus, he set Li Duokai down and approached the riverbank to examine the seafood and river fish strewn about. Beep. High radiation, inedible, beep. High radiation, inedible, beep. High radiation, inedible. The repeated notifications of inedibility left Li Duoshun feeling despondent. Despite the evident truth before him, he remained unconvinced, randomly selecting a few pieces and testing them with his handheld radiation detector, hoping for a different outcome. Beep. High radiation, inedible, beep. The results yielded yet another series of inedible readings. Frustrated, Li Duoshun raked his fingers through his hair and clicked his tongue before shifting his gaze to the half-roasted chicken that had tumbled from the leaves during their scuffle. Beep. Medium radiation, can be, beep. Medium radiation, inedible. Inedible? Wasn't medium radiation supposed to be minimally consumable? Did this detector malfunction? Upon reflection, Li Duoshun recalled that this device had been scavenged from a discarded personal terminal, so its unreliability was to be expected. He resolved to acquire another from a different corpse next time. With this thought in mind, Li Duoshun pulled out his personal terminal to retest the roasted chicken. Beep. Edible. I knew it. How could something with medium radiation be inedible? The detector must be malfunctioning. In truth, Li Duoshun was well aware of the functions and limitations of various detectors available on the market. This moment, with the two detectors providing conflicting results. He was not entirely oblivious to the chicken's true edibility. It was merely his prolonged hunger and reluctance, coupled with a hint of wishful thinking. Subsequently, he helped his still dizzy brother to his feet and headed towards the safe zone. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu believed she had poisoned someone and was frantically making her way to the safe zone, managing to arrive just before darkness fell. Fortunately, Li Duoshun did not abandon his brother to pursue her. Otherwise, given her current state, she would have likely been caught long ago. Yet it was not that she did not want to run faster. She was simply too famished to do so. Throughout the day, aside from a small portion of dried vegetables in the morning and a few bites of roasted chicken at noon, she had not consumed anything else. While she had not felt it during her immersive fishing experience by the river, running now left her increasingly weakened that if someone were to follow her and discover her home, it would spell disaster. In others' eyes, Her actions were stealthy. In her own, they were brazenly reckless. What a conundrum. At this moment, Lin Yuyu was torn between hoping for something unfortunate to befall Li Duokai, thus eliminating an enemy, and fearing that if something did happen, Li Duoshun would seek vengeance against her. Influenced by past beliefs that no one deserved death, yet feeling that people were intent on her demise, she grappled with the notion that if others aimed to kill her, what harm was there in preemptively eliminating them? She found herself in a moral quandary. In her distraction, she collided headlong into a solid wall of flesh, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, just as she was about to fall, the person reached out and caught her, preventing her from tumbling into a pile of sharp stones, instead landing in a warm embrace. What a good Samaritan! She narrowly avoided further injury. Had it been another time, she would have gladly engaged in a romantic spin with a rescuer. However, at this moment, Lin Yuyu was acutely aware that one misstep could lead to another life taken. She hurriedly jumped back, distancing herself from her savior. Instinctively, she bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, after expressing her thanks. She instinctively tried to dash forward once more, only to be halted by a familiar voice. Are you all right? Chapter 10. An embrace reveals all. Lin Yuyu then realized that the person she had just collided with, and who had caught her, was none other than her neighbor, Liu Qingyu from apartment 313. How awkward. Not only had she bumped into someone, but it was also a familiar face. Not only did she wish to escape immediately, but she had also been caught red-handed. Truly, it was a moment she wished to bury her face in her hands. Perceiving the concern in the other's tone, Lin Yuyu quickly waved her hand, insisting it's nothing at all. It's just stealing a glance at the other person and confirming that there was no trace of her blood upon them. Lin Yuyu sighed in relief. Thank you so much. Are you all right? Did I hurt you anywhere? Noticing Lin Yuyu's continual glances towards him, as if she were worried for his well-being, Liu Qingyu interjected, I'm fine. However, your wound seems to be bleeding profusely. Are you truly unconcerned? The matter of his own bleeding was trivial, but inadvertently staining another with his blood was a far more serious issue. Just moments ago, Liu Qingyu could have easily avoided the collision. Yet upon realizing that the approaching person was Lin Yuyu, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to evade. He pondered over the reason for his actions. Had his body been overworked lately? However, upon witnessing the myriad expressions flitting across Lin Yuyu's face, he felt as though he was beginning to understand. Earlier that morning, while accompanying her, he had noticed her emotions fluctuating in a most intriguing manner. Thus, when they encountered each other again, he was compelled by a desire to engage further with her, even harboring a mischievous inclination to test how her expressions might evolve under duress. Yet, these thoughts dissipated the moment he unintentionally embraced her and uncovered her secret, replaced by a twinge of guilt. Before he was privy to his neighbor's secret, Liu Qingyu thought, so annoying. I want to kill. It's somewhat amusing. Perhaps I'll hold off on that. Upon learning of his neighbor's secret, he mused, so she's merely a newly emerged jellyfish. What transgressions could a little jellyfish commit? Being so small, how could any mistake warrant unforgiveness? The realization that he had entertained thoughts of manipulating her filled him with self-reproach. Consequently, Liu Qingyu adopted a softer demeanor, thoughtfully suggesting to his petite neighbor, I have a friend who runs a small clinic that, if you're an acquaintance, you could receive treatment at a discount. Shall I escort you there for a dressing? Upon hearing terms like hospital and clinic, Lin Yuyu instinctively shook her head, fervently gesturing with her remaining hand. No, it's just a minor injury that I can manage it myself. No need to visit a clinic. She cast her gaze towards the residential building mere steps away. Lin Yuyu couldn't help but internally critique. Although I can see he means well, he truly lacks the ability to read others' expressions. It seemed that having finally sensed Lin Yuyu's urgency, the person who had inadvertently blocked her path stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed. Very well, but do take care, he said, feigning concern as he watched her depart. Upon reaching her doorstep, Lin Yuyu found her left hand uncooperative. She fumbled with her key at the lock for an eternity, unable to insert it. Just as she contemplated switching to her right hand, she felt someone grasp her arm. Turning to see it was Liu Qingyu again, she remarked, your injured right hand shouldn't go unbandaged. After a moment's thought, she opted for a more tactful approach. asking, "May I assist you?" The last three words, unspoken until that moment, suddenly felt laden with significance. Even Lu Qingyu, accustomed to feigning emotions, felt a flush of warmth. In that instant, he couldn't discern whether his embarrassment was genuine or an act. "How about this?" he proposed. "If you're unwilling, I could settle for you calling me Brother Qingyu, while I refer to you as Yuyu. How does that sound?" Although she was initially taken aback, she recognized that they could foster a closer relationship, given their status as neighbors, that a sudden improvement in their rapport would not raise suspicions among others. With this newfound connection, he could protect her openly, ensuring such incidents would not recur. Earlier that morning, Lu Qingyu had been irritated by the thought of encountering acquaintances from his past life, wishing to avoid them. Now he found himself devising ways to live in proximity to Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu, feeling somewhat lost in the rapid shift of their dynamic, reflected that he had merely been the occupant of Unit 313 in her eyes moments ago. If her instincts served her right, she had likely been seen as simply the resident of Unit 312 in his. Yet within the brief span of entering her home, their relationship had transformed into one contemplating cohabitation, only to swiftly revert to that of newly acquainted neighbors exchanging nicknames. How bizarre! Just as Lin Yuyu questioned whether she had missed something in their exchange, she met Lu Qingyu's gaze, which radiated warmth and determination. Wait, what was this warmth? Although she found his intentions perplexing, she decided, given his kindness in providing assistance, that addressing him as brother would suffice. Reluctantly, she uttered, "All right, Qingyu, brother." Oh dear, how peculiar to have a woman in her 20s address a teenager as brother. Yet, considering the original context of their ages, he was indeed her senior, so perhaps it wasn't entirely inappropriate. What a tangled web of circumstances. Unaware of Lin Yuyu's inner turmoil, Lu Qingyu found her bashfulness endearing. Unable to resist, he reached out to tousle her hair, murmuring, "Good girl." Ew. What cruel heart could bear to harm such a sweet child? What skills must he impart to ensure she could shield herself from further harm? With newfound seriousness, Lu Qingyu addressed her, "Yuyu." Lin Yu gazed at him, bewildered. "What are you planning?" "Yuyu, could you tell me who hurt you?" Confronted with Lu Qingyu's sudden concern, Lin Yuyu felt a mix of confusion and discomfort. However, upon reflection, she realized there was nothing inherently secretive about the matter. Leaning closer, she whispered, "You know the Li brothers, right?" Lu Qingyu shook his head. "Those brothers who are always pilfering from others. Do you recall them?" Again, Lu Qingyu shook his head. Such combinations were all too common in the safe zone. Lin Yuyu paused, struggling to articulate her thoughts, then summarized, "From what I've observed, the younger brother is always calling out to the elder. They must be siblings, and the elder appears to dote on the younger. Both are tall and slender, with buzz cuts, although the younger brother is slightly stockier. Their faces seem rather intimidating, but the elder is more reserved, while the younger is rather slick. They've been chased for stealing in the West and South districts before. I believe I heard people calling them Lida and Lier. Does that ring a bell?" A few faces flickered in Lu Qingyu's mind. Possibly. "Yuyu, would you believe me if I said I wanted to help you seek retribution?" "Huh." Lin Yuyu chuckled awkwardly. She harbored doubts about his ability to avenge her. Yet she refrained from voicing her skepticism. Instead, she complimented him, saying, "You are quite a decent person." Nevertheless, she preferred to handle matters herself, feeling that her neighbor, with his slender arms and legs, did not appear capable of confronting her adversaries. Moreover, she believed their relationship was not close enough to warrant his intervention in her personal affairs. It was best to resolve her issues independently without involving others. Lu Qingyu sighed, fully aware that this would be her stance. Most young individuals possess an intense sense of pride, always yearning to settle their own scores. While he wished to assist her in alleviating her troubles, he recognized her desire for autonomy and decided to offer guidance instead, teaching her methods employed by marine creatures to confront human beings. At that moment, Lin Yuyu's terminal chimed. Upon opening it, she found a warm reminder from the service center, indicating that a storm surge might make landfall in the coming days, advising everyone to avoid going out unless necessary and to ensure their safety. Lin Yu almost called out Lu Qingyu's full name, but altered her address under his gaze, opting for Qingyuji. "What's the matter?" he inquired. Noticing she had paused at the door, tilting his head, he asked, "Did you drop something?" "No." "Qingyuji," Lin Yuyu replied, producing a key and extending it toward him. Could you help me unlock the door? She had intended to clarify that her arm was merely injured and did not require her palm to be bandaged, but given his good intentions, she felt it ungracious to elaborate further. If she had to endure being wrapped like a round hand, so be it. She would still need his assistance to open the door. The storm is approaching. Keep these 2 vials of nutrient solution for yourself. For the next couple of days, refrain from going out to gather supplies. That if you need any help, just come find me next door. That's quite embarrassing. Before she could finish her sentence, he interjected, don't be so polite. We are neighbors. That if you feel uncomfortable, just return the favor when you have extra next time. His words effectively silenced her objections. Before parting, Lin Yuyu gently ruffled Lin Yuyu's hair and softly advised, get to bed early. Good night. Okay, good night, Qing Yuji. With a soft click, the door closed before him. Inside, Lin Yuyu, clutching her 2 wrapped hands, patted her slightly flushed cheeks, thinking to herself, ah, so warm, such a lovely voice. How can someone be both handsome and possess such a melodious tone? Brother has completely captivated me. At that moment, calling him brother felt entirely natural. However, Lin Yuyu's infatuation lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds before she reverted to her usual composed demeanor. She stored the 2 vials of nutrient solution and began munching on the dried vegetables hidden away by the original owner. The sound of crunching filling the air. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a rustling noise broke the stillness. Lin, having narrowly escaped pursuit, could no longer endure the irritation. Ancestor, could you please stop crinkling that plastic bag? I need some peace. The rustling intensified. I'm sorry, I was wrong. With that, Lin hung his head, resting it against his knees. He felt foolish for believing that children could be easily reasoned with, extending a tentacle. He patted the top of the other's foot, as he could not reach other areas, asking, have you been exposed? Not really. Then how did you end up in this state? The rustling continued. Put down a bag and answer me. Did you slip up? Why do you keep asking such questions? No, I wasn't exposed. I hid perfectly. If you hid so well, how did you end up injured like this? I already said it was a love wound. Of course, it was inflicted by a lover. However, from a shadowy corner, another voice interjected, unceremoniously exposing Lin, who doesn't know you by now. I told you long ago that this body isn't suited for you. With so many relatives and friends, you insist on weeping over someone else's spouse, yearning to revive their beloved husband. Now you're facing these troubles. Isn't it all self-inflicted? Love wound. You need to have feelings first. What feelings do you have? You simply saw someone else's wife and fancied her husband, leading to a family hunt against you. It's hardly a love wound. You lack emotional intelligence, to say the least. Cough, cough. You little clownfish, just because you've learned a few human phrases doesn't mean you can misuse them. Also, I summoned you here to assist me, not to mock me. But don't worry. I've already called for help. Who? Lin asked, somewhat surprised. The least expected person turned out to be the most promising, my 3rd uncle. The mention of the 3rd uncle sounded dignified, and Lin's expression brightened instantly. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he asked, when can our 3rd uncle arrive? Chapter 12. Quite annoying, but who can blame my seniority among all the fish that had come ashore? Lin Yuyu was not the eldest, yet he held the highest seniority. Thus, he often bore the burden of a youthful visage while shouldering the worries of others. He found himself resolving various troubles for both younger fish and those even older than himself. Balancing the need to maintain his shy demeanor while engaging in actions contrary to his character often left him feeling fragmented, but such was the fate of being among the first to reach land. In many instances, he bore an unavoidable responsibility, with a plethora of concerns weighing on him. He occasionally felt overwhelmed and wished to abandon his duties. Yet, seeing others in distress inevitably stirred his compassion. Such was the plight of a diligent life. Ah, the person has arrived. As he observed someone approaching, Lin raised an eyebrow. Oh, Lan Huan, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. Xian Ling ahem. Please call me Dr. Xie. Thank you. Hey, from the shadows, another voice chimed in. I say, you fish, is it only permissible for you to call others by their species names while forbidding them from addressing you as such? Lin coughed twice. Choosing not to retort that he truly disliked being called Xian Ling, as it made him feel weak. Though in comparison to Lin Yuyu, he indeed was weaker. Lin Yuyu needed no lengthy explanations upon arrival. He quickly grasped the situation and identified who truly required assistance. He had long made it clear that he would not involve himself in matters concerning foreign fish, but given their acquaintance, it was permissible to extend a helping hand to Lin. After all, Lin understood his principles and knew what to say and what not to say in front of familiar fish. Lin Yuyu was disinclined to maintain any pretense, acknowledging their understanding of his nature. He asked straightforwardly, "How can I assist you?" Recalling Lin Yuyu's unconventional rules, Lin added, "I assure you, I won't shortchange you on the compensation." Lin was taken aback. Why can't it be done? Wasn't it possible before? Observing the expressionless face of Lin Yuyu, Lin had to rethink his approach. "Do you know of any safe places where I could take refuge? I'm open to any environment. Lead the way." On the journey, Lin tugged at Lin Yuyu's sleeve. "What's the situation at your place? Why can't you stay there? Don't you want to hear about the heroic deeds your third uncle has accomplished since coming ashore and the various relationships he has formed?" Lu Ning responded, "Is it really appropriate to gossip about someone in their presence?" Lin blinked innocently. "It's fine. We're simply speaking behind his back." Point one was being carried on another's shoulder, head hanging downward, while the other was grasped from the shoulder into the palm. Yet both were indeed behind Lin Yuyu. This statement left Lu Ning without a counterargument. Realizing that Lin Yuyu would not truly harm him, Lin boldly chatted about gossip in the presence of the very subject. The azure depths of the ocean harbor numerous known and unknown races, yet regardless of the form one takes upon surfacing or the abilities employed for disguise, none can escape the scrutiny of your third uncle. However, those familiar with your third uncle know that as long as no one dances in front of him, he remains indifferent. Yet, some fish persistently pursue him. You know why? Little uncle, great charm. How did your ears become so acute? Where are you in the story? This pursuit is one of assassination, not courtship, because they're not of my kind, their hearts must differ. They fear that I might uncover their disguises and expose their existence to Liu Qingyu, who usually preferred not to elaborate on explanations, stated casually, "Not everyone who falls into the sea has the opportunity to resurface. Nor do all who crawl up from the depths wish for others to know their true circumstances." This explained why he had refrained from revealing their identities in front of the little jellyfish. At present, they remain unfamiliar with one another. He fears that the little jellyfish may not trust him. Upon discovering that he knows her secret, she might become wary, much like those outsiders who, upon having their secrets laid bare, seek to eliminate him with reckless haste. Simultaneously, he worries that the little jellyfish would be reluctant to allow anyone to learn of her secret. If she realizes he can easily see through the facades of others, she may distance herself from him, opting to survive alone in the vastness, potentially facing unforeseen dangers. In summary, Lin Yuyu has pondered extensively and ultimately resolved to remain silent, choosing to accompany the little jellyfish in his human guise until she is capable of standing on her own. Only then can he let go with peace of mind. Should Lin Yuyu become aware of this, she would undoubtedly scoff at Lin Yuyu for overthinking, as she desperately needs a companion to help her soar. "So, uncle, can you?" "I cannot. I am not that idle." However, it wasn't long before Lin found it difficult to maintain his composure. He stared wide-eyed at the half-subterranean abode before him. "Little fun. Is this what you call a living space?" He refrained from critiquing the half-underground setting, but the minuscule area was scarcely larger than a standard bed, and it was submerged halfway in seawater. Most disconcerting. Is this truly a place for anyone to reside? Indeed. Do you like it? Lu Ning beamed at Lin with an expression that invited praise. "Trust me, it is very safe here. No humans will disturb you. If you heal here, you will recover swiftly." Lin's lips twitched in response. "Thank you. Given his current human form, residing here would indeed hasten his recovery. Not the kind where one becomes whole again, but rather the sort where one no longer requires healing." Lin turned to Lin Yuyu, his eyes pleading "Is it truly impossible for me to stay at your home?" Lin Yuyu replied coolly, "It is not that." Liu Ning tilted his head in confusion. There's something you find unsatisfactory about this place?" "Rest assured, I have resided here, and it is quite comfortable." Lin struggled to articulate to this newly emerged sea creature that he was no longer an aquatic being and could not dwell in water. He could only gaze at Lin Yuyu with a sense of helplessness, hoping for a suggestion. Yet, Lu Qingyu turned away, ignoring him. Puffed. Lu Qingyu, are you laughing at me? I heard that. Despite my predicament, you refuse to assist me and instead mock me. How outrageous. Yet another day of contemplating severing ties with this unfeeling fish. Is there a cave to reside in? If so, I happen to know of a more secluded spot. Chapter 13, Resentment Within in the Dead of Night. In the western sector of the safe zone, Li Duoshun expended his last ounce of strength to lift Li Duokai onto the bed, only to collapse, utterly drained, onto the floor beside it. The journey had involved half dragging, half carrying his younger brother from the wilderness back home. Had he exerted just a fraction less effort, he wouldn't find himself in such a sorry state. After a considerable pause, Li Duoshun regained a modicum of strength, rising to lean over his brother on the bed, untying the leaf bundle secured around him, and retrieving the roasted chicken within. That a gentle sniff revealed that, having been buffeted by the wind, the chicken had grown cold, losing any discernible aroma. Nevertheless, Li Duoshun fancied he could still detect a savory scent emanating from it. He placed the iron basin on the floor and proceeded to shut all the doors and windows, before crouching beside the basin to ignite a fire. However, the structure was riddled with drafts, and it took considerable time before he managed to light the charcoal, finally infusing the room with a hint of warmth. Once the fire was ablaze, Li Duoshun settled next to it, attempting to warm himself while shaking as he picked off the leaves and grit clinging to the roasted chicken, having exerted himself greatly earlier. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and an inexplicable chill coursed through him, prompting him to inch closer to the flames. The chicken, which had seemed substantial earlier, now rested in his hand, appearing scarcely larger than his palm. After some deliberation, he found himself torn between consuming it all or tearing off a piece to sample its flavor. Just then, Li Duokai stirred in the bed, seemingly on the verge of awakening. It would be best to heat it thoroughly, otherwise it wouldn't suffice for his brother's appetite. Li Duoshun thought to himself. He fetched a cross-shaped iron rack, and after much effort, managed to position the half-roasted chicken atop the basin, leading him to feel a mix of irritation and amusement. Perhaps he was frustrated with himself, perhaps with the despicable Lin Yuyu for still being alive, or perhaps at his brother for sleeping soundly while he, weak and weary, pondered how to share a morsel. Under the warmth of the charcoal fire, the aroma of the roasted chicken wafted through the air, escaping through the crevices of the shelter and reaching the nearby homes. The residents of Wang Posey's house, roused by the enticing scent, exchanged sleepy glances. Brother, do you smell something delicious? Yes, what about you? I do as well. What about third brother? They turned to search for third brother, but he was nowhere to be found. The youngest among them, yawning, answered he went to Grandma's place. Moments later, a thin, slightly limping youth entered, carrying a wrinkled old woman on his back. Careful now, wait, I'll go with you, Wang Jiabao said, hastily donning a coat from beside the bed before rushing out with his brother Wang Jie. In these times of scarcity, where meat was a rare luxury, the sudden whiff of meat, especially in the impoverished slums of the western sector, stirred unease within the hearts of the listeners. They feared something unspeakable might be afoot. Not long after, the meaty aroma began to fade, and the sound of soft footsteps accompanied by a familiar call reached them. Grandma, Wang Jiabao entered, pushing the door as he recounted his earlier discovery. The scent emanated from the dilapidated shelter ahead, yet the tightly shut doors and windows obscured any view inside. That I heard they pulled off a big score a few days ago, earning quite a bit of points. I wonder what kind of unscrupulous deeds they've been up to all these years, tarnishing the reputation of our entire western sector. Wang Posey cast a sidelong glance at her second grandson, who feigned disdain while his eyes glimmered with envy. Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself. If you dare entertain any ill intentions, I'll have your brothers break your legs to prevent you from running off and getting the family into trouble. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiabei, who had been half asleep, instantly woke up, sitting up to protest. Grandma, how could I possibly engage in such disgraceful acts? I'm not that kind of person. With that, he quickly nestled closer to his grandmother, shaking her arm in a display of affection. Grandma, believe me, if I truly intended to do something wrong, wouldn't my brothers have caught me by now? If they did, would they not inform you? Furthermore, there's also a fourth brother. We spend every day together. If I were to commit any petty misdeeds, he would have already blurted it out for all to know. Following Wang Jiabei's gestures, Wang Pozi noticed a lump of bedding that was Wang Jiayu. Feeling a mix of helplessness and patience as she responded, "No need to ask. Grandma believes you. Just don't let me down." "Yes," Wang Jiabei murmured, resting his head on his grandmother's shoulder, softly affirming, "I will not disappoint you. You must continue to dote on me." After this exchange, the room fell silent, with no one daring to speak further, save for the gentle rustling of a blanket on the bed. Meanwhile, at the Li brothers' humble abode, the recently awakened Li Duokai sat eagerly by the iron basin, awaiting his brother to share the meat. "Brother, it smells so good." "It should. Hurry and eat, lest someone catches wind of it," just as Li Duokai was about to devour the chicken he had been given. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door to the shelter was kicked open with force, and a slightly portly man swaggered inside. "Oh, you fellows are having a feast." Chapter 14. The water of trouble redirected instinctively. Li Duoshan rose to shield his brother behind him, greeting the newcomer politely. Boss Li Duokai, still groggy from sleep, was not the type to cower behind his brother when trouble arrived. Thus, he stepped out from behind Li Duoshan, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, a conciliatory expression on his face as he addressed Boss Lin. "If you had something to discuss, you could have simply called. I would have rushed to the North District without hesitation. Surely, you need not personally come to this filthy, muddy slum." Boss Lin let out a laugh. "What do you mean? What's the matter? You have quite the audacity, not only to intercept my goods, but to feign ignorance here. Do you take me for a fool? That's unjust. We wouldn't dare. Surely, there's been some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Ha! Show them what for." With a wave of his hand, Boss Lin signaled for the men behind him to storm into the dilapidated shelter. Intent on confronting the Li brothers, however, due to the cramped quarters, they found it difficult to maneuver, directing their attention instead to the surrounding items. As Li Duokai realized their intent to wreak havoc within his home, he shouted desperately, "Stop! Stop! Speak kindly! No kicking! No kicking! They have painstakingly saved up their meager possessions, to be treated like refuse, tossed aside." As a few individuals cleared the area, they were about to turn their aggression towards themselves. Li Duokai hastily shouted, I can explain. We haven't touched your goods, truly. The merchandise is still there. If you don't believe me, I can tell you where it is, and you can see for yourselves." Boss Lin made a gesture for a pause. "All right, tell me, where's the merchandise now?" Meanwhile, Wang Jiaju, who was secretly observing the situation from outside, saw Boss Lin's entourage enter the dilapidated tent of the Li brothers. Hearing the sounds of punches and kicks coming from within, he quickly took the opportunity to slip away, as there was no one around. Keeping an eye on the Li brothers was manageable, but focusing on a notorious thug of the Northern District was far too perilous. The two families were not far apart, and the commotion from earlier had reached their ears that it was nothing serious. It was merely those two intercepting someone else's goods and getting caught in the act. All that was visible on the ground was a small piece, not even the size of a palm. Possibly meat from some animal. Phew. As long as it's not a case of cannibalism, they would be safe. Otherwise, with their proximity and being a vulnerable group, they could easily become targets. Take your time. Then, after enduring a few punches and kicks, the Li brothers finally settled down, recounting in detail the entire process of how they had ambushed Lin Yuyu, as well as the incident of Lin Yuyu being cast into the depths of the sea only to return to life. "You say she returned to life?" Boss Lin turned to his brothers and reiterated, "They claim she returned to life?" "Ha! Do you believe that?" The crowd hurriedly shook their heads. "See? No one believes it," Boss Lin said, stepping forward to deliver a forceful kick to Li Duokai, sending him sprawling to the ground once more. "You think you can fool me? Huh? I'll teach you to try and deceive me." With that, he kicked and stomped several times until he was finally supported by his younger brother. "You better confess. If you keep spinning tails, I'll have your legs broken." Li Duokai, trembling in pain, gasped, I'll tell you, Li Duoshan, unable to bear watching his brother endure more punishment, attempted to interject, but Li Duokai pressed on. "We didn't pay attention at the time. We hit her on the head, and she just collapsed. That we checked her breathing and found none. So we assumed we had killed her, that we panicked and immediately thought of how to hide her. Luckily, we had just, stolen a small boat." and we decided to toss her into the sea to eliminate any evidence that we never expected to encounter her again in the woods. I swear, I'm telling the truth. Li Duokai looked at Boss Lin with a pleading expression. Damn it, what about the goods? Goods? What goods? Just as Li Duokai was about to claim he hadn't seen anything, he quickly changed his tune under Boss Lin's threatening gaze. The more he spoke, the quieter he became. Open your terminals and show your balances. Seeing the Li brothers remain motionless, Boss Lin's displeasure grew. What, should I send someone to assist you? When the two reluctantly raised their terminals, Boss Lin casually pointed to a younger brother. You, go and transfer all their points to our account. Once the points were transferred, Boss Lin looked disdainfully at the brothers, their faces ashen. Trying to deceive me? This is the consequence of crossing me. Observing Boss Lin's ostentatious demeanor and his intention to depart nonchalantly, Li Duoshun felt a surge of resentment. They were not only forced to relinquish all the points they earned from selling that bag of rare fungi, but also compelled to surrender their entire savings accumulated over the years. How could he not harbor resentment? It was all Lin Yuyu's fault. That wretched woman was the cause of it all. Li Duoshun intended to voice more grievances, leaving him kneeling in place, clenching his fists in frustration. Gritting his teeth, Boss, are we just going to let them go like this? No further questioning. What if there is something we don't know, some concealed information? The alleys and the slums were narrow, crowded with various debris piled by the residents, making it somewhat challenging for outsiders to navigate. As Boss Lin walked outward, he kicked aside some items from the yards of nearby households, spitting, "What a garbage place. Did you see their points? Do you think it's a lot? You see, even you from the Northern District think those points are substantial. Do you believe they could save up that much under their circumstances?" The younger brother, incredulous, asked, "So they were lying to us all along? Where did they get the audacity? Does it matter? We got the points, that is what counts. But boss, aren't they collecting those things at high prices? If we turn them in ourselves, we could get even more points, right?" The Li brothers, lacking discernment, sold their goods to the grocery store at a meager price, allowing the store to pocket a significant profit that rightfully belonged to them. Moreover, the brothers contradicted themselves, inadvertently confessing. Anyone who hadn't seen that bag wouldn't know what they were referring to. Remember, throughout the questioning, Boss Lin had only asked about that specific item, not those items. That older brother, isn't as clever as the younger one. Boss Lin, slightly out of breath, leaned against one of his younger brothers for support, having kicked and dodged his way out of the slum. He was quite exhausted and could hardly move. Don't be so greedy. If it's something for free, it's enough to gain something. So, should we send someone to keep an eye on Lin Yuyu? If we want me to trouble Lin Yuyu. I want tea. He muttered under his breath. What sort of man would I be, constantly fixating on a little girl? That would be utterly disgraceful. However, his younger brother, preoccupied with thoughts of money, paid no heed to his boss's murmurs. But those things are extremely valuable. I understand your concerns. With me around, rest assured, I'll find a way to make up for the lacking points among us. Even if we plan to catch someone, we must let them grow fat first before taking action. Boss Lin contemplated this. Unbeknownst to the younger brother, who was touched by his boss's words, he devotedly assisted him toward their hideout in the Northern District. Once Boss Lin and his entourage had completely departed, faint sounds of curses could be heard emanating from certain houses within the slums. Chapter 15. The waves may rise, but one must not play with their life, obediently sleeping at home. Lin Yuyu awoke, not to a storm surge, but to the grumbling of her stomach. She pondered, how many days had it been since she arrived in this world? The 4th day? Excellent. 4 days here, and she had gone hungry for 4 days. So this is what it means to survive in a post-apocalyptic island setting. She had certainly gained insight into it. Consider Lin Yuyu, who had worked for 4 or 5 years, never managing to save more than 4,000 or 5,000. It was because she would never skimp on her own sustenance. And now, not to mention going 3 days without a meal, how many days had passed, and how little had she eaten? One could say her body, being that of a native, was remarkable. Apart from occasionally hearing a rumble, it showed no signs of protest. If it were her original body, she would have long since been racked with aches and pains. Though she had always approached life and work with a lackluster attitude, she never simply sat idle. At around 4 in the morning, Lin Yuyu, as she had done previously, tore strips from the only bedsheet in her home to tightly wrap her head and neck before stepping out into the world beyond the safety zone. She initially assumed that there would be few people outside today, but upon venturing out, she discovered that she was not alone in that sentiment. Lin Yuyu surveyed her surroundings and silently positioned herself behind a group of women with children, deciding to follow them to the gathering site. She believed that her previous misfortunes were due to being alone and isolated, which had emboldened others to act against her. This time, wherever the women went, she would follow, convinced that her presence among them would deter any unwanted attention. Moreover, amidst this crowd of the elderly and women with children, she would neither stand out as a target nor fear being overpowered or betrayed. If trouble were to arise, she could simply huddle with the children and shamelessly seek refuge under the women's protection. As she walked, the dawn gradually broke. Around 5 o'clock, the leading group reached a fork in the road. And naturally, the individuals began to split into two groups, one going left and the other right. Lin Yuyu, stealthily following behind, felt puzzled by this divergence. Where were they all planning to go? Unfortunately, as she had infiltrated the group covertly, she dared not inquire for fear of arousing suspicion, and thus she could not glean the answer she sought. After some contemplation, Lin Yuyu chose to continue trailing the individuals ahead, entering the left path. The children, like most, were bundled up snugly, revealing only their large, innocent, light brown eyes. Sister, do you have a boat? This side is all about preparing to go out to fish, fishing at sea, at this moment. Indeed, it is precisely during this time that the waters teem with fish. Lin Yuyu, perplexed, pondered. Is that so? This contradicts the common knowledge she had acquired about the blue star. There were no related images in the original owner's memories. Could it be that this child, not wishing to accompany them, was merely deceiving herself? Observing Lin Yuyu's puzzled expression, the child chuckled. Sister, this is common knowledge. Surely you must know. Lin Yuyu's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately adopted a nonchalant demeanor, casually replying, I don't own a boat and have never been to sea. It's only natural that I wouldn't know. Indeed, not everyone can afford a boat. The child sighed. Alas, every time our family goes to sea, we do not use our own boat. We rent one. We toil tirelessly, yet remain uncertain for whom we labor. Just as Lin Yuyu thought she had successfully deflected the conversation and could breathe a sigh of relief, an ant ahead suddenly turned and delivered a light slap to the child's head. What are you sighing about at such a young age? No sighing allowed. Do you know that frequent sighing will cause your luck to run dry? After saying this, she cast a sidelong glance at the little girl stealthily trailing behind them. Child, do not follow us. Even if you reach the seaside with us, we will not take you on the boat. She had no desire to bear any unwarranted responsibility and was eager to dismiss the matter. Realizing they did not want her to follow, Lin Yuyu lowered her gaze and, after a few seconds of contemplation, earnestly shook her head. I won't go to sea. I merely wish to see the seaside. Only then did the ant abandon her attempts to persuade Lin Yuyu to leave and continued her hurried steps towards the shore. She regarded Lin Yuyu as a naive child, spoiled by her family, who only knew that one could collect fish by the sea, unaware that one could only find them after a storm. As long as she did not intend to play the pity card and insist on accompanying them to sea, Lin Yuyu could do as she pleased. Whether she found something to eat was of no concern to them. Of course, it was not that the seaside was entirely devoid of offerings, but the quantity of marine goods washed ashore on ordinary days was scant, and most were inedible. Only at this time could one hope to gather a few edible items from the plethora of marine goods. To find even 1 out of 100 was considered fortunate, while the more common occurrence was to find 1 out of 1,000, or even 10,000. That Lin Yuyu chose to ignore the ant's subtle disdain and head shake. Were it not for the fact that they were all accompanied by children, which reduced the danger, she would not have opted to approach this large group. As for their innermost thoughts, silently trailing behind the crowd. She passed through the protective forest and arrived at the eastern coastline. This stretch of coast was considerably cleaner than the one Lin Yuyu had seen when she first arrived on the island. A small dock had been constructed along the shore, where a variety of small wooden boats, both new and old, were neatly moored. That a handful of people stood on the dock, clustered together, seemingly discussing the rental of boats. However, among them, some wore eager expressions while others displayed haughty attitudes, thus shattering Lin Yuyu's initial positive impression of the eastern coast. The once azure sea and golden sand were nowhere to be found. leaving behind only the lamentable aspects of human nature lingering before the eyes. Once she observed the ants dispersing or joining the queue at the dock to rent boats, Lin Yuyu turned and retraced her steps. As she walked, she muttered inwardly, "I thought I could broaden my horizons, yet instead, I witnessed a group courting disaster." Lin Yuyu believed that venturing outside the safety zone before the storm surge was already a considerable risk. At such a time, harboring a sense of recklessness and running towards the sea was akin to courting death. Although one often hears that greater risks yield higher rewards, there must be a limit to the risks one takes. One cannot recklessly gamble with their life. Otherwise, if one loses their life, what is left to enjoy? Having just arrived in the Wasteland, she ought to be more cautious. The waves may be tumultuous, but one should not jest with their own life. After following the crowd, stopping intermittently, she finally reached her destination after over half an hour. A hidden orchard of wild apples. Chapter 16. A new gathering place in the sparsely wooded area. Several apple trees stood, scattered among the trees. Had it not been for the conspicuous large red fruits, Lin Yuyu would have failed to recognize them as apple trees. Upon seeing the fruits, one would expect Lin Yuyu, with a growling stomach, to feel elated, yet the sight of apples failed to bring her joy. Apples, one of her least favorite fruits. However, her grumbling stomach reminded her, having something to eat is already a blessing. Why be picky? Thus, even though the sight of apples did not inspire excitement, Lin Yuyu nonetheless sprang into action. She mimicked one of the ants ahead, selecting an unoccupied apple tree, and climbed up to assess the apples on it. However, while others had already assessed several trees, Lin Yuyu had just finished inspecting the fruits on one tree. Furthermore, after climbing up and down several trees, Lin Yuyu had yet to yield any results. Lin Yuyu sighed. Indeed, given her streak of bad luck, merely escaping unscathed was considered fortunate. To think she could follow in others' footsteps and reap the benefits was nothing short of wishful thinking. Glancing around, she noticed the surrounding individuals wore frowns, which finally eased her mind. As long as others were also empty-handed, she felt reassured. The sense of happiness in people often shines through such comparisons. After toiling for several hours without locating a single edible fruit, Lin Yuyu resolved to stealthily relocate for gathering. Earlier, while she was in the tree, she had caught a glimpse of some fruit-bearing bushes not far away. Though the small fruits were scattered throughout the dense foliage, making them difficult to discern. Perhaps this was the reason no one had discovered and collected them in an untouched area. The chances of finding something rewarding might be higher. Perhaps she could venture over there for a try. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuyu, being petite and positioned at the edge of the wild apple gathering area, easily concealed herself behind the leaves. From the moment she stealthily descended from the tree to dashing towards the outskirts of the wild apple gathering area and slipping into the nearby thicket, no one noticed her movements. Hence, no one was aware that in the midst of the bustling gathering area, there existed such a concealed spot. Upon entering the thicket, Lin Yuyu realized that the bushes were taller than she was, adorned with various small fruits, each nearly the size of her fist. Observing these sweet-smelling fruits, Lin Yuyu instinctively swallowed. However, most of these fruits were unfamiliar to her, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Lin Yuyu deliberated. I wonder if these fruits are poisonous and if they are safe to eat. Her basic detection device could only ascertain whether an item was a high-radiation object. Failing to provide specific information about these fruits, it seemed she would need to find a way to acquire a more advanced detection device. Otherwise, each outing would leave her fumbling in the dark. After fidgeting and inspecting for a while, Lin Yuyu finally spotted a familiar fruit among a cluster of red and dark fruits. It resembled a berry composed of numerous small particles, reminiscent of raspberries and blackberries from her memory. They appear to be the Blue Star's plus-size versions, which momentarily caused her to misidentify them. While turning her head to survey her surroundings, Lin Yuyu pressed a button on the side of her personal terminal on her wrist. Once a small circular dial from the basic radiation detector emerged from the right side of the terminal, she reached out to pick a wild fruit. Cautiously, she squeezed the fruit's skin, releasing a drop of juice onto the sensor of the detection device. Drip! Edible! A promising start! Fantastic! Lin Yuyu felt a surge of joy. Finally, she glimpsed a ray of hope. She hurriedly looked around, ensuring no one was nearby, then lowered the volume of the detection device's announcements and began testing. The beeping sounds resonated continuously within the thicket. Soon, she completed the testing of the berry-like fruits that resembled raspberries. Unfortunately, the yield was meager. After testing, she only found 3 or 4 edible fruits, stuffing the few fruits into her pockets. Lin Yuyu shifted her focus to the other unfamiliar fruits. Lin Yuyu thought, since I'm already here, why not test them all? With determination, she prepared and reached out to pluck a fruit for testing. The beeping sounds began anew. Suddenly, amidst the flurry of beeping, Lin Yuyu heard a different tone. Drip, drip, drip. Looking down, she was met with a glaring red font on her terminal. Attention, a storm is about to make landfall. All islanders who have not returned home should seek shelter nearby. Attention, a storm is about to make landfall. Please. Simultaneously, a wailing alarm echoed in her ears that it was the storm surge alert for the island. A storm is coming. How sudden! Before Lin Yuyu could react, a cacophony of noise erupted around her. People rushed past her, frantically fleeing in all directions. Upon closer inspection, while they appeared to be in a panic, they were actually heading purposefully towards a nearby shelter. Only Lin Yuyu felt genuine fear. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. On the surface, she appeared calm and composed, methodically plucking fruit and placing it into a large leaf. Yet, inwardly, she was lost, frantically shouting, Lin Yuyu, please tell me where to run. Perhaps it was her desperate cries that sparked something within her. Suddenly, fragments of memory flashed before her eyes. A dim cave, a winding path, and a sunset at 10 o'clock. She knew. Run south, then west, traverse a rugged path, and cross a thicket. There was a hidden cave. Salvation was at hand. But which way was south, and which way was west? The overcast sky offered no sun as a guide. Ooh. The alarm blared incessantly in her ears. Regardless, she decided to trust her instincts. Chapter 17. The mysterious cave. She ran and ran. Just as the wind began to stir, Lin Yuyu dashed into the cave from her memories. Upon entering, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Once her breathing steadied, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. The cave was a small, narrow space, barely over a meter high and 5 or 6 square meters in area. The entrance was modest, shrouded in thick underbrush that obscured much of the light, rendering the cave dim and cramped. An uninviting refuge that most would instinctively avoid. It was only upon entering that she realized the cave was low and elongated. One could barely stand upright inside. Forced to huddle on the ground, it was hardly a suitable place for a prolonged stay. Fortunately, there was some space within. Otherwise, Lin Yuyu would have doubted her ability to hide until the storm passed. She cleared the undergrowth at the entrance, obscuring it once more to prevent discovery. Even if someone were to stumble upon this cave, it was unlikely they would consider it a safe haven from a storm surge. Yet it was better to be cautious. She could not let the original owner's well-hidden secret base be revealed on her watch. After ensuring the cave was concealed, Lin Yuyu gathered the recently pulled weeds and, guided by the original owner's memories, bent low to navigate deeper into the cave. She wound around the rock face, entering a passageway behind it. After some time traversing the corridor, the ceiling gradually rose, allowing her to stand upright. A vast chamber, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colors, appeared before her, stretching dozens of meters deep. Lin Yuyu gasped, "Wow, what a breathtakingly beautiful cave." It resembled the splendid cavern she had visited in a past life, vibrant and enchanting. However, the source of the illumination was not crystals or insects, but clusters of fungi resembling mushrooms. There was an old saying on Blue Star: the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it tends to be. Upon seeing the entire cave adorned with these charming yet perilous luminescent mushrooms, Lin Yuyu froze, too apprehensive to move, her thoughts racing. Original owner, what grievances do we share that you keep setting traps for me? You offered no hints in my memories, and now I find myself confronted with these mutated mushrooms. Is this a surprise? She cautiously pressed a hand to her racing heart, silently admonishing herself, "Shh, keep quiet. If some unknown entity hears you, it might attract danger." In the stillness of the cave, Instinct compelled her to maintain silence, and Lin Yuyu was no exception. While these mushrooms might pose a threat, they were stationary and could not pursue her as long as she refrained from touching them. She would remain safe. Her previous apprehension now seemed unfounded. Taking a step back, she seated herself near the entrance of the passage. From her pocket, she produced a raspberry, brushed off the dust, and began to nibble on it, savoring each small bite. While others might embark on an adventure and return youthful in spirit, she had toiled tirelessly, only to return empty-handed. Fortunately, she still had a few edible berries in her pocket, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Even if they merely served to stave off hunger, at least her efforts had not been in vain. Perhaps further surprises awaited her. After consuming 2 raspberries, each roughly the size of her fist, she carefully stored the last one in the left pocket of her jacket. Then, she removed the makeshift leaf pouch she had hastily tied around her waist. Just as she reached to open it, the cave suddenly shook violently, followed by a cacophony of cracking noises from outside. The storm surge had arrived. The tempest had officially struck their island, and she wondered how much more the land would shrink after this storm, and how much longer they might endure. Just when she thought her woes could not deepen, she found herself trapped in the cave, weary and hungry, with nowhere to go. Filling her belly seemed hopeless. Saving money for a ticket felt futile. Woo. As her mock tears fell, her gaze landed on the leaf pouch on the ground, and she felt a sudden reconciliation with the world. Fine, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. There's no point in daydreaming. Since I can't go anywhere, I might as well examine the wild fruits I gathered earlier. The pouch contained only a few wild fruits. And soon Lin Yuyu had completed her assessments. Except for one glossy black orb, a vibrantly orange bead-like fruit, and a spiky egg-shaped fruit, all of which had acceptable radiation levels. The rest were all highly radioactive. If she could match these findings with the information from the item trading machine or the mission panel, she could gain insights into these fruits and perhaps discover additional ways to earn points. This was the only avenue she knew to acquire information about these items for free. But as time progressed and the storm raged outside, the temperature plummeted, chilling the cave further. After sitting for a while, she felt a shiver creeping up from her extremities. Realizing her hands and feet were growing colder, she retreated from the passageway to a corner of the cave. Yet, no matter where she hid, the chill enveloped her, refusing to relent. She considered starting a fire for warmth, but the cave lacked the means for such a venture, and there was no space to move about. Lin Yuyu's gaze fell upon the fungi she had previously avoided. Wrapping her hands with cloth once more, she thought, it's time to test myself. Now let's see if the toxins from my deep-sea jellyfish are deadlier than those of these terrestrial mushrooms. Indeed, Lin Yuyu often found herself making impulsive decisions, leaving others struggling to follow her train of thought, which rendered her somewhat of an outsider among people. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Yuyu reassured herself, well, since I'm idle, why not investigate these mushrooms? It's a way to pass the time. Chapter 18, A Windfall from Heaven. With no tools at her disposal, Lin Yuyu's intent to study the mushrooms was more of a jest. 18 most. She could use the basic detection device on her terminal to measure the radiation levels of these fungi. Utilizing the cave's dim light, she found a sharp little stone on the ground. After wiping it with her sleeve, she carefully scraped the surface of one mushroom, allowing the pale blue liquid to drip onto the sensor of the detection device. Beep! Edible! Lin Yuyu's eyes widened slightly. The first mushroom was edible. What a stroke of luck! As previously noted, the detection device's functionality was quite simplistic and binary. Any item with high radiation was deemed inedible, while those below the threshold were deemed safe. Even if the item were a stone or something toxic, the device would still declare it edible. Thus, for the average person, the device was primarily used for foraging in the wild. However, for Lin Yuyu, it was glaringly inadequate. Her initial reaction to the result of the first glowing mushroom was one of indifference, merely attributing it to coincidence. Yet upon testing another 10 or so mushrooms, all yielding edible results, her composure began to waver. The probability of them being safe was alarmingly high. However, the cave was vast, filled with countless mushrooms, making it premature to draw conclusions, especially since she had only tested a handful. Yet 2 hours later, her perspective shifted dramatically. She had randomly selected dozens of each type of mushroom, nearly 1,000 in total, and not a single one was found to exceed the radiation limit. This was astonishing. Was this cave truly a paradise? The original owner guards such a treasure trove, yet remains in dire poverty. It is hard to believe that the entire cavern is filled with mushrooms that, while not exceeding safety limits, possess no practical value whatsoever. That seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Lin Yuyu rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache in every sense. Utilizing the faint light within the cave, she fashioned a crooked straw bag, about a foot square. She gathered a few luminescent fungi she had just tested and placed them into the woven bag. Subsequently, she leaned against the wall and took a brief rest. Amidst the intermittent glow of the cave, Lin Yuyu drifted into a dream. In her dream, a long table was laden with glistening delicacies, each dish appearing incredibly appetizing, evoking a desire to indulge. Yet, no matter how she reached out, she could not grasp the food, awakening in frustration. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Yuyu stretched languidly and listened intently to the sounds outside the cave. Approaching the cave entrance, she peered through the gaps in the piled branches and leaves. The howling winds had subsided, leaving only a gentle drizzle that a glance at her terminal revealed that it was already past 5 in the afternoon, when she reached a point several hundred meters from the cave. Lin Yuyu pulled up the local map on her terminal and marked her current location. With her bag and woven sack in hand, she proceeded in the direction of home. Upon arriving, she was greeted by the sight of 2 untouched tubes of nutrient solution on the table. After much contemplation, she finally opened one of the tubes and took a sip out of foul, rancid odor reminiscent of long-stored vegetables assaulted her senses, both sour and sticky, inciting a strong urge to vomit. Lin Yuyu thought to herself. She knew this concoction would be unpleasant, but she had not anticipated it would be this vile. However, if her current situation continued, she would have to adapt, or she would face perpetual hunger, unless she could discover an alternative solution. Speaking of alternatives, she would need to find time to visit the administrative hall. Nevertheless, her immediate priority was to change into a clean outfit. Otherwise, her drenched state could easily lead to illness, and she had no funds for medical treatment. Once Lin Yuyu had tidied herself up, a torrential downpour began outside. With the day drawing to a close, the administrative hall had already closed its doors, leaving her with no choice but to retire early and plan for the following day. The next day, the rain continued unabated. Lin Yuyu tucked the bag of bioluminescent fungi beneath her bed and went next door to knock, hoping to borrow an umbrella. Knock, knock, knock. Qingyu, are you home? Knock, knock, knock. Lu Qingyu? Even after calling out the full name, there was no reply, indicating that he was indeed not at home. However, glancing at her terminal, she noted it was already past 6 o'clock. Indeed, it was not particularly early. Sighing, Lin Yuyu pondered where she might borrow an umbrella, as she had only the damp clothes on her back, while her other outfit from last night remained undried. Looking around, she suddenly recalled that many residents on her floor had moved away. Might there be items left behind by the previous occupants that could not be taken or were left behind in haste? Standing at the doorway, she scrutinized the layout of the floor. Their residential building stood 5 or 6 stories tall, with the staircase located slightly left of the center, directly facing the wall between rooms 6 and 8. Originally, there had been an elevator beside the stairs, but it had long been out of service. Ascending the stairs led to a T-shaped corridor, with rooms 1 to 7 on one end and rooms 8 to 20 on the other. The corridor, aside from a few areas where yesterday's rain and foot traffic had accumulated some water, appeared quite clean without any clutter. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that some rooms had not been entered for a long time, as dust and cobwebs had begun to accumulate on the doors. Lin Yuyu reached the end of one side of the corridor, resting one hand on the windowsill. With the other, she grasped a piece of iron mesh outside the window and removed a wire securing it. She then picked up a short stick that had been blown against the railing by the wind and wiped the area where she had rested her palm with a dirty rag. Once the window sill bore no trace of her hand, she discarded the cloth and turned her gaze toward the door at the end of the corridor. This room, located at the innermost part of the corridor, had a triangular area between the door and frame where a well-formed spider web had taken shape, indicating it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Yet, Lin Yuyu struggled with her conscience. Clutching the wire, she stood at the threshold of room 320, hesitating to take action. although her intent was merely to see if there was an umbrella to be found. Taking without asking is akin to theft. Entering uninvited is the act of a rogue. Even if this room was currently vacant, it still belonged to the landlord, and it would be improper to enter without permission. Perhaps she could go to the first floor to obtain a key from the landlord and enter openly? But what would be her reason to express a desire to change rooms and to look around beforehand? In Blue Star, it was common for people to leave behind items when moving, and landlords often welcomed residents to take what they found, as it spared them the effort of disposing of unwanted items. Yet here, in the Wasteland, every single thing was a precious commodity. Would anyone truly leave anything for others to take? Would landlords permit such indiscriminate access? Lin Yuyu turned the doorknob, but it would not budge. Glancing at the wire in her hand, she contemplated and ultimately decided against it. She would brave the rain instead. Just as she was about to dash into the downpour, someone grabbed her headscarf. Chapter 19. Kind-hearted Aunt Yi Shaolin. No umbrella? Here, borrow this raincoat. Yi. Aunt Yi. She was a first-floor resident with whom the original owner had a slight acquaintance. Wai Lanru pulled Lin Yuyu close and draped the raincoat over her shoulders. But what about you, Aunt Yi? Lin Yuyu thought it unlikely that Aunt Yi had spare rain gear to lend, as that would leave her unable to venture outside. It's fine. Don't worry about me. Noticing Lin Yuyu's lingering hesitation, Yi Lanru reassured her, take it without worry, I won't be going out today. But didn't you have important matters to attend to, even in the rain? Hurry, or it might start pouring even harder. No rush, no rush. Just take your time, and be careful on the way. All right, I'll be going now. Be careful. Lin Yuyu secured the raincoat straps and stepped into the rain. She was not adept at dealing with the concern of others, especially those familiar with the original owner. She worried that others would discern her differences from the original. Perhaps due to the rain, many had not ventured out to the safe zone for gathering, leading to a surge of people in the administrative hall. As a result, the hall was bustling, making it difficult to navigate. Some were focused on their task panels, while others scanned the crowd with wandering eyes. Upon entering, Lin Yu immediately sensed several gazes upon her, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. However, noticing that she carried only a small bundle wrapped in a tattered leaf, the stares quickly shifted elsewhere. Clutching her small bundle, Lin Yu slowly maneuvered from the entrance to the corner of the hall where the item vending machines were located, approaching an unused machine. Many islanders, hoping to earn a bit more, preferred to gamble on the integrity of the shop owners rather than travel all the way to the administrative hall to sell their hard-earned food at low prices. Furthermore, exchanging valuable items discreetly at shops was less likely to attract attention. This was why the administrative hall was bustling while the area around the vending machines remained rather desolate. Thus, when Lin Yuyu arrived, she found herself alone in this space. Although the machine's alert sound had been turned off, the glaring error messages were still evident, even to those with poor eyesight who stood afar, easily spotting the large red crosses and conspicuous rejection notices. Consequently, the idle crowd nearby took notice of the commotion. Children will always have wild imaginations. Right? Who hasn't done something like that? It's totally normal to play around with a vending machine when there's nothing else to do. I believe you when you say you won't return to do this foolish thing. But I don't believe you when you claim you won't daydream again. Who doesn't dream of striking it rich overnight? The crowd near the vending machine began to chat, entirely oblivious to Lin Yuyu's presence and the implications of their words. If not for her intent to use the machine for research, she would not have bothered coming here to that moment. Hearing their idle chatter, she chose to ignore them, focusing instead on how to ascertain the information regarding the wild fruits in her possession. Yet, she still needed to maintain appearances. Lin Yu repeatedly picked up and set down the fruits, browsing the information displayed on the screen, while discreetly mixing in the 3 non-hazardous fruits when no one was watching. The black, glossy spherical fruit was Solanum nigrum, containing a high concentration of solanine, not recommended for consumption. It possesses the properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, and reducing swelling, with certain medicinal value. The bright orange, cheerful-looking spherical fruit was coral cherry, which is toxic and also not recommended for consumption. It has the effects of promoting blood circulation and alleviating pain, with some medicinal value as well. One of the fruits she placed weighed 130 grams, yielding 2.6 points. The more expensive item is that egg-shaped fruit covered in soft spines, known as the snakeberry, which possesses various medicinal values and can be consumed in moderation. The one she has weighs a substantial 160 grams and can be exchanged for 8 points. In total, this amounts to 14.8 points. Although converting all of it into nutrient solution yields less than 15 tubes, the thought that a single tube can sustain her for an entire day makes Lin Yuyu feel that the effort of this trip is worthwhile. However, when she considers the exorbitant price of 100,000 for a ticket to the Weitao Island, she feels that these points are indeed hard to come by. Unlike some shops that randomly inflate prices, this place maintains transparency in pricing, with little fluctuation, yet it is still generally more expensive than the private shops outside. For instance, when exchanging nutrient solution at the service hall, a tube costs 1 point, whereas some shops sell it for only 0.8 points per tube. Although the difference seems minimal at 0.2 points for the islanders, it accumulates significantly over time. Nonetheless, there are redeeming qualities. All items sold here are brand new and unopened, ensuring quality, and a diverse range of products is available with a relatively long shelf life. Lin Yuyu initially intended to exchange for nutrient solution at the exchange machine, but upon seeing the crowd in the hall, she feared she might attract unwanted attention, so she feigned a look of disappointment and repacked the high-radiation fruit she had brought. Only then did she squeeze into the throng of people examining the task panel. The crowd merely cast a fleeting glance at her petite frame and the shabby bundle she carried before shaking their heads and losing interest. They assumed her plight was so dire that her pockets were likely emptier than theirs. It was clear that even if things escalated, little compensation would come her way. Thus, it was better to ignore her and avoid further distress. Lin Yuyu was indifferent to their opinions. On the contrary, the more they pitted her, the more she relished the notion. Feeling that no one was watching her any longer, she focused intently on the commission notices displayed on the task panel that a quick scan revealed the very commission she sought. Largely due to its conspicuous placement in the center of the panel, unlike other notices adorned with realistic illustrations, this one featured a simple abstract drawing of a mushroom. Its task description was succinct, high price offered for various specialty mushrooms, with no further elaboration. Ironically, this solitary line prompted many to extend their terminals to scan the commission code above. Human nature inclines toward conformity, and Lin Yuyu was no exception. The sight of so many reaching out to seize the commission stirred a sense of urgency in her. Although it was an electronic notice and not subject to being physically taken, if the number of claimants reached the limits set by the issuer, the commission would turn gray and become unavailable. Once the task concluded, the notice would vanish from the service hall's task panel. Thus, if Lin Yuyu did not act swiftly, she might miss out. Yet, she had her reservations. The vague wording of the commission raised her suspicions of potential trickery. After much contemplation, she felt that not joining the fray would draw unwanted attention, so she eventually decided to follow suit and extended her terminal to claim a copy. After all, if her abilities proved insufficient, she could always opt out. Having perused all the displayed tasks and scanned several commission codes, Lin Yuyu exited the service hall, her face alight with excitement. Once outside in the rain, she lowered the brim of her raincoat to obscure most of her face, concealing her joyful expression, and proceeded toward Residential Building 9 in the Southern District. Chapter 20. A visit to the grocery store. Lin Yuyu's modest dwelling is located in Residential Building 5 of the Southern District, with the nearest grocery store, known as Nanyang Grocery, situated on the first floor of Building 3. However, she is not particularly fond of that establishment. The name alone suggests that the proprietor harbors a certain arrogance and a penchant for taking advantage of customers. Lin Yuyu prefers a more distant shop called Nan Wong, nestled between the 3rd and 4th floors of Building 9. That this smaller store is relatively unknown, which adds to its appeal of secrecy. The owner is amiable, willing to buy and sell regardless of quantity, and maintains transparent pricing, making it well suited for someone like Lin Yuyu, who is not adept at haggling. It is precisely the kind of inconspicuous little shop that appeals to someone like her, who enjoys stirring things up. Out of caution, she only brought a single mushroom in her bag. Perhaps it is due to the wealth of the residents of Building 9 that their elevators are still operational. Intrigued, Lin Yuyu took a couple of extra glances. It appears that not all elevators have ceased functioning. Clearly, those with power and influence enjoy certain privileges everywhere, she mused. However, she did not require the elevator on this occasion. Relying on her memory, she made her way to the stairwell, first ascending to the 4th floor, passing through a fire door, and then descending several flights of stairs before stopping before a weathered wall. She pressed her hand against the surface, revealing a hidden door. Stepping inside, she ascended about half a flight of stairs along the corridor until she found a sign bearing the words Nan Wang in dark gold letters against a black background. This place is indeed a bit difficult to access. That IT has said that the previous owner designed it this way to please their partner. Subsequently, something unfortunate befell them, and the house changed hands several times before it reached the current owner, who ultimately opened this grocery store. As Lin Yuyu crossed the threshold, she heard a voice say, "Ah, you're here. Please take a seat. I'll settle a transaction first. It won't take long." Glancing around, she noted that only 3 individuals occupied the shop. A frail old man, a tall figure in black standing with his back to the entrance, and herself. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, but did not obediently find a place to sit. Instead, she began to inspect the neatly arranged goods on the waterproof tarpaulin. Each type of item was stacked high, with a triangular price tag placed in front of it, making everything clear and straightforward. In this small room, the assortment of goods was quite complete, and at first glance, Lin Yuyu felt an urge to acquire them all. Pots, bowls, and condiments. She lacked everything, yet her funds were limited, so she could only focus on the essentials for now. She could weave her own gathering basket, but she needed to purchase a knife. Unable to afford a larger one, she decided on a fruit knife priced at 2 points. She also needed to buy a needle for testing the fruit. To avoid the hassle of picking up stones later, to 0.1 points each, she thought of getting 2 or 3. One for stitching, one for mushrooms, and one to keep in reserve for future use. A windproof lighter was also necessary. The last time she attempted to start a fire for roasting chicken using friction left her palms sore for days. Having a lighter would facilitate outdoor cooking. Priced at only 1 point, it seemed reasonable. While she could make do with a large basin for bathing, she needed to purchase a face basin, toothbrush, and towel. Personal items that are not suitable for compromise. For the past few days, she had been managing with just her hands and water. There was a set available, including a cup, for just 2.9 points, which looked acceptable. A bag of salt cost 6 points, which felt rather steep, and she needed to save some money for nutrient solution as well. Perhaps she could negotiate for a lower price. As Lin Yuyu perused the items, the customer finished their transaction. The old man, Qian, stepped out from behind the counter and approached Lin Yuyu with a smile, saying, "These are all new arrivals that just came in." Lin Yuyu thought to herself, of course, one wouldn't want to buy old goods. However, she maintained a composed demeanor and asked, "Is there a discount for buying in bulk?" Without hesitation, Qian replied, "Given that you are a regular, I can offer you a 9.5 discount. How does that sound?" A 9.5 discount? What difference does that make? Lin Yu wasn't very skilled in haggling, so she quietly placed her selected items on the counter for Qian to tally. "And could you fetch me 2 tubes of nutrient solution?" "Certainly," Qian replied, taking out a calculator. "The total comes to 13.9 points, and, after the discount, it's 13.2 points. Lin Yu pointed out, "Old Qian, can you reduce the price of this bag of salt a bit? It's already quite cheap. It sells for 9 points elsewhere," Qian defended. "How about you round it down to 10 points in total?" Lin Yuyu proposed. Qian inhaled sharply. "Is there really a practice of rounding down? This is nearly at cost price. You can't expect me to lose points on it." Lin Yuyu then poked at the nutrient solution on the table. "Why does this nutrient solution seem close to its expiration date? If it weren't nearing expiration, I couldn't sell it to you at this price," Qian responded. "If you don't want the near expiry ones, I have others for 1 point each, and you can choose the flavor. Would you like that?" Noticing the young girl with her head down, hesitating over the fruit knife, Qian sighed. "All right then, let us settle on 13 points in total, if that doesn't work for you." "I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do. Deal." Lin Yuyu's face lit up with a smile as she looked at Qian. "Now, old Qian, tell me, would you accept this?" She opened her bag slightly to reveal a glimpse of the mushroom, and a bluish-gray glow seeped out from the crack. Qian's brow furrowed at the sight. "You took the risk to pursue that high-priced mushroom task, didn't you, Lin Yuyu?" "Of course not." Old Qian felt a sense of inner satisfaction. It's good that you can listen to advice. The sudden appearance of that group of people, taking wave after wave of this item, one wonders what they intend to do with it. In the past, this item was abundant in the forest, yet nobody dared to touch it. Now, Just take a look. The entire island has been turned upside down, and it's nearly impossible to find even a few of these. Do not be tempted by its high points and engage with that group. Do you understand? A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Seeing old Qian's serious demeanor, Lin Yuyu hurriedly reassured him. I understand, it's just that I happened to find this one. Even if I offer it to someone, they might not accept it, yet I can't bear to simply discard it. Hence, I thought to bring it to you for your appraisal. This item, do you accept it? Upon hearing this, old Qian chuckled. I must say, you seem quite loquacious today. Was all that merely a preamble to utter this phrase? Realizing that the old man had misunderstood her intentions, Lin Yuyu quickly clarified, I genuinely wish to make a purchase and sincerely hope you could offer me a better price. Additionally, I hope you can earn a little more as well. Old Qian pondered for a moment, stroking the edge of the wrapped leaves, and replied, the purchase price over there is 12 points per gram, but I have no desire to engage with them, so if I accept it, it will merely be for someone else to deal with them. Lin Yuyu recalled the mushrooms in that cave and added, is there a limit on how much you will accept? This question left old Qian momentarily speechless. It sounded as if there were quite a few that I cannot guarantee anything. How about this? You bring me a few 100 grams, and I will inquire about it. Chapter 21. The first pot of gold. The sudden beeping of an alarm clock pierced the silence. Minutes later, Lin Yuyu abruptly sat up, left her bed, and walked to the bathroom. Turning on the faucet to fill a container with water, in the southern district, the water supply for drinking is provided at 3 o'clock every morning, lasting a mere 10 minutes. It is quite ominous. However, if one misses this window, what flows from the tap thereafter is undrinkable utility water. Thus, regardless of reluctance, everyone dutifully stands by the faucet at the appointed time. Originally, Lin Yu was unaware of this. It was only yesterday, while fetching a raincoat, that she overheard Aunt Ye's child complaining, prompting her memory. With many family members, Aunt Ye could share grievances, but Lin Yuyu lived alone, shouldering everything by herself, even lacking someone to vent to. Consequently, she set an alarm for 2:50. Even in her drowsiness, she resolutely made her way to the bathroom, positioning herself by the faucet. She truly was not adept at haggling. Yesterday, the luminous mushroom she had taken to Nanwang was sold after much negotiation at a price of 3 points per gram, earning her 180 points. At first glance, it seemed substantial. Yet had she sold it directly to those individuals, it could have fetched 720. In comparison, it hardly seemed worthwhile. Nevertheless, Lin Yu chose to sell it all to the old man. With old Qian's reputation and capabilities, along with the layers of intermediaries involved, even if those people sought to trace back to her, they would be at a loss. Even if old Qian were eventually discovered, given his care for the original owner, her identity would remain concealed. With this in mind, she felt significantly more at ease. Thus, as night approached, Lin Yu made another trip to Nanwang. After careful accounting, she netted a profit of 890, and combined with the 14.8 points she exchanged at the service hall earlier that day, she earned a total of 904.8 points throughout the day. This marked her first pot of gold since arriving in the Wasteland. However, as she gazed at the balance displayed on her terminal, her emotions were somewhat complex. It was not that she felt unhappy. The addition of new items to her home brought her joy, yet proclaiming herself entirely happy seemed far-fetched. There lingered a hint of melancholy. As is well known, great rewards often entice brave souls. With such a high price offered for specialty mushrooms, it was inevitable that some would resort to dubious methods, whether through theft, robbery, murder, or abduction. For a commoner like Lin Yuyu, this meant being stolen from, robbed, killed, or abducted. Regardless of their actual involvement, if others perceived them as participants, danger would surely follow. Since avoidance was impossible, why not engage? Lin Yu pondered this as she watched the water flow. During her days of survival on the island, she discerned that while the island was not vast, it harbored all manner of creatures. If one did not provoke others, they would still be provoked. Strengthening oneself was the true path. Thus, the next priority was to discreetly transport the mushrooms and sell them quietly. Moreover, according to old Qian, this item was now scarce on the island, so she could not afford to release too many at once. Nor could she solely rely on old Qian for this. Therefore, she would need to find a trustworthy individual to assist her, The thought of this felt burdensome. Lost in thought, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt parched and scooped a ladle of water from the bucket to drink. As she sipped, she paused. Was the water in this bucket originally drinkable or non-potable? It seemed that the plan to acquire a high-level testing device needed to be expedited. What discount did that clerk mention for the exchange? 10 minutes later, the water was ready to in the past. At this hour, Lin Yuyu would have immediately collapsed in a bed, but now she had to pack her things and prepare to venture out for gathering. While fetching the raincoat yesterday, she had accidentally overheard Aunt Yi and another woman discussing going to the beach once the rain ceased. Originally, she had contemplated where to gather today, but since the rain had stopped, she decided to head to the seaside instead. She secured the multifunctional waste bag she had purchased around her waist, placing a windproof lighter, sewing kit, fruit knife, and other potentially useful items inside. Then, she donned the oversized top she had specifically bought. Covering the waste bag, grabbed a water-filled large canteen, slung a straw bag over her shoulder, and picked up her sunshade shawl and sun hat, preparing to step outside. Just as she reached the door, she heard a few soft knocks. Knock, knock, little Yuyu, it's me. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Yuyu approached the door and opened it a crack, peering through the gap. Once she confirmed that it was indeed Lu Qingyu, she swung the door wide open, her face lighting up with joy. It's really you, brother Qingyu. Internally, however, she thought, this person was calling me Yuyu the day before yesterday, and now he's calling me little Yuyu? How insincere! The moment Lu Qingyu laid eyes on Lin Yuyu, he noticed her diminished vitality. Instantly, he felt a pang of guilt. It was I who had been negligent. I had resolved to take good care of her. Yet, I had allowed other matters to distract me. Despite knowing that children go through rebellious phases, he had naively assumed that little Yuyu would be obedient and not disobey him. But what was the result? She had exceeded his expectations. Observing her current state, he realized that she had not only failed to drink her nutritional liquid, but had likely gone out to play during the storm surge. It was his fault for not looking after her properly. He should have stayed behind to accompany her. What had he overlooked? Lin Yuyu was perplexed by Lu Qingyu's vague remarks. The gesture of him extending the nutritional liquid only added to her confusion. With concern etched on his face, Lu Qingyu remarked, "You don't look well. Take this to replenish your nutrients." Lin Yuyu quickly waved her hands. No, I still haven't finished what you gave me before." Lu Qingyu insisted, "You must drink at least one of these each day, da-da." While that may be true, this stuff is genuinely unpleasant to drink. Lin Yuyu found it difficult to voice her distaste. So she offered a different excuse. I still have several of those. I really don't need to be by the way. Wait a moment. When she looked up, she caught sight of Lu Qingyu with red-rimmed eyes staring at her. "Yi, what does this mean?" Lin Yuyu blinked. I'm returning your nutritional liquid." Lu Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Do you really have to be so clear-cut with me?" "Wait, what is the matter, big brother?" Lin Yuyu was genuinely taken aback. This person's emotions escalated so abruptly. She felt quite inadequate. Tentatively, she replied, "Yes, I'm sorry." The words of apology slipped out first, making it easier to continue. Lin Yuyu reached out, grasped Lu Qingyu's sleeve, and shook it gently, saying, "Brother Qingyu, I didn't mean to be so insistent about keeping things separate." Internally, she thought, "Alas, today has become another day of forced theatrics." Out loud, she added, "Didn't we agree that I would return what I owe you once I had extra? I only saw you pull out the nutritional liquid to give to me just now, which prompted me to show you that I still have some to drink, wanting to reassure you." Internally, she mused. Lin Yuyu, who would have thought that a person who couldn't even soften up would unlock the skill of acting cute in another world and do it so seamlessly? Truly remarkable. As Lin Yuyu shook Lu Qingyu's hand, she couldn't help but praise herself in her mind. Lu Qingyu gazed at Lin Yuyu for several seconds, then suddenly pulled out a tube of transparent nutritional liquid, uncapped it, and offered it to Lin Yuyu. "However, you didn't drink in the morning, and I could sense it that I've already had some. Then you should have another tube." The nutrient solution was almost brought to her lips. Lin Yuyu exhibited an expression of resistance. "Oh no, Observing this, Lu Qingyu speculated, "Are you perhaps averse to nutrient solutions, disapproving of their taste?" Lin Yuyu shook her head fervently. "How could that be? I simply am not hungry right now and do not wish to drink." Lu Qingyu discerned that Lin Yuyu was merely putting on a brave front, and while he felt a chuckle bubbling within him, he suppressed it, saying, "You, this one is customized, and it tastes quite nice. You should give it a try." Chapter 22. Gathering at the sea faced with Lu Qingyu's earnest gaze, which twinkled with amusement, Lin Yu blinked and hesitantly accepted the nutrient solution from his hand. Taking small sips, tea was somewhat salty, with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of seawater soda. Lu Qingyu remarked, "Seawater soda? Did I just let that slip out?" Lin Yuyu, feeling embarrassed, fiddled with the transparent tube in her hand. "Yes, seawater soda. Have you ever tried it?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Qingyu admitted he hadn't teed it. "It's delicious." Lin Yuyu responded, "It's not D." Lu Qingyu glanced at the empty tube in Lin Yuyu's hand, then suggested, "I'll bring you some next time. Where are you heading to collect today? Shall we go together?" He couldn't help but feel uneasy about not accompanying her, after just a few days apart. Lu Qingyu appeared even more enthusiastic than before, yet this sudden warmth left Lin Yuyu, with her fragmented memories, feeling somewhat taken aback. However, aside from the occasional hint of performative behavior, there seemed to be no malice in his actions. This gave Lin Yuyu a newfound curiosity. If that's the case, let me see what this person, who is deliberately approaching me, truly intends to do. The two of them set off together to the seaside for gathering. Traversing the same path as before, she encountered the same women and children from earlier. However, this time, the group was visibly smaller in number. "Sister, we meet again." It was the same child as last time. But today he looked particularly listless, with deep black circles under his light brown eyes. The child glanced at the young man accompanying her. "So you have your own little buddy this time?" Lin Yuyu smiled. "Yes." "Are you all going out to sea today?" The child shook his head. "No, this time we plan to just collect some seafood along the shore." Lin Yuyu responded in kind, "I see." Thus, the two of them chatted back and forth while Lu Qingyu quietly followed beside them. After a little over an hour, the group arrived at the east coast. This moment, dawn had just broken, and there were few people by the seaside, yet all were intently focused on gathering seafood from the ground. As more people appeared by the shore, their pace seemed to quicken, as if fearing that the seafood would diminish with the growing crowd. This frantic urgency instilled a sense of urgency in Lin Yuyu as well, prompting her to say, "Let us hurry and collect some too." Lu Qingyu nodded in agreement. Thereafter, the two joined the ranks of gathering and measuring. To Lin Yuyu's eyes, Lu Qingyu appeared quite earnest in rummaging for his sustenance. Yet, in truth, Lu Qingyu's mind had wandered far away. He thought of this activity as akin to watching parents playfully digging in the sand and collecting shells with their children at the beach, something that didn't require earnestness and where one could afford to be a little distracted. He even found time to ponder that if Yuyu enjoyed seafood, he would fetch her some fresh catches from the sea next time, deeming it unnecessary to squander time collecting these seemingly lifeless creatures bit by bit. At this moment, while Lin Yuyu had been focusing on gathering seafood, she had also been observing Lu Qingyu for quite some time, filled with confusion. His demeanor certainly did not suggest ulterior motives. Rather, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Baochuan foraging for wild vegetables. Could it be that he truly only wished to accompany her in gathering? Had she misjudged him? Very well, her recent sale of mushrooms had left her feeling suspicious of everyone. It was her own fault, perhaps due to Lu Qingyu's presence. Lin Yuyu felt unusually fortunate today. Within just a morning, she had gathered a basket full of edible fish, a significantly better haul compared to the others. Seeing Lin Yuyu so delighted, Lu Qingyu felt a wave of happiness wash over him as well. He quietly resolved that gathering seafood would be his top priority moving forward. He had previously thought that the little jellyfish had only just come ashore and might still be unaccustomed to human life, unable to eat anything else, which led him to instinctively offer her the nutrient solution. However, it seemed that she preferred fresh food over the nutrient solution. As they continued to gather, each lost in thoughts of the other, their hands moved ceaselessly along the shore. In truth, neither of them needed to shield themselves from the blazing sun or radiation, yet they still harbored secret from one another, lacking any intention of being completely forthright. Thus, they both maintained a pretense that Lu Qingyu believed that in order to help the little jellyfish better integrate into human society, he needed to subtly exhibit human behaviors before her, allowing her to learn more about human habits. This would aid her in better disguising herself. For instance, while marine creatures consume fish raw, humans prefer their fish thoroughly cooked. This was crucial. He was not afraid of her knowing. He feared she might accidentally expose herself if she remained unaware. Hence, it was better to enlighten her sooner rather than later. Therefore, Lu Qingyu deliberately took the time to roast fish in front of Lin Yuyu. When he began to skewer the fish onto sticks and prepare to place them over the fire, Lin Yuyu instinctively called out, "Wait!" Lu Qingyu turned to her. "What is it?" Lin Yuyu thought for a moment, yet replied, "No, it's nothing." Lu Qingyu assumed that Lin Yuyu had stopped him because his actions were too swift for her to follow. So he slowed down his fish roasting process. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu had called out to him because she wanted to ask, "Don't you need to prepare the fish before cooking?" However, she soon remembered they were in a wasteland where water was scarce, and islanders likely cooked without any preparation. So she fell silent. She never considered that Lu Qingyu might not be human and genuinely did not know that fish needed to be processed before cooking. Thus, both of them believed that they were doing a commendable job of impersonating the local islanders today, a rather amusing thought. Unbeknownst to them, their act of consuming fish had already revealed numerous issues. Firstly, natural food was exceedingly precious. Typically, islanders would choose to trade it for points rather than keep it for themselves. However, for two individuals emerging from the ocean, the pollutants or viruses they carried were numerous, and they were hardly concerned about a mere few fish carrying contamination. Moreover, they were completely unaware of such issues. Consequently, without realizing it, they devoured more than half a basket of fish in the forest. Of course, the majority was consumed by Lu Qingyu. Lin Yuyu, with her human sensibilities, struggled to eat much and merely sampled a few bites. She only dared to take a bite after painstakingly peeling off the charred skin of the roasted fish with a fruit knife. Whether Lu Qingyu felt full or not was a mystery to Lin Yuyu, but she certainly did not feel satisfied. Therefore, she gathered 2 higher stones and a thin slate, constructing a makeshift platform beside the fire, where she placed the shellfish and shrimp she had just collected. She then pulled some wood from the fire and placed it beneath the slate to begin roasting. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingyu's mind went blank, leaving only a stream of praises. "My Yuyu is so clever. My Yuyu is so smart." However, any random human would have found the scene quite ordinary. Before long, the seafood on the slate was ready. Lin Yuyu flipped each piece over before calling out to Lu Qingyu, "It's done. Come and have a taste." Lu Qingyu responded, "All right, I'm on my way." Although he typically ate raw, he could not let Lin Yuyu's hard work go to waste. After taking a bite, he found it quite delicious, and thus took another. He quickly devoured one after another, all the while thinking, "I never expected little Yuyu to be so talented. Not only does she learn quickly, but her skills are quite impressive." Unlike the sweet fragrance of the roasted fish wafting through the air, Lin Yuyu's mind was consumed by 2 words: eat quickly. She could no longer afford to observe Lu Qingyu, her only thought being to eat quickly and consume as much as possible, lest he snatch it all away. By the time Lin Yuyu had her fill, only a thin layer remained at the bottom of the basket. It was only then that she belatedly realized her little stash of money had been entirely consumed. However, the deed was done, and no words could change that fact. Thus, Lin Yuyu quickly brushed aside the matter. Though she still felt torn about whether to go gathering again in the afternoon, she entertained the idea of picking mushrooms. But Lu Qingyu was still around. As for Lin Yuyu's inner turmoil, Lu Qingyu remained oblivious. His current thoughts revolved around the fish. Perhaps it was time to procure some meat and vegetables as well. He often heard that a balanced diet of meat and vegetables was essential for maintaining good health. Thus, merely eating seafood would not suffice. But had little Yuyu ever eaten meat? Would she enjoy it? Yuyu, do you wish to eat meat? Chapter 23. The old man who loves to hike up prices meat? What kind of meat? If it's that fish with a strong, fishy, and bitter taste, then I wouldn't want it. The kind that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water. Which one would you like? Just tell me, and I'll go catch it for you. As Lu Qingyu spoke, she suddenly noticed that Ziyu's eyes were widening, sparkling as they gazed at her. Life had become increasingly grim since arriving in the wasteland. Although she could forego alcohol, the temptation of meat was undeniably strong. Yet, when it came time to voice her desires, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, They were merely neighbors in this desolate land, and it seemed rather presumptuous to be selective. Thus, Lin Yuyu said, "I am not picky. Anything will do." With that, she rose and departed the cave, leaving Lin Yuyu in bewilderment. Seated alone in the dimness, she pondered, did this person truly leave just like that? Had they really gone to hunt for wild game? They seemed rather amiable. After all, ate tea that moment. Two thoughts flitted through Lin Yuyu's mind. One was the urge to follow Lu Qingyu in pursuit of wild game. The other a sense of relief that this person had left, granting her the freedom to pursue her own interests, shouldering the remaining seafood. Lin Yuyu made her way towards the previously marked location. After fashioning a slightly larger wicker basket, she ventured deeper into the cave, collecting various mushrooms she had not sold before. Selecting a few specimens of similar quality, she ceased her gathering and carried the smaller basket over to the larger one. She cleared out the remaining fish from the larger basket, lining the bottom with large leaves before placing the smaller basket inside. Only then did she hoist the wicker basket and head towards the safety zone. Everyone appeared to be brimming with bountiful harvests. Thus, Lin Yuyu seamlessly melded into the crowd, also carrying a basket of fish. Today, the Nanwang General Store was even more desolate than during Lin Yuyu's last visit. The entire shop was devoid of customers, and even Old Man Qian was absent. Just a moment, came his intermittent voice from the back of the house that a few minutes later, Old Man Qian emerged, lifting the curtain. "What good items do we have today?" Lin Yuyu inquired, "Would you be interested in some fish?" Old Man Qian replied, "Fish, huh? That could work. Let me take a look." He casually placed a fish on a large detection device beside him. The result chimed, ding. Sandspike fish, radiation level 51.5. High radiation. Inedible. How could it be high radiation? It was measured as medium to low radiation this morning, Lin Yuyu thought, astonished, though she concealed her surprise, chuckling instead. "I was just joking with you. Everything on top is a disguise. The Real catch is underneath." She pulled out the fish along with the leaves, placing them on a nearby patch of ground, and then retrieved the smaller basket hidden inside, offering it to Old Man Qian. "Please take a look." Upon seeing the fresh mushrooms still coated in soil, Old Man Qian jested, "You little rascal, bringing them in with dirt. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" He continued, "How much could this possibly weigh? Besides, the soil helps preserve them longer." Of course, this was a fabrication on her part. The truth was, she had intentionally added the soil to obscure others' judgments. The mushrooms picked from the cave had been too clean, and without such a ruse, it would be easy to deduce that they all came from the same location. "That you're becoming quite clever," he remarked. The two engaged in a bit of haggling over the price of the mushrooms, ultimately concluding with Lin Yuyu earning a few thousand points from their exchange. Just as Lin Yuyu was about to leave after settling the transaction, Old Man Qian called her back. "Wait a moment. There's something I need you to see." The old man retrieved a plastic-wrapped A4 sheet from beneath the counter, placing it on the surface for Lin Yuyu to examine. She glanced up. She saw it was a comprehensive guide to mushrooms, some of which were circled while others were crossed out. The red markings were strikingly conspicuous, evidently added later. Following their previous transactions, word had come that the crossed-out varieties had been collected in sufficient quantities. They would cease to be accepted after a few more days. The circled varieties were rarer. If found, each gram could fetch a significantly higher price. Old Man Qian extended a hand to show Lin Yuyu. She high-fived him, then, before he could respond, adopted a serious expression. 5 points? Lin Yuyu asked, "Is that the price from their side, or yours?" Old Man Qian feigned anger. "Hey, where's the trust between people?" Lin Yuyu countered. "Then won't you take a little more off?" Old Man Qian replied, "That's unnecessary. I'm already quite satisfied with a small profit." Lin Yuyu was at a loss for words, giving him a thumbs up. "All right, I understand. I'm off then." She reached for the mushroom guide to leave, but found it stubbornly resistant. Pulling harder yielded no results. Looking up, she discovered an old hand firmly pressing down on one edge of the guide. "Isn't this for me?" "Certainly not. I only have this one." Lin Yuyu scanned the guide again, realizing she still couldn't memorize it. "Since you don't need to venture out to gather, why not just let me take it? I'll bring you a mushroom next time." Old Man Qian cherished the paper guide, having taken the effort to laminate it. "In no way. How about you trade it for a mid-tier terminal that can connect to the internet and take photos?" You could take a copy with you. Lin Yuyu replied. It can connect to the internet and take photos. Just to be clear, this terminal connects to the island's local network. Once you leave the safety zone, there's no signal. Outside, you can't access the internet or contact anyone. However, it has a robust storage function. You can download necessary information for local storage. So when you're out gathering, you won't have to worry about not being able to look up information. How about it? Interested, Lin Yuyu felt a stir of desire. She currently had no one she wished to contact, so the terminal's inability to connect outside the safety zone did not concern her. The ability to download information and take photos would solve many of her current issues. She had to admit, Old Man Xian was quite astute, skillfully appealing to her customer psychology. How much? Old Man Xian replied. Now, with a trade-in, it's only 3,999 plus a mid-tier radiation detector. Lin Yuyu's lips twitched. She felt that the old man was precisely targeting her wallet. She had just sold that batch of mushrooms for only 1,000. I don't want the mid-tier radiation detector, nor do I want to trade in. Her personal terminal harbored many secret coordinates, and even if she erased the records before selling it, who could guarantee that the terminal's usage history wouldn't be restored? It was safer to keep in her possession. Old Man Qian countered, at least 3,000. Cut to the chase. That's the bottom line. Who said this girl couldn't haggle? Don't be too shrewd. All right, Lin Yu insisted. 1,000. Don't think I don't know. The terminal isn't worth much. What's valuable is the mid-tier detector. That can sell for 3,000 outside. Old Man Qian replied. You mention outside, but here it only sells for 1,008. So I'll deduct that point 2,002. Not a cent less. Lin Yu countered at most 1,002. The service hall sells it for only 2,000. Child, if you're this good at bargaining, you'll end up with no friends. Old Man Qian feigned disdain, but inwardly he was elated. The little girl thought she was gaining the upper hand, unaware that he wasn't losing either. This item wasn't scarce or essential. It had been gathering dust for quite some time. Rest assured it's brand new, just arrived at the beginning of the year. And it's the latest model. Old Man Qian produced a clean cloth, wiping the box before placing on the counter and pushing it towards Lin Yuyu. However, those with money found it unappealing, while those without money couldn't afford it, resulting in it being left to languish. Lin Yuyu took the box, opened it, and examined it. Inside the white rectangular box lay a rectangular panel and a circular wristband, which felt oddly familiar, evoking a sense of deja vu reminiscent of a Blue Star foldable phone and a fitness tracker. Glancing at her own basic terminal, Lin Yuyu felt as though she were envisioning a children's smartwatch. She inwardly exclaimed, "Goodness!" Old Man Qian cleared his throat. "Do you understand how to use it? Need me to help you activate it?" Though these items appeared similar, she knew they were fundamentally different. Previously at the service hall, to replace her personal terminal, the staff had taken blood samples, collected DNA, required forms to fill out, and conducted DNA tests, taking ages to finalize everything. Buying a children's smartwatch on Blue Star was never this complicated. Having acquired a basic terminal, upgrading to a higher-tier terminal was relatively straightforward. Lin Yuyu soon activated her mid-tier terminal. She was about to rise and leave when Old Man Qian called out to her again. "Shaolin, weren't you asking me to find out if there were any cheaper high-tier radiation detectors available?" I inquired, and the brand new ones can go for a maximum of 27,000 at a 10% discount. The second-hand ones could be reduced further, down to 15,000 at. However, the second-hand item cannot be integrated into the terminal and can only be used independently, which may lead to potential issues. Do you still want it? What kind of problems might arise? There could be some discrepancies, such as sensitivity issues in detection or inaccuracies in reporting. In that case, I would prefer to purchase a brand new one. Lin Yuyu pointed to the white box on the table, inquiring if you could install the new one. Unfortunately, we cannot install the new one either. We lack the necessary technology. The words of the old man, Qian, left Lin Yuyu feeling somewhat disheartened. Amidst her disappointment, she suddenly recalled the service staff she had encountered during her last visit to the service hall. That young lady had mentioned she had a channel for a 40 discount. An installation was included, right? If it's at a 40 discount, that would amount to 18,000. However, her total points barely reached 5,000, which was far from sufficient. It seemed she would need to sell mushrooms a few more times before making any plans. Take another look then. I won't make a decision just yet. Very well. Just as Lin Yuyu was about to leave, she noticed the old man hesitating, seemingly wanting to say something. Is there anything else? Ahem, no. That's all. Under Lin Yuyu's questioning gaze, old man Qian could only assure her that there was truly nothing more. The old man merely felt the shop was rather quiet and hoped for someone to converse with. Even the act of deliberately raising prices was simply a means to keep customers around a bit longer. He found joy in the lively banter, even if it led to heated negotiations. It was certainly better than being alone in silence. Yet deep inside, he was acutely aware that he was merely an old man selling goods. Sensing old man Qian's despondency, Lin Yuyu casually left a parting remark. See you tomorrow, old Qian. That simple phrase rekindled a spark of hope in the old man's weary eyes. That spark was called expectation. In the following weeks, Lin Yuyu led an extraordinarily regimented life. Rising at 3 in the morning to fetch water, she would venture out with her neighbor around 4 to forage. Honing her survival skills in the wilderness by noon, she would find a place to rest and engage in culinary exploration of wasteland delicacies with her neighbor. Simultaneously satisfying her hunger, in the afternoons, they would part ways to attend to their individual tasks. Liu Qingyu focused on his endeavors, while Lin Yuyu utilized that time to accumulate points. Occasionally, she would sell glowing mushrooms and various natural foods to the old man. And at other times, she would visit different shops to gauge the market. After all, one should not put all their eggs in one basket. During her spare time, she conducted comparative experiments to uncover the reasons behind the fluctuations in radiation levels of the seafood she had previously collected. After half a month of painstaking research, she indeed discovered the cause. That it turned out that the glowing mushrooms in the cave were constantly emitting radiation. Although the levels were exceedingly low, they were sufficient to affect other items, causing their radiation levels to rise. Lin Yuyu speculated that the seafood she had found by the seaside was likely sourced from the boundary between high and medium radiation zones, which explained why they had transformed from low to high radiation after a brief stay in the cave. Of course, her discovery was not due to exceptional intelligence or luck. It was simply that she had finally amassed enough points to install an advanced radiation detector on her intermediate terminal. With the ability to see specific radiation values, identifying the cause became a straightforward task. It is worth mentioning that the process for determining the edibility of food on the island is quite complex, requiring measurements of the radioactive nuclide content in food, as well as the changes in quality induced by ionizing radiation, among other factors to facilitate identification for the islanders. The authorities simplified this series of measurements into basic numerical values and categorized all items into 3 groups. Low radiation, 0 to 20 RLV. Medium radiation, 20 to 50 RLV, and high radiation, 50 to 100 RLV, for ease of everyday use. However, upon acquiring the advanced radiation detector, Lin Yuyu discovered that there was indeed a category beyond high radiation, ultra-high radiation, 100 RLV. It even contained a string of communication codes. Lin Yuyu couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't it said that there was no signal in the wilderness? What use was a notification? After some light-hearted sarcasm, she dismissed the matter from her mind and continued her quest for wealth. Chapter 25. Once again under surveillance, the points Lin Yuyu had accumulated from selling goods, after exchanging for the advanced radiation detector, dwindled to just over 5,000. While it was not a substantial sum, it provided her with a newfound sense of security in her survival on the island. At the very least, she no longer had to worry about going hungry if she failed to gather food. The tension that had gripped her since her arrival began to loosen. Unlike the original owner, who was still young and cautious while guarding such a treasure trove, Lin Yuyu had experienced the complexities of society and understood the principle that the bold thrive while the timid perish. Furthermore, she was not afraid of radiation and did not need to tread as carefully as the original owner. With her current rate of earning, accumulating 100,000 points within the next 2 or 3 years to purchase a ticket to the larger island before the 9 to 22 islands succumbed to flooding was no longer an unattainable dream. Thus, Lin Yuyu visibly relaxed, both physically and mentally. Her mood improved, her life became more structured, and she gradually gained some weight, shedding the emaciated appearance she had initially possessed. However, her newfound ease and joy drew the ire of certain individuals. The ones fixated on Lin Yuyu were none other than the Li brothers, with whom she had crossed paths before. lacking funds for medical treatment and unable to ascertain the cause of his ailment. His brother forbade him from foraging in the wilderness, insisting he rest at home, which left him feeling quite gloomy. Growing weary of staying indoors, he wandered aimlessly around the safe zone until he stumbled upon Lin Yuyu, who appeared carefree and untroubled on the road. After observing her for 2 or 3 days, Li Duokai excitedly approached Li Duoshan to share his findings. "Brother, I've figured out Lin Yuyun's movements." To be fair, Lin Yuyu had been quite cautious in her actions, but some were specifically targeting her. As an ordinary person without professional training, she was vulnerable, and it was inevitable that someone would discover her whereabouts. Li Duoshan sighed in exasperation. Why are you stalking her again? Even the boss wouldn't dare to provoke her. Why would we? His younger brother certainly had a talent for creating trouble. One must admit. It was a beautiful misunderstanding. The boss and his crew were simply too lazy to make a fuss over a small sum of money. They were unwilling, not afraid, as Li Duoshan and his brother believed. Li Duokai, indignant, retorted, "She caused us so much suffering. Are we just going to let her get away with it? Let her frolic freely out there?" Initially, Li Duokai had not attributed their misfortunes to Lin Yuyu, aware of his own actions. However, under his brotherly Duoshan's subtle persuasion, he gradually came to believe that their dire circumstances were the fault of Lin Yuyu. She must pay for it with her life and possessions. Li Duoshan lowered his gaze, suppressing his impatience. "What do you propose we do?" Li Duokai paced in place, pondering for a while before suggesting, "Let us leak the information about Lin Yuyu being wealthy and alone. I refuse to believe no one will be tempted. It must be said that some tasks are best left to professionals. A novice will only lead to disaster." After following Lin Yuyu for a few days, Li Duokai had noted her frequent solitary visits to buildings 9 and 5, mistakenly believing he had uncovered her entire routine, thinking she was always alone. But by doing so, wouldn't Lin Yuyu's points simply be snatched away by others? What benefit would that bring to the two brothers? If I can't have it, neither will Lin Yuyu. I will shatter her peaceful existence and watch her despair. Li Duoshan regarded his increasingly deranged brother with a slight shake of his head. Discreetly adding a high-radiation wild vegetable into the batch of greens he intended for his brother. "Forget about that for now. Go cook these vegetables that I'll discard the remaining inedible ones. Why not save them for sale?" "No, I'm keeping them to nourish you." "Thanks, brother. You're so good to me that in truth, these wild vegetables were less nutritious than the nutrient solution, but his brother preferred to go without money rather than deprive him of sustenance. As someone who had received such care, Li Duokai could hardly refuse this gesture. Moreover, he was accustomed to his brother's unconditionally good treatment. Trusting his brother implicitly, Li Duokai did not bother to test the wild vegetables again and obediently took them to prepare a meal. He felt immensely grateful for his brother's kindness, who not only handled his chores, but also saved the hard-earned food for him. He was deeply touched and vowed to reciprocate the kindness in the future. "What are you saying, brother? I'm always thinking of you. Hurry and eat, or it'll get cold and one tea tastes as good. And no need, I'll just have some nutrient solution. Just a few sips. You should eat it all, that don't skimp on your health, especially when you're unwell." In order to deal with his troublesome younger brother, Li Duoshan was willing to make considerable sacrifices. "All right, brother, do remember to drink a few more sips. You have worked hard lately." As for the feelings Li Da harbored towards Lier, the latter was oblivious, and outsiders were even less informed. However, Lier's little maneuvers did not escape the keen eyes of certain individuals. Long before Lier set his sights on Lin Yuyu, those under Boss Lin had already observed his actions. "Boss, the Li brothers have set their sights on Lin Yuyu again. Let them keep an eye on it." Boss Lin replied. "Are we not going to stop them?" asked the subordinate. "Why should we interfere in their affairs? What does it have to do with us? If I recall correctly, didn't the boss previously mention that we should fatten them up before reaping the benefits? But isn't Lin Yuyu our prized lamb? We can't let others take the advantage. That was then. We've already taken our share. It's no longer worth the trouble. If others wish to take advantage, let them." The subordinate, lacking insight, was fixated on trivial gains, unaware that Boss Lin had already shifted his focus. "Enough of that. Focus on someone else for me. I'll send the target's information to your terminal shortly. Remember to be discreet and avoid attracting attention in our line of work. Having too many rivals is unwise. A moment's carelessness could lead to unforeseen consequences. Amidst the external turmoil, Lin Yuyu remained entirely unaware. She retrieved ingredients she had been saving for quite some time, intending to prepare a hot pot next door. Her own space was a small single room, while her neighbor's was a two-bedroom suite. Therefore, when it came time for communal dining, she usually preferred to go to Lu Qingyu's place for convenience. In no time, she stepped into the kitchen and indeed spotted Lu Qingyu's figure. "Hey, Qingyu, could you explain why you decided to stir-fry the fish and lamb together?" Chapter 26. Sometimes talented, sometimes inept, I heard that fish and lamb can be boiled together, Lu Qingyu said, lowering his head to offer a smile to Xiao Yuyu, but instead found her staring stiffly at the pot. Momentarily flustered, "It should taste quite fresh, really," Lin Yuyu replied, gritting her teeth. What confidence did Lu Qingyu possess, believing that with their novice culinary skills, they could create a dish devoid of any fishy or gamey flavors? Moreover, he was stir-frying, not boiling. Who on earth combines lamb and fish in a stir-fry without a hint of ginger, garlic, or scallions? Besides, that was meant for her hot pot sashimi. Lu Qingyu, sensing the atmosphere, inquired, Do you not enjoy this way of cooking?" Clearly, this pairing did not sit well with her. Yet, how could she tell he had concocted something unsuitable without even tasting it? It must be said, Lu Qingyu's perspective of Lin Yuyu was heavily tinted by a protective lens. He turned off the stove, dished out the food, and then took a bite with chopsticks. I think it's not bad. You give it a try. You might just like it," with the morsel presented her lips. Lin Yuyu had no choice but to take a bite, her mind exploding with confusion. What on earth? Is this a face I must maintain? Swallowing the meat without revealing her true feelings, she forced a smile at Lu Qingyu. His eyes sparkled. "Do you like it?" Lin Yuyu shook her head vigorously, maintaining her composure. "All right, I won't stir-fry them together next time." Lin Yuyu had to concede that Lu Qingyu sometimes displayed remarkable talent. Whenever she indicated her disapproval, he would refrain from repeating the same dish. It was evident that he truly cared for her. However, could he not be so eager to experiment with new recipes? Without a doubt, Lu Qingyu possessed exceptional learning abilities. After observing a dish once, he could replicate it perfectly, often surpassing the flavor of Lin Yuyu's own demonstrations. Furthermore, he had an impressive talent for drawing connections and innovating. However, he learned his culinary skills from Lin Yuyu, who was merely a novice in basic home cooking. The repertoire she could impart to Lu Qingyu was rather limited. Moreover, Lu Qingyu hailed from the sea, possessing his unique insights on ingredients. This often led to his creative culinary endeavors, resulting in dishes that left Lin Yuyu, accustomed to steamed, stir-fried, and boiled meals, bewildered. In her view, his eclectic pairings bordered on dark cuisine. Yet, on occasion, he could indeed craft dishes with surprisingly delightful flavors, leading her to perceive them as peculiar habits and specialties of the Wasteland, faced with the current dish, which boasted both fishiness and gaminess. Lin Yuyu took a deep breath. "You've already worked hard enough sourcing ingredients. Let me handle the cooking next time." She desired simplicity in her meals. Lu Qingyu shook his head. "It's no trouble for me. As long as I have hands, sourcing ingredients is easy. Don't worry." As he spoke, he gently guided Lin Yuyu out of the kitchen, maintaining his precarious facade. "If you didn't enjoy that dish, no worries. I have prepared others tailored to your tastes. Please sit outside and enjoy your terminal. The meal will be ready shortly." Lin Yuyu, taken aback, called out just before being ushered out, "1 or 2 dishes will suffice. No need for too many variations. We still need to prepare for the hot pot." "Understood," Lu Qingyu replied. "See, this is the attitude. Who could possibly blame someone with such a demeanor? The dishes were the fruits of his labor. Even if they didn't turn out well, he would consume them himself, ensuring no food went to waste, leaving others with no grounds for complaint. Ahem, back to the matter at hand. With the help of his appendages, completing several dishes within a matter of minutes was a breeze. The dishes are ready. Come and taste them. Let me know if you like them." Upon surveying the table laden with soy sauce wild vegetables, steamed wild vegetables, stir-fried wild vegetables, lamb stew with wild vegetables, steamed lamb, and stir-fried lamb, Lin Yuyu felt as though something had suddenly sprung up on her forehead, throbbing incessantly. Why are there so many dishes today? Are we not living modestly? Furthermore, the ingredients were merely wild vegetables and lamb. For just the two of them, was it truly necessary to prepare such an extravagant feast? And where was her fish? Lin Yuyu's plans for a simple meal combined with hot pot were dashed upon seeing the table overflowing with dishes. Clearly, Lu Qingyu was intent on preventing her from enjoying the hot pot, which she found simple, delicious, and convenient. Yiyu, don't worry. Enjoy your meal that I can always forage for more ingredients afterward. Lu Qingyu reassured her, if you keep this up, I might suspect that the area outside the safe zone is your backyard. Lin Yuyu retorted, I just worry about wasting food. You needn't concern yourself with that. No matter how much is left, I can finish it all without waste. The two sat at the table, eating and chatting. After consuming half a plate of wild vegetables and half a plate of lamb, Lin Yuyu felt satisfied. Oh, did I mention that they used rather large plates, around 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter? Seeing Lu Qingyu piling more and more onto his bowl after she had set her chopsticks down. Determined to eat until there was nothing left, Lin Yuyu felt compelled to interject. If you truly can't eat anymore, it's all right. You don't want to harm your health. Her earlier concern about waste was merely a polite expression. She wasn't genuinely worried about not finishing the food. This was the Wasteland, where leftovers could be saved for the next meal without issue. No one would complain. Thus, there was no need to force-feed oneself. Listening to her, she feared being reprimanded by outsiders for her words. Lin Yuyu's thoughts were lost on Lu Qingyu. He merely interpreted her concern as genuine. Rest assured, I won't harm my health. He usually restrained himself in front of Lin Yuyu. His true appetite far exceeded what he displayed, or else he wouldn't need to make occasional trips to the sea. Though Lin Yuyu's concern may not have been of much use, it brought genuine happiness to Lu Qingyu, who rarely experienced such care from others. In his mind, he reflected on how the fish he had previously cared for never expressed such concern for him. Little Yuyu is truly thoughtful. If any other fish from his clan were to hear Lu Qingyu's thoughts, they would undoubtedly find them absurd. Did he truly need the attention of those lesser beings? Only someone like Lin Yuyu, who was unaware, would view him as an ordinary human deserving of care. Lu Qingyu felt that as Lin Yuyu began to show concern for him, their relationship had progressed further. If they advanced even more, he could contemplate revealing his true identity to her. Upon becoming acquainted with each other's identities, he felt it was appropriate to take Xiaoyu to more perilous locales for her training, to enhance her innate abilities, rather than merely allowing her to exercise her human form in the vicinity as she currently did. After finishing his meal, Lu Qingyu sat pensively at the table, contemplating the opportune moment to present the gift he had prepared. He had heard from humans that when relationships deepen, gifts are traditionally exchanged. Thus, he had meticulously prepared a token of affection, awaiting the right opportunity to bestow it upon Zhu. However, before Lu Qingyu could finalize his thoughts, Lin Yu's subsequent remarks shattered his impulse to unveil the gift. How's your points accumulation going? Have you saved enough for a boat ticket? The moment he heard this, Lu Qingyu's heart sank. It seemed he had exhausted his points. Chapter 27. The Perilous Minion, whether it be for purchasing a boat ticket or for living on the island. A reserve of points is essential for unforeseen circumstances. Yet Lu Qingyu considered points to be mere tokens of exchange utilized by humans, devoid of intrinsic value, and felt no compulsion to invest excessive effort into accumulating them. Moreover, what posed a significant challenge for others, the inter-island dilemma, was merely a matter of swimming faster or slower for him. Thus, he had never entertained the notion of saving points for boat tickets. Typically, he only exchanged as many points as he intended to spend. Presently, he worried that Zhou might refuse his gift upon discovering this, so he evasively responded, "Points? I haven't accumulated much, perhaps just enough." Alas, it appeared today was not an auspicious time to present gifts. "Well, soon you'll be able to attend the auction banquet. How delightful! There must be an abundance of delectable treats there." Lu Qingyu replied, "Perhaps, maybe." Lu Qingyu was likely unaware of how transparent his guilt was. So much so that even Lin Yuyu, who rarely discerned the emotions of others, could perceive it. Drawing from her understanding of adolescence, Lin Yuyu speculated that Lu Qingyu had hardly saved any points. Hence his evident unease when questioned. Consequently, she intensified her encouragement, subtly suggesting he accumulate more points. "What sorts of items do you think will be auctioned at the banquet, if you intend to attend? Shouldn't you prepare more points?" Lu Qingyu recalled the spatial button he had acquired through coercion and persuasion, which he believed was connected to some auction. He had heard that there would be rare items not commonly found outside. As for whether he needed to prepare additional points, previously, when he lacked sufficient points, the other party had allowed him to exchange, so it seemed he need not prepare excessively, right? Who told you that? Lin Yuyu inquired. Lu Qingyu shyly smiled. I heard it from a friend. Yes, a friend. Lin Yuyu confirmed without a doubt that it was not a friend. She nearly burst into laughter. That's wonderful. I too wish to go. I have yet to see what an auction is like. This comment served as a diversion, though it also reflected Lin Yuyu's aspirations. During her time on Blue Star, she had longed to witness the legendary auction, yet had never found the opportunity. Now it felt tantalizingly within reach. With this thought, Lin Yuyu turned to Lu Qingyu and inquired whether companions were allowed at the auction banquet. If so, could you take me with you? I would love to experience it. Perhaps after the evening banquet, Lu Qingyu would need to depart by boat. Having dined together for over half a month, the prospect of separation was indeed disheartening. Lin Yuyu desired to be his companion, while Lu Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment for pretending to have money when he was, in fact, penniless. Although accumulating points was effortless for him, he currently had none to his name. What if, when the banquet commenced, he found himself unable to enter due to insufficient points? Would he be profoundly disappointed? Matters among humans cannot always be resolved through sheer force. While others might make an exception for him once, they could easily do so repeatedly. Thus, he felt it unwise to act similarly in front of Xiao, as it would set a poor example. Xiao, we should set off, coming just a moment. After a night without sleep, coupled with the tedious nature of foraging, Lu Qingyu reclined within the thicket and dozed off. Meanwhile, Lin Yuyu excitedly navigated through the underbrush with her terminal in hand. She had spent several points the previous night to purchase a field guide on wild vegetables and fruits, and was presently engrossed in matching the images on her terminal with various specimens on the ground, thoroughly enjoying herself. Each time she identified a plant and learned of its value, it felt as though a swarm of coins was beckoning to her, engendering an inexplicable sense of joy and accomplishment that was utterly addictive. This led Lin Yuyu to become increasingly engrossed, and before she realized it, she had wandered far from Lu Qingyu.To, an outsider arriving later. It appeared to be a solitary young girl aimlessly wandering through the woods. Brother Qi, isn't that Lin Yuyu, as mentioned by Lier? Most likely that I feel she looks a bit different, thinner than Lier described. Compared to Lier, who isn't thin, I bet he harbors a grudge against her, painting her as both fat and wealthy. If he hadn't said that, would you have come? A group of 4 or 5 ragged men lurked not far from the thicket, discussing Lin Yuyu in hushed tones, believing their voices were barely audible. However, Lu Qingyu, who was napping nearby, overheard every word. Lu Qingyu opened his eyes and coldly directed his gaze toward their hiding place. Lier? Remaining motionless, Lu Qingyu initially intended to leave the matter for Xiao to handle, but it seemed prudent to resolve it swiftly instead. Their incessant meddling had become quite irksome. So, what shall we do? Shall we act? Yes, you two go from that side, and we will encircle them from this side. As they prepare to charge out, a sudden chill gripped their ankles, followed by a dizzying sensation that left them unconscious almost instantly. Lu Qingyu hesitated between completely dealing with the group and teaching them a lesson, but then he heard Lin Yuyu's startled exclamation. Immediately, he pivoted and rushed toward her. For now, I shall spare you. But I hope you possess the wisdom to discern whom to trouble upon awakening. Otherwise, next time, Lin Yuyu's exuberant voice rang out again. Lu Qingyu. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingyu appeared behind Lin Yuyu, asking, What is it, Xiao? Lin Yuyu excitedly grabbed Lu Qingyu's arm and pointed to a vast expanse of grass ahead. Look, this entire patch is filled with crane grass. We're going to strike it rich. However, in that moment, Lu Qingyu noticed the wound on her hand. Pressing his lips together, he grasped Lin Yu's hand, visibly displeased. Your hand is bleeding. Lin Yuyu waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just a little scrape from a fall.To. Discover something like this from a mere fall is worth it, don't you think? Lin Yuyu mused inwardly. As she spoke, she bent down to pluck the grass. But in an instant, Lu Qingyu yanked her back. He led Lin Yuyu to the shade of a large tree, unfolding a small stool he had brought. You sit here obediently while I dig it out for you to test. Seeing Lu Qingyu's serious demeanor, Lin Yuyu relented. All right, fine. Thus, each of them took on the task of either foraging or testing, diligently working in the forest until nearly dusk. The group of men whom Lu Qingyu had knocked out and left on the ground began to stir awake. Chapter 28. Li Er's self-entanglement. As the men regained consciousness, they discovered their bodies adorned with bruises and aches, every movement accompanied by sharp pangs of pain, reminiscent of having been thoroughly beaten. Supporting one another, they rose, simmering with anger that I vaguely saw a figure. After they took us down, Lin Yuyu called for them, and then I blacked out. After that, I have no recollection that so. It was Lin Yuyu's companion who did this to us. Damn it, who said Lin Yuyu was a solitary weakling? Clearly, there are skilled individuals covertly protecting her, and yet she is still deemed weak. That was Li Er's assertion. Damn it, have we been used as pawns? That evening, Li Duoshun happened to be out, while Li Duokai, having recovered somewhat, lay in bed, cursing and grumbling. Upon noticing Brother Qi and the others burst into his room, Li Duokai redirected his frustration toward them. Seizing a stool beside his bed and hurling it at them, bang! This startled Li Duokai, igniting a fresh wave of fury. Lier, instead of apologizing for our beating, you dare to take it out on us? Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, I, Qi Fuchen, will change my surname. Brothers attack. A cacophony of noise erupted in the dilapidated shelter, audible even to neighboring houses. Initially, the group merely intended to teach Li Duokai a lesson, not to seriously harm him, but they soon discovered that despite his imposing stature, Li Duokai was surprisingly fragile. After only a few blows, he spat blood and collapsed, gasping for breath. A few individuals stood in speechless disbelief. Considering that, given Li Duotsai's current state, even if he were not to meet his demise at their hands today, it was likely that others would finish the job on another occasion. Should he indeed perish, it would be a death well-deserved. Witnessing Li Duokai still possessing the strength to retort, their hearts calmed, their hands steadied, and they felt no urgency to depart, instead donning faces full of mockery as they loomed by the door. Gazing at Li Duokai sprawled on the ground. Look at you, such a pitiful wretch. How strong could your brother possibly be? One sneered. Perhaps your brother has truly abandoned you. Otherwise, why hasn't he returned home at this hour? Another chimed in. You might just be a burden in his eyes. Without you, he might have saved enough to buy a ticket off this island long ago. They continued to hurl taunts at Li Duokai, their words a frenzied barrage. Upon hearing their remarks, the previously unfocused gaze of Li Duokai sharpened with anger as he glared at them. Impossible! My brother would never abandon me. You are all lying. Get lost? Just go. Oh, you say to leave. So we shall. The speaker, intending to deliver another retort, was interrupted as a companion tugged at his sleeve. Then someone muttered under their breath, Let's go. There's no point in arguing with a half-dead person. Before departing, they could not resist leaving a final cutting remark. Humph. We'll let you off today, but next time, you'll regret it. In truth, Li Duokai had long since exhausted his strength, his breath shallow and labored. He could not fathom what sustained him, compelling him to hold on, eyes wide open, refusing to succumb. Perhaps it was a refusal to yield to their expectations, a desire not to appear weak in their presence, or a need to convince them that his brother would never forsake him. He felt that if he let his guard down, he would truly be lost. He found it hard to part with this home. Li Duokai met his end without ever doubting Li Duoshun, never believing that his brother would abandon him. Ignoring the chaos strewn across the ground, he approached the still form of Li Duokai, crouched down, and gently shook his shoulder. Brother, are you asleep? Li Duokai, as usual, offered no response, yet for reasons unknown, this time an overwhelming sadness welled in Li Duoshun's heart, tears unbidden pooling in his eyes. After all, this was the younger brother he had grown up with, the child he had raised almost single-handedly. He had never wished for his life to be taken so soon, even when he learned of the island's impending demise. When he discovered that their points were insufficient to purchase a ticket, even when Li Duokai constantly got into trouble, drawing ire from those they should not have angered and costing them all their points. He had never genuinely desired his brother's demise. It was Li Yu유's own greed that led to this calamity. It was not his fault. He had brought this upon himself. Even if Li Yuyu concocted 100 rationalizations in his mind, he could not erase the reality that he had killed Li Yuyu. Yet he could redirect his anger. He could blame others, placing the burden of guilt squarely on their shoulders. That night, he dug a grave over a meter deep in the yard and placed Li Yuyu within. As he covered the body with dirt, he spoke softly to Li Yuyu. Rest assured, I will soon bring Lin Yuyu to keep you company. You won't be alone down there for long. Indeed, Li Yuyu ultimately attributed his brother's death to Lin Yuyu. He believed that it was Lin Yuyu's return from the dead that had led both him and Li Yuyu into the woods. It was Lin Yuyu who had left behind half a roasted chicken, tempting Li Yuyu into indulgence, leaving him weak and vulnerable. Lin Yuyu's good fortune was the reason Li Yuyu had clung to him, ultimately leading to his brutal end. He entirely overlooked the fact that it was his constant lamentations about their financial struggles that had driven Li Yuyu to take desperate actions, leading him astray. He also forgot that his daily complaints had instilled a hatred of Lin Yuyu in Li Yuyu, pushing him to seek revenge. Ultimately, the brothers' descent into this dire situation could not be blamed on anyone but themselves. Yet Li Yuyu would never cast blame upon himself. Had Lin Yuyu been aware of these circumstances, she would undoubtedly find it utterly unreasonable, questioning what it had to do with her. Yet sometimes, when others seek to harm you, they can conjure countless justifications without any necessity for genuine wrongdoing. Chapter 29. The storm approaches on a certain night a few days later. The sky rumbled with deep, resounding thunder. Lin Yuyu peered out of the small window of her rented room. Dark clouds roiled above, intermittently flashing with blue and purple light. A grand spectacle, yet the rain remained elusive. After observing for a moment, she opened her terminal once more, finding no alerts, and could not help but scoff. What is the point of all this thunder if it doesn't rain? Who are they trying to scare? As if in response to her words, the heavens suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour, drenching the window sill in an instant. In the next moment, someone closed the window, trapping the rain outside, which could only angrily beat against the glass, creating a cacophony of sound. What a downpour, Lin Yuyu mused. Just as she finished her thought, she froze, suddenly realizing, oh no, I forgot to close the window at Lu Qingyu's place. True to her fears, upon securing her own windows and returning, she found the floor in front of Lu Qingyu's window already soaked. The thunder outside had seemingly ceased, leaving only the sound of raindrops pattering against the metal roof. How adorable, Lin Yuyu remarked, observing a creature. But what does it mean when it bubbles? Is it hungry? I fed it this afternoon, didn't I? Can I feed it again? She was uncertain. Suddenly, a pungent odor reached her nostrils, reminiscent of gasoline mingled with nail polish. Yet before Lin Yuyu could discern its source, thick smoke seeped through the cracks of her door, bringing with it an even more acrid scent. Tentatively, she reached for the doorknob. It was cool to the touch. She swiftly grasped it, opening the door just wide enough to peek outside. The corridor was engulfed in thick smoke, particularly around the entrance of room 312, where a pile of burning debris blocked the way. It seemed doused in some liquid, glimmering ominously in the firelight. The obstruction at the entrance of room 312 not only thwarted the escape of its occupants, but also prevented all residents beyond it, including Lin Yuyu, who was currently sheltering in room 314, from fleeing down the hallway. This glaringly targeted barrier weighed heavily on Lin Yuyu's heart. What deity have I offended now? Realizing escape was impossible, she quickly secured the door to room 314, rushing to the bathroom to grab a basin filled with water and a towel. After soaking Lu Qingyu's towel, she wedged it into the gap beneath the door. Once the door was secured, Lin Yuyu began pouring the water from the basin onto the door, bit by bit. When the water ran out, she dashed to the window, opened it, and set the basin on the windowsill. With a dwindling water supply at home, the downpour outside was fortuitous. She pondered what to say, whether to be grateful for the storm or relieved that the arsonist was foolish enough to ignite a fire in such weather. Unfortunately, the front door, thoroughly soaked, ignited under the combined assault of the flames and intense heat, while explosions and shouts echoed from below. What exploded? Is there a fire elsewhere in the building? Lin Yuyu hurried to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulling open the glass door and braving the rain as she stepped onto the balcony. Through the curtain of rain, she gazed out at the safety zone, which was typically cloaked in darkness at night, now illuminated with a fiery glow. Several spots were ablaze, and she realized that no one would arrive to extinguish the flames anytime soon. She could not remain inside any longer. She had to find a way to save herself. Peering through the balcony-esque security bars, she saw a crowd gathered outside on the first floor, shouting towards the building that a quick survey revealed a figure dangling from a second-floor balcony, attempting to lower themselves. While several individuals on the ground were vigorously trying to break through the security bars on the windows, it appeared that not only was she trapped, but so were those on the second and first floors. Did the arsonist harbor a grudge against everyone in the building? Lin Yuyu turned her gaze towards the window of room 312, the only window in that room, noting that the lock on the escape window was rusted. Had she still been inside room 312, she would likely have been desperately trying to break through the escape window. Letting out a sigh, she reflected that had it not been for the rain, she might have faced grave danger that night. However, her situation was hardly better now. As the fire was encroaching, with no choice left, she resolved to emulate the individual who had descended from the second-floor balcony. She dashed into the kitchen, retrieving a pair of scissors. The bedsheet was too flimsy for her to cut, fearing it would tear under strain, so she simply split the duvet cover down the middle. With these 3 strips of fabric, she tied them together, twisting them into a rope over 5 meters long, securing one end firmly to the security bars on the balcony. In doing so, she wasted another half-meter. But it was essential to ensure a secure tie. If the rope slipped, the danger would be far greater. The escape window in Lin Yuyu's room bore no lock, merely secured with wire, which could be easily undone. Lin Yuyu exerted herself to open the escape window, peering out to assess how to descend. Upon looking down, she froze. The balcony directly below was already flickering with the ominous glow of flames. She had to prepare for the worst. In the frenzied search for a rope, Lin Yuyu, in her haste, seemingly caught sight of a black coat within the confines of a cupboard. Perhaps if she soaked it and donned it, it would offer some protection against the flames. Thus, she hastily dashed into Lin Yuyu's bedroom, retrieved one of the 2 garments belonging to him, and as she slipped it on, she sprinted towards the balcony. As she traversed the living room, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of pink, prompting her to curse under her breath before veering into the kitchen, where she seized a ladle and rushed to the fish tank in the living room. At that moment, the fire had already engulfed the entire space, flames dancing wildly across the room. Even the table beneath the fish tank was ablaze. Chapter 30. The wailing horn. There was an overwhelming sensation of narrowly escaping death. However, after this fleeting moment, Lin Yu gazed at the ladle in her hand, her head swirling with frustration. Heavens, how am I to bring you down? Clever girl, though she harbored no fear of heights. Clutching the warm security bars while precariously balanced on the railing, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet, time was of the essence. The flames were rapidly encroaching upon the balcony, with her hands gripping the makeshift rope of bed sheets tightly. She summoned her courage and leaned over the balcony, pressing her feet against the outer wall, inching down the rope little by little. As she neared the second-floor balcony, she steeled her resolve, pushed off with her legs, and let go of the rope, soaring outward in a graceful free fall. Feeling the bedsheet rope slip several meters from her grasp, Lin Yuyu hastily tightened her fists, gripping the rope firmly. In the next instant, she was yanked violently against the outer wall of the ground floor. With a thud, her feet went numb, yet she found herself suspended 3 to 4 meters above the ground. The bedsheet rope was nearing its end, and the flames had already begun to lick at it. There was no room for hesitation. Lin Yuyu cursed the arsonist in her heart. If I find out which fool did this, I will make them experience the horrors of this night. Fueled by rage, she felt an invincible bravery surge within her, releasing her grip and leaping down. Fortunately, over the past half-month, she had diligently completed all the physical training tasks assigned by Lin Yuyu. Her current physical condition and reflexes allowing her to land safely and soundly. However, as she stood up, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle slightly. Nonetheless, as the searing heat of the air behind her enveloped her, She paid no heed to her injury and dashed toward the open ground. Survival was paramount. Liu Qingyu's coat was somewhat water-resistant, serving as a makeshift raincoat, sparing her from the brunt of the deluge. Yet as the rain fell, the pockets of the coat gradually filled with water, eliciting a mixture of laughter and tears. The safety zone tonight was particularly tumultuous. Just outside Building 5, numerous voices were raised in anguished cries and wails, mourning for lives, possessions, or the homes they had lost. Lin Yuyu, fortunate to have escaped with her life, stood silently under the eaves, observing the chaos. Though her palm had been burned red by the scorching fish tank through the fabric, she was relieved to find no blisters forming. Otherwise, she would be lamenting not only the heat but also the pain, just as Lin Yu thought the night's turmoil had subsided and sought a place to rest. Unexpected calamities struck. Heart-wrenching screams erupted from the periphery of the safety zone, interspersed with frantic shouts. Help! A mutated beast has entered the safety zone. Run! Lin Yu turned her gaze toward the outer perimeter of the safety zone, where she immediately spotted the towering water wall. A tsunami! The tsunami is coming! The tsunami is coming! Clearly, those around her had also noticed the unfolding chaos, and pandemonium ensued. Some shouted, some ran, and others fled in desperation. But where could one escape to? Lin Yuyu continually refreshed the interface on her terminal, her heart sinking as she observed the unchanged screen, muttering curses. It seems the internet was severed with the thunder. They have no intention of caring for our safety. How splendid! My boat, the one I just built. Oh no, it's been burned just like that. All gone. The intermittent sound of weeping caught Lin Yuyu's attention. She looked down to see a resident from the second floor of Building 5, crouched and sobbing uncontrollably. Alas, we are all wretched souls. However, the mention of a boat sparked a thought in Lin Yuyu's mind. Every year, as autumn transitioned into winter, inter-island ferries would arrive to rescue people. She wondered if they had arrived this year. If so, perhaps some could be saved. Yet, she was uncertain whether points could still be redeemed at this time. Never mind, there were no ifs. Her points were far from sufficient, and relying on the goodwill of others seemed futile. It would be better to look for driftwood instead. Where was Liu Qingyu now? Was he safe? Amid the chaos before her, Lin Yuyu felt a disarray in her heart, momentarily lost as to where to go next. On the other side, thousands of kilometers away in the deep sea near Islands 9 to 22, Liu Qingyu was impatiently tossing off the tentacles clinging to him, one of which was still grasping a humanoid figure, swinging it by the neck. Without a word, he discarded the creature and swiftly swam towards Island 9 to 22. Although Lu Ning was still young, he was rarely challenged by anything. The fact that he had sent a distress signal indicated a significant problem had arisen that he could not resolve alone. When Liu Qingyu finally arrived at Island 9-22, he was met with devastation. The tsunami had ravaged the island, submerging even the highest safety zone. The building they had previously occupied, Building 5, was nowhere to be found. Liu Qingyu felt a pang of regret. Having spent all his time with Yuyu, he and T considered upgrading his terminal, now leaving him unable to contact anyone. However, even if he had a mid-tier terminal now, it would be useless. The safety zone was nearly gone, and the local network had long ceased to function. He could only continuously send out signals, attempting to reach Lu Ning while risking exposure. Searching the island from top to bottom for traces of Yuyu and Lu Ning, unaware they were waiting for him just a dozen kilometers offshore. Chapter 31. Interrupting the spell, if one were to consider where the most boats were on the island, it would undoubtedly be the eastern coast. But with the tsunami approaching, running towards the coast was hardly a wise decision. Where else might there be escape vessels? Lin Yuyu appeared calm as she pondered these issues. Yet her hand trembled uncontrollably as she scrolled through her personal terminal's local map, causing the water in her pocket to quiver as well. In her pocket, Lu Ning wished to comfort the anxious Lin Yuyu, but hesitated to speak due to Liu Qingyu's prior instructions. Instead, he extended a tentacle to gently pat the area over her heart, soothing its rapid beating. This was advice he had learned from Xiaolin during their time together. One must cherish their own wife. In Liu Qingyu's eyes, both Lin Yuyu and he were akin to adorable younglings. However, he believed girls should be pampered while boys should be trained, which accounted for the differences in his demeanor towards them. It was not until Lin Yuyu observed the conspicuous building symbols on the map that she realized, aside from the coast, the administrative hall and various shops also housed boats. How could she have forgotten this? Clearly, she was too tense. The administrative hall displayed few visible supplies, and Lin Yuyu was uncertain of their hidden stock. Moreover, it was quite a distance from her current position. She promptly abandoned the idea of heading to the administrative hall and opted to check nearby shops instead. Upon reaching the nearest shop, she found it already teeming with people, the supplies within having been ransacked, the scene chaotic and intense. Lin Yu glanced at her petite frame and quickly turned to leave. Yet, after passing several shops, the situation remained the same. Even a store like Nan Wang's was not spared. Letting out a sigh, she lamented her slower reflexes compared to the islanders. Building 9 was eerily quiet. A stark contrast to the cacophony outside, as though they existed in two separate worlds. From the moment Lin Yuyu entered the building and ascended to the third floor, she had heard not a single sound. Upon reaching Nan Wang's, she found the shop cloaked in darkness, leading her to wonder whether the old man had received news and left early. Just then, her gaze caught a fleeting glimpse of an orange thread. There was someone inside. With a gentle nudge, the small door leading to the back residence swung open, revealing a passageway. As she ventured through, Lin Yuyu was met with a poignant scene that a small oil lamp cast a dim light over a 3-foot square area, illuminating a frail old man sitting at a table, cradling a photo frame. Lost in melancholic reverie, Lin Yuyu's heart ached as she looked out at the encroaching high wall, pondering, at such a time, was the old man still here, reminiscing about the past, forsaking his will to live? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to interrupt Elder Qian's contemplation. Old Qian. Elder Qian, my wife went missing during a tsunami. I searched for her for many years, scouring the surrounding islands, but to no avail. Where do you think she might be? Scoured the surrounding islands. Wait, old man, are you really that wealthy? But was this the right moment to voice such thoughts? Old Qian, are you not leaving? Leaving? Where would I go? Where else can I go? Without waiting for Lin Yu to respond, Old Qian continued, do you know, this house was specifically designed by me for my wife. When she first saw the blueprints, she was overjoyed, but before I could bring her here, she disappeared. I searched high and low and eventually found my way back here. Don't you think it's a sign from the heavens that she is waiting for me right here? From now on, I shall stay here with you, and I won't go anywhere else. What do you think? As Old Qian spoke, he turned and began to speak gently to the figure in the frame, causing Lin Yuyu to instinctively shiver. Old Qian, perhaps your wife is waiting for you somewhere else. Are you truly going to give up like this? I am old and weary. I can no longer endure such turmoil. He replied. Old Qian pulled out a terminal and a metallic clasp tied with a red string. This is all I possess. I gift it to you. You should leave. Lin Yuyu felt a surge of annoyance. Scratched her head, picked up the items on the table, and ran out without a word. The sorrow that had consumed Old Qian was instantly replaced by a wave of anger. What? You can't even spare a word of thanks before leaving. I never imagined you. Lin Yuyu will be such a person. I misjudged you. Seeing Lin Yuyu address him as old man instead of the respectful old Qian she usually used, Old Qian's fury erupted. He could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, You, Lin Yuyu, how could I have been so mistaken? I never anticipated you to be so. Before he could finish his tirade, someone thrust a life jacket onto him and shoved a terminal into his hands. Stop with the chatter. You know how to secure it, right? Do it yourself. I'm in a hurry. After saying this, Lin Yu disregarded the emotionally conflicted Old Qian and dashed into another room. Finally, in a storage room, she found a lifeboat. She hurried back to the living room and thrust the lifeboat into Old Qian's hands. You know how to use this, right? If you do, it's yours. Wait, why are you commanding me now? Old Qian protested. Lin Yuyu ignored him entirely, grabbed 2 waterproof bags and rushed to the shop outside, frantically stuffing them with water and nutrients. She also shoved anything edible or usable she could reach into the metallic clasp that Old Qian had just given her. Had she not seen Old Qian flaunt it before while selling mushrooms, she would have had no idea that this shiny clasp was a spatial button. How could Old Qian, who had everything, not wish to survive? It was infuriating. Before Old Qian gifted the clasp, it had already contained a fair amount of supplies, but now, After Lin Yuyu's frantic packing, it quickly filled to capacity and began to spill its contents. Lin Yuyu had no choice but to stop. She pouted, "It's not as miraculous as I imagined." Looking at the scattered supplies on the floor, she felt a pang of regret. It's all money. What a waste, truly a waste. Without further ado, she grabbed old Qian in the lifeboat and rushed towards the staircase. Wait! Wait! What are you doing? Old Qian exclaimed. Chapter 32. A gift full of surprises. Wait! What are you doing? Old Qian repeated. I'm taking you up the stairs to the rooftop, Lin Yuyu replied. Having been pulled out the door, old Qian's desire to wait for death at home faded, and he proactively suggested, hold on. Over there's an elevator, but the power's out. What good is an elevator? Lin Yuyu thought to herself, rolling her eyes. Old Qian, exasperated, shouted, there's a backup power supply. Are you foolish? At this rate, before they even reached the top, the tsunami would be upon them. Why bother climbing when they could just wait to perish? Ignoring old Qian's outburst, Lin Yuyu let go of him and followed closely behind. Racing towards the elevator, they arrived swiftly at the rooftop of Building 9. Upon reaching the top, Lin Yuyu immediately searched for a relatively safe corner, set down the lifeboat, and activated its automatic inflation switch. While she was securing the lifeboat, a few others arrived on the rooftop. Their gazes swept over Lin Yuyu and old Qian, then exchanged nods before quietly finding their own corners to secure their lifeboats. Noticing their lack of further action, Lin Yuyu decided not to pay them any more mind. After urging old Qian to climb into the lifeboat, she quickly followed suit, closing the canopy behind them. She glanced around but didn't see anything, so she thought to open the canopy to check outside, only to be interrupted by old Qian's voice. At this point, where do you intend to go? You mean this one? Lin Yuyu replied. Hey. Lin Yuyu sighed in relief. You scared me. I almost thought I lost it. The little girl struggled to care for herself, yet somehow had the luxury to take care of a pet. What a bother. Just a moment ago, he had been in despair, and it was this girl who recklessly pulled him along. Otherwise, he would probably still be waiting for death indoors. Lin Yuyu pulled a metallic clasp from her pocket, retrieving a plastic fish tank with a blue lid from within. She took the red string from the clasp and tossed it into old Qian's hands. Old Qian stared at the clasp in his hand for a moment before asking, Aren't you keeping it? This is a spatial button. It's quite valuable and rare, that I know. I just experienced it. It's nothing special, she replied. When old Qian was staring at the frame, Lin Yuyu couldn't help but glance down out of curiosity. She didn't catch much, but the bright golden clasp on the sleeve of the person in the photo caught her eye, making it hard to ignore. It seemed that this clasp held significant meaning for old Qian. Perhaps it was even a memento of his wife. That it wouldn't be appropriate for her to keep it so. She continued to express her thoughts. As for me, I would prefer one that spans hundreds or even thousands of square meters. Yours is just too small. With that, she pouted and shook her head, displaying an air of disdain that made old Qian feel disheartened. Hey, do you have any idea how expensive one that large would be? How expensive? For anything under 10 cubic meters, it's 10,000 per cubic meter. For anything above 10 cubic meters, each additional cubic meter doubles in price. He didn't want to undergo the ordeal of having her count on her fingers again. Once was enough for him. Lin Yuyu counted on her fingers, so 20 cubic meters would cost 300,000, 30 cubic meters would cost 500,000, and 100 cubic meters would be 1,900,000. Old Qian shook his head. That's not how you calculate it. Then how do you calculate it? Lin Yuyu demanded. Old Qian pulled out a sheet of plastic and a marker from the clasp, jotting down a series of numbers for her. 11, 10, 12, 12, 12, 10, 1, 2, 2, 1, 4, 13, 10, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 8. Lin Yuyu interrupted him. Okay, I get it. No need to write anymore. She took the paper from old Qian's hand, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into a crevice of the lifeboat, wishing to forget about it. So, do you now understand how much a spatial button that spans hundreds or thousands of square meters costs? I understand. Seeing Lin Yuyu's defeated expression, old Qian chuckled and reassured her, Don't be so downcast. The largest spatial button currently researched is only 30 cubic meters, and it can be acquired for around 100,000. Noticing a glimmer of hope in her eyes, he continued, However, the high cost is due to its scarcity. Even if you have the money, there's nowhere to buy one. Just then, the power went out. And old Qian found himself wanting to laugh at Lin Yuyu's ever-changing expressions that he suppressed his amusement. Now do you realize what you turned down? Lin Yuyu shook her head. I don't like golden accessories. Your clasp is too conspicuous. You should keep it for yourself. Old Qian said nothing further, stowing away the clasp. The two sat silently in the lifeboat, awaiting the impending tsunami. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lu Ning had quietly slipped out of Lin Yuyu's coat pocket while she was distracted. Collecting some of the supplies she had wanted to keep, but couldn't, that he stashed them in the spatial button belonging to Lu Qingyu. That if his great-uncle regarded spatial buttons as gifts, then he would treat these supplies as a welcome present. He had been pondering when the appropriate moment would arise to present the gift to Lin Yuyu, and it seemed that now was indeed the right time. I hope that upon receiving this gift-filled present, it brings you some joy. Lin Yuyu was taken aback. Is this for me? The earring looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the very earring she had seen with Lu Qingyu earlier, the one she had inquired about. Wondering why there was only one, Lu Ning extended a tentacle and gently tapped Lin Yuyu's palm, even drawing a small heart in her hand. Here you go. A little gift for you. Witnessing Lin Yuyu's joyful acceptance of the present, Lu Ning couldn't help but sway all of his tentacles with delight, particularly the one that had been curled up, hiding the gift beneath his head, which danced the most merrily. Tentacle. All the effort was not in vain. However, this warm atmosphere was short-lived, abruptly interrupted by the roaring waves of the sea. Chapter 33. Rescued yet captured a towering wall of water. Hundreds of meters high, descended with a thunderous force upon Island 9-22. In an instant, the entire island was engulfed in boundless seawater. Many islanders, caught off guard, were knocked unconscious by the surging waves and swept away, vanishing without a trace. The trees and buildings on the island were left unrecognizable after the onslaught of the tides. The lifeboat, which had been securely resting on the rooftop, was also propelled into the air by this immense force. Fortunately, the area used to secure the ropes remained sturdy, preventing Lin Yuyu and her companions from being swept off the high building by the waves, despite the lifeboat being equipped with handles and safety ropes to secure their bodies. Lin Yuyu and her companion were still disoriented from the earlier impact of the waves. After some time, Lin Yuyu finally regained her composure. Peering through the small window of the canopy, she saw that the deep blue sky had been replaced by the azure sea. The floating debris and increasingly oppressive air served as stark reminders that they were currently submerged underwater, and they needed to ascend to the surface quickly. Without hesitation, Lin Yuyu unfastened her safety rope, crawled to one corner of the lifeboat, retrieved the provided knife, and cut the securing rope. Once the rope was severed, the lifeboat swiftly floated toward the surface. Once the lifeboat stabilized, old Qian finally regained his bearings. Are we at the surface now? Lin Yuyu looked out through the small window of the canopy and confirmed, yes, they had reached the surface. This time, various maritime equipment floated on the sea. There were enclosed lifeboats like theirs, as well as open and semi-open inflatable rafts, yachts, and even the floating boards Lin Yuyu had jokingly mentioned earlier, when she saw someone truly surviving the tsunami on a floating board. Lin Yuyu felt a mix of surprise and admiration. Truly, the islanders had endured much hardship. If it were her, she would likely have sunk without a trace by now. Although the surface of the sea was crowded with countless boats and rafts, the survivors among the islanders were few and far between compared to those who had perished. Lin Yuyu lifted a corner of the canopy and gazed out at the seemingly endless ocean, unable to suppress a sigh. Old Qian, do you think rescue will come? What are your thoughts? I hope so. Though they had narrowly escaped with their lives, everyone had sustained some injuries. Those with minor wounds could heal on their own, while the severely injured without rescue would likely not last long. Old Qian sighed in agreement, hoping for rescue as well. After the torrential rain, the sky appeared as if washed clean, a brilliant blue devoid of clouds. The golden sun emerged on the distant horizon, boldly entering everyone's view. Observing the rising sun, old Qian frowned, retrieving two-tone fabric and double-sided tape from his supplies, distributing some to Lin Yuyu. Daylight was approaching. We must quickly apply this radiation-proof fabric before the sun climbs too high, or it will become dangerous. Saying this, he tore off a strip of tape and affixed it to the canopy. Lin Yuyu followed suit, applying tape while glancing outside. What about those without canopies? What will they do? If they haven't found a way to escape the scorching sun by noon, how can they survive under such high temperatures and radiation? She worried that if another disaster struck, how many of the islanders who had survived would remain. Sigh. When will help arrive? If rescue does not come, even with ample supplies, they would not last long. Lin Yuyu mentally calculated how many days the 2 backpacks of supplies they had packed could sustain them. As for the supplies in the old man's metal clasp, she had not counted them and was unaware of their contents. Even if she knew, she had no intention of including them in her calculations. She believed those supplies belonged to the old man personally, and how to use them should be up to him. However, she suggested that if they could avoid using them, it would be best not to bring them out at all. She feared that if they were discovered to possess a spatial button, this old and young duo would be immediately targeted. She couldn't help but wonder where Lin Yuyu was now. It felt as if his presence would bolster her confidence. Lin Yuyu asked, "Old Qian, having visited so many islands, have you ever seen one submerged by the sea only to resurface?" Old Qian replied, sigh. "If such luck were to occur, do you think people would still desperately crowd onto the larger islands? They could simply acquire maritime survival equipment and wait for the waters to recede instead of journeying far and starting anew." Lin Yuyu opened her mouth to inquire, if the waters do not recede and rescue does not come, do they still have hope for survival? After a moment's thought, she chose to remain silent. The sun rose incrementally, then began to set, just as everyone believed the coming days would be filled with endless suffering. A sudden sound of a ship's horn echoed in the distance. "It's a cruise ship. We are saved. Hey, over here. Help. Hold on, dear, just a little longer. Once we're on the ship, there will be doctors that I will definitely find a doctor to help you. They will surely save you. Just hang in there." Amidst the cries for help, a different voice suddenly rang out. Nearby, those who heard the voice turned to see a man speaking, cradling a pale woman in his arms. Upon noticing the blood covering the woman, the curious gazes of the crowd shifted to expressions of pity. The ship had yet to confirm whether it would approach or if they could board. Even if they did, what could this man offer to persuade a doctor to help? His wife was likely on the brink of death. As the crowd pondered, the cruise ship approached, anchoring nearby and lowering several rescue ladders. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Wonderful, we are saved." Hearing the cheers, Lin Yuyu poked her head out from the lifeboat, looking toward the ship. "Old Qian, can you discern anything about it?" Typical inter-island cruise ships are white with various consortium logos etched on them, displaying their respective numbers and names. However, this cruise ship was entirely black, devoid of any markings, exuding an air of mystery that made one wary. It was unclear what gave those outside the confidence to call for help from such a vessel. Nor did they fear the intentions of its occupants. Old Qian glanced a couple of times, his expression turning grave. Under Lin Yuyu's eager gaze, he uttered 4 words. "I can't tell. What is there to perceive? Why act as if deep in thought? Are we going to board? I fear it may not be up to us." Following Old Qian's line of sight, Lin Yuyu noticed a dense bank of dark clouds rapidly approaching overhead, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Truly, it echoed the saying, "One wave subsides only for another to rise." You are right. It may not be up to us, despite Lin Yuyu's efforts. She could not board the cruise ship before the storm descended, by the time she stepped onto the vessel, her clothes, which had only just dried, were once again drenched. Lin Yuyu felt that if this continued, she would surely start to stink, just as she intended to ask someone if there were any spare clothes. She and the others were herded to the bottom of the cruise ship by armed men. Chapter 34. A Reunion. A desire to nurture at the bottom of the cruise ship. At the entrance of the makeshift prison, groups of young boys and girls were being pressed into a line for body searches. Once searched, they were shoved into the cabin and confined. Lin Yuyu glanced around, noting that everyone was in their teens, and there was not an elder in sight. It seemed the old man had been taken elsewhere. When it was Lin Yuyu's turn, the searcher brandished a knife at her. After she placed her terminal and backpack into the basket for confiscated items, he set his sights on the empty fish tank she was holding. The searcher snatched the plastic fish tank from her grasp, inspecting it closely but failing to find anything remarkable. That he cursed, "What a nuisance. Why are you so attached to a broken fish tank?" After scolding, he tossed the fish tank into the nearby basket of confiscated items. He then turned to Lin Yuyu with disdain, eyeing her wet attire. and gestured with his knife toward the cabin, indicating she should enter. Lin Yuyu turned to glance at the fish tank's location before swiftly darting into the room, finding a secluded corner to crouch down. Once she noticed that no one was paying her any attention, she quietly exhaled in relief. Crouching in a corner with her arms crossed, Lin Yuyu discreetly pressed the bottom of her pocket, feeling for the earring she had hidden, and felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Grateful that the searcher had deemed her filthy and had not laid a hand on her. Otherwise, this little gift would have surely been confiscated as well at this moment. Lin Yuyu remained unaware that the earring she possessed was a spatial button. She merely felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of her first gift in the Wasteland being taken away. She wished to hide it well, fearing that if she were to discover its true nature, her anxiety would only deepen. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving behind a group of imprisoned individuals. Lin Yuyu began to stealthily observe her surroundings. The room was stark and empty, furnished only with a solitary door, a row of small windows, and 4 bare walls. The only entrance and exit was that door, which was guarded by personnel, indicating that an easy escape was not in the cards. She wondered if Lu Qingyu had boarded this ship as well, and whether he too was trapped in some corner, just like her. Glancing at the scattered boys and girls in various corners of the room, she found no familiar faces and chose to sit alone in a corner. However, before long, a large puddle accumulated beneath her, prompting her to shift slightly and find another spot to settle down. Soon, several puddles of water were left behind in the corner. The other youths, observing Lin Yuyu's messy predicament, instinctively distanced themselves, leaving only one boy seated still. Xingli had noticed Lin Yuyu outside earlier, watching the girl with a familiar scent as she inched from the wall by the window to the wall near the door, leaving a trail of puddles. He couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that the intruder who had invaded his sanctuary and slept in his bed was such an amusing person. Moreover, she appeared so frail, clearly having neglected her own well-being. Thus, if he expressed a desire to care for her, she would surely not refuse, right? Xingli secretly plotted in his mind, his brilliant eyes fixed on Lin Yuyu, brimming with anticipation and mirth. Lin Yuyu moved from the leftmost corner to the rightmost. Everyone she passed instinctively made way for her. Consequently, when she noticed someone had not moved aside, she instinctively called out, "Could you make way?" Xing Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled and graciously allowed Lin Yuyu to pass, successfully ushering her into the far right corner. "Thank you, you're welcome." Xing Li waited for Lin Yuyu to shift positions and initiate conversation again, but she seemed fatigued and, after sitting down, remained still. Before long, her head began to droop. The boy, finding her drowsy demeanor amusing, sat motionless, quietly observing her every move. Finally, seeing that she was not comfortably resting, he extended his hand to catch her head, gently resting it on his shoulder. His own head leaned against hers, and both of them closed their eyes, blurring the lines of who was serving as a pillow for whom, and who benefited from the situation. That was not until someone opened the door with a loud bang, tossing a large basin of fish onto the floor, that Lin Yuyu was abruptly roused. Groggily lifting her gaze to the metal basin, she sniffed the air. It carried a fishy scent, steamed fish. 1 fish per person. "Divide amongst yourselves," the newcomer remarked before slamming the door shut again. The boys in the room exchanged glances and then rushed toward the large basin, clamoring for fish, having gone a day and night without water. They were ravenously hungry, and upon seeing food, they disregarded any concerns about the quality of what was offered. They snatched the fish and found a spot on the floor to devour it eagerly, as if afraid of being robbed. Lin Yu felt a bit dizzy, and having consumed nutrient solution before boarding the yacht, she had no appetite for the fish that smelled quite pungent. While she remained still, Xingli took action. Earlier, when they were close, he had wanted to feed Lin Yuyu, but at that moment, he had no food. Now that it was available, he quickly snatched a few fish and crouched down in front of her, grinning widely. Lin Yuyu raised her hand, rubbing her aching neck, and declined the kind gesture from this unfamiliar boy. "No, you eat it yourself." Xingli appeared disheartened. "Aren't you hungry?" Lin Yuyu, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, "Not hungry." Observing her icy expression, Xingli felt his heart race with even greater fervor. He longed to embrace her and tenderly ruffle her hair, yet he feigned a pitiful tone. All right, then. Clutching the fish. He sat beside Lin Yuyu, taking small bites, as if to convey that her rejection of his kindness had dampened his own appetite. Lin Yuyu, feeling somewhat helpless but unsure of what to say, turned her gaze toward the window. Her neck was quite sore, so she shifted slowly. Noticing Lin Yuyu's distraction, Xingli quickly finished his fish and resumed staring at her intently. It was only when Lin Yuyu, who had been alertly observing her surroundings, could no longer withstand the fatigue and finally closed her eyes that Xingli leaned closer, once again adjusting her head to rest on his shoulder against the wall. Chapter 35. Either sell your body or sell your life. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the porthole, gradually illuminating the cabin walls before finally cascading down onto Lin Yuyu's face. Yes, she felt the warmth of the sun disturb her slumber. She furrowed her brow. Xingli, noticing her discomfort, subtly shifted his somewhat stiff body and cautiously raised his hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, attempting to shield her from the brightness. Feeling movement beneath her and the warmth of his breath upon her cheek, Lin Yu's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. In that half-asleep state, she realized she was nestled in someone else's embrace. Her hand clutching their clothing, and her body stiffened instantly. She quickly extricated herself from his hold, scooting to sit obediently to the side. Stiffening her voice, she thanked the boy who was rubbing his legs to alleviate the soreness. Externally calm, her heart raced with panic. How did I end up sleeping in someone else's arms? Though he was undeniably warm and inviting, making her want to curl up against him like a blanket. This was a person, not a comforter. Lin Yuyu, get a grip. Even if he were a familiar face, you cannot treat him as a blanket. Moreover, you don't even know him. How utterly awkward, after a moment of frenzied thought. Lin Yuyu finally settled into a beam of sunlight, adopting a serene expression. Only one thought remained in her mind. Basking in the sun would suffice. Everything would pass, eventually. Seeing the girl flee, Xingli felt an emptiness in his arms, a sense of loss washing over him. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around himself, sitting in place with a forlorn gaze fixed on the retreating Lin Yuyu. The little darling was no longer adorable. She had nestled into his arms last night, but now scurried away as soon as dawn broke. Humph! She had silently slipped away after sleeping in his bed, and now that she had slept in his embrace, she still sought to distance herself. It felt like burning bridges and abandoning responsibilities. Lin Yuyu, stop! Don't make wild accusations. I did not burn bridges or abandon anyone. As noon approached, the previously closed door creaked open. A boy wearing an owl mask entered, flanked by two burly men guarding him on either side. Ladies and gentlemen, our leader requests your presence. Please follow me. After speaking, the boy turned and exited, leaving the two muscular men standing in the room, coldly staring at the occupants. The boys who had snatched the most fish the previous day exchanged glances and rose to follow the owl-masked boy. Once one led the way, the others followed suit. And Lin Yuyu quietly stood up, discreetly trailing at the end of the line as they made their way to the central hall of the cruise ship. The hall was filled with people of all ages, genders, and appearances, each one alert and wary of their surroundings. A circle of burly men armed with weapons stood around the perimeter, their expressions impassive as they surveyed the crowd gathered in the center. After a considerable amount of time had passed with no one else entering, a person wearing a nightingale mask stepped forward, taking center stage and surveying the fortunate individuals gathered below. Hello, everyone. I am Yuyu, the leader of the fourth group of the Phantom Beast Alliance. You may call me Yuyu or refer to my codename, Nightingale. I believe some of you may be hearing the name Phantom Beast Alliance for the first time and might not yet understand what we do. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. We are a compassionate organization dedicated to protecting rare animals, organizing monthly missions to sail across the seas and rescue endangered species. Of course, we also extend our help to ordinary animals in distress when we encounter them. However, this does not include humans. As the speaker concluded, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Nightingale simply tapped the microphone and continued, "There are no free lunches in this world. I trust you are all aware of this principle. We rescued you, shielding you from the scorching sun and tempestuous storms, so you owe us an appropriate compensation in return. Rest assured, We are not a malevolent organization and will not demand your lives. In fact, we will even offer you a choice. Nightingale raised his hands and clapped them together at the upper left of his chest. Following his cue, individuals on either side of the stage projected images onto the walls. On one side lies a lifelong labor contract, while on the other rests a voluntary servitude agreement. Here, we present two options for everyone. The first is to join our cruise ship, embarking on a journey across the seas to conduct rescue operations. Since your lives are what we have saved, your participation in this endeavor will be without compensation. In other words, until you have repaid your dues, there will be no rewards. However, our benefits are quite generous. Do you see the delectable food laid out beside you? Once you join us, you shall indulge in these culinary delights, and no longer will you need to toil to earn points for ferry tickets to the islands. Wherever our ship sails, you shall follow, liberated from the fear of being stranded due to flooding. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into murmurs, though some remained composed, waiting for the speaker to finish. Yet, once you join, withdrawal is no longer an option. You must serve until your last breath. After Nightingale uttered this statement, a hush fell over the crowd, and a satisfied smile crept across his masked visage. If this option does not appeal to you, fret not that we also offer an alternative. Self-sail. Our cruise ship will navigate routes surrounding islands characterized by 10-digit numbers beginning with 1 or 2. Those who sign this servitude agreement will be introduced to suitable employers we encounter along the way. In exchange for a fee that will cover the costs incurred during your rescue and the waiting period aboard the ship. Afterward, you shall have no further ties to our cruise. For those unwilling to serve as concubines, you may opt to sell yourselves to mining crews, venturing into deep-sea or hazardous zones to extract resources. After several years of labor, you could gather enough to redeem your freedom from your employer. If you prefer to avoid life-threatening risks and seek a shortcut, we can introduce you to affluent patrons. Should you win their affections, you may find yourself liberated upon arrival on the island, all while saving the cost of exorbitant ferry tickets. So, what say you? Upon grasping this, Lin Yuyu realized that it was either labor in the shadows or a life of servitude. It was not merely about self-sale. It was about life itself. How brazenly they extolled their options. Those who have made their choices may now approach the designated individuals to sign the agreement. Noticing that the audience remained in deliberation without action, Nightingale glanced around and added, "Of course, if neither option appeals to you, that is perfectly acceptable." With the crowd falling silent once more, Nightingale continued, "See that open door over there? You may choose to leave at this very moment. No one will impede your exit. After all, we are a charitable organization, and yesterday we considered it a good deed. This." Nightingale couldn't help but chuckle. The robust man, pushed forward by the crowd, stood as a representative, asking, "What about our ship?" Nightingale tilted his head, puzzled. "Ship? What ship?" He scoffed lightly before continuing, "Rescuing all of you has already been an arduous task. You truly expect us to retrieve your ship as well? There is no ship. If you wish to depart, you will have to do so empty-handed. We are not a charitable organization. After all, surely, you do not expect us to provide a vessel for you." With that, he regarded the speaker with a derisive gaze. Without a ship, where could they possibly go? The vast ocean awaited them, and under the midday sun, even if they could swim, they would not withstand the scorching heat. Realizing this, the man relented. "If we choose to sign those agreements, will we get our belongings back? With those possessions, life after being sold would be somewhat more bearable, and perhaps they could offset some points for an earlier redemption." See, he knew these individuals would raise this issue. There was no need for them to exert effort to hack personal terminals for trivial points. They desired it. So be it today for other supplies. They could forget about that. Once in the hands of their fourth group, it belonged to them, and even the leader of the Beast Alliance could do nothing. Circumstances dictate actions, with no means of escape. It appeared they must choose between the two options. However, before making a decision, Lin Yuyu wanted to ascertain whether Lu Qingyu and Old Qian were among the crowd in the hall. If they were present, she wished to inquire about their plans, hoping they could all select the same type of contract for mutual support. After a thorough search, she still could not find Lu Qingyu among the throng. Lin Yuyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Upon discovering Old Qian was also absent, a frown creased her brow. That was strange. Hadn't Old Qian ascended the lifeboat ladder before her? Where could he be? If not in the hall, then where? Noticing Lin Yuyu's furrowed brow, Xingli assumed she was troubled over her choice. He gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Do not worry, regardless of your choice. I can take you away whenever you wish." Lin Yuyu turned in surprise to regard the ever-adhesive young man beside her. "You're a big shot." She couldn't discern it at all. Was it the trend for today's big shots to feign innocence and vulnerability? Was this a new tactic of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Confused, she didn't hesitate to grasp his arm, pulling him closer and whispering in his ear. "Are you serious?" Xingli replied, "Of course." Upon hearing the certainty and ease in his tone, Lin Yuyu felt an involuntary urge to trust him, knowing that someone would back her up regardless of the choice she made. Her previously racing heart began to settle. Xingli spoke with unwavering confidence. "No problem." Lin Yuyu responded, "Thank you. My name is Lin Yu, with a character for surplus." Xingli queried, "Yuyu?" Lin Yuyu clarified, "The character for abundance." Xingli acknowledged, "Understood. My name is Xingli. You can call me Xing or Li Li." Lin Yuyu teased, "Can't I just call you Xingli?" Xingli countered, "But I'm calling you Yuyu." "Aren't I?" Lin Yuyu replied, "Is there a conflict here?" Xingli conceded, "It seems not." "Well then, whatever you prefer to call me is fine." As they conversed, a faint blush crept across his cheeks. "What's this?" The young man was blushing. What thoughts were occupying his mind? Gradually, the crowd in the hall dispersed. Some queued, some signed contracts, while others followed companions. Yet no one approached the open door, stepping toward the sunlight and freedom outside. Xingli asked, "Yuyu, which option shall we choose?" Lin Yuyu responded, "Let us go for the self-sale agreement. Once you find an affluent benefactor, we can attain our freedom." With that, she winked at Xingli. Signing the labor contract might lead to immediate assignment to work, although it would allow them to familiarize themselves with the ship's layout and environment, facilitating a potential escape later. However, who could say whether other dangers awaited them or if they would be closely monitored? Choosing the self-sale agreement could likely result in being taken away and confined, but with more people moving about the ship, the mix of newcomers and old-timers could lead to greater opportunities for them to maneuver. Understanding Lin Yuyu was jesting, Xingli chuckled. "All right, I'll follow your lead." He then returned her wink with a grand one of his own. Xingli was not the kind of breathtaking beauty that would captivate at first glance. Yet his face certainly stood out in a crowd, with tousled, jet-black hair and eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. When he smiled, it was as if his eyes were illuminated, radiating boundless joy and vitality. The dimples that appeared when he grinned, coupled with his well-defined features, made him appear both charming and attractive. Thus, when he expressed a desire to find a wealthy benefactor while signing the self-sale agreement, the masked individual overseeing the signing couldn't help but glance at him multiple times. The same went for Lin Yuyu, not because of her beauty, but because she appeared diminutive and fragile beneath Lu Qingyu's oversized coat. Yet, she too claimed she sought a wealthy patron, prompting the masked individual to cast her several incredulous looks, ultimately muttering under his breath, "That thin, flat, ugly girl, where does she draw her confidence from?" Lin Yu chose to ignore his remarks. She was not genuinely selling herself, merely signing a self-sale contract to throw others off the scent. However, Xingli was visibly incensed, glaring at the masked individual as if he wished to confront him and demand an apology for Lin Yuyu. Yet, Lin Yuyu held him back. Once the young man was embraced, his face flushed, and he ceased his actions. The masked individual tugged at the corner of his mouth, retrieving a key and signaling a crew member to escort the two below deck. Though he appeared calm and collected on the surface, his heart was, in fact, brimming with resentment at that moment. What kind of judgment does that man possess, finding favor in such a flat-chested girl? He must have some ulterior motive, and to think he forbids her from speaking. How fortunate for this girl to be able to reside in such luxurious quarters with a handsome youth. However, this indulgence could only last 2 or 3 days at most. Once they reached Xiangzhou Island, she would likely be deceived and sold into the dark mines. Humph, let him glare at me. I am determined to sever this odious couple, parading their affection before me, and split them apart, leaving them to languish in separate locales, and we shall see how sweetly they can continue to behave. Chapter 37. The arrival of the mining team Lin Yuyu and Xingli followed the crew to claim their terminals. Upon receiving the devices, they were immediately coerced into relinquishing all the points stored within. Should they refuse, their subsequent meals would be curtailed, and they would be introduced to the most irritable and unscrupulous employer. The chain of demands left Lin Yuyu both infuriated and amused. After painfully transferring all her points, her earlier excitement about moving into the opulent suite plummeted sharply. Were it not for the fact that the combined value of the terminal and the detection device far exceeded her savings, she might have declared her refusal outright. Yet, upon witnessing the dismayed expression of her companion, whose total points barely reached double digits, her mood brightened once more. Indeed, smiles do not vanish. They merely shift to another's countenance. Perhaps Lin Yuyu's evident schadenfreude, or perhaps Xing Li's increasingly exasperated innocence, prevented any reduction in their room specifications. For Lin Yuyu, this punishment was somewhat inconsequential, while for Xing Li, it was merely a formality. On the first night, Xing Li inquired whether Lin Yuyu wished to leave. "Yuyu, do you want to escape this place? If so, I can take you out right now." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuyu replied, "There's no rush. Let us observe the situation first. Then I'll go find something to eat. I've only had a fish today, and I'm starving. Just be careful, and don't let anyone discover you." On the second night, Xing Li pressed again. "Yuyu, shall we leave tonight? Let us wait a bit longer. We should ascertain our surroundings before making any moves." As the third, fourth, and fifth nights rolled by, whenever the hour grew late and quiet, Xing Li would attempt his escape, disappearing for hours without ever being caught. Initially, Lin Yuyu felt a twinge of concern for his safety during his midnight forays. But as she observed his ease in coming and going, even bringing her nutritious supplements daily, her worries dissipated. Moreover, in the following days, she needed only to hear him call her name, to understand his intentions. Thus, the restriction that forbade them from stepping out of their quarters became irrelevant for both.As for Xing Li's nightly escapades. Lin Yuyu could certainly empathize. The cruise ship provided each of them a meager fish to eat daily, barely larger than a palm, which was insufficient for a growing teenager. Was she asleep? Please, she was merely resting, not in a deep slumber. Even those who were usually unfazed by early awakenings began to feel irritable due to his antics. Consequently, when he once again crept onto Lin Yuyu's bed, tugging at her hair and poking her face while she slept, she swiftly grasped his hand, pulling it aside, turning her back to him, and pinning his hand firmly against the bed. Startled by the sudden motion, Xing Li nearly tumbled onto Lin Yuyu, but he managed to steady himself with his other hand. Observing Lin Yuyu's sleepy antics, he found her utterly charming, a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor when awake. If she were to continue teasing him in this manner, he certainly wouldn't mind if she did so more frequently. Lying half a fist's distance behind her, his arm lightly draped over her waist, he drifted off to sleep. That Xing Li didn't wish to pull her fully into his embrace. Rather, he was acutely aware of her wariness and preferred to wait for her consent before drawing her close. Now that winter had arrived, the temperature fluctuations at sea became pronounced. Thus, when Lin Yuyu awoke, she found herself once more cocooned in someone's embrace. Having always slept alone, she was unaware of her propensity to roll into others' arms while slumbering. After gently extricating herself from a human-shaped blanket, she tiptoed into the bathroom to freshen up. The luxury suite indeed had its perks, providing them with 2 sets of toiletries. However, she couldn't help but wonder, given that they were obviously 2 individuals. Why were they not provided with separate blankets? Heaven knows how much she longed to sleep on the floor these past few days. Alas, the freezing temperatures forced her to share a bed. The boy was undeniably handsome, but surely they should not be sharing a bed so soon after their acquaintance. They had only known each other for a few days, and she was uncertain if they could coexist peacefully for so long. With a sigh, she exited the bathroom. As she re-entered the bedroom, she heard a muffled voice emanating from beneath the covers. "Yuyu, the nutritional supplement is on the table. Make do with it for now. Once we disembark, I'll take you to the sea for some delicious food." He was speaking in his sleep again. Yet, thanks to his nightly excursions, they had managed to gather some crucial intelligence. Reflecting on it now, Given the choice between sharing a room with suspicious strangers or this arrangement, the current situation was decidedly preferable to T the very least through her observations over the past few days. Lin Yuyu could ascertain that the young man was quite decent, and her safety was not a concern while in his company. That alone was more than sufficient. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the ship's intercom blared, interrupting her reverie. "Attention all personnel on board. We have 2 announcements. We are about to enter the deep sea zone. Those who have signed the servitude agreement are to gather in the lobby. In 2 days, we will arrive at the abandoned island number 8-27. All crew members should prepare for disembarkation assistance." The announcement repeated 3 times before it finally ceased. The individual on the bed stirred and, under the barrage of repeated announcements, woke up. Upon seeing him with tousled hair, struggling to rise from the bed, Lin Yuyu, as the one involved, could only think, had she unwittingly become some sort of brute to have worn him out so thoroughly? "Yuyu, should we take the opportunity to disembark?" To Lin Yuyu's surprise, he immediately posed this question upon awakening, raising an eyebrow at his eagerness. Did he have someone waiting for him ashore? Let us assess the situation in the lobby first. The black cruise ship gradually slowed as it approached the waters near the deep sea zone, dispatching smaller boats to venture into the depths, seemingly to retrieve someone. Those who had signed the servitude agreement wished to remain in their rooms to observe, but one by one, they were ushered out by the ship's crew and herded to the lobby to wait. Just as everyone grew weary from standing, new commotion finally stirred outside the lobby. Chapter 38. The arrival of the mining team. Too soon after, individuals began to appear at the entrance of the lobby that a glance revealed a mix of well-dressed and disheveled figures, yet all shared a common appearance of cleanliness and neatness. As if they had just groomed themselves, guided by the waitstaff, these individuals ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, where they selected a table, ordered a string of dishes, and leisurely began to observe the crowd below. Those above scrutinized those below, and vice versa. The lobby, which had been momentarily quiet upon the arrival of guests, buzzed with whispers once again after the newcomers ascended that I thought they had us standing here to test our endurance. Turns out we were waiting for them to wash up. Shoo, lower your voice, or you'll attract attention. Humph, let them hear, I'm not afraid. Although the speaker projected indifference, it was evident from the softened tone that they were at least somewhat aware of their surroundings. Lin Yuyu, keenly perceptive, observed the same scene. The newcomers hardly glanced at the menu before placing their orders. Once the dishes arrived, they consumed their meals with an air of indifference, occasionally casting furtive glances down at the lobby. Their nonchalance suggested they were seasoned patrons to become regulars. There are typically 2 scenarios. Either the personnel of the mining team suffer high attrition rates, or this cruise ship has been operating along this route for years. Should it be the former, then the situation would be dire for everyone. However, if it were the latter, their chances of attaining freedom diminished significantly. After all, they had never previously heard of an organization or cruise ship that could operate seamlessly between various islands for years without a whisper of its existence. The power held by such an organization must be immense. The more formidable the organization, the slimmer their chances of escape. Thus, regardless of the scenario, it posed a disadvantage for them all, as the guests were nearing the end of their meal. A figure adorned with a parrot mask led a group of waitstaff, each bearing a board, to the 2nd floor. "Captains, what do you think of this batch? Is there anyone who catches your eye?" Following the usual protocol, the masked individual waved his hand, prompting the waitstaff to approach the dining tables and present their boards to the captains. The individuals marked with stars were those who had expressed a desire to join the mining team, while those marked with moons had been deemed suitable for recommendation after observation. The unmarked individuals had already signed contracts with others. This time, we made a point to gather each person's strengths and specialties, which were attached to the back of their contracts. If any of you have found someone of interest, you may begin your selection now. Some captains had already begun to survey the crowd upon entering. As they took the boards, they were not only searching for the corresponding numbers of their chosen individuals, but also assessing whether the remuneration required for their selections exceeded their budgets. If they found someone suitable, they would lock in their choice immediately, with payments to be settled collectively after the banquet. To preclude others from snatching their selections, they often raised their voices to claim the numbers they coveted. "I'll take number 19 that you have a keen eye. I was considering that individual too." Since you called it first, I shall concede I want numbers 11, 13, 14, and 17. Don't you dare compete with me, that you're quick to the draw. You've taken all my preferred choices that I'll settle for 12, 20, 21, and 27. This scene of amicable negotiation was evidently not what the masked individual had hoped for. Should multiple captains express interest in the same person, there would be a bidding war, with the highest bidder securing the individual. Am I a fool? Why not just offer the same amount to my competitor and have them hand the person over directly? Ha. Several captains chuckled at this remark. Clearly, some were reluctant to adhere to the cruise's regulations, while others, mindful of their past collaborations with a masked figure, extended him a modicum of respect. Who is locked in number 87? I want that person as well. Step forward and make your bid. But don't you see it says for wealthy sisters? What business do you, a mere minor, have here? Are you all that quick? You've already flipped to the 80s, while I'm still on the 20s, and they've all been claimed. Quick hands for the win, slow hands for the loss. Listen to your nonsense. Being quick merely means securing a choice first. It doesn't guarantee possession. Did you not hear the parrot mention bidding? Brother, you're a big spender. Let me see who is so valuable as to warrant a whole truckload of, or... what are you all thinking? Clearly this individual is not suited for mining. You refuse to believe me when I say you're a simpleton. Your mind is fixated solely on mining that I'll bid 1.5 trucks of energy, or... Indeed, only you would consider someone so attractive for mining. I'll raise it to 1.6 trucks. Your bids are rather stingy, incrementing by a mere 0.1. How long will that take? 2 trucks of low-grade energy, or the individual drawing significant bids, number 87, was none other than Xing Li, who was currently surrounded by Lin Yuyu. The youth was strikingly handsome, standing out even more against the backdrop of islanders who had recently endured hardships. Appearing disheveled and forlorn, it was no surprise that he was the subject of contention. However, the masked individual responsible for registering Lin Yuyu and Xing Li had intended to deceive Lin Yuyu. He had deliberately placed her in the moon-marked group and emphasized her strength. Yet not a single captain showed interest in selecting Lin Yuyu, deeming her to have a woeful appearance. Had he known, he would have stripped that drab, black coat from her and taken a new portrait. When did everyone become so superficial? If you don't want her, then don't. Why use that as an excuse to brush him off? It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 39. Finding clues in gossip. Lin Yuyu was unaware of the happenings on the second floor. She was currently hiding with Xing Li at the back of the crowd. Listening to various anecdotes shared by the passengers in a flattering light, one might call information gathering. In a more mundane light, it was simply eavesdropping on gossip you know why the meals have been fish every day? Why? I heard that a previous mission team visited a certain bay where people didn't require points, and transactions were made through barter. When settling the mission, they were compensated with baskets upon baskets of fish. The previous team was so sick of fish that they left the surplus on the ship, which was then handed over to the current team along with the vessel. Nearby, a middle-aged man chimed in. The version I heard differs from yours. That I heard that there was a conflict between the leader of the previous team and the current one. When passing that bay, the former leader deliberately chose only fish as their trade items, leaving them on the ship as rations for the current team, intending to annoy the current leader. I heard those fish are worthless in that bay, so while it seemed they swapped for numerous goods, it hardly cost them any points at all. That a nearby woman couldn't help but interject, but I heard that the two teams have a great relationship. The leaders are siblings. Could it be that the brother loves fish, prompting the sister to trade for so many? Suddenly, a young man, who had been pretending to walk by, halted and clapped his hands. Hey, that's a thought. Perhaps the members of the latter team all enjoy fish, which is why the former team traded so many. Look at that team. So many of them are wearing bird masks. Birds love fish, which means these masked individuals must enjoy fish too. The logic is flawless. Flawless? That's absolute nonsense. To avoid letting the conversation fizzle out, the crowd kindly entertained his notion before swiftly changing the topic. All right, perhaps you have a point. By the way, do you think there are any local specialties? Do you think the locals trade their unique products? I just overheard someone upstairs shouting about several trucks of energy, or I suspect that energy is the specialty of this deep-sea region. Speaking of which, has anyone signed that mining contract? What conditions does it list? Are the contracts identical for everyone? Look over there. Those going down to mine are over there. If I were mine, I'd probably be nervously preparing instead of gossiping with you all. What difference is there between us and the goods? There's nothing to choose from. We're all at the mercy of selection. By the way, what sort of contract did you sign? A request for sponsorship. The crowd exchanged glances at the middle-aged man's not-so-young face, momentarily at a loss for words. Should they commend his confidence or applaud his ambition? In any case, the gossip came to a complete halt. After this exchange, Lin Yuyu pulled Xingli to a different corner to continue listening, but after a long time, they encountered only trivial snippets of information. Dismissing it as unimportant might be misleading, as these seemingly insignificant interactions could conceal crucial clues. However, deeming it important turned out to be equally challenging, as each piece of hearsay lacks certainty, making it difficult to draw conclusions or analyses. Just as Lin Yu contemplated discussing their next steps with Xingli, a knock sounded at the door of their suite. Number 87, a client wishes to see you. Please follow me. Lin Yu glanced towards the door, her gaze shifting to Xingli, a flicker of concern in her eyes. As she spoke, she stepped forward to give Lin Yuyu a gentle embrace, lightly patting her back in a gesture of reassurance. Be careful. If necessary, leave first without worrying about me. Upon hearing this, Xingli shot Lin Yuyu an admonishing glance before opening the door and stepping outside. Are you worried about me, Yuyu? If I don't take this opportunity to feign distress and draw us closer together, wouldn't that be a mischance? With that thought in mind, Xingli immediately lowered her head, leaning against the wall, curling her legs and burying her head in her knees, exuding an air of profound sadness. Lin Yuyu knelt down in front of Xingli. What's wrong? Can you tell me? Xingli looked up, her eyes filled with unshed tears, gazing at Lin Yuyu. The youth's reddened eyes, on the verge of tears, tugged at Lin Yuyu's heartstrings. Instinctively, she reached out to embrace the youth, who immediately enveloped her tightly, pulling Lin Yuyu into her arms. For a moment, Lin Yuyu almost believed it was intentional, until she heard the melancholy voice whisper in her ear, Yuyu, when can we disembark? I don't want to stay on this ship any longer. I want to get off. Come with me. Let us find a place to settle down and live our own happy life together. Lin Yuyu originally intended to linger on the ship for a few more days, hoping to gather more information before discreetly disembarking onto a suitable island. However, upon witnessing Xingli's demeanor, she felt compelled to abandon her initial plan. Well, if you wish to leave, then we shall go. Upon hearing these words, Xingli immediately looked up at Lin Yuyu with hopeful eyes. Yet upon detecting the concern and sincerity in her gaze, her eyes sparkled with delight. Really? Yes. However, before we depart, we must make some preparations. Let us see if we can. Lin Yuyu leaned in and whispered to Xingli for a while. After a few exchanges, she received a few nods in response. Only when a young boy reverted to his usual cheerful self did Lin Yuyu let out a silent sigh of relief. Lin Yuyu felt a pang of regret for her abruptly abandoned plan for a brief moment. Xingli exclaimed, Little Yuyu has begun to feel pity for me, which brings us one step closer to the day I successfully whisk away a little human. How delightful. The following day, Lin Yuyu discovered that she had become the target of someone's malice. During the distribution of food, everyone in the adjacent rooms received their portions, yet they, unfortunately, were overlooked. Humph. If I were some people, I would have long left in disgrace. Alas, no one can match their audacity. I simply cannot enjoy such privileges. The masked individual remained outside, teeth clenched in frustration. Chapter 40. Stealthily disembarking after returning to her room, Lin Yuyu silently grumbled, Who is this lunatic? Am I the one wishing to stay here? I am not Xingli. I cannot just run away at will. Blocking my doorway to throw shade at me. How utterly ridiculous. Lin Yuyu tilted her head back and downed 2 bottles of nutritional fluid, letting out a satisfied burp. Her intention to go out and request fish was not due to a lack of food, but rather because anyone else in her situation would undoubtedly venture out to ask for it. She might not receive any, but she could not forego the act of asking. Although she was unaware of the masked individual's intent, she was grateful that she no longer had to find a way to deal with that fish. However, if the individual continued to cause her trouble, she would not mind employing Xingli's assistance to return the favor. Did you fulfill your mission, Yuyu? Is the journey proceeding smoothly? Of course, you can rest assured. However, how could the young of those giant sea monsters end up in Yuyu's hands? Could it be that Yuyu is also a member of the sea folk? Xingli scrutinized Lin Yuyu, attempting to discern her secrets through her very being. Nonetheless, Lin Yuyu was currently inhabiting a human body. Even if Xingli utilized a magnifying glass or a microscope, she would only be able to ascertain that Lin Yuyu was indeed human, with no further revelations forthcoming. Ah, so it's a neighbor. I thought so. Little Yuyu looks every bit the innocent little human as a well-traveled starfish. How could I possibly misjudge? Xingli squinted her eyes and smiled, temporarily setting aside her suspicions regarding Lin Yuyu. Having gathered their supplies, what should they do next? Of course, sleep until dawn. The next day at dawn, Lin Yuyu and Xingli donned the rescue team uniforms, each carrying the essential large backpacks of every rescuer, boldly making their way onto the deck and seamlessly blending into the crowd. Once the gathering had reached a sufficient number, a figure donning a sparrow mask stepped forward to commence the mobilization. I understand that most of you have been coerced into coming here and do not genuinely wish to rescue these small animals, that I empathize with you and feel sympathy for your plight. If I could, I would not force you to descend, but alas, I lack the influence that other masked individuals possess to persuade the leader to change his mind. Therefore, I can only prepare a few items for you. This map was issued prior to the island's abandonment. I cannot guarantee its accuracy now, but consider it a reference. This nutritional fluid is for your preparedness, though it may not serve much purpose, as no one knows the current situation on the island, and one can predict whether you will become stranded there or how long you might be trapped. Yet, this is all I can offer you privately. I hope you do not find it lacking. Please come forward to collect your share. Once you have received it, line up to board the boats. The waters ahead may contain whirlpools or other hazards, so do exercise caution and take care. The individual appeared despondent, their words steeped in gloom, resembling not a source of encouragement, but rather a discouragement for all present. However, as the masked individual had observed, many here were compelled to stand in this place, leaving them with no choice but to proceed. Even if the words they heard further complicated their already hesitant minds, they had to muster the courage to step over the ship's edge. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuyu shook her head inwardly. The masked individual's speech, though seemingly well-intentioned, was subtly undermining the collective confidence of the crowd. Moreover, while he appeared to clarify potential dangers, he failed to disclose the most critical information. Beneath the facade of concern lay mockery and manipulation. Though he crafted a persona for himself, he showed little regard for the potential consequences of his actions. Their team was dispatched as an advance force to scout the way, particularly needing to be vigilant against mutated beasts. Lin Yuyu wished to warn them, but, in consideration of her and Xingli's safety, chose to remain silent. She hoped they would not depart too hastily after disembarking. Once she caught up with them, she would offer a word of caution. Positioned towards the rear, Lin Yuyu and Xingli found that by the time their turn arrived, only a few boats remained available. These vessels varied in size and condition, and only the larger, sturdier boats could carry them further. Given the stakes of life and death, the individuals on the deck were not foolish. They would surely vie for the largest boat. Thus, when Lin Yuyu made a move, someone behind her seized the strap of her backpack. "Can we go first?" Lin Yuyu glanced at the masked individual, who was quietly observing from the sidelines. It seemed unlikely. "Would you settle for the smaller one? Look at how many of us there are. If you take the larger boat, we will be forced to split into two vessels if we accidentally become separated in the vast ocean. We might find ourselves torn apart, losing family and loved ones. Could you?" Lin Yuyu halted Xingli's instinctive response. "Fine, I agree. Now, can you release your grip?" "All right, thank you so much. Once we reach the shore, do come find us to join forces. We will surely look out for you two on the island." But he had noticed that the two before him were merely adolescents. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to negotiate with them. As long as we can negotiate. It saves my friends from resorting to violence. Given that they were just children, he resolved to care for them once they reached the shore. Lin Yuyu chose not to respond further and descended the rescue ladder with Xingli. As for the offer of assistance, that was unnecessary for them. They had no intention of venturing to any abandoned islands, so why would they need guidance? Moreover, why did he not extend his assistance while they were still at sea? To enhance their chances of survival, they would force two young children onto a smaller boat, who knew whether they would be used as shields in the event of danger once they reached the island. Do not blame Lin Yuyu for harboring the worst suspicions of others, had she not agreed so readily. Who knows what misfortune they might have encountered? Therefore, with this thought in mind, Lin Yuyu abandoned her desire to warn them. Yuyu, they're all leaving so quickly, Xingli exclaimed, pointing at the rapidly departing boats, observing how everyone seemed eager to distance themselves from them. Lin Yuyu shrugged. Fine, I suppose there's no need to notify anyone else. This conveniently spares me some trouble. Chapter 41. The people have already fled, leaving no trace behind as the small boat carrying Lin Yuyu and her companions sailed out of sight from the deck. A figure donning a blank mask rushed toward the edge of the deck. It was none other than the white-masked individual who had persistently targeted Lin Yuyu as he hurried toward the deck's edge. He shouted, "Wait!" Upon reaching the brink, he anxiously peered over the side, quickly glancing before turning to the sparrow-masked individual with urgency. Have they all left? The sparrow-masked individual cast a disinterested glance at the blank-masked figure before returning to gaze at the horizon, where the boats had just departed. Did you see two young teens, one male and one female? The boy is quite handsome, while the girl appears frail. Don't ask me. I didn't see them. The sparrow-masked individual interrupted impatiently. With so many people, how could I possibly remember everyone's appearance? Besides, we all know those individuals are mere cannon fodder. Why should I concern myself with them? Sir, you truly did not see them. Now that the boats are gone, you come looking for them. Where were you earlier? Even if I'd seen them. So what? It makes no difference. The implication was clear. I refused to cooperate, and what can you? An ordinary masked individual without rank, do to me. Do you realize how much supplies that girl stole from us? They not only pilfered our supplies, but also stole belongings from several guests, and even resorted to physically assaulting customers. They struck more than once. The misdeeds of these two individuals are simply beyond description. How can they be allowed to escape unpunished? Shall I provide you with a boat, and you can disembark to pursue them? As soon as those words escaped, the masked man fell silent, as if someone had suddenly grasped his throat. After a long pause, he feebly inquired, "Cannot a few individuals accompany me in the chase?" "I am indifferent. You may speak to the captain. Should the captain be willing to concede to you and abandon his plans, I shall immediately arrange for personnel." How does that sound? Yet, how could he dare? Who does he think he is? The captain would never forsake his own strategy for someone like him. Instead, he would likely be punished alongside him when he broached the subject that a mere nameless pawn would never have the audacity to provoke the captain. However, what should he do now that those customers demand an explanation? He cannot afford to offend any of them. The sparrow, observing the pale-faced man, did not dare utter a single sound, internally scoffing. So he can't provoke the captain but dares to challenge me. Am I truly so easily bullied? Well, perhaps I am. The sparrow remarked, "I do have an idea, though I wonder if you are willing to heed it." The masked man replied, "Please, do share. You should directly inform the customers that the individual has been dispatched to the abandoned island as a rescuer and see how they react. Is that permissible? We shall only know by attempting ITAS for the consequences post-attempt. That is of no concern to me." The pale-faced man hurried to relay this to the customers, leading them to seek trouble with Yuyu. We shall set that matter aside for now. Let us first discuss how Lu Qingyu approached shortly after Lin Yuyu and the others departed. That a few days prior, Lu Qingyu thoroughly scoured the island in search of the two children. He turned the entire island upside down without discovering a trace, yet inadvertently rescued numerous individuals. Regrettably, after being rescued, not a single one expressed gratitude towards Lu Qingyu. Instead, they regarded him with looks of astonishment and fear, as if he were some monstrous creature. After failing to extract any clues, he abandoned those humans and spiraled outward from the island's original site, heading deeper into the sea, aside from encountering a human who shouted at him. Claiming that the person had long perished, with not even ashes remaining, he did not lay a hand on anyone else. He released them where he found them, allowing those humans to fend for themselves on the nearly submerged island. After several days of accelerated swimming, he finally caught wind of new information from his kin he encountered along the way. Thus, Lu Qingyu turned and hastened toward the direction of the departing cruise ship. His heart sank instantly. The remaining flicker of hope was consumed by anger. Undeterred, Lu Qingyu stealthily boarded the cruise ship under the cover of night, rummaging through its insides until he stumbled upon an empty fish tank imbued with the essence of Lu Ning. At which point he resigned himself to fate. He had indeed missed another opportunity. But how would he proceed next? Continue searching like a needle in a haystack? How many days had he been tirelessly at it? He was truly at his limit and decided to find a place to rest first, recuperate, and then resume his search. Alas, those two children are a constant source of worry. They shift their base without leaving him any message. When he finally locates them, he shall make them pay dearly. Lin Yuyu left no message because her core is that of a genuine human, as a human. She knows nothing of the communication methods of fish schools. It is perfectly normal for her to leave no information. However, Lu Ning, it only dawned upon him later. Once he found himself alone, cast into the storage room, he completely cast aside the notion of signaling. When he later remembered this matter, it was too late to send any signal. He had been caught by Xing Li. That sea-starred, he dared not utter a single sound. Presently, he found himself in a large bowl filled with seawater, watching as Lin Yuyu and Xing Li navigated a boat. Initially, the two trailed far behind the main group, but the more they paddled, the further they drifted away, gradually veering off course toward the direction leading away from the abandoned island 8 to 27. Once they could no longer see any other boats surrounding them, Lin Yuyu and Xing Li ceased rowing. They began to rummage through their large backpacks. This is a preservative coating, the very same applied to the cruise ship's hull to prevent corrosion. A single application will keep our little boat afloat for over half a month. This is a solar-powered propeller. With it, we can free our hands and no longer need to exert effort paddling. Lin Yuyu extracted a round sphere from the backpack. What is this? It feels rather heavy. That is a compressed tent that we lack space on the boat currently, so we cannot utilize it. Saying this, Xing Li produced some fabric and a frame from the bag. We can only make do with this to create a simple shelter. This is acceptable. As long as we have a place to rest occasionally, it suffices. What is this? Chapter 42. Adrift for over half a month, Lin Yuyu retrieved a piece of roundwood, merely the length of a hand. Xing Li took the wood and pressed one end, causing the other end to automatically extend into a slender rod over a meter long. This is fishing gear. During our idle moments, we can fish from the sea. Lin Yuyu gave Xing Li a thumbs up, then pointed to a large object at the bottom of his backpack, asking, "And this is a multifunctional barbecue grill. When the time comes, we can grill whatever we catch directly at sea. Isn't that splendid?" Impressive. Where did you acquire all these items? The supplies he had prepared surpassed anything she could have envisioned. Previously, she had only considered advising him to gather more nutrient solution in case they drifted at sea for too long without food. She never anticipated that this child was already planning to cook on their small boat. These were items prepared for a prolonged stay at sea. She had no clue where he managed to procure such things. That I gathered them from several wealthy individuals. Since they targeted me, I merely taught them a lesson and took some of their possessions. Such punishment was already quite lenient. Quite frankly, I feel I was too merciful. We need to inflate the spare raft and transfer it over there, while the small boat remains uncorroded by seawater. We should first ensure its anti-corrosion measures are in place. Thus, the boat may sustain them through the upcoming journey. Very well, no problem. Just as the two diligently applied paint to the small boat, fog began to rise over the sea. Unbeknownst to them, the surroundings transformed into a vast expanse of white. The fog has rolled in. You think they can safely navigate through the swirling vortex and reach the 8 to 27 island? I do not know, but if you wish to explore the island, I can ensure your safe passage there. Did you not previously mention that the island is inhabited solely by mutated beasts? There is nothing worthwhile to explore. Indeed, that is what the individuals aboard the ship have said. Strange, if the island is home only to mutated beasts, why do they send people there? Are they perhaps tired of fish and wish to sample a different kind of meat? Xing Li paused her actions, tilting her head to observe Lin Yuyu. You also crave meat. Yuyu, I am fine. Having followed Lu Qingyu, I nearly consumed everything edible on the island. To be honest, it was quite unpalatable. I cannot tell whether it was their cooking skills or if the meat in the Wasteland is inherently distasteful. It is nearly on par with the flavor of nutrient solution. As long as I have nutrient solution, I am content. The provisions you brought will suffice for quite a while. IT remains a mystery where Xingli found so many different flavors of nutrient solution, each only 1 or 2 bottles, appearing as if they were pilfered from each person's private stash. One wonders if the owners would notice. Thankfully, they fled swiftly. Their small boat, combined with the fast-drying paint, meant that the varnish dried soon after application. Once the paint had dried, Lin Yuyu and the others transferred to the small boat, securing the raft at the stern, and began constructing a shelter on the small vessel. Fortunately, with the fog now enveloping them, the sun's radiation was shielded, granting them ample time. Otherwise, Lin Yuyu would have been at a loss for how to conceal from Xingli that she was unaffected by radiation after erecting the shelter. The two found themselves momentarily idle, leaning against the edge of the boat, staring vacantly into the boundless sea. That direction leads back to where we came from. That direction heads to the 8-27 island. And that direction goes to the 8-19. If we continue slightly off this diagonal path, we reach the 8-23. Where shall we go? Aside from the 8-27, which is the nearest, perhaps the 8-19. If we push full throttle, we could reach it in about 5 or 6 days. If we have enough energy, then let us proceed to the 8-19. The 8-23 is comparable in size to their previous 9-22, situated at a similar latitude, resulting in significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. During the hottest summer months, temperatures can soar to 40 or 50 degrees, while in winter, midday temperatures remain in the 30s, though nighttime brings biting cold, often catching one off guard with sub-zero temperatures. Had it been back on Blue Star, Lin Yuyu would have chosen locales with distinct climatic variations, so she could behold different seasonal vistas throughout the year. However, on the Azure planet, prudence dictates that one should choose a location that remains relatively unchanged throughout the seasons, as this would facilitate the management of unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps it is due to the recent occurrence of a tsunami. The weather has been remarkably stable over the past fortnight, with clear skies prevailing daily. This setting is indeed well suited for a prepared voyage. Yet, no matter how well prepared one is, enduring more than half a month adrift at sea is quite taxing, especially for Lin Yuyu, a novice sailor who has never spent such an extended period on the ocean. Yuyu, I assure you, this time we are indeed nearing our destination. Observing Lin Yuyu's pale lips and dark circles under her eyes, Xingli felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Despite his accurate perception of their course, why had they still not sighted any islands? Could it be that the other islands were also submerged beneath the waves? It was not until darkness enveloped the sky that they finally glimpsed a distant light. Yuyu, look! Land is in sight. Lin Yuyu opened her eyes and gazed into the distance, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. This prolonged ordeal at sea had rekindled her almost conquered fear of the deep, causing her to feel dizzy and nauseous at the sight of the boundless water. This symptom bore an uncanny resemblance to early-stage radiation sickness, leading Xingli to mistakenly believe that he had not adequately prepared or cared for the little human he wished to nurture, which filled him with great regret. Upon reaching shore, Xingli, disregarding the belongings on the boat, instinctively reached for Lin Yuyu to find safe zone, only to be halted by her grasp. The moment Lin Yuyu set foot on land, she felt significantly better and found the strength to speak. Although she still leaned heavily against Xingli, we are now utterly penniless. If we discard everything from the boat, how shall we survive? Lin Yuyu's words were barely audible, so faint that without Xingli leaning in to listen, he would not have caught what she said. But you, I feel much better now. Lin Yuyu gently tugged at Xingli's clothing, her eyes blinking as if to convey, see, I have the strength to pull your clothes. Trust me. Very well. If you feel unwell again, be sure to call for me immediately, and I will fetch the boat. Chapter 43. The girl with the basket after drifting at sea for over half a month. The items aboard their vessel had fluctuated, ultimately resulting in a greater quantity than when they first set sail. In addition to the 2 backpacks they had initially brought, they had accumulated a variety of dried fish and miscellaneous items that Xingli had gathered during his idle moments at sea. Although the small boat and backpacks bore no obvious markings, Lin Yuyu was still concerned about being recognized by the authorities. TOR on the side of caution, she planned to find a place to sell everything off. The two of them dragged their belongings into the nearby forest to hide them, then randomly selected a spot to rest. Once they confirmed mutual understanding, they placed the fish tank beside Lin Yuyu and intended to leave for a while to scout the area. Just as they stood up, Lin Yuyu seized Xingli's wrist. "Yuyu, you're awake?" Xingli whispered. Hearing his familiar voice, Lin Yuyu released her grip, rubbed her bleary eyes, and softly replied, "Wait a moment." She then removed the cloth from around her neck, which served as a makeshift scarf, and handed it to Xingli to cover his face before proceeding. The attire of the islanders venturing out to gather resources was quite uniform, all oriented towards sun protection and covering up. Therefore, to blend in seamlessly, they could not afford to appear too exposed. Lin Yu harbored no concerns for Xingli's safety. He had navigated the heavily guarded cruise ship with ease, and this was merely a stroll nearby. However, it became evident that she had underestimated the situation. She lacked the confidence to spend a night alone in the wilderness. Thus, she retrieved a piece of charcoal from the small fire they had lit the previous night and drew a house and a small figure on a tree, connecting them with an arrow before departing the spot, as if merely passing through. Since Xingli did not linger, the individuals tracing his scent also did not tarry, missing the marks on the tree entirely. They lost the chance to find him earlier. Shortly after leaving, Lin Yuyu discovered a narrow path within the woods. Following the path, she continued until she encountered returning pedestrians, then altered her direction to trail behind them towards the settlement of the islanders. Yet before she could even glimpse the gates of the safe zone, she caught sight of some low-lying structures. Upon closer inspection, she realized these were houses constructed from mutated oyster shells mixed with seawater mud. The hardened and jagged surfaces of the mutated oyster shells, when used to cover the exterior of the houses, formed a fortress brimming with sharp edges. The ingenuity of the locals who devised such a construction method, using readily available materials, is truly commendable. These sturdy homes not only withstand destruction, but also effectively repel beastly attacks, explaining why the inhabitants dare to reside in the wild without the protection of city walls. Lin Yuyu marveled at her surroundings. The pedestrian she had been following was suddenly surrounded by several individuals who emerged from an alley, dragging him into a side passage. Goodness, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, someone dares to commit violence in plain view. Such audacity is astonishing. Well, this is a wasteland. Yet the terrified scream of the person being dragged away sounded distinctly like a girl's voice, compelling Lin Yuyu to take action. She quickly assessed her own strength, stretched her limbs, picked up a stone the size of a brick, and dashed toward the alley from which the cries emanated. It was time to test the effectiveness of Master Lu's teachings. Upon entering the alley, Lin Yu was taken aback by the scene before her that a little girl was crying as she wielded her basket, swinging it vigorously, while several groaning individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Each time one of them attempted to rise, they would be knocked back down. The fallen could only crawl away, trying to escape the range of the girl's relentless swings. Realizing the urgency, Lin Yuyu rushed forward, raising her stone high, ready to deliver a finishing blow. However, before she could strike, one of the downed individuals glanced at the stone in her hand and promptly fainted. The suddenness of this collapse startled Lin Yuyu, causing her to instinctively toss the stone from her grasp, resulting in a thud as it struck another person attempting to sneak away along the wall. He had simply stumbled into the path of her thrown stone, so she could hardly be held accountable. After a few more thuds echoed through the alley, only Lin Yuyu and the little girl with the basket remained standing. "Thank you for being willing to help me." "There is no need to thank me. I haven't truly assisted. Without me, you likely would have managed just fine." Lin Yuyu glanced at the individuals lying at the girl's feet and then at her own, noting that while 3 or 4 lay under the girl's influence, her own tally was not entirely due to her efforts. Best not to mention that record. The little girl shook her head, insisting, "Without you, I would never have been able to handle them so easily. With the sun still high, we should hurry and leave. It's unsafe out here once night falls. And those individuals, if they regain consciousness before the mutated beasts find this place, it will be their good fortune. If not, then it is simply fate." Lin Yuyu scratched her head, revealing a broad smile. "I seem to have lost my memory and forgotten where my home is." The little girl stared at Lin Yuyu, eyes wide in disbelief. "Do you truly believe anyone would buy that excuse? Do I seem easily fooled, allowing you to use such a story to deceive me? Sweetheart, with your kind heart, would you consider taking me in for just one night?" The little girl initially shook her head, but upon seeing Lin Yuyu produce a gleaming white pearl, she hesitated. Lin Yuyu extended her open palm, revealing the shimmering treasure. The little girl swallowed hard, about to refuse again, when she noticed Lin Yuyu pulling out another pearl from her pocket, placing it in her outstretched hand. Chapter 44. What? This is not 8 to 19. Each time Lin Yuyu produced a pearl, she noticed the little girl swallow again. Internally, Lin Yuyu rejoiced, "Aha, I have her in my grasp." Unbeknownst to her, the little girl was engaged in a fierce debate within her mind. The black figure argued, "One pearl is worth 60. It can buy 2 months' worth of rations. 2 pearls, 120. It can hire someone to help build another oyster shell house. 3 pearls. Oh my, I can't even imagine. If they were all mine, my disposition would be so cheerful," the white figure countered. "How can you be so greedy? What if she's a villain? We might be inviting trouble." The black figure insisted. "For pearls, 5 pearls. Wow, 6 pearls. To turn down free points like this, you're truly high-minded." The white figure retorted, "Who are you calling high-minded?" The little girl grasped Lin Yuyu's hand, but refrained from making any impulsive moves. Instead, asking uncertainly, "All of them?" "Of course. As long as you take me in for one night and help me familiarize myself with this island tomorrow, these 6 pearls are yours." The little girl took a deep breath, slowly exhaling to calm her racing heart. "All right, come with me." Several minutes later, the two arrived at a house with a yard. In the evening, you will sleep in the west room with me. The east room has been rented to someone else who dislikes disturbances. Therefore, we must endeavor to keep our voices to a minimum." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression stiffened slightly. There truly no other public restroom? One that is cleaner?" "Yes, there is, but it is quite far, requiring a trek to nearly the inner district." "Inner district?" "Yes, the former safe zone. Over the past few years, the population on the island has surged, and the safe zone can no longer accommodate everyone, leading to an expansion into what is now divided into the inner district, outer district, and the edge district where we currently reside. So many divisions. What conditions must be met to relocate to a more central area?" "You wish to move to the inner or outer district?" The young girl glanced at Lin Yuyu beside her before continuing forward, reaching the cabinet to fetch a blanket and placing it on the bed. While arranging the bedding, she explained to Lin Yuyu, "To reside in the outer district, one needs 100 contribution points and a housing fee of 10,000 points. The points required for purchasing or renting a house are additional. As for the inner district, I am unaware of the requirements. It is not as accessible as the outer district, where people can come and go freely. Usually, no one is allowed near it, and the circumstances within are likely known only to the affluent and powerful. The inner district is so enigmatic that it wasn't always this way. It became stringent only after some residents were forcibly removed. As long as the outer district permits our free movement and the inner district remains closed to us, we are indifferent. I see." The young girl nodded, patting the maid. "Oh, you have any further inquiries? If not, we should wash up and retire for the night." "Wait, one last question. What are contribution points? You seem to be quite thoroughly amnesiac." The girl yawned before continuing. "When one participates in large official activities on the island, such as assisting in the construction of defensive fortifications or collectively resisting beast waves, the authorities will allocate contribution points based on individual efforts upon completion. These contribution points can be exchanged for points, with an approximate conversion rate of 100, where they can be kept for redeeming items unavailable for points on the official platform." However, throughout that night, Lin Yuyu did not sleep soundly. Despite her eyes being closed, she occasionally heard the sounds of animals and the thudding against the walls. When she finally opened her eyes, she noticed the child beside her was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of disturbance. Concerned, Lin Yuyu felt compelled to check the situation outside. As she approached the door and opened it, she heard a drowsy voice from the bed behind her. "Don't go out. It's unnecessary to worry." Turning back, she saw the child had shifted positions and fallen back asleep. Lin Yuyu shrugged. Well, since the host had spoken, she would simply defer to their wishes upon awakening. She felt even more fatigued than if she had not slept at all. The young girl tilted her head to the left, then to the right, scrutinizing Lin Yuyu from various angles before tentatively asking, "Have your dark circles worsened? You seem to look significantly more haggard than yesterday." Lin Yuyu raised her hand to stifle a yawn. Perhaps. Did you not sleep well last night? Would you like to rest a little longer? We can venture out later to no. Let us go. The sooner we finish our exploration of the outer district and attend to our affairs, the sooner I can find a safe place to rest for several days and nights. When she first moved into the shell house, she contemplated whether to settle in the Edge district. After enduring the trials of last night, she realized that given her constitution, unless she could alter her schedule to reverse her day and night, she would never be able to enjoy a good night's sleep. To avoid the risk of succumbing to sleep deprivation one day, she ought to find a way to relocate to the outer district. The young girl, named Tijitong, appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. She had lost contact with her parents when she was very young, so despite her tender age, she had survived and thrived alone on the island for 5 or 6 years. The former was merely her means of survival, and Lin Yuyu had no intention of prying further. She only asked Tijitong to show her a few shops she frequented before parting ways. Once separated, Lin Yuyu followed the directional signs to the island's service center. Taking advantage of the near-empty service center just before noon, she exchanged a few subpar pearls for points. She then spent a small amount of points to connect her terminal to the internet and found an unoccupied corner in the service hall to sit down. Seeking refuge from the sun, she began to peruse the shared online materials, downloading everything she had previously acquired. It was only at that moment that Lin Yuyu realized they were not heading to 8 to 19, but rather to 8-23. Chapter 45. He chases, he flees, No wonder they had drifted at sea for so long before discovering the island. They had veered off course. They had arrived at a different island. How could that not take time? Foolish Xingli. How did he manage to confidently lead them astray? At that time, seeing his certainty, she had never doubted him. Each day, she found herself questioning either her abilities or the viability of her plans. After all, there had been no successful accounts of islanders crossing the ocean between islands with a small boat. She had once thought her desire to traverse the sea with limited equipment was mere folly. Yet, it turned out that it was someone who was utterly convinced of their direction who had led them to 8-23. 8-23, an island not much better than 9-22. If the previous 9-22 could hold out for another 4 or 5 years, then 8-23 would last at most 4.5 years out of course. This assumes they do not encounter a tsunami. Otherwise, in the face of natural disasters, all projected outcomes are merely estimations. Sigh. She had initially hoped to save a substantial sum on boat tickets and settle comfortably on the new island for a decade or two before considering the next island crossing. Now, it seemed that the 100,000 points she had hoped to save were destined to be spent. Oh no. Now, it was 120,000 points, just moments ago, when Lin Yuyu searched for inter-island boat tickets on her terminal. The results indicated, due to the increasing permanent population on Island 8-23, the demand for boat tickets has surged, and last year, the selling price for inter-island boat tickets had already risen to 120,000 points each. It is expected to only increase this year. Upon reading this, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt that settling down on this island might not be a bad option after all. If she were to be submerged, then so be it. She would live as long as she could. She felt a bit weary and no longer wished to struggle. Let us not forget her true nature as a lazy fish. Intermittent efforts are manageable, but continuous striving is beyond her capacity. The thought of having to start from scratch to accumulate points made Lin Yuyu feel faint. She had no treasure trove to exploit, and it would take her eons to gather the 120,000 points. Perhaps lying down and waiting for death was the answer. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one must still put in the effort when the time calls for it. Once the sun had passed its zenith, Lin Yuyu left the service center and headed toward the outer district's gate. She wondered if Xingli had noticed the signal she left during their time adrift at sea. They had devised a system of signals for fun, never expecting it would prove useful. She just hoped that Xingli understood her intentions. If she waited until nightfall and he still had not appeared, she would disregard him and continue with her own life. Fortunately, this time Xingli did not disappoint her. He appeared at her line of sight just before sunset, but it seemed he was not alone. You've been chasing me for an entire day and night. What exactly do you want? If you didn't run, would I have to chase you? If you didn't chase me, would I be running? I merely wanted to ask you a question. Who knew you would flee upon seeing me? If you didn't run, would I have to chase you? Lu Qingyu had searched for the two little ones for a long time without success. Finally encountering someone with the aura of the two little ones, he had to approach and inquire. Yet upon making eye contact, this person bolted. The speed of their reaction made him suspect that this individual had done something to the children, prompting a frantic escape upon seeing him. Thus, he had to pursue and catch them to inquire thoroughly. Who goes around asking questions with a grim face? If you hadn't rushed at me with that scowl, would I have run? Xingli's tone was equally unsavory. He had sensed from their first encounter that he could not provoke this person. Now that he had a family to care for, avoiding conflict was his only option. However, he never anticipated that after shaking them off 2 or 3 times, he would still be unable to rid himself of this pursuer. He found it quite challenging. Just ask what you need to ask and leave quickly. So I don't have to deal with you anymore. They were nearing the entrance to the safe zone. He certainly could not bring trouble along to find you. No need that he had found the person he sought. Earlier, he had feared that this sea star would slip away without a trace, so he had kept his gaze fixed on them. Now that this person had turned their back to the city wall to speak with him, his vision shifted, revealing the city gate behind them and Lin Yuyu curiously observing from nearby. Finally, he had located the individual he was searching for. Liu Qingyu bypassed Xingli and headed towards the gate, leaving Xingli bewildered by his sudden disregard. After all, he had been forced to abandon Yuyu for so long, and now this person had found the one he was after and simply let it go. Xingli, why give up so easily after pursuing me so persistently? Wait, where is he going? Hey, what do you intend to do? Come at me if you dare, Starry exclaimed as she watched the figure before her stride purposefully towards the door. Panic surged within her, and she rushed forward, arms outstretched to obstruct Liu Qingyu's path. Just moments ago, in an effort to conceal the alliance between him and the elusive Yuyu, he had deliberately averted his gaze from her. How could he still be so aware of her presence? Step aside. The person she longed for was so near, yet fate conspired to place obstacles in her way. Frustration boiled within her. She wished she could simply swat the hindrance away. No, Yuyu was right ahead. She had to restrain herself to avoid violence, to set a good example for the children. Thus the two entangled themselves until they stood before Lin Yuyu. Observing the scene, Lin Yuyu was filled with confusion. What on earth are you two doing, strengthening your bond? Is it true that boys can embrace one another like us girls? How peculiar. She thought that why Yuyu? Please don't misunderstand. There is nothing going on between us. Starry hurriedly released her grip from around the waist of the other. She had intended to pull him away, yet found herself being led instead. Why once pristine reputation. All because of this person. At last, I found you both. Are you well? Starry exclaimed. The moment she loosened her hold, Liu Qingyu dashed forward, twirling Lin Yuyu around, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon confirming she bore no injuries, merely a slight loss of weight, he finally relaxed the tension that had gripped him for over half a month, pulling her into a tight embrace. I was so worried about you. Thank goodness you're safe. Hey, let go. Who do you think you are? Release me at once. Starry, lost in her own self-pity, failed to hear the words spoken. All she witnessed was Liu Qingyu stepping forward and enveloping Yuyu in his arms. In that moment, all thoughts of restraint vanished, and she rushed to pry them apart. Yet no matter how hard she tugged, she could not budge his arm. How infuriating, after futilely pulling at his unyielding arm. Starry was finally released when Lin Yuyu gave her a gentle pat. That was close, she mused inwardly, while discreetly observing Liu Qingyu. It had only been a little over half a month, yet he had grown significantly taller. Hadn't he only been a half head taller than her before? Now he towered over her by more than a full head. My goodness! How did he grow so much? I envy him. Yuyu, do you know him? With Yuyu finally freed, the neglected Starry immediately clung to Lin Yuyu, tugging at her sleeve. After Starry introduced Liu Qingyu, Lin Yuyu turned to him, stating, "This is my savior, Starry." The words savior were delivered with a palpable bite. Though neither of the two present seemed to notice, Lin Yuyu understood that only when matters were made explicitly clear would she grasp their true meaning. Otherwise, she would be left to ponder indefinitely. Starry, too, was unsure where she had learned the art of social interaction. However, upon seeing Liu Qingyu, her perspective shifted, and she resolved to alter her approach. One regarded the other as an undeniable rival, while the other viewed the first as a potential threat. Their mutual disdain was palpable, Yet neither chose to reveal it in front of Lin Yuyu. They exchanged polite handshakes and greeted each other, marking their formal introduction. What are your plans moving forward? I initially intended to retrieve the items I had hidden in the woods this afternoon, to sell them in batches for points. Then, I aim to find a place to settle in the outer district. If you have other plans, we could split up and meet later at the service center's entrance. No sooner had the words left his lips than Starry interjected urgently. I have no other plans. Wherever Yuyu goes, I will follow. Whatever she wishes to do, I will support her in every endeavor. Qingyu, I'll assist Starry with her things as for me. I just arrived on the island and have yet to find a place to settle. Where are you staying? I just got here as well and haven't chosen a spot yet. If you're looking for housing, could you help me find a place too? Certainly. Then we might become neighbors. How about I find a 2-bedroom apartment for us to share? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu remained composed, but Starry erupted in protest. No way. You must live with me. Lin Yuyu began, but before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qingyu firmly interjected, No, I do not agree. Starry ignored Lu Qingyu's protest, casting a pleading gaze at Lin Yuyu. Yuyu, please live with me. Lu Qingyu, witnessing Starry's pitiful demeanor, adopted a similarly sorrowful tone. Yuyu, we have been together for so long. I have grown accustomed to sharing meals with you. Would you allow me to continue caring for you? After a moment of contemplation, he added, Without you, my meals lack flavor. Oh, please, anyone can act. Lin Yuyu countered, anxious that she might inadvertently agree to Lu Qingyu's plea. Starry hastily spoke up. Yuyu, you once praised my cooking, saying my grilled dishes were exquisite. Don't you wish to enjoy delicious meals with me every day? I had even considered mastering more culinary skills to treat you. But now, just the thought of not sharing meals with you diminishes my desire to learn. Lin Yuyu admitted, to be fair, Starry's grilled fish is indeed delectable, far surpassing what both Lu Qingyu and I can cook. Yet she wondered, but if we don't live together, can't we still dine together? I have no objections, Lu Qingyu stated, as long as Yuyu doesn't reside alone with that starfish. Starry's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? If they don't live together, how will they bond? How can he execute his new strategy? Finally, she suggested, if all else fails, perhaps we should rent a 3-bedroom apartment. What do you think? For the sake of sharing a home with Yuyu, she was willing to tolerate this unexpected rival. She could endure it, but Lu Qingyu could not abide. No, I refuse to share a space with you. It's either one person per household, or Yuyu and I share a home. You choose, Starry retorted. How can you be so domineering and disregard Yuyu's well-being? It's dangerous for her to live alone. We ought to consider what Yuyu desires. What if she wishes to live with everyone? Lin Yuyu finally interjected, seizing her chance to speak. If you're listening to me, then let's agree on separate accommodations, independent houses. If we can be neighbors, wonderful. If not, it won't hinder our shared meals. When we have the time, we can gather at one of our homes to cook together. If busy, we can each tend to our own affairs. Does that sound agreeable? If this conversation continued at the entrance, would they ever accomplish anything? Who knew if there were even enough houses available in the outer district? What was there to deliberate? Each of them was wasting time. Yuyu, I'm off to look for a place, Lu Qingyu announced, glancing at the time, 7 o'clock, that I will be waiting for you at the service center. Wait, Lin Yuyu called out, stopping him. Have you upgraded your terminal? I'll give you my contact code. When you get to the service center, activate the connectivity feature. Later, we can communicate directly through our terminals without worrying about losing track of each other. Though this function might not work in the wilderness, the safety zone on the island was expansive. After they connected, finding one another would become more convenient. She had previously refrained from mentioning it due to Lu Qingyu's lack of points for an upgrade. But now that he had upgraded, it was essential to add him. All right, Yuyu. See you later. See you later. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingyu, Lin Yuyu and Starry hurried towards the woods where they had hidden their belongings. Hoping everything remained intact and undiscovered, as Lu Qingyu observed the departing figures of the two, an inexplicable irritation welled within him. It must be that insufferable person constantly hovering around Yuyu. His laugh is utterly grotesque, a blight upon my eyes to yearn to rush forward and drive that individual away, far, far away. Yet, that person was Yuyu's savior, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the salvation. As long as Yuyu did not consent, He could not take action against him, lest you become upset with him, but if it were possible, Lu Qingyu would prefer to accompany Yuyu. However, he was not the type to cling to someone without regard for priorities. It had been a while since they had parted ways, and he was uncertain of Yuyu's current thoughts on him. Did she still require his protection? She had not even worn the earrings he gifted her. At this moment, he was oblivious to the situation. Rather than recklessly pursuing them, it would be wiser to find a place to stay and inquire about what had transpired. Moreover, someone needed to search for housing, and he deemed this task more beneficial than assisting that starfish in the woods. Thus, even though the thought of parting from Yuyu troubled him, he had no choice but to temporarily act separately. After spending an afternoon wandering the outer district, Lu Qingyu discovered that, given his current savings, he could not afford to reside there. Let alone acquiring several properties, he lacks even the qualification to rent. As for those contribution points, in the presence of others, Lu Ning found it difficult to speak up, resorting instead to gesturing with his tentacles, conveying messages to Lu Qingyu through the fish schools. Third uncle. What shall we do now? Should we seek assistance from other clan members? Lu Qingyu replied, It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Lu Ning interjected, I know where some clan members are. I encountered one while shopping with Yuyu this morning. That member has opened a seafood dried goods store on the main street of the outer district. Surely they wouldn't be lacking in contribution points. The two were thinking simplistically, yet upon implementation, they discovered that reality was far more challenging than they had anticipated. What did you say? How much do you wish to borrow? Upon understanding Lu Qingyu's intentions, the owner of the seafood dried goods store couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Lu Ning lightly tapped the table with his tentacles, admonishing, Keep your voice down. Do you wish to attract everyone's attention? Yes, I admit I have a little savings, but where is it customary to borrow such a large sum of contribution points right off the bat? It's nearly all my assets. If I give it all to you, what will I do? Furthermore, are we even that familiar with each other? If you fear I might abscond with the debt, I could leave Lu Ning here as collateral. This. Lu Ning turned to stare at Lu Qingyu in shock. Isn't that a bit much? You are my dear uncle. In their clan, the young ones were quite precious, especially those of rare breeds, rendering them even more valuable. Keeping this little one as a fish quality would indeed eliminate concerns of the larger one absconding with funds. The dried goods store owner pondered the feasibility of the situation, but grew increasingly uneasy. So, not only do you want to borrow contribution points from me, but you also expect me to help you take care of a young one? Your calculations are rather audacious. He had already grown into a sizable young one, capable of looking after himself, requiring little assistance. Lu Ning protested. Don't you consider my wishes at all? After weighing the matter, the store owner suggested, Ultimately, what you lack is not contribution points, but rather an identity that grants access to the outer district and a residence to stay in. Lu Qingyu interrupted, To clarify, we need 2 residences. Isn't it 3? Lu Ning murmured under the discussion of the 2 adults. How will we divide the 2 when the time comes? Is it 2 or 3? Never mind, I want to concern myself with the number of residences. Your intent to borrow points merely aims to exchange for contribution points. From what I understand, the official exchange rate is 1 contribution point for 100 points, and there is no reverse exchange. To convert points into contribution points, you must privately seek exchanges, and the rate can vary from 120 to 130 points for a single contribution point. The dried goods store owner. Lu Ili twirled a lock of hair around his finger. He deliberated, and your desire for contribution points is solely for that residency quota. Therefore, instead of wasting money, it would be wiser to bypass that step and directly use your points to find someone to handle the residency process. Is that feasible? As the saying goes, money can move mountains. For them, contribution points, once acquired, must ultimately be surrendered. They are merely for show. If you present contribution points, they will only process your request formally. However, with points, they may even roll out the red carpet for you. And in the end, what appears to be a larger expenditure might actually be less. Lu Qingyu and Lu Ning exchanged glances. What? Did you not understand? After a lengthy explanation, Lu Ili noticed that the 2 fish before him displayed no reaction. One wore a cold expression, while the other stared blankly at him. Is it feasible or not? If it's not an issue, then you should head out to the left and take care of your business, so I can get back to mine. Please assist us. I'm not familiar with the routes. And my points are limited. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient points. Very well, I shall assist you. How many residences did you say you needed? What are your requirements? 3, contiguous or nearby, any type of layout, and as soon as possible, preferably within the next few days. Understood, I'll front the points needed, but remember to repay me later. With that, Lin Yuyu activated his terminal with fervor. As the elder and younger watched the shop owner become busy, they exchanged greetings and prepared to leave. However, they were called back by the owner. Don't forget to leave the fish quality behind. Despite his flurry of activity, he kept an eye on the shop's happenings. Liu Ning turned to Lu Qingyu with a look of dismay. Third uncle, are you really willing to leave me here as fish quality? Lu Qingyu reassured him. Don't worry, once I have the funds, I will come to redeem you to Liu Ning. Securing a residence in the outer district would likely take a few days. So for the time being, he would need to rent a transitional place in the fringe area. Fortunately, he was accustomed to having backup plans in the afternoon. He scoured both districts and found several decent options. He intended to meet with Yuyu to let her choose, and then he would decide where to reside. Thus, Lu Qingyu opened his terminal to message Lu Yuyu. Let me know when you have housing options available. Thank you. Then he located Yuyu's chat. Yuyu, where are you now? I'm coming over to find you. Chapter 48. Comfort is an impossible task at this moment. Lin Yuyu had just finished selling all her items and met up with Xingli. We re at the large banyan tree outside the west gate of the outer district. Shall we come find you, or will you come to us? Since we're quite close, I'll come to you. All right. See you soon at AS. She focused on her terminal. Xingli poked Lin Yuyu's arm. Yuyu, could you lend me a hand? Why does everyone seem to lack the habit of saving money? Are you all not native Wasteland dwellers? Previously, Lu Qingyu also had a poor habit of saving points, but at least he would set aside a little for later. Xingli, on the other hand, had not a single point in her account and was always looking to give points away. She truly could not comprehend it. Yuyu, since we're going to share meals in the future, consider this as my advance payment for our food, all right? My account only had single digits before. You know I can't hold on to points. The LL soon dwindle back to single digits in my possession. At that point, I'll be left drinking nuclear waste outside. Xingli gazed at Lin Yuyu with emotion-filled eyes, as if repeatedly imploring her with 4 words. Can you bear to? Can you bear to? Can you bear to? Attempting to sway the soft-hearted Lin Yuyu to acquiesce to her request. But was Lin Yuyu the kind of woman easily swayed by such pleas? She was not. However, she was not one to reject the requests of those close to her. With a sigh, she relented to hand over several thousand points as a meal fee. You truly have some nerve. I can hold on to it for you. But let us be clear, I'm only holding it for you. Don't go saying it's all yours or anything like that. Lately, she felt as though she had been sighing more frequently. She truly found herself at a loss with him. She had tried to persuade him, refused him, yet he would not listen. Unable to outmaneuver him, she resolved to help him keep it safe for now. All right, Yuyu will help you manage IT. As Xingli spoke, she extended her terminal, ready to transfer all her points to Lin Yuyu. Including the portion Lin Yuyu had helped sell, there was a total of around 8,000 or 9,000 points. Indeed, not a trivial sum. When Lu Qingyu arrived, he fortuitously witnessed the two leaning against each other, hands nearly touching. What a lack of boundaries. As he approached, he leaned his head into the gap between them and gently said, Found you too. Seeing it was Lu Qingyu, Lin Yuyu sighed in relief. Oh, it's you. She had just been startled quite a bit, thinking something supernatural was afoot in contrast to Lin Yuyu's genuine surprise. Xingli, who had not been startled, reacted more dramatically. What's wrong with you? That's too much. You scared us. Do you know that? Lu Qingyu lowered his gaze, his tone feigning innocence. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Can you forgive me? He looked up at Lin Yuyu with wide, pleading eyes, not sparing a glance at the fuming Xingli. Xingli stared incredulously at the near-tearful Lu Qingyu. This person? He.S. imitating me. How can he imitate me? This is too excessive. Yuyu, look at him, he.S. imitating me. Not only did he not apologize, he.S. copying me. Xingli, don't overreact. That's not the case. Lin Yuyu initially intended to explain that Lu Qingyu was also a shy young man. But upon witnessing his current demeanor, shy? Well, Lin Yuyu found it hard to voice. Young man? That too seemed inappropriate given his present posture, especially with that look that unmistakably conveyed he was performing for an audience. Indeed, It is quite infuriating to behold. Observing Lin Yuyu hesitating to speak, Xingli also began to feel disheartened. You are biased, unable to find a justification to defend him, yet you choose to side with him. Lin Yuyu reached out and pinched Xingli's cheek, interrupting his words. Be good now. If you keep causing a fuss, I will deduct your allowance. She preferred to engage with cheerful and sunny individuals rather than console some capricious little pup. Besides, she was simply not the type to offer comfort. Watching Yuyu threaten with a smirk, Lu Qingyu felt too intimidated to speak loudly, only managing a soft call. Yuyu, brother Qingyu, I don't blame you. I know you didn't mean it, right? After spending such a long time together, Lin Yuyu still understood Lu Qingyu's true nature. His expressionless demeanor was his most habitual and frequently used countenance. In other narratives, he would be labeled as expressionless. Yet, in her presence, he always attempted to display more emotions, lowering his head shyly, raising it with a flushed face, shaking his head timidly, as if he must portray some bashful youth. Unfortunately, his acting was riddled with flaws, and she had grown accustomed to it. He merely worried that his blank expression might frighten her. How could she ever hold that against him? How adorable he was. Wasn't he it? Yes. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Lu Qu disregarded the pouting Xingli beside him and spoke of serious matters. Therefore, we can only find a place to stay temporarily in the outskirts. Here are a few apartments that I found acceptable. Lu Qingyu extended the terminal before Lin Yuyu, allowing her to peruse the photographs and see if there was anything she liked, since this is just a temporary abode. Let us opt for this 3-bedroom apartment. The nights in the outskirts can be quite noisy. It's safer for us to stay together. All right, we'll take this one. It's not far from the West Gate. Just a short walk. That's very convenient. Let us finalize this and then buy some daily necessities to take along. Good. Glancing at Lin Yuyu's empty earlobe, Lu Qingyu pressed his lips together. Casting a sidelong glance at Xingli, who was kicking stones at Yuyu, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Lin Yuyu also glanced at the bored Xingli beside her. Sure, let us go over there. She casually pointed to a nearby spot. Turning to face Xingli, she cleared her throat. Yuyu, Qingyu, and I will discuss something over there. Could you wait for us here? Xingli flashed a smile and nodded obediently, saying, go ahead. I'll wait here. It was only after you had walked away that he retracted his smile, clicking his tongue. So, you prefer the obedient ones? How troublesome. Oh well, if it's troublesome, so be it. It is certainly better than having someone else run off, leaving no trace behind. After all, she was the little human he had chosen. She deserved to be cherished. Upon reaching a clearing, Lu Qingyu coughed lightly before speaking. Yuyu, about the earrings I had Lu Ning send you. Are they still with you? They are. Chapter 49. What have I missed? Noticing Lu Qingyu's slight nervousness, Lin Yuyu offered a gentle smile. How could I not keep them? I truly like the ones you gifted me. After confirming that Yuyu genuinely appreciated them, Lu Qingyu appeared bewildered. Then why don't you wear them? I thought you didn't like them. I was either captured or forced adrift at sea before, so I never got the chance to wear them. Mainly, I was afraid someone would see and snatch them away. It's the first gift I received, and I don't want to lose it. Moreover, none of the Wasteland dwellers she encountered wore jewelry. She didn't wish to stand out. Lu Qingyu instinctively turned to the nearby open space. His gaze wandering, I left it with a friend. Seeing Lu Qingyu unable to meet her eyes, she realized he hadn't been entirely honest. This person was simply too easy to read. Thus, rather than dealing with someone whose acting skills were so refined that one could not decipher them, she preferred to play with Lu Qingyu, who could be easily caught in a lie. Sometimes, his reactions in moments of urgency were quite amusing. Therefore, Lin Yuyu occasionally felt the urge to tease him a little, to see what interesting response he would give. You didn't throw it away because you found it troublesome, did you? Lu Qingyu began racking his brain for excuses. I thought it wouldn't be convenient to have Lu Ning running around with us since we haven't settled on a place yet. Noticing Lin Yuyu's expression still seemed conflicted, Lu Qingyu added, Don't worry. My friend really likes Lu Ning and will take good care of him. Yes, that's so. And Lin Yuyu suppressed a laugh. Then let us go. We should buy some things. Wait a moment. Yuyu, what I wanted to tell you is still not said. Huh. What else is there to say? It's getting dark. The earring I gave you is actually a spatial button. Wait, what did you say? Lin Yuyu's attention immediately shifted entirely to the person before her. Realizing they were in public, she quickly lowered her voice, confirming with Lu Qingyu, "You mean this is a spatial button?" Lu Qingyu nodded. "Yes, it hasn't been bound yet. Once bound, the owner can change its display mode, choosing between invisibility or visibility. That if you select invisibility, you won't have to worry about it being seen and stolen again." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu felt a pang of regret. My heavens, what have I missed? She recalled the countless supplies submerged in seawater back at the old man's house, and the ship and its cargo that she had to sell a low price to conceal her whereabouts. No, she couldn't think about it. It was suffocating. Although it only had 20-some cubic meters of space, which isn't much, it was all she could afford at the moment. I hope you won't mind. In the future, I'll strive to get you a larger one. He had learned from Lu Ning that little Yu wanted a spatial button that could hold hundreds or even thousands of cubic meters. And as her good neighbor, friend, and guardian, he would endeavor to fulfill that wish. That I wouldn't mind. Not at all. How could I possibly dislike this? It's a spatial button, a rare treasure. I never disdain it. Seeing Lin Yuyu so pleased with his gift filled Lu Qingyu with joy. Then hurry and put it on. Once you're all set, we can head out to shop.Um. The process for binding spatial buttons on this planet was quite simple. One only needed to scan with a personal terminal and input their information to bind it. Once bound, they could choose the activation method, either touch or entering a password, and decide whether it was for personal use or allowed for friends and family. Previously, the old man had chosen a password activation for his metallic clasp, but when he became somewhat disheartened, he canceled the password, making it accessible to anyone who found it. Although Lu Qingyu had already gifted the earring to her, the spatial button was so precious that Lin Yuyu felt embarrassed to keep it all to herself. Ultimately, she chose to share it with Lu Qingyu. Grabbing him, she input his personal information into the earring to bind it. It was at this moment that Lin Yuyu discovered the button was already filled to the brim with items. Moreover, those items looked quite familiar. Seeing Lin Yuyu's eyes widen with joy, Lu Qingyu smiled slightly. Everything inside was prepared as gifts for you by Lu Ning, that if you like them, remember to greet him the next time you encounter him. He will be very pleased. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu felt Lu Ning's image in her heart grow immensely grand and towering, radiating an undeniable golden light. It was simply dazzling, so radiant. The items in the space were quite comprehensive. Although each item was not abundant in number, they were sufficient for their group, allowing them to save a considerable amount of points. Points could be saved, but the act of shopping could not be neglected. Although she was unsure if anyone was watching her, out of caution, Lin Yuyu wanted everything to have a clear source. Otherwise, if someone were to keep an eye on them, it would be easy to expose their secret. Speaking of explanations, was Qingyu brother concerned about Xingli, wanting to keep this matter from him? Not at all. Why would he care about a mere starfish? I'm worried you might mind. I didn't want anyone to know you have a spatial button, which is why I thought it best to discuss it privately. Asking someone if they liked a gift naturally required a private conversation. How could one ask such a thing in front of that starfish? Wouldn't that embarrass him? What if he didn't like it? How would he be able to face her afterward? I don't mind. Xingli isn't just anyone will be teaming up and sharing meals together in the future. It wouldn't be good to hide it from him. Since they were in close proximity daily, she didn't think it would be feasible to keep it secret. It was better to be honest from the start. As long as you don't mind. Lu Qingyu gazed vacantly into the air, his mind consumed solely by the phrase, not someone else flashing incessantly across his thoughts, as for what he was truly pondering. It seemed even he could not fathom. Upon returning to the shade of the banyan tree, Lin Yuyu whispered excitedly to Xingli, and in response, she received a gaze from Xingli that sparkled with admiration. Fixated solely on her, Xingli thought, Yuyu believes in me. She trusts me so much. For the moment, we shall set aside the whirlwind of emotions swirling within Xingli. The group then ventured to a nearby shop, purchasing a few locally favored woven baskets and a couple of miscellaneous items before heading to several more stores with their lidded baskets in tow. After repeating this process, they finally arrived at the pre-selected house they had scouted online. Carrying baskets that held little in the way of possessions. Chapter 50. A new life on a new island. The temporary rental was a 2-story shell house, complete with a small yard and a 2-meter-high wall. The modest abode spanned approximately 50 square meters, with the ground floor comprising a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, while the upper level featured 2 bedrooms, a living area, and a balcony, due to the 3 bedrooms being situated on the upper floor. Lu Qingyu and Xingli nearly found themselves embroiled in a dispute over who would accompany Lin Yuyu upstairs. Ultimately, Lin Yuyu, citing her fatigue from a day of travel and her disinclination to ascend stairs, claimed the ground floor room, leaving the two with no grounds for contention. Lin Yuyu mused, "Youth is indeed a blessing, brimming with boundless energy throughout the day." She, however, simply yearned for a peaceful slumber. Lu Qingyu and Xingli exchanged puzzled glances. Does she even realize what we are arguing about? Thus, the group settled in temporarily, embarking on their new life on the island. Though it was heralded as a new life, it bore striking resemblance to their previous existence. The novelty of the island rendered its circumstances somewhat unclear, compelling Lin Yuyu to accompany various teams to different gathering locations each day, gradually remapping the terrain and acclimating to her new surroundings. After nearly a week, they finally received promising news from the outer district. They were eligible to choose a residence. Originally, the 3 of them would have required at least 300 contribution points and 30,000 for relocation fees to settle in the outer district, amassing a total of approximately 60 to 70,000 points by Lu Qingyu's previous calculations. However, with the assistance of Lu Yili, they would only need to expend a little over 40,000 points to secure a place. Nonetheless, the available houses were limited to the eastern section of the outer district. This area, being at a lower elevation, was prone to flooding during heavy rains, thus attracting fewer residents and resulting in a surplus of vacant properties. This explained the intermediaries' willingness to charge less. While the terrain was indeed lower, the houses were relatively decent, having been constructed only a few years prior. The clerk inquired whether they preferred to rent an entire row of townhouses, with each person occupying a floor, or opt for individual suites, which would conveniently allow each to have their own unit on a single floor. The rent for the townhouses, complete with yards and parking spaces, was pricier, at over 30,000 a year. With utilities billed separately, depending on the suite's layout, annual rents range from 2 to 3,000, also with utilities charged separately. The clerk gestured towards the various houses displayed in a holographic projection, introducing them to Lin Yuyu and her companions. Although he was perplexed as to why they insisted on living separately, he was nonetheless pleased by their willingness to rent multiple units that in this precarious era. Few chose to purchase or build homes within the safe zones. Most opted for rentals. Lin Yuyu, intending to reside on the island for only 3 to 4 years, was no exception. The dilemma of where to rent proved quite vexing. Lin Yuyu remarked, "The independent townhouses offer strong privacy, ample space, and a yard, yet their price exceeds our budget. I wonder if renting a higher suite might be more prudent during heavy rains." However, the suites are densely populated with mixed residents, making escape more challenging, even if they align better with our financial constraints. After thorough analysis, it seemed every option had its merits, yet each also bore some shortcomings. Lu Qingyu expressed concern. Yuyu worries that if heavy rains inundate the first and second floors, we would be trapped on the higher levels, unable to exit. Lin Yuyu replied, "Indeed, but my greater concern lies with the risk of fire. Should we find ourselves on the upper floors without rescue, we could easily become trapped." It was sheer luck that she had managed to descend from the 3rd floor last time. She could hardly bear to imagine being ensnared on a higher floor. Xingli suggested, "Then we should choose a small villa. It's not too tall if it rains. We could keep a boat at home, allowing us to escape regardless of the water level, in case of fire. We could dig a large swimming pool in the yard, filled to the brim, ready to extinguish any flames." Lin Yu sighed. "However, we lack sufficient points. Renting a home, acquiring a boat, and excavating a pool would require a significant expenditure of points. Their collective points barely surpassed 20,000. They could not afford to incur further debt for a rental." Though Lu Qingyu assured her he would repay any loan he took, Lin Yuyu was not the type to benefit from convenience at the expense of a friend. She was determined to assist him in repaying any debts that Lu Qingyu suggested. "Yuyu, perhaps I should consult Lu Yili again." Sensing his intent, Lin Yuyu promptly declined. No need. Let's rent a suite for now, and consider the villa later when we are more financially stable." Seeing Lin Yuyu's resolute stance, Xingli quickly stepped forward to offer encouragement. "Don't worry, Yuyu. I will earn points diligently and save up. And one day we will all live in a grand villa together. Lin Yuyu noted the unwavering conviction on Xingli's face, feeling a twinge of unease. This was the same person who had previously displayed such determination, only to drag her along on a tumultuous journey at sea for over half a month, ultimately bringing her to this island. She could no longer bear to see such resolute expressions on his face. They only served to unsettle her. The clerk interjected, "If you have made your decision, please accompany me to see the properties in person." Subsequently, the group, guided by the clerk, visited several suitable complexes in the eastern area. They ultimately settled on apartment 9 on the 6th floor of the Dong Sanli community, a choice driven by Lu Qingyu and Xingli's insistence on Lin Yuyu's selection. After perusing similar layouts and decorations that left her indecisive, Lin Yuyu chose the unit whose number was most pleasing to her eye. With their future residence established, they returned to the outskirts to terminate their previous rental, officially moving into Dong Sanli as the sun set. That night, as Lin Yuyu lay in bed, she exhaled deeply. At last, I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Although she had spent a week in the outskirts, gradually acclimating to the chorus of howls and calls from the wilderness each night, her constitution often led to her abrupt awakenings. This had resulted in her being unable to sleep soundly through the night for days on end, leaving her wearied. With the knowledge that such days were finally behind her, she relaxed completely and drifted into a deep slumber. Just as she dreamed of abundance and comfort, a sudden thud echoed above her, jolting her awake. Chapter 51. Apologies for the disturbance following the thud. A cacophony of clattering noises ensued, persisting for over half an hour without respite. Moving from the bedroom to the living room and back again, Lin Yuyu, overwhelmed by the disturbance, stormed out of her apartment. Donning her coat, she knocked forcefully on the door of the upstairs neighbor. Bang, bang, bang. After several vigorous knocks, the door to 1002 finally creaked open. A muscular man, nearly grazing the doorframe, clad only in an apron, stood before her, bloodied and wielding a knife, looking down at Lin Yuyu. The sight of him, as if he had just emerged from a gruesome scene, instantly deflated Lin Yuyu's initial bravado, prompting her to retreat a few steps. Swallowing hard before meekly inquiring, "Hello, I am the tenant from downstairs. Was it you making all that noise upstairs? It's quite late, and such racket disturbs everyone's sleep. Could you please keep it down?" Upon noticing the man's gaze fixated on her, as he raised his knife-wielding hand, Lin Yuyu's courage evaporated entirely. She staggered back, bowed deeply, and exclaimed, "I'm sorry for the intrusion," before hastily retreating downstairs. Just as Lu Qingyu was about to fully open his door, Lin Yuyu slipped through the gap, shutting the door behind her. If I said I accidentally provoked a hulking brute upstairs, would you mind sheltering me for a moment? I might have inadvertently revealed my identity, and I fear he may come after me. It's all right, it's all right. Let me explain." At that moment, Zheng Biyu opened his door to find a petite girl clad in pajamas and a coat, standing timidly before him, her gentle demeanor prompting him to take a closer look. He recalled how humans greeted one another with a warm hello and a handshake. Yet, just as he raised his hand, the little girl darted away like a fleeting shadow. It seemed she was also frightened of him. The mere act of approaching him to say hello must have required all the courage she could muster. At that moment, Lin Yuyu, who was hiding in Lu Qingyu's home and recounting the events to him, would surely have teased him if she were aware of his thoughts, questioning whether he had forgotten the knife he was still holding. It wasn't that she feared him. Rather, she feared the bloodied figure wielding the knife. Anyone would feel trepidation at the sight of a stranger brandishing a knife, drenched in blood. Yet the truth was that Zheng Biyu had indeed forgotten. Upon seeing the little girl flee, Zheng Biyu shook his head in regret and proceeded to the 9th floor, knocking on the door of apartment 902. "I apologize. I was unaware that someone had moved in downstairs. I habitually dealt with my catch late at night. That I assure you it won't happen again. This is a token of my apology that I hope you will accept it." After placing the basket at the doorstep of 902, he departed. I could see that moment. Lin Yuyu was completely oblivious to the commotion outside. She was engaged in a playful struggle over the couch with Lu Qingyu. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have dared to step outside. She prided herself on not being timid or overly cautious. Yet when words like midnight, blood, knife, and burly man were combined. If she didn't flee, she wouldn't be Lin Yuyu at all. The following morning, awakening in bed, Lin Yuyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Despite her home being just next door, she had invaded someone else's space, monopolizing their only bed and forcing the now tall and lanky Lu Qingyu to squeeze onto the small couch. She truly felt guilty, oh so guilty. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to greet Lu Qingyu before leaving. After searching the house and finding no sign of him, Lin Yuyu retrieved her terminal and opened the chat window with Lu Qingyu, typing 2 simple characters, where, after a moment, she added, "Shall we have lunch together?" Sending off the 2 messages, she planned to clean her new home today and prepare a hearty meal to treat everyone. This would also serve to warm her new abode and provide some nourishment for herself, who had been struggling to eat and sleep well lately, as well as express her gratitude for Lu Qingyu's hospitality last night. It was a win-win situation. Closing the door to 901, Lin Yuyu turned around and spotted Xingli leaning against her front door, a displeased expression on his face, and beside him lay a sizable basket. Where did this come from? Upon closer inspection, she saw that the basket contained several fish and pieces of meat, topped with a small card. Neatly written on the card were a few lines. New neighbor. Welcome. This is a housewarming gift for you. The card was signed with a drawing of a killer whale. Such a genuine blessing. Such a humble gift. Was this meant for me? Thank you, Xingli. I never expected to receive such a present upon waking up. I'm truly touched, seeing Lin Yuyu emerge from Lu Qingyu's home with a flushed face so early in the morning. Xingli felt a pang of jealousy. His tone turned slightly sour. It wasn't me. He had been waiting for her, only to see her emerge sleepily from someone else's home, her cheeks flushed. Had he known she could sleep elsewhere, he would have insisted on staying the night. Refusing to leave. Oh, if it wasn't you, then who sent it? Well, regardless, let's take it inside. Leaving it at the door isn't ideal. For Zheng Biyu, the basket was somewhat small, but for Lin Yuyu, it was quite large. And filled with its contents, it felt heavy. She tried to lift it, but found it too cumbersome, so she bent down to drag it inside. Who knows? Despite Xingli's annoyance at Lin Yuyu's late return home, he offered to help her lift the basket when he saw her struggling. Where should I put it? In the kitchen, please. Are you going out today? If not, why not stay and cook something delicious with me? Are you inviting me to a meal? Yes. Isn't it obvious? Are you truly inviting me? You're not just asking me to help with the cooking while making me feel awkward, right? The person you genuinely want to invite is probably not here right now. Observing the stark contrast in Xingli's expression and tone, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder if he had been possessed or taken over by something. Finding her own thoughts amusing, she chuckled. I sincerely wish to invite you to dinner. And I'm not just inviting you. I've also invited Qingyu. The warm home needs more people to feel lively. However, the more she spoke, the darker Xingli's expression grew. You don't want to come and help me out alone, do you? Well, if Lu Qingyu were home, I would have definitely included him. I wouldn't let you do all the work alone. Besides, I'll be cooking, and you know my culinary skills are just passable. It would be a shame to waste these fresh ingredients. What is there to be ashamed of? If you mess it up, I'll just have your Lu Qingyu catch some more for you. Hearing Xingli's sarcastic mention of Lu Qingyu, Lin Yuyu shivered slightly. What is wrong with you? You're not really possessed by something, are you? What had started as a light-hearted joke suddenly felt serious when Lin Yuyu noticed Xingli's expression stiffen. Her heart skipped a beat. No way. Did I hit a nerve? Xingli shot her a piercing glance, scoffing. What kind of dense creature was she? Was he not making himself clear enough? Lin Yuyu had caught on, but had misunderstood. She thought Xingli's earlier expression had changed due to displeasure over Lu Qingyu's lack of effort and still having food to eat, and that the later stiffness was because she had struck a chord. So, she subtly retreated towards the kitchen, wary of provoking him further. But as she took a few steps back, he advanced towards her. She found herself nearly in the living room and had to stop, cautiously asking, "Are you still my Xingli?" What she meant to say was, "Are you still the Xingli I know?" But in her nervousness, she stumbled over her words. "You say, I am yours, Xingli?" Upon hearing Lin Yuyu's words, the bitterness that had welled up in Xingli's heart upon seeing her emerge from Lu Qingyu's home dissipated significantly. She says, "I am hers," he thought. Upon reflection, that is not so bad. She is mine, and I am hers. The outcome is the same as long as they can stay together. What else matters? He no longer aspired to steal Lin Yuyu away for their own exclusive world, as long as she wanted him. Lu Qingyu would not be able to drive him away, allowing him to remain by her side. In the past, he would never have been so easily appeased, but after nearly being cast aside by Lu Qingyu when he saw trouble, he had learned to adapt. If it weren't for Lu Qingyu being busy and needing someone to look after Lin Yuyu when he wasn't around, he would have been tossed into the ocean long ago. He couldn't comprehend why such a formidable sea creature would fight over a mere human when there were countless humans to care for. Lin Yuyu was just an ordinary human, barely remarkable. Save for a touch of cuteness, seeing the fluctuating emotions in front of her, Lin Yuyu felt a surge of anxiety. He contemplating turning on me. Is he? Quickly she said, yes, I hope you are. So, are you? She hoped Xingli was still the same as before. Otherwise, she feared she might not make it through the day. Sensing the anticipation in her words, Xingli's eyes brightened. Does this mean Lin Yuyu's feelings for me mirror my own for her? Is she confirming my feelings? Is she seeking a promise? Overwhelmed with excitement, he longed to sweep Lin Yuyu into his arms and proclaim his feelings. I am. As long as you don't abandon me, I can forever be your Xingli. However, to Lin Yuyu, it seemed as though he suddenly transformed into a fierce figure charging toward her. She promptly stepped back and turned to flee. The two ended up in a playful chase, racing into the living room. Yet Lin Yuyu hadn't covered much distance before Xingli caught her from behind, just as he was about to ask, why are you running? However, due to one person sprinting too swiftly and the other exerting too much force, neither of them managed to halt in time, and they tumbled together towards the center of the living room. Just as Lin Yuyu was about to collide with the corner of the central table, Xingli, who was behind her, acted without hesitation. Transforming into his original form in a moment of panic, he swiftly encircled Lin Yuyu, maneuvering from behind to in front of her, enveloping her in his embrace before finally allowing himself to fall backward. The two of them crashed forcefully into the living room table, and it was only after they both collapsed onto the plush carpet that Xingli reverted to his human form, holding Lin Yuyu closely as they lay side by side on the ground. This serves as a reminder that one should refrain from chasing and frolicking indoors. See what has transpired, revealing their predicament. At that moment, Lin Yuyu was entirely too flustered to contemplate the intimate nature of their embrace. She was also oblivious to the fact that the sounds escaping from Xingli's lips were not pained groans, but rather satisfied sighs. Her mind was overwhelmed by the shocking realization that he was not human. How foolish she had been, suspecting that he might be a wandering spirit seeking to inhabit a body, only to find that he was not human at all. What was she to do now? Was it still possible to pretend she hadn't seen anything? Clearly, Xingli was not inclined to grant her the luxury of feigning ignorance. He held her tightly, his face brushing against hers as he murmured, You saw it. I did not. As soon as you realized I am not of your kind, you began to deceive me. Does this mean you will no longer want me and will seek to drive me away? Lin Yuyu instinctively considered nodding, but feeling the tightening grip around her back, she immediately declared resolutely, I want. Trust me, it's wonderful. I find myself increasingly fond of you, unable to bear being apart. I can promise to be your Xingli, but you must also vow to remain by my side, unwavering and unyielding. Lin Yuyu felt his arm constricting around her upper arm, rendering her unable to move. She could only tilt her head slightly, trying to distance herself from Xingli. Will you harm me? How could I ever harm you? I will protect and cherish you forever, I swear. Vows meant nothing to Lin Yuyu. Wait, that was right. He wasn't even human, so his words were hardly human. Could she still trust what he said? Lin Yuyu felt a twinge of foolishness. How could she still be pondering such matters at this moment? Yuyu, why have you fallen silent? Do you not trust me? Xingli leaned back slightly, gazing into Lin Yuyu's eyes with his unmasked blue orbs, which seemed to hold depths yet to be explored. Chapter 53. It takes effort to be effective locking eyes with Xingli's profound gaze. Lin Yuyu felt as though she had plunged into a deep sea, rendering her slightly disoriented. She instinctively buried her face in the crook of his neck, too timid to glance at him again. Abandoning any pretense of wariness towards this non-human being, in truth, she had grown accustomed to the presence of this boy who clung to her, and her heart no longer held any guard or suspicion towards him. Deep down, she instinctively trusted him, believing he would never truly harm her. Xingli, perhaps tickled by the tousled strands of her hair or charmed by her burying her head, let out a soft chuckle and fell silent. Holding her close, yet for Lin Yuyu, lying on the ground in the winter chill, embraced by someone was hardly a moment to cherish. Despite the warmth of the fireplace nearby and the softness of the blanket beneath her, she felt an icy chill seeping from below, making her shiver. She tugged at the fabric of Xingli's back that's cold on the ground. Shall we sit on the sofa instead? All right. Lin Yu looked at Xingli with anticipation, only to see him loosen his embrace slightly, raising a hand to emit a hissing sound. What's wrong? What does it hurt? Concern slipped from her lips, and Lin Yuyu perhaps did not even realize how much she cared about Xingli. Yuyu, my back hurts terribly. Could you assist me? I cannot rise on my own. Lin Yuyu thought, if you want my help, you must loosen your grip so I can stand. She patted Xingli's arm, and only then did he reluctantly ease his hold, allowing Lin Yuyu to free herself from his embrace. Once she stood up from the floor and stretched her stiff body, she reached out to pull him up, guiding him to the sofa beside her. As soon as he leaned back against the chair, he abruptly straightened up, leaning forward and clutching her waist. Lin Yuyu sighed, is it truly that painful? Yes, I need Yuyu to help me massage it. Xingli murmured, his voice muffled against her stomach. Then should I apply some medicine? By the way, can you use human medicinal alcohol? Medicinal alcohol? I'm not sure. I've never used it. Will you help me apply it? Seeing Xingli look up at her with eager eyes, Lin Yuyu sighed. All right, to apply the medicine. Lin Yuyu adjusted his sitting position, letting him lean sideways on the sofa, half reclining against the backrest. When she retrieved the medicinal alcohol and looked up again, she found the boy had lifted the back of his shirt, revealing his pale, slender waist, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed at her. Instantly, she felt her eyelid twitch. Are you experiencing pain in your waist or your back? Both. Then why don't you take off your shirt? How can I apply the medicine like this? Do you expect me to reach inside your clothes? If I remove it completely, you'll discover that I have no injuries on my back. Right? It's cold. Is it acceptable to apply the medicine like this? Sure, why not? You have an injury, so you dictate the terms. Just lie down.As he turned away. Lin Yu rolled her eyes internally. How troublesome. If she weren't aware that her thighs were still thinner than his arms, she would be reluctant to cooperate. Lin Yu poured a bit of medicinal alcohol into her palm, rubbing it until her hands warmed up before sliding her hand under Xingli's shirt. However, given the current position, she could hardly exert any force. Thus, she poked at Xingli's waist. Why don't you lie flat on the sofa? Otherwise, I can't apply the medicine properly. The medicinal alcohol needs to be applied with some force to be effective. At this point, Lin Yu paused. To be honest, she had no idea whether this medicine would even work on him. Perhaps in the end, her efforts would be mere formality. But what could she do? If she didn't cooperate, he might cause a scene. It was better to just go along with it and avoid the hassle. All right. Xingli turned to Lin Yuyu and flashed her a charming smile before slowly lying down on the sofa. But Yuyu, you need to use some strength. Faced with that smile, Lin Yuyu felt goosebumps erupt all over her body uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? A boy acting all coy and charming. Truly. Wait, perhaps I should now refer to him with masculine descriptors instead? Now that this fellow had turned his back to her, Lin Yuyu finally dared to contemplate the matter she had deliberately overlooked earlier. Was the Xingli she had always known the same as the one before her now? If not, when had he replaced the original? And how had he done so? Lin Yuyu pondered. If he had killed the boy she had known to assume his appearance and infiltrate her life, she ought to seek vengeance for the one who had protected her all along, even at a great cost. But if the Xingli she had initially known was indeed this Xingli, and the one who had always safeguarded her was also this Xingli, then how had he come to be, and what significance did it hold? After all, he had never harmed her, had he? Thus, even if he was not human, what did it matter? As Lin Yuyu poured medicinal alcohol into her palm, she gazed at the boy on the sofa, who was making soft sounds, and casually asked, May I inquire what you are, a creature of some kind? And where has the original Xingli gone? Yuyu, what are you thinking? What original Xingli? I am Xingli. Xingli is me.O. Is that so? Why don't you believe me? Xingli's tone bore a hint of reproach, seemingly displeased that Lin Yuyu doubted him, yet in truth his eyes sparkled with amusement. Perhaps these tense exchanges of suspicion, which Lin Yuyu perceived as fraught with tension, were merely playful banter in his eyes. Can you tell me when we first met? Our formal meeting was when we were trapped in the cabin beneath the cruise ship. However, I had already been aware of your existence long before that. When you ventured into the cave where I resided and bathed in my sleeping nook, I remembered your scent. Later, on the cruise, I noticed you from afar. You only spoke to me after entering the cabin, and it wasn't even a greeting. You simply asked me to make way, which was rather disheartening, you know? What? Huh. Really? Which cave are you referring to? Lin Yuyu exclaimed, "Oh my, did such an event actually occur? It was the cave by the stinky, garbage-filled protective forest near 9-22. Oh, is that so? I never realized we had crossed paths so early," thus in her quest to uncover his background. She inadvertently unearthed her own past misadventures. How awkward it is. Indeed, the intersection between us occurred much earlier than you might have imagined, perhaps even before your acquaintance with your neighbor. Very well, I shall remain still. One person sprawls on the sofa while the other kneels beside it, one vigorously kneading the other's back as if working dough, while the other emits a series of unintelligible sounds under the pressure. Neither of them notices the terminal, which had been removed for convenience to apply medication, vibrating incessantly on the table. That it is not until Lu Qingyu pushes the door open that the moment their eyes meet. It feels as though someone has pressed the pause button on the world. All sounds and movements come to an abrupt halt. Minutes later, the air in the room seems to start flowing again. Xingli, still lying on the sofa, finally turns to Lin Yuyu and says, "What should we do?" Brother Qingyu seems to have misunderstood if he could mask the triumphant grin on his face and the glee in his eyes. One might begrudgingly consider his words as a form of concern. Lin Yuyu feels helpless. She tightens the cap of the medicinal oil in her hand, tosses it to the person on the sofa, and with a parting remark, she rushes out. "Say less, will you?" Chapter 54. Change as Lu Qingyu stands at the door of Lin Yuyu's home. His mind is a tangled mess. He had always thought that only that starfish was fervently pursuing something. But upon witnessing the earlier scene, seeing Yuyu pinning someone down and refusing to let go of their clothes, his heart is overwhelmed with complexity. He feels anger, a desire to rush in and separate the two, to give that starfish a good thrashing. Yet he realizes he lacks the standing to do so. Thus, more than anger, he feels a profound sadness, a longing to escape, to distance himself from the scene of conflict, and those two entwined together. But where can he go? Once he leaves Yuyu's vicinity, where else is there for him? With a heart full of turmoil, he descends the 9th floor, exiting building SIX by the time Lin Yuyu catches up. Lu Qingyu's figure has already vanished from the entrance. She rushes to his home, knocking fervently on his door. Qingyu, open the door. Give me a chance to explain. It wasn't what you think." Suddenly, Lin Yuyu remembers she still has a key to his apartment. One she took when she helped lock up in the morning, never having had the chance to return it. Now, it serves her well. She retrieves the key and unlocks apartment 901. Upon entering, she finds it unchanged from when she left that morning, letting out a sigh. Realizing this stirs an inexplicable guilt within her. However, she hardly has the time to delve into this newfound emotion. All she wants is to locate Lu Qingyu. Discovering he is not at home, Lin Yuyu promptly exits 901, rushing down the stairs until she reaches the exterior of building 6. Yet, once outside, she finds herself at a loss. Where could Lu Qingyu have gone? Which direction should she pursue? In this unfamiliar island, aside from her own home, she cannot fathom where else he might be. Having focused solely on chasing him, she hadn't taken the time to ponder why she felt compelled to find him. What would she say upon finding him? To explain that she and Xingli were merely applying ointment, urging him not to misunderstand. But what is there to explain, even if she were involved with Xingli? Why the urgency to clarify with Lu Qingyu? Are they not merely good neighbors? Alas, this situation is quite perplexing. The somewhat oblivious Lin Yuyu currently does not understand why Lu Qingyu has left or why she is so desperate to find him. She scans her surroundings, hastily making her way toward the community's entrance. However, just before she exits, she encounters a rather imposing Zhengbiyu. Goodness, how did I run into him? Why is he blocking the way? Lu Qingyu walks intermittently, torn between wishing Yuyu would catch up and simultaneously hoping she wouldn't. His mind is clouded with countless unanswered questions. He believes he ought to sort through his chaotic feelings before confronting Yuyu. Because he has nowhere to go and fearing that Yuyu might come looking for him, he remains close enough that she can see him as soon as she exits the community. Yet, after standing outside for what feels like an eternity without her emerging, he is engulfed by a sense of disappointment. Upon realizing the source of his mixed emotions, he faintly acknowledges that his feelings for Lin Yuyu have changed, though he cannot pinpoint when it happened. Previously, he regarded her merely as a rare, delicate creature, focused solely on ensuring her happiness and well-being. But now, the thought of letting her go seems impossible. When did his perspective shift? Was it the gradual accumulation of anxiety and unease from not being able to find her? Or was it the quiet dissatisfaction and jealousy that sprouted within him each time he saw Xingli clinging to her? The desire to set her free so she could soar has transformed into a longing to keep her forever sheltered beneath his wings. What once was a wish for her happiness has morphed into a desire to possess her entirely, to ensure that she sees only him. So why? Why has his mindset altered? Why has Yuyu not yet come to seek him out? Is she still entangled with that starfish, so lost in their own world that she hasn't thought to pursue him? He should not have kept that bothersome starfish around. If she enjoys playing with that starfish so much, does that mean if he mimics its behavior, she will turn her attention to him? Choosing to play only with him, Lin Yuyu resolves, the mountain does not come to me, so I shall go to the mountain. He refuses to believe that, despite having known Yuyu first, he would be overshadowed by a later arriving starfish. Why should he be the one to leave? If anyone should go, it ought to be that starfish. Ultimately, Lin Yuyu contemplates many things but still cannot comprehend the nature of his feelings for Yuyu. He only knows that his emotions have transformed. He no longer desires nothing from her, but wishes for her to reciprocate his affections. From a human perspective, does this not constitute love? As Lin Yuyu stands outside, resolutely making up his mind, Lin Yuyu finds herself caught in a dilemma at the community's entrance. What did you just say? Please go out with me. Lin Yuyu's pupils widen in shock, if her memory serves her right. They had only met for the first time last night, having exchanged no more than a handful of words. So, what is it about her that piqued his interest? She gazes warily at this person before her, whom she knows she cannot overpower or outrun, her mind racing with expletives. What kind of day is this? First, a non-human emerges, insisting on a forever togetherness. Now, a human blocks her path to confess. What is this? Am I being besieged by both the god of misfortune and the god of love? I think you are quite brave. We could try getting to know each other. Chapter 55. What's this? A buy one, get one free deal. Such a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps she would not refuse him. If Zhang Biyu's language teacher were present, they would surely be in anguish, exclaiming, to date, one must say to go out. Friendships do not warrant such terminology, bravery. How did he perceive her as courageous? Because she dared to knock on his door in the dead of night. Seeing the fierce expression on his face, Lin Yuyu inwardly screams, Brother, I'll change, all right? I promise that if you knock on the ceiling at night, I won't disturb you anymore. Yet, on the surface, she merely tugs at her lips to form a smile. You jest, I possess not an ounce of that. Zhang Biyu replies, no worries, we can cultivate it. Lin Yuyu asks, what? Cultivate courage. Yes, courage. I believe it's all right if you lack courage now. We could take things slow and see how it goes. I'll help you cultivate it gradually. Lin Yuyu breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he did not mention anything about cultivating feelings, but instead followed her lead. However, can I refuse? While she poses the question. In reality, Lin Yuyu is secretly searching for an opportunity to escape. She has completely forgotten about finding Lin Yuyu. All she wants now is to know if she can slip away from under his watchful gaze. Zhang Biyu appears somewhat dejected. It seems he has once again faced rejection. Humans are not nearly as easy to deal with as his kin had suggested, despite knowing the likelihood of her acquiescing is slim. Zhang Biyu still hopes to make another appeal. Could you give me a chance? I'm quite easy to get along with. Those who have interacted with me know this. Lin Yuyu responds. You are so eager to date me? Indeed, apologies, but I cannot agree at this moment that we are still unfamiliar with each other. Perhaps. Yes. Lin Yuyu's words come as a delightful surprise to Zhang Biyu. Truly, she is the one who dared to knock on his door in the middle of the night. seeking a little peace and quiet. Lin Yuyu. So, is it settled? Upon seeing the other party nodding, Lin Yuyu finally relaxed. It was a relief not to have to think of ways to escape. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss about where to run in this building. She certainly did not wish to find a new place to settle down over such trivial matters. Maintaining a peaceful coexistence was the best outcome. Well then, could you please make way? I have something to attend to. Zhang Biyu nodded and stepped aside. Lin Yuyu caught sight of Lu Qingyu standing outside the door. Yuyu, have you come looking for me? The youth, no. The young man gazed at Lin Yuyu with delight from a short distance by the door. It turned out that Yuyu had already come to find him. It was merely an obstruction that had prevented them from seeing each other sooner. The fact that Yuyu was willing to seek him out indicated that she still held some regard for him, which brought a quiet sense of relief to Lu Qingyu. However, he immediately took a few steps forward and grasped Lin Yuyu's hand tightly with both of his. The suddenness of the gesture left Lin Yuyu momentarily stunned, her heart inexplicably racing. Yet before she could fully process this, another hand seized hold of her other hand. Lin Yuyu turned, bewildered, to the person grasping her other hand. What are you doing? Lin Yuyu. Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Wait, how long have I been gone? Why is there another one? After Lin Yuyu dashed out, Xingli casually rose from the sofa, humming a tune as she made her way into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Today's developments were truly unexpected, yielding a sense of satisfaction. However, Yuyu was still a bit too slender. After all this time, she had hardly gained any weight. It seemed necessary to procure some nutritious food for her. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she poked her head out of the kitchen and called, "Almost done. You can eat soon." Yet upon seeing 3 individuals entering the doorway, Xingli nearly lost her smile. What is this? A buy one get one free deal outside. Should it be said that she was not surprised by the caliber of humans her companion had chosen? A glance at Lu Qingyu by her side revealed her hostile gaze directed at the newcomers. Zhang Biyu paid no attention to Xing Li's animosity. Instead, he curiously observed the figure in an apron wielding a spatula. Internally speculating, to be a friend of Yuyu, one must possess excellent culinary skills. He discreetly added mastering the art of cooking to his future learning agenda. Isn't Yuyu going to introduce us? Xing Li ground her teeth in irritation. Lin Yuyu awkwardly glanced around. This is Zhang Biyu, the resident of 1002 upstairs, the neighbor who gifted us a basket of fish and meat. This is Xing Li from 903. Aware of the actions beside her, Lin Yuyu continued addressing Zhang Biyu. This is Lu Qingyu, the resident of 901 next door. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you both, Zhang Biyu said with a solemn expression in his mind. A small orca joyfully swirled around, occasionally spraying water. New friends. Indeed. However, the others, seeing his fierce demeanor, merely assumed he was engaging in polite conversation. Ha. Please, make yourselves comfortable that I will help with the cooking, Lin Yuyu said before attempting to nudge the sulking Xing Li toward the kitchen. As she noticed the 2 behind her trying to follow, she had no choice but to turn and escort them to the sofa in the living room. Please sit here for a moment. My kitchen is rather small, and having everyone squeezed and might hinder Xing Li's performance, that I will assist her. Having said this, she turned to leave the living room, slipping into the kitchen where Xing Li, with her spatula in hand, leaned against the kitchen door with crossed arms. She firmly shut the kitchen door behind her. Just as Lin Yuyu closed the door, she bumped into a wall of flesh, only to be pulled into an embrace that nuzzled against her. I just saw you 2 holding hands as you came in. So, does Yuyu wish to enjoy the benefits of a polyamorous relationship? Lin Yuyu withdrew her hand, pushing against the head that was nuzzling her indiscriminately. Enough of that. Regardless of whether or not I have any relationship with them, have we confirmed anything between us? Is it appropriate for you to be so familiar? Xing Li looked up at Lin Yuyu with a dazed expression. Is it a master and pet relationship? Who is the master? Who is the pet? We haven't clarified that this morning, have we? What exactly are you? What is your purpose in following me? Chapter 56. Existence beyond humanity. Zhang Biyu's gaze followed Lin Yuyu's movements until the kitchen door closed. Then he redirected his attention to the other areas of the room. It was a 2-bedroom apartment with a layout identical to his own upstairs. Perhaps due to just moving in, the entire space felt rather empty. At a glance, aside from the standard furnishings and appliances provided by the rental, there were hardly any personal items added. Unlike the room upstairs that he had filled with belongings, this one appeared rather desolate. Lacking a sense of warmth, perhaps next time, he could gift her some handmade decor to brighten her home. Lost in thought, a chilling voice pierced the silence. Mr. Zheng, what is your purpose in approaching my Yuyu? Purpose? I merely wish to befriend you. Yes, soon as Lin Yuyu left the living room. Lu Qingyu straightened his lips, his gaze coldly fixed on the unexpected guest on the living room sofa. Oh, Mr. Zheng, are you in dire need of friends? Well, I don't have many human friends. The dissatisfaction in Lu Qingyu's voice was unmistakable. Clearly, he was quite perturbed that Zheng Biyu had held hands with Yuyu on their very first day of acquaintance. Even when Xingli had first appeared before him, her clinginess towards Yuyu had been merely that, clinging to Yuyu. Why did Zheng Biyu think he had the right? If someone else treated a newly made friend this way, they would certainly feel that such a friend was not worth keeping. But Zheng Biyu was different. He perceived Lu Qingyu as the kind of human his friends described, cold on the outside, but warm within. Thus, even if Lu Qingyu wore a stern expression, his willingness to engage in conversation indicated that he considered him a friend. Therefore, he was unbothered by the other's attitude or tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu's lips twitched. Seeking his advice? How absurd! He didn't even want to teach the younglings of his own kind. Why would he instruct a fish from another species? I wouldn't know either, but you were able to discern my situation so accurately. Surely you can provide some guidance on this matter. Noticing the sincerity and hope in the other's eyes, Lu Qingyu hesitated, his initial intention to dismiss Zheng Biyu's presence faltering. Then, in the future, do not simply follow others in what they do. Think for yourself that it is never too late to contemplate before acting. Especially, do not just hold hands because others do. Though it was merely for a brief moment before being shaken off, it nonetheless left an unpleasant feeling. Understood, Zheng Biyu replied with firm conviction. Lu Qingyu, surprised by this response, shifted his gaze from the carpet's pattern to Zheng Biyu. You truly understand? Zheng Biyu nodded earnestly once more. In the kitchen, a certain starfish cradling Yuyu pondered for a moment before cautiously articulating. Well, how should I put this? It feels like a lengthy tale that I was once an ordinary starfish in the ocean, but somehow I grew larger and larger, eventually outgrowing the cave I once inhabited. The other starfish in my colony believed I posed a threat, so they expelled me from our dwelling. Upon leaving the colony and encountering other marine life infected by a virus, I learned that I had been infected and mutated, becoming a mutated starfish. Initially, I was quite frightened living alone, but I soon discovered that the fish and shrimp that once nibbled on me no longer dared to approach, so my fear dissipated. I drifted through the ocean as a solitary starfish, exploring everywhere. Later, when the island was submerged, I was captured and taken aboard a cruise ship, and you know the rest. So, the reason I have been following you is simply because you are fascinating. I feel that being with you will alleviate my loneliness, and I wish to remain by your side. Lin Yuyu's eyelids twitched. This person truly never missed an opportunity to strengthen their bond. However, what she truly wanted to know was not this. Thus, she took the initiative. What exactly are you now? A human, a starfish, or something else? Why do the fish and shrimp no longer dare to nibble on you? Is it because you grew larger? Is this a capability that emerged after your mutation? Or does it stem from the pollution? Haha! Yuyu, you're truly adorable. Do you think those animals would stop eating just because they grew larger? My mutation involved more than just size. The most significant change is that I became inedible. Just like you humans avoid high radiation food, other animals also have their own dietary restrictions. If you were to classify me according to your human categorization of food, I would be highly polluted and inedible. Haha! As Xingli laughed uncontrollably, Lin Yu rolled her eyes. What was so amusing about that? This distraction made it impossible for her to delve into the details of the mutation, which was quite frustrating. Not funny. Not funny. All right then, so, have you truly lived alone, as a starfish since then? Have you never encountered a group willing to accept you? If she remembered correctly, starfish, like humans, are social creatures, aren't they? Wouldn't one truly go mad living in solitude? Upon seeing Xingli pause for a moment before shaking her head, Lin Yuyu felt a sudden pang of sympathy. and oh wonder the child clung to her so affectionately. It turned out she had experienced abandonment. Alas, are you feeling sorry for me? Although your concern brings me joy, I wish you could feel a bit more for me. Yet, I still want to assure you that I'm fine. I've long grown accustomed to the solitary life of a starfish, so you needn't worry. Besides, I have you now, and I no longer feel lonely. Have you encountered any other willing companions since leaving your group? Other mutated starfish. No. The only mutated starfish I know of is myself. Even if there were others, you could only be with me, the one starfish. This person truly leaves one at a loss for words. What should I say? For instance, what kinds of creatures exist, what abilities do they possess after mutation, and can they also transform into humans to come ashore? Why do you ask this? Out of curiosity. Because she suspected she might be one of them. I'm sorry. I'm not adept at interacting with outsiders and know little about these matters. After nearly a minute of silence, Xingli finally spoke. I apologize, Yu. There are some things I cannot disclose, lest you, a little human, become troubled by the knowledge. Well, I didn't manage to ask the very questions I yearned to know. It's rather disheartening, though. It seems your new neighbor burnt the meat they brought you. Xingli, were you doing that on purpose? Turn off the heat. Save the food. Hurry. At the dining table. I apologize, everyone. Perhaps another day I'll prepare a feast to treat you all, but today you must make do with this. Lin Yuyu said awkwardly to the other two at the table. It's all right, Yu. It's merely a bit charred. Nothing that affects the meal. This is Lu Qingyu. I don't mind at all. Meat is so expensive, and simply being invited to enjoy some makes me quite happy, regardless of its taste. This is Zheng Biyu. Watching everyone eat heartily, Lin Yuyu sighed inwardly. If only you knew that the few pounds of meat you gifted had been reduced to this charred remnant. I doubt you would still be indifferent. Alas, no one understands the depth of my current sorrow. The delectable food I long to savor remains untasted. The inquiries I wish to make went unvoiced. Sigh. How do mutated beings undergo transformation, and how do they become human? Beyond merely taking on human form, do they possess other abilities? Are there other non-human entities mingling among humans? And what about her? Does she now classify as a mutated being or a human? In what kind of world does she reside? Is there no one who could come forth to provide her with answers? Chapter 57. He also wishes to join them. Lin Yuyu understood that pondering these questions alone would yield no answers, no matter how hard she strained her mind. Yet the only person she knew who could offer any insight was reluctant to provide her with the truth. What could she do? Other than to patiently bide her time, she felt that was all she could do. With this thought, Lin Yu's tumultuous emotions calmed somewhat. However, upon seeing the starfish beside her, who insisted on sitting close yet withheld answers, Lin Yuyu could not help but feel anger rise within her, and she lifted her foot to step on it. The starfish, unfazed by the action, merely raised a hand to place a piece of meat into Lin Yuyu's bowl. Offering her a gentle smile, "Yu, eat quickly, or we'll get cold." Lin Yuyu pressed her lips together, burying her head in her meal. Humph. Do not think that by trying to please her, she will easily overlook the earlier incident. Did she not realize it was intentional? It was one thing to withhold certain information, but every time she thought of that meat, burnt and stuck to the bottom of the pot, it pained her. That was meat. So much meat. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lin Yuyu noticed another piece of meat mysteriously appear in her bowl. Soon, it was one piece after another, seemingly endless. Lin Yuyu had to raise her hand to cover her bowl, looking up helplessly at the two engaged in their silent competition across the table. I can't eat this much. Please, stop adding more. I truly do not understand these two. Why must they compete in such a bizarre manner? Each striving to serve more than the other? At this rate, the entire table's dishes would end up in her bowl. Zheng Biyu glanced at the small amount in Lin Yuyu's bowl. Do you usually eat so little? No wonder you appear so frail. Saying this, he lifted the entire platter of meat and placed it in front of Lin Yuyu. Seeing his actions, Lin Yuyu initially thought he intended to dump the whole platter into her bowl and quickly pulled her bowl back. Only upon realizing he was merely repositioning the dishes did she breathe a sigh of relief. I don't have a large appetite. This is sufficient for me. But you all seem not to have eaten much. You should hurry and eat more. Don't mind me. With that, she grasped her bowl and began to eat quickly. Before long, Lin Yuyu had finished all the food in her bowl, placing her chopsticks across the bowl and declaring, "I'm full. You all take your time. Just after she finished speaking, Xingli and Lu Qingyu also set down their chopsticks, saying, "I'm full too." Zheng Beiyu. He looked at the others, then at the large portion of food still remaining on the table. His expression torn, unsure whether to continue holding his bowl or to simply set it down. He had barely eaten a few bites, hardly enough to consider himself satisfied. Yet these people had all finished at such astonishing speed. Although today's meal appeared modest in quantity, the taste was exceptional, something he had never experienced before. He felt reluctant to set down his chopsticks. However, this was not his home, even if he was not well-versed in social etiquette. He understood how presumptuous it would be to clear the entire table of food in this era, when food was exceedingly precious. Thus, despite his reluctance, he merely cast a few more glances at the remaining dishes before reluctantly placing down his bowl and chopsticks. Just as he was about to say, "I'm done too," he heard the little girl across from him ask, "Aren't you going to eat? Is the food not to your liking?" "No, the food is quite delicious," Zheng Beiyu replied earnestly and urgently, maintaining a serious expression. "Then why aren't you eating more? Are you also full, but you've eaten less than I did just now?" Perhaps because they had shared a meal, or perhaps because she saw a robust man display such reluctance over a mere plate of food, Lin Yuyu could no longer feel intimidated by his stern demeanor. The portions they initially prepared were not plentiful, and after burning part of it, even less made it to the table. Thus, Lin Yuyu stood and moved all the dishes closer to Zheng Beiyu. "If you truly find it delicious, please eat a bit more. I cannot bear to see the fruits of my labor go to waste. It pains me to see so much left behind. It would make me feel as though you all do not appreciate my cooking, do not like me, and that would make me very sad." Upon hearing this, both Lu Qingyu and Xingli exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Qingyu. "So, he can discern who made the food." Xingli. "So when they typically leave no food behind." Her gaze is not one of disdain, but rather of relief. Lin Yuyu. She didn't intend for it to be this way. Even though this person now seems less fearsome, it's best not to offend him. The three of them had their own thoughts that moment. Zheng Beiyu, who appeared the most intimidating, had the simplest thoughts. Hearing Lin Yuyu say this, he immediately picked up his chopsticks again and assured her. "Don't be upset. I will eat it." He swiftly began clearing the remaining dishes into his bowl, eating voraciously. Although he only managed to fill up to about 3/4, Zheng Beiyu felt this was the most satisfying meal he had ever had. And thoughts of wanting to join this family began to take root in his mind. If Xingli knew that Zheng Beiyu was contemplating joining them over a meal, she would surely regret not having burned all the food. After lunch, Zheng Beiyu helped tidy up the bowls and chopsticks before taking his leave. Once he was gone, Lu Qingyu and Xingli circled around Lin Yuyu, asking if she had encountered any troubles, why she seemed lost in thought during the meal, urging her to share any unhappiness or issues she couldn't resolve, assuring her they could help, and so forth, with both of them present. Lin Yuyu found it difficult to speak candidly. In a moment of desperation, she concocted an excuse about worrying that the house would not be cleaned in a day. As a result, neither of them left, insisting on staying to help her finish cleaning. With the assistance of Lu Qingyu and Xingli, Lin Yu's home was tidied up in the afternoon. However, when she offered to help them with their own homes, they both declined simultaneously. The two, who usually enjoyed contradicting each other, spoke in unison. They could manage their own cleaning, letting Yu take this time to arrange her home. Once she was finished, she could help them decorate as well. Hearing this, Lin Yuyu thought it wasn't unreasonable. Thus, she accepted their goodwill and remained at her own home. Chapter 58. Adorning the new home. Lin Yuyu's current rented apartment spans over 50 square meters, a significant increase compared to her previous residence on 9-22 Island. Not only does it feature an additional bedroom, a kitchen, and a balcony, but also boasts a spacious living room that serves dual purposes for entertaining guests and dining. Although the number of rooms appears ample, the actual areas requiring decoration are rather limited. Upon moving in yesterday, Lin Yuyu found it late and merely tidied the bed, laying down a fresh set of sheets and duvet covers, leaving the rest untouched. Now that the house is cleaned, it is time to install what needs to be set up and take out what must be displayed, if left in the space for too long. While it may be convenient for her, it could potentially expose her to scrutiny. To address this, Lin Yuyu retrieved a set of anti-radiation blackout curtains in a color scheme matching her bedding and hung them in the bedroom. After replacing the original silver-gray anti-radiation fabric, she fetched several sets of seasonal clothing from her storage to hang in the wardrobe, along with a few durable hair ties to place in a nightstand. Stepping back to assess the room, she noticed that the bedroom still felt somewhat empty and lacking in warmth. Thus, she took out a translucent jellyfish lamp that emitted soft blue and purple hues to serve as a decorative piece beside her bed. She also found a lazy sofa and a small mobile storage rack to position in the lower left corner of the window. Having completed the bedroom, she proceeded to the next room. Initially, she had thought that having an extra bedroom with a bed was unnecessary since she was alone, so she opted for a storage room with tools. Consequently, this room now housed 3 storage shelves and a workbench. Considering that this space would eventually be used for processing and storing various collection items, Lin Yuyu hung an anti-radiation, privacy-protecting translucent adhesive film on the windows after putting up the curtains. As she finished, the entire room dimmed significantly, with only the feeble rays of the setting sun filtering through the windows. With nightfall approaching, she realized she needed to hasten her arrangements. Although the rental advertisement claimed the apartment was fully furnished and equipped with appliances, it lacked entertainment facilities like a television or projector. The living room was furnished only with a sofa set, a coffee table, a rug, and a dining table with chairs, when the room was bustling with people. It didn't seem so sparse, but now it appeared rather vacant. After some contemplation, Lin Yuyu hung a set of olive green curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the inner balcony and placed a multi-tiered bamboo storage rack in the far right corner of the balcony. Accompanied by 2 bamboo baskets of different sizes at the base of the rack, she arranged an acrylic tea set on the coffee table in the living room, draped a beige sofa cover over the sofa, and added 2 square cushions of different colors on the sofa. She instinctively thought about placing some fruits or snacks on the living room table, but quickly remembered that this was a wasteland world. Even if fruits and snacks existed, no one would think to set them out for guests in this place. Offering a guest a glass of low-radiation drinking water would be considered a generous hospitality. After completing these tasks, Lin Yuyu placed a small bag of mixed rice, a small bag of dried mushrooms, and a few handfuls of assorted dried wild vegetables in the kitchen cabinet to add traces of life to the kitchen. Generally, it is customary for islanders to have little to nothing in their homes. But now that they could afford to rent a house outside the safety zone, it would be unreasonable for them not to have any food. While she typically wouldn't allow outsiders into her home, situations like today's were unavoidable. It was prudent to set out a few items as a semblance of hospitality to deter any suspicions from unannounced visitors. After this extensive arrangement, her new home finally began to resemble a living space. Seizing the moment as twilight set in, before it reached their usual meal time, Lin Yuyu took the items intended for Lu Qingyu and Xingli's room and headed next door. She first knocked on the door of Unit 901, but received no response. She then knocked on the door of Unit 903. Yet again, there was no answer. How strange. Are they both out? Lin Yuyu mused. Glancing at the 2 baskets of processed, edible, mutated beast meat on the kitchen floor, her thoughts momentarily halted. She felt a strong desire to inquire whether they had overheard her thoughts or if she had inadvertently spoken them aloud. Otherwise, the coincidence seemed too uncanny. Although she couldn't discern any visible injuries, Lu Qingyu occasionally rubbed his arm, his demeanor lacking the usual composure. What could he be concealing from her? You all, Lin Yuyu began. We're fine, just a few minor injuries. They'll be healed by tomorrow, Lu Qingyu reassured her. TSK, just a bit of friction. I'll be fine by tomorrow, Xingli added. Lin Yuyu sighed in exasperation. It was one thing for Lu Qingyu to downplay the situation, but for Xingli to struggle with her words while echoing him was absurd. Did they think she was blind to the truth? All right then, what about these? Lin Yuyu gestured toward the baskets. Next time. Call me too. I want to help, she insisted. Upon hearing this, Xingli shot a furtive glance at Lu Qingyu, noticing he had no objection, and thus abandoned her efforts to dissuade Lin Yuyu. Worst-case scenario, they could always take her outside, where Lu Qingyu could keep a close watch over her. Lin Yuyu recognized that Lu Qingyu intended to take her out for wilderness training again. Remembering her past experiences, she involuntarily shivered before conceding, fine. Throughout the evening, as they dined and prepared for bed, She quietly pondered how, once in the wilderness, he would manage to protect her while also capturing more prey, earning her admiration and unwavering loyalty. Little did she know, once they ventured outside, he would be wholly preoccupied with other matters. Chapter 59. 3 together since arriving on this island. Lin Yuyu had ventured out for gathering with Lu Qingyu alone, with Xingli alone, and even on her own. However, she had never gone out to gather alongside both of them simultaneously. Occasionally glancing left and right, she observed the expressions of her two companions. One appeared gentle, yet harbored a hint of irritation, while the other seemed sunny and cheerful, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Merely resting on the surface.It was clear neither of them wished to be in the company of the other, yet they felt compelled to embark on this outing together. An amusing sight indeed. However, as they passed through the forest and caught sight of the ocean, Lin Yuyu found little humor in the situation upon spotting two floating boards tied beneath a tree by the coast. Surely, this training wouldn't require her to sit on a floating board and venture into the sea, would it? Lu Qingyu nodded with satisfaction, clearly pleased with her quick understanding. The nutrient fluids were plentiful, but no other provisions would be supplied. If they desired anything else, they would have to find a way on their own. That if there are no issues, take a few minutes to prepare. Once ready, we shall depart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu nodded firmly, signaling her readiness. However, Xingli, perplexed by the situation, was vehemently opposed. I disagree. Are you really going to abandon Yuyu out at sea? Don't you realize she suffers from seasickness? What if something happens to her while she is out there? Moreover, were we supposed to be hunting to prepare for winter? What is this all about? Are we still going to hunt? Her sentence trailed off as Lu Qingyu silenced her with a gentle hand over her mouth. He had reached the end of his patience with her insistence to join the outing and her current descent. After covering her mouth, he turned to Lin Yuyu, speaking tenderly. Go wait for me under the tree, and I'll have a word with her and then join you. Lin Yuyu blinked, glancing between the two before nodding and walking towards the tree. This felt too contrived that a mutated creature was unable to escape the grasp of a human. Was she being played for a fool? Once released, Xingli darted a few meters away, letting out a scoff as she approached a nearby starfish. You disagree. On what grounds do you object? You are fully aware the ocean is expanding day by day, and you know she cannot remain in the sea for too long, instead of helping her conquer her fear of the ocean. What is your intent? Do you wish to render her helpless, to turn her into a pet confined to a cage, reliant solely on you for survival? Xingli gritted her teeth, unleashing her own aura to confront the powerful presence emitted by Lu Qingyu. I didn't mean it that way. Don't misinterpret my feelings. My affection for Yuyu is no less than yours. I just believe your training method is too perilous that a little human alone in the ocean. If something were to happen, would we even have time to rescue her? Xingli took a breath. I assent that right. Humans are not as weak as you presume. Her starting point may even be higher than yours. Lu Qingyu countered. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've had me worried all this time. Standing beneath the tree, Lin Yu absent-mindedly fiddled with the ropes on the floating board, straining to overhear the conversation between the two. Before she could catch any of their words, she saw Xingli bounding towards her, a gleeful expression on her face. Stopping in front of Lin Yuyu, she ruffled her hair playfully. Yuyu, focus on your training. I'll go catch some fish for you to eat. With that, she dashed towards the ocean, diving into the water with a splash, swimming deeper into the sea. Lin Yuyu was left puzzled. Is she really leaving just like that? I thought she would follow you. Lu Qingyu turned to her. Shall we go? All right. During their journey, Lin Yuyu had mentally prepared herself. The fact that she had successfully escaped the inferno previously only served to reinforce Lu Qingyu's assertion that his training methods were not without purpose. They were indeed practical and applicable. Thus, regardless of the nature of the training tasks assigned to her by Lu Qingyu, she must endure and persevere, just as she has in every previous training session. After all, she had managed to endure the past fortnight, hadn't she? A mere 100 kilometers is nothing to scoff at. Lin Yuyu continuously chided herself inwardly, attempting to cultivate a sense of disdain for the sea. Yet, when Lu Qingyu's silhouette vanished entirely from the water's surface, her heart instinctively tightened. She instinctively lowered her gaze, gripping the floating board beneath her tightly. Too afraid to move, The clarity of mind and full consciousness starkly contrasted with the haze of semi-consciousness. She was acutely aware that apart from herself and the floating board, there was nothing but water, endless, boundless water. A mere glance caused her to feel dizzy, as if she had imbibed several bottles of counterfeit liquor. Everything around her swaying and spinning, inducing a wave of nausea. Alas, such an evident weakness is something she truly despises having. However, having entered a new world, donned a new guise, it is disheartening that this flaw clings to her. Aside from gradually adapting and overcoming it bit by bit, what else could she do? After a resigned sigh, Lin Yuyu opened her eyes. She glanced towards the shore before shutting her eyes once more. Paddling through the water, in her mind, she hypnotized herself into believing that she was not on a floating board, but rather on a seesaw, and that the vast ocean was merely the entrance of supermarket. The shore was home, and once she reached home, she could rest. After successfully convincing herself, she reopened her eyes to meet the azure expanse of the sea. She repeated this cycle from dawn till dusk, until the first day of training came to a close. Lin Yuyu took a few steps, burped, rubbed her eyes, appearing both satiated and fatigued. She looked less like someone returning from training and more like a well-fed individual who had been coaxed out for a stroll. The sight made Xingli want to laugh. Our Yuyu had a tough training session today. Chapter 60. Training upgrade no. Burp, I'm not tired, you're the ones who went out to sea to find me. What's tiring? Well, that's true. If it weren't for them secretly following nearby, we'd probably still be enacting a scene of fishing for Yuyu in the S.E. Liu Qingyu extended a hand to help Lin Yuyu catch her breath, exclaiming helplessly, "Why you been burping incessantly after drinking a few bottles of nutrient solution?" "I don't know, Burp. When I feel dizzy, I just take a sip to invigorate myself, and before I know it, I end up like this," she said, rubbing her eyes once more. Whether it was the dim light in the forest or the glaring brightness of the sea, she realized that everything appeared somewhat dim and unclear after descending from the water. She felt that if it weren't for the noticeable difference in stature between Liu Qingyu and Xingli, she might not even be able to distinguish one from the other. Just as Lin Yuyu was about to bump into a tree again, Liu Qingyu swiftly caught her in his embrace, lifting her off the ground. For a moment, Lin Yuyu was taken aback, still processing the situation before she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Nuzzling against his neck, she settled her somewhat heavy head comfortably and closed her eyes with a sense of ease. "When we reach home, call for me." Lin Yuyu's instinctive trust and reliance on Liu Qingyu made Xingli, who was a step slower, feel a pang of jealousy that if he had been just a moment quicker, Yuyu would have been clinging to him instead. He felt a strong desire to retaliate, but he was no match for Liu Qingyu. After spending an entire day out, he and T even managed to touch the hem of Yuyu's clothing. He couldn't help but wonder what the point of it all was after a month or so. The group decided that every morning, Liu Qingyu would take Lin Yuyu to the sea, several hundred kilometers away, while Lin Yuyu engaged in a battle of wits and courage with the ocean. Liu Qingyu and Xingli would split up to attend to their own matters, whether hunting, gathering, or completing tasks to earn points. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yuyu, the two had secretly conspired to ensure that after Liu Qingyu had dropped her off, Xingli would covertly accompany Lin Yuyu. Liu Qingyu, meanwhile, would scour the nearby waters for valuable marine resources. They would switch duties at noon, with Xingli taking the gathered goods ashore, while Liu Qingyu discreetly kept watch over Lin Yuyu. In the shadows, Lin Yuyu too was engaging in secretive endeavors. She had placed a large bucket, taller than herself, in her bathroom, and during the quiet of the night, she would stealthily crouch at the bottom of the bucket to practice. Sometimes, to better simulate the deep-sea environment, she would even bring a few fish into the bucket to share the experience of being completely submerged in water. Initially, she would struggle to remain seated, but gradually, she found herself able to stay quietly submerged for several minutes, unknowingly extending her breath-holding capacity. However, after accidentally falling asleep in the bucket one day, this little activity lost its purpose, for she discovered that her body had fully adapted to underwater living. Yet her mind still grappled with an unresolved fear of the ocean. This was indeed quite exasperating. It wasn't all in vain, though. After realizing she could breathe freely underwater, Lin Yuyu conceived a bold idea. Thus, she began to surreptitiously experiment with her body. Unfortunately, her little experiments were abruptly halted when her deep-sea adaptation training was upgraded in difficulty. Then, Xingli confronted Lu Qingyu right before her eyes one day at the training site. Xingli stood firmly, drenched and resolute, opposing Lu Qingyu for the first time. "That I declare this training session over. You need to step aside." Having been defeated by Lu Qingyu time and again, Xingli was initially reluctant to provoke him again. However, Lu Qingyu had gone too far this time. He had taken advantage of Xingli's absence to submerge Yuyu forcefully in the sea. Had he not changed his mind and followed her, he would have never known Lu Qingyu had resorted to such methods to train Yuyu. That it was utterly unacceptable. Lu Qingyu frowned. "It's South not your place to declare an end. Put her down." "Don T, make me take action. I want T, let go. Even if you kill me." Seeing Lu Qingyu's impatience nearing its boiling point, Lin Yuyu hastily tugged at Xingli's clothing, hoping to capture his attention. Listen to me, however. Despite her repeated tugs, pokes, and even attempts at voicing her concerns, she could not divert Xingli's focus from glaring at Lu Qingyu. In that moment, Xingli was entirely absorbed in confronting Lu Qingyu, oblivious to Lin Yuyu's small gestures. Realizing this, Lin Yuyu could only turn to Lu Qingyu and shrug her shoulders in resignation. "You see, I'm also at a loss with him." Lu Qingyu pinched the bridge of his nose, looking at Xingli, who was defensively glaring at him, and said helplessly, "Would you like to take a moment to check on the person in your arms before you continue the standoff with me?" Upon hearing this, Xingli glanced down at Lin Yuyu, noticing that the slight flush she had recently regained had vanished, leaving her face pale and wan. His eyes instantly reddened. "You, let us not train anymore." "Okay, but if you truly wish to train, I'll accompany you once winter is over, all right?" But seeing Lin Yuyu repeatedly say, "but," Xingli felt a mix of sadness and anger. "Lu Qingyu, must I plead with you before you'll release Yuyu?" At this, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "How about you let Yuyu finish speaking before you share your thoughts?" "Okay." Under Lu Qingyu's overwhelming presence, Xingli, who had just been emotionally charged upon witnessing Yuyu being forced underwater, finally calmed down a bit. Turning his gaze back to Lin Yuyu, as he noticed her shiver in the wind, he quickly looked back at Lu Qingyu. "Give her a jacket. What a master of adaptability." Though somewhat displeased with a certain sea star, Lu Qingyu still retrieved a jacket from his space and draped it over Yuyu. "Now can we converse civilly?" "Yes," Xingli obediently replied, then turned his attention away from Lu Qingyu's inquiry. Concerned about how Yuyu was feeling. "Are you better now? Are you still cold?" "Much better. Don't worry. I'm fine. Today's situation isn't Lu Qingyu's fault. It's my own fear that caused him to give me a little push." "It's not as you think. But what of it? That doesn't change the fact that he laid hands on Yuyu, nor does it alter the reality that it's the dead of winter meanwhile. Several kilometers away, at the lookout tower, Captain, there are reports of humanoid, mutated beings appearing by the seaside." "Which seaside?" "On the southern shore. Alert the other teams and encircle them." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 61. The Emergence of Anomalies at Chu. Lin Yuyu tried her best to hold back a sneeze, but ultimately it escaped her. The sound startled Xingli, who immediately redirected his ire towards Lu Qingyu. "Lu Qingyu, Yuyu just sneezed. Do you still insist on making her continue training? If you don't step aside now, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for her to catch a cold?" Seeing Lu Qingyu's expression waver, Lin Yuyu quickly spoke up. "It's all right. Trust me, I can still practice for a while longer." Had it not been for Xingli's sudden dash to rescue her from the sea, she believed she was on the verge of regaining that state she had cultivated during her private training at home. Alas, it was a near miss. Just a fraction more, and she would have discovered whether she could breathe as freely in the ocean as she did in ordinary water. "Yuyu, stop fooling around. Your health is paramount. I am not fooling around. I know my body well. Besides, isn't training supposed to push one's physical limits for better results? Yuyu, are you certain your body can endure?" "Of course. The water here is much warmer than on land." Achio. With that, whatever she said now seemed futile. With no more training to pursue, Lin Yuyu's ambitions dwindled, and she instantly slumped into someone's embrace on the way back. Only Xingli, clutching onto someone, radiated joy. She had succeeded in embracing the one she desired, successfully thwarted the training, and had yet to be reprimanded for inciting anger. How could one not feel elated? Meanwhile, Lu Qingyu maintained a stoic expression, trailing silently behind the two, deliberately ignoring the ostentatious behavior of the starfish. He pondered where the entire situation had gone awry. Logically, Yuyu should be able to navigate the sea with the same ease as they did, even though she was using a human body. After more than a month of adaptation training, she ought to have acclimated by now. Yet, she appeared to have completely lost her marine instincts. Had she forgotten that she was a deep-sea jellyfish? Did she think herself to be a purely human being? Should he find an opportunity to discreetly remind her, casting a glance at the back of the starfish? Lu Qingyu mused, when he reminded Yuyu. He must avoid this person that it was one thing for her to cling to him when she was unaware of her marine nature. Knowing the truth would surely escalate matters. Would she not be rushing to congratulate him the following day and asking for his help in raising children the year after? The thought alone incensed Lu Qingyu. He ought to dismiss such notions entirely. A few islanders clad in diving pants were engaged in hushed conversation by the roadside. Blue pants. You too? I recall you went down ages ago. What did you catch? Confiscated. Black pants. That irks me. A fellow in black waved something at me, seized all my belongings, and nonchalantly tossed me a contribution coin before sending me on my way. Green pants. You're not a loss, then? What's there to be upset about? Black pants. It's not about the loss. It's the attitude that grates on me. Blue pants. You've been spoiled by the officials on this island. Look at those other islands you've been to. Has any official ever treated you kindly? Green pants. The officials on our island truly lack decorum.So. Those people are outsiders. Black pants. Who knows? I heard it's some research institute capturing people. Green pants. What people? Black pants. How would I know? Anyway, they barred access to the beach, claiming a state of emergency. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu and her companions ceased to listen, continuing their journey as if they had merely passed by and heard nothing. In reality, they had absorbed every word, whether relevant or not. However, after catching wind of the news, Lu Qingyu resumed contemplating matters concerning child-rearing. Meanwhile, Xingli thought, a state of emergency is splendid, with access to the beach restricted. Yuyu can comfortably hibernate at home.As for Lin Yuyu. She cast a worried glance at Xingli. The Research Institute. Could it be that this fellow has exposed himself? Previously, she had been oblivious to his identity, too lazy to delve deeper into it, which had allowed her to overlook the inconsistencies. Now, with knowledge of Xingli's identity, looking back at his usual conduct, it was riddled with flaws, and no matter how human-like a mutated being becomes, it remains distinct from humans. There are subtle differences in thought processes and behaviors when handling certain matters. It seems she must keep a vigilant watch. She could not allow him to run amok. Otherwise, if others discovered his differences and, consequently, his true identity, their lives would devolve into a constant state of evasion. She had finally achieved stability and wished to avoid such hardships. Yet, before she could take action, the consequences of the cold wind caught up with her, and her temperature soared to 39.8 degrees. Well, this was splendid. She no longer had to worry about keeping track of Xingli. He had come to her house to keep an eye on her instead. Observing the two flanking her like sentinels, Lin Yuyu felt exasperated. It was merely a cold. There was no need for such alarm. Cough, cough, cough. You both can go about your business. Xingli felt the water in the cup and deemed it no longer hot before handing it to Lin Yuyu. Yuyu, dear, finish this cup of water, then get some proper sleep. Lin Yuyu accepted the water from Xingli, taking a sip and feeling a bit helpless at the comment. I just woke up. Xingli glanced at the silent figure beside her, his eyes darting before he leaned closer to Lin Yuyu, who was perched at the head of the bed, drinking water. Would you like to hear some gossip? I just overheard some fresh news downstairs. Lin Yuyu set down the cup and adjusted her blanket, wrapping it around her shoulders and neck. Oh, do tell. Xingli settled on the edge of the bed, tucking in the blanket before speaking. I just heard some ants downstairs discussing that monsters that eat people have appeared on the island. They say these monsters resemble humans and attack by biting. They shred their victims to pieces, leaving nothing behind but hair and clothing. The scene is always a bloody mess of flesh, fabric, and bones scattered everywhere. And it is said that several people on the island have already fallen victim, but no one knows what the monsters look like. So they haven't encountered them yet, or those who have were torn apart. Very likely. Lin Yuyu gradually sank down against the headboard. Was this information credible, Or were the ants simply indulging in fanciful tales? They say the situation has deteriorated to the point where people are no longer allowed outside. How could it be false? As the conversation heated up, they urged others to believe or disregard it as they saw fit. Regardless, for the sake of their lives, she had no intention of venturing out anytime soon. I see. Observing Lin Yuyu cocooning herself deeper into the blankets, Xingli softly hummed, helping her snugly wrap up before falling silent. He quietly sat by her side, watching her drift into slumber. Only when she was completely asleep did Xingli rise and approach Lu Qingyu, gently nudging the cold stool beneath him. Shall we step outside to converse? Chapter 62. A wager what troubles you. Typically indifferent to me. Yet today you visit Yuyu without uttering a word. Oh, you think I have erred? What? Lu Qingyu moved to the window, gazing at the bustling crowd below, choosing silence. Xingli followed him to the window, observing the scene below. If you refer to yesterday's training, then yes. While I can empathize with your intentions for Yuyu's benefit, I disagree with your methods. They are too extreme. Yuyu is unlike us. She is merely a fragile human, and any danger could easily snuff out her life that I genuinely fear that you might train her to the point of exhaustion. Hypothetically, if this training is imperative, do you think our abilities cannot protect a fragile human? Of course, we cannot AT that moment. Xingli's demeanor seemed to reveal a more authentic side beneath his usual playful exterior. It appeared true that he struggled against Lu Qingyu, but his tendency to retreat when confronted or when faced with anger might not be entirely genuine. This thought crossed Lu Qingyu's mind. His teeth clenched in frustration. Since you are aware of this information, you must also realize that humans have begun to recognize our existence and are attempting to capture our kind. How long do you believe we can continue to disguise ourselves once they start apprehending us? What do you mean? The human persecution of mutated beings. What does it have to do with Yuyu? Surely, humans would not go so far as to harm their kind. That is precisely what concerns me. Yuyu is not merely a human. I initially believed she was akin to us, but now that she is ill, I am no longer certain. Have you ever fallen ill after your mutation? I have not. At least, none of the beings I know who can transform into human form and venture ashore have ever become sick from being submerged in seawater. After a brief pause, Xingli shook his head. Most of us emerge from the deep sea. How could we be affected by such viruses and pollution? So, what about Yuyu? Lu Qingyu pressed his fingers against his temples that I am uncertain if he had already figured it out. He would not be questioning his own actions. So, your continuous training of Yuyu is to equip her with the ability to protect herself. Indeed, no matter how meticulously you and I guard against potential oversights, there will inevitably be lapses. Only by cultivating strength within oneself can Yuyu safeguard their own interests in areas we might overlook. It is imperative to recognize that humanity constitutes the largest population among all known races. Should they unite against us, our very existence would be rendered exceedingly precarious. Hence, it is not merely Yuyu who must seek enhancement. You and I must also devise means to elevate ourselves, lest we find ourselves struggling to survive in the impending adversities. Xing Li's eyelids fluttered slightly, and with a hint of skepticism, she inquired, You have articulated so much. Do you intend to train me? Should you require it, came the response that I am sincerely grateful, but I do not need it. Humanity cannot possibly unite, even in the face of existential threats, as long as there remains a prospect for personal gain. They will never fully coalesce. If you doubt this, we could wager on it. In the conference room on the third floor of the 8 to 23 Island Administrative Building, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. After perusing the documents on his terminal, addressed the reporting personnel. How many cases have been discovered thus far? However, before he could utter another word, a figure to his left interjected, bellowing towards the young men across the table. What is the guard team doing? Why have you not apprehended anyone yet? This outburst plunged the entire conference room into an eerie silence. Are you scolding me? No, I am merely reminding you that the perpetrator is not human. Team 3, your assertion is unfounded. We have yet to ascertain whether the entity is human or specter. How can we deceive our superior? I am not deceiving our superior. Our Team 3 members share this belief. Lu Ji, the deputy executive officer of the island, detested being addressed as Deputy Lu. I do not care what the entity is. I ask you, Who is responsible for this matter? Why has it not been resolved until now? Deputy Liu, it is precisely because we are still unclear on whether the entity is human or specter that the situation has dragged on. Lug slammed his hand on the table. Which team are you a part of? What business do you have here? Who gave you permission to speak? The captain of Team 2 shrugged. If I'm not allowed to speak, then I shan't. Seeing Liu Ji rise in anger, the presiding island executive officer, form.Has, rapped his knuckles on the table. Once the room fell silent, he turned to the silent director of the Biological Research Institute. Su Yuan, Director Su, what is your perspective? Su Yuan adjusted his glasses. I suspect that the entity is provoking us. 6 individuals have perished in just 2 short days, Director Su. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Fong Executive Officer's late realization of the need to withdraw may be too late. What does Director Su mean by this? Are we from 8 to 23 going to make errors while assisting? Su Yuan twirled the pen in his hand, and as it slipped and clattered onto the table, he spoke. What I mean is that the being is already on your island. You have witnessed its capabilities. If you do not capture and confine it, can you truly feel secure? Or can you find solace? What suggestions do you have? I propose an immediate lockdown of the entire island, conducting thorough inspections of all personnel until the being is apprehended. Upon hearing this, nearly 8 or 9 of those present furrowed their brows. The lockdown along the coastline had already disrupted the lives of many islanders. What would happen if an island-wide lockdown were imposed? What would the unprepared islanders eat, drink, or how would they carry on with their lives? Director Su, if I may speak candidly. Chapter 63, Island-Wide Lockdown. Director Su, if I may speak candidly, is you who have provoked the entity. Why should our islanders bear the consequences? The entity is currently using our islanders as leverage against us. If we drive it into a corner, how are the remaining islanders to survive? Have you considered these matters? You speak of a lockdown as if it is a trivial matter. May I ask where the manpower will come from? How will the safety of the hundreds of thousands of islanders be ensured? And you are Jiang Zila, captain of the guard team 2. Upon realizing that the individual was merely a team captain, Su Yuan turned to form.Has. Is the discipline on your island so lax that anyone can speak freely at this conference? Hearing this, Jiang Zilu chuckled. What? Unable to counter me, Director Su, you wish to assert your authority over me. Noticing that Su Yuan was not even glancing in his direction, Jiang Zilu felt compelled to provoke him further, to say what you do not wish to hear. We only intervened out of humanitarian concern, and as of yet, we have not even caught a glimpse of the entity, let alone anger it. If we were to withdraw from our containment now, do you think the entity would express gratitude? I am quite curious. Su Yuan, with an impassive expression, surveyed the entire assembly before refocusing on form.Has. Fong Executive Officer, is this the manner in which you conduct affairs? With his name invoked, form.Has could no longer remain a passive observer. However, he was reluctant to comply with Su Yuan's demands. He lifted his teacup and took a sip before responding. Our island operates democratically. We do not entertain a single voice dictating matters. Everyone is free to express their opinions. Director Su finding this difficult to adapt to? Oh, it appears that Director Su is accustomed to being the sole decision-maker, and it is entirely understandable that you find our methods disconcerting. Humph, that Su Yuan scoffed. May I inquire, Deputy Liu, is the reality truly as your executive officer portrays? Of course. In matters of significant consequence, Liu Ji knew how to make the right choices. Otherwise, he would not still be seated here amidst widespread disdain. Very well, in that case, when can my proposal be implemented? Director Su, do not rush. We are currently deliberating this matter. Liu Ji interjected, eager to seize the opportunity. Knowing that Su Yuan was addressing form.Has, Liu Ji nevertheless interjected. We are deliberating, are we not? Su Yuan felt a twinge of regret for not sending an assistant to handle the situation instead of enduring the frustration herself. Fong Executive Officer, what will it take for you to cooperate? Please, do not hesitate to speak plainly. We need to know all the details, as well as your true reasons for apprehending the entity. That I cannot disclose. Then we require a luxury cruise ship and 10 million universal credits. Form.Has, are you serious? Do I appear to be jesting, Director Su? I have no time to engage in your games of give and take. You must cooperate, whether you desire to or not. Rising to his feet, he produced an item and tossed it onto the table before Fong. by Cien. Liu turned to glance at it before standing up and crossing the table to extend his hand toward the other party. Ah. Director Su, had you presented this item earlier, there would have been no need for a discussion. Come, let us handle this matter. I assure you it will be managed effectively. Su Yuan dodged Liu Ji's gesture, fixating her gaze solely on Fong by Cien. Fong, executive officer, can we finalize the decision now? Fong by Cien picked up the identification badge from the table and handed it to Liu Ji. Old Liu, this is for you. Very well, no problem. Liu Ji accepted the badge and turned to Su Yuan. Director Su, what do you think? Shall we issue a notification? Is that still up for debate? Su Yuan longed to retort, but in another's domain, she could only suppress her growing frustration. I appreciate your assistance, Deputy Liu. This matter is of utmost urgency. I kindly request you arrange for the lockdown order to be disseminated immediately and deploy personnel to assist us in our operations. That very evening, the entire island's populace received an urgent notification. Island-wide lockdown. All residents must remain indoors and await inspection. Unauthorized outdoor activity will result in personal liability. Such an unusual notification spurred rampant discussions on online forums, nearly driving them into chaos. What is this all about? Is it convenient to share? If it is not convenient, shall we discuss it privately? You are so distant. What is it that we cannot know? Are we not still one loving island community? Having just awakened, Lin Yuyu lay nestled in bed, perusing the forum's updates. After a while, without discovering the information she sought, she anonymously added a comment to a thread. Does anyone know what the consequences mentioned in the notice entail? I heard they will be conscripted for a week of labor. I heard it is a fine of 100 credits. Is it possible that those unable to pay the fine will be subjected to a week of labor? Our community administrator mentioned that there are man-eating monsters outside. Encountering them could be fatal. But this cannot be publicly stated, only whispered privately. That consequence is indeed rather severe. What do you mean by whispering privately? Those in the know understand. Just make sure to say it was not me who said it. Upon reaching this point, Lin Yuyu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. What a perceptive understanding among them. With a click, the bedroom door swung open. Yuyu, the porridge is ready. Are you feeling better? Would you like me to bring it to you in bed? No, I'm much better now. I'm going to eat outside. Just as Lin Yuyu was about to lift the quilt and get out of bed, a warm hand pressed against her forehead. The owner of the hand felt for a moment, then nodded, confirming that she indeed seemed much improved. While speaking, they retrieved a nearby coat and draped it over Yuyu. Only when Yuyu was dressed warmly did they step aside to allow her to get out of bed. Who on earth thought of measuring temperature this way? Is it even accurate? If it were Liu Qingyu checking her forehead, wouldn't she have to eat in bed? By the way, where is Liu Qingyu? It feels like ages since she last saw him. Xingli fell silent. Didn't that person stand right in front of you yesterday? Did you not notice him at all? As for him, I have no idea. Yuyu pondered whether she seemed like someone who would be concerned about his whereabouts or if he was the type to inform her when he went out. How could he even inquire about his movements? Even if he did know, he wouldn't want to mention a third person while they were alone together. Isn't he at home? Isn't there a curfew outside right now? Chapter 64. The Fish Eater versus the Fish That Eats. Just moments ago, Lin Yu merely felt that Xingli's gaze upon her was somewhat intense, prompting her to instinctively seek a topic to divert his attention. She never anticipated that Liu Qingyu would actually not be at home. Now, learning that he had truly ventured outside at this time, she couldn't help but feel curious. What could he possibly be doing out there? What if he got caught? Imagining Liu Qingyu with a cold expression, reluctantly handing over 100 points, made Lin Yuyu chuckle. What has Yuyu found amusing? I was thinking about what would happen if Liu Qingyu ran outside and got caught. Xingli stiffened. How could that be? I firmly believe that before he gets caught, he would overturn everyone in his path and successfully escape. Chaos reigned outside. Liu Qingyu glanced at the soup on the table. The central water tower had been the scene of a body being thrown. What? Thrown bodies. Just as Xingli finished speaking, Lin Yuyu darted into the restroom like a gust of wind. He hurriedly followed, gently patting Yuyu's back, explaining, "Yuyu, don't worry, the water I used was from the basin you filled 2 days ago. You forgot that you couldn't get up last night to fill the water? The supply of drinkable water on the island from August 23rd was set for each evening at 9 o'clock. Far more humane than the supply time of the island on September 22. Fortunately, Lin Yu had gone to bed right after dinner last night. inadvertently missing it. Reflecting on it now gave her a feeling akin to the old adage. A blessing in disguise. Wait, have they found out how long that body has been in the water tower? Not why, et. Liu ponder for a moment before continuing. Besides the central water tower, other areas on the island have also encountered issues. The officials are likely quite busy right now, so the results may not come quickly. Other areas on the island have also encountered issues. What kind of issues? Then, some islanders, finding the low-radiation deep-sea fish quite rare, placed the fish eggs into buckets for rearing, while others simply consumed the fish eggs directly. Seeing Lin Yuyu halt mid-sentence, Lin Yuyu and Xingli exchanged glances. What happened next? Next, those fish eggs hatched inside those people's stomachs, transforming into fish that burrowed out from within them. After emerging, they crawled onto those individuals to lay eggs that egg-born fish lay eggs. An endless cycle ensued, leading to utter chaos outside, with fish and fish eggs everywhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu suddenly felt an itch on her skin, unsettled. Has the official team not yet dispatched anyone to clean up? Yes, but it seems unlikely they can complete the cleanup in a timely manner. The group settled in the living room. Lin Yuyu opened her terminal to check messages on the forum, where discussions about the curfew were ongoing, yet there were no updates regarding the thrown bodies or the fish plague. If this trend continues, the curfew should be lifted relatively soon. With so many events occurring simultaneously, it was highly probable that the officials would urge the islanders to assist. Otherwise, the situation could worsen. If tasks are announced on the island, should we lend a hand? Lin Yuyu subtly glanced in Yuyu's direction that let's assess the situation. If they decided to help, Yuyu would likely accompany them, but given the uncertain circumstances outside, he was reluctant to let her go. Xingli understood Lin Yuyu's implication. However, he believed that unless Lin Yuyu was willing to lay everything bare, it would be difficult to prevent Yuyu from going out, especially in light of the opportunity to earn contribution points, particularly since they had yet to repay their debts. Having not found the content she sought on the forum, Lin Yuyu closed it and turned to Lin Yuyu. Are those fish easy to kill? Are the fish eggs easy to clean? The fish eggs are quite simple to clean. They can be crushed and dried. However, the fish are slippery and small, making them difficult to catch, let alone kill. Then, can those fish be cooked after being killed? Xingli responded, Does Yuyu want to eat those fish? They crawled out from a human body. Lin Yuyu shook her head. No, I'm merely curious, seeing her shake her head. Both Lin Yuyu and Xingli felt a wave of relief. You think there is a difference between the fish caught from the sea and those born from the islanders? Those fish could be sold in the inner district before. What about these? Will they also end up in the hands of people from the inner district? At this point, Lin Yuyu felt a wave of nausea wash over her from her own words. She wondered about the well-being of those in the inner district. It seemed unreasonable for the outside world to be in such chaos while the inner district remained unscathed. In the inner district, within the Bai family dungeon. What is happening? The attendant guarding the dungeon door shook his head. Miss Bai is still refusing to eat. Who asked if she would eat? I'm asking about that fish. Patriarch, that fish remains motionless as before. Useless. All of you are useless. If she wants to eat, you force it in her. Let her eat if she wants, and leave her be if she doesn't eat. Do you still treat her as the second miss of the Bai family? Find a way to make her eat. Otherwise, I'll chop you up and feed you to that fish. Yes, Patriarch. Once the Patriarch left, the subservient attendant straightened up, approached the water bucket containing the coelacanth, and began tearing into the fish. Eating a few bites, then retching, he continued until he consumed the entire bucket of fish. Only when he painfully collapsed to the ground did the prisoners in the dungeon open their eyes and approach the bars. Reaching out, he retrieved the terminal from the ground and pressed it against the sensor on the cell door. After 2 beeps, the entire dungeon fell silent, so quiet that even a breath could not be heard. The only sound remaining was the faint noise of the belly of the person on the ground gradually swelling. After a person and a fish left the cell, they made their way along the sewer until they reached the outskirts of the boundary zone. Finally stopping. Hongju, is this the good plan you spoke of? The former second miss of the Bai family, bilingualing, sniffed her own scent and looked down at the small fish tank in her arms, complaining to the orange clownfish inside. Seeing the clownfish release a stream of bubbles, she laughed. How foolish of me to think that a clownfish could talk. I must have caught my father's foolishness. Hongju swam in circles, as if in agreement with bilingualing S-words. Let us find a place to rest. Patriarch, something S wrong. Chapter 65. Cleanup task issued Patriarch. Something S wrong. The second miss is missing. Bai Yifeng twitched at his temple. Missing is missing. What about the fish? The entire dungeon is filled with fish, Patriarch. The subordinates aren't sure which one you mean. Do you want to check personally? Why must I do everything myself? What use are you all to me? If you don't know which fish it is, then catch them all. Do I need to say this too? We can't catch them. They read too slippery. Patriarch. Stop calling me Patriarch. Get out and lead the way. Suppressing his anger, Bai Yifeng commanded, and once the others exited the hall, he turned to the uninvited head of the Biological Research Institute beside him. Speaking politely, my servants lack discernment. I hope Director Su understands. Shall we proceed to the dungeon for a first-hand look? That would be much appreciated, Patriarch Bai. Under the guidance of the attendants, the two soon arrived at the Bai family dungeon. You see, this is the situation. I'm not deceiving you. Our Bai family sent people to the seaside to retrieve these fish. Perhaps this is what led to your misunderstanding, Director Su, seeing Su Yun still surveying the surroundings. Bai Yifeng continued, no one in our Bai family has seen the so-called fish people you mentioned, that if they truly witnessed it, would they refrain from reporting to me? Would I not notify Dean Su about you? The Bai family is known for their sincerity. How could we possibly engage in such underhanded tactics? It is excusable for those below to be uninformed, but do you, Dean Su, remain unaware? If you still harbor doubts, I can swear upon the life of my second daughter. Bai Yifeng raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers to make an oath. Su Yun had no choice but to press down his hand. It is I who have been overly talkative, by Patriarch. I shall certainly visit you to apologize when I have the opportunity, and no need. Given our relationship, such apologies would be too formal. Dean Su. Do take care, and feel free to come by for tea again. With that, he raised his hand to pat Bai Guanjia's shoulder reassuringly. Master, the second young lady has truly gone missing. Even that little clownfish has vanished. Bai Yifeng's hand suddenly froze in mid-air, outside the Bai family estate. Just as he got into the car, a voice filled with scorn reached his ears. Dean Su, your subordinates are incompetent. How could they send inaccurate information to the dean, causing our busy Dean Su to make a fruitless trip? Captain Jiang, do you never tire of talking? Oh, is Dean Su inviting me for tea? You need not be so courteous. A simple drink will suffice. Not to mention a drink. She wouldn't even offer a glass of water. IT remains uncertain whether Lu Ji arranged for Jiang Zile to accompany her deliberately. Had it not been for the lack of alternatives, she would have expelled him from the vehicle long ago. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Although the island had yet to lift the state of emergency, the service center issued a cleanup task, prompting many islanders to leave their homes to assist. As more people took to the streets, they naturally began to forget about the state of emergency, causing significant inconvenience for the various teams still conducting personnel checks. You claim to reside in Building 6, East Somley District on the 9th floor, and have already registered? Indeed. Then why are you currently in the fringe area? Hasn't the state of emergency been lifted yet? How can you be wandering about? Captain, I am not wandering. I am on a mission. Look, Lin Yuyu raised her hand to show her task panel to the officer. This is a task issued by the service center. I'm assisting in the cleanup of harmful fish to protect our island and maintain our beautiful homeland. Stop it, I understand now. You may continue with your tasks. Next, I just arrived on the island and was immediately brought in to help that I haven't even had the chance to reapply for my personal identity terminal. This is my employer, and this is my landlord. They can vouch for me. The guard scrutinized the shabby, trembling young girl before turning to Lin Yuyu and He Jitong. Can you vouch for her? Very well. Come here. I will scan you. If all is well, just register over there. And you can leave. Oh, okay. Bayer stood before the guard with bated breath, only to have her heart sink the next moment. Beep, beep, beep. In an instant, everyone drew their weapons, aiming them at the source of the sound. Raise your hands. Do not move. Lin Yuyu began to speak, but a nearby guard interrupted her sharply. This is none of your concern. Stay back. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yuyu tossed a spiny fish into Bayer's arms. The machine instantly began to sound more vigorously. Captain, I was just about to say, we've been dealing with these fish all day, and we are now covered in their slime. We can't shake it off. While speaking, Lin Yuyu quietly approached the detection machine. Seizing the moment when everyone was unprepared, she waved her slime-covered hand in front of the machine scanner, causing it to start beeping incessantly. See, it was merely a misunderstanding. The guard picked up the detection device and tapped it, and seeing that the machine was functioning correctly, he then pointed it at the seemingly cleaner Hijitong. Beep. The device beeped once upon scanning her before falling silent, causing the guard to be somewhat convinced by Lin Yuyu's words. However, he still scanned himself and his teammate before reaching a conclusion. All right, come over and register. Once the guards left, By Air tousled her disheveled hair, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Thank you for your help. And no need for thanks. It was just a small effort on my part. Hijitong glanced around. Point one was her former tenant, and the other her current tenant. It was quite fortuitous for them to cross paths. Will you continue to collaborate on the cleanup of the spiny fish? Why not? It's only 500 fish for one contribution point. I still need about 100 more, and I can't just give up halfway. Lin Yu glanced at her task panel and said, Would you like to join me? 6 fish count as 1 point for you. Hijitong calculated for a moment and agreed. Although collaborating with Lin Yuyu meant she would have to contribute an additional fish for each point, she felt more at ease working with her and avoided the hassle of finding a team. Thus, the 3 set off together, 2 catching while 1 killed. They continued until nearly dusk, and upon counting, they still needed over 10 fish. As more people joined the fray, the fish became scarcer, making them harder to catch. Sister Lin, do we keep going? Be careful and don't stay out too late. Chapter 66. Forced to become a middleman after watching the 2 depart. Lin Yu reopened her task panel, intending to choose a location she had not yet visited to try her luck. She had been working on this task for nearly 2 days. Delaying further would render it unworthy. If possible, she wished to complete the task today. She had almost covered the southern and western points, so she decided to try the eastern locations next. After selecting a place, Lin Yu picked up the several fish she had just caught and headed east. Not long after, darkness enveloped the sky. Checking the time, Lin Yu resolved to visit the nearest temporary exchange point to hand over the dozens of fish she was carrying to avoid wasting energy and slowing her progress. However, as she approached the exchange point, she encountered a group of robbers. Yet, they were not after her. They were targeting By Air, whom she had just parted ways with. Girl, we won't take much. Just hand over a few dozen fish, and we'll let you go. I have no fish. How could that be? We saw you. If you say you have none, where did all those you caught this afternoon go? By Air shrugged. Of course, I gave them to my boss. The boss pays 8 fish for 1 point. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Should we sell to that boss as well? But wouldn't that reduce our earnings significantly? Yet this way, we wouldn't need to gather 500. We can exchange whatever we have directly, sparing us the risk of being caught here. That seems reasonable. Hey girl, where's your boss? Take us to him. By Air pointed to the other end of the alley. She's over there. The group followed her and spotted Lin Yuyu's silhouette, who was attempting to sneak away but had not yet fully exited the alley. By Air cupped her hands to her mouth and called out, Boss, over here, this way. Their eyes met. Lin Yuyu shot a fierce glare at By Air. By Air, I will remember this. By Air winked playfully. Don't be so harsh, just lend a hand. Boss, I just happened to run into a few brothers in need of assistance. The men had been squatting in the alley all day, unable to gather 500 fish, their faces filled with worry. Boss, considering how hard these brothers have worked, could you please help them collect their fish? Otherwise, with just them, who knows how long it will take to gather enough? And it's dark out. It's not safe to stay outside. As she spoke, By Air clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Yuyu. Please, please, boss. The men had been waiting in the alley for a long time, and to suddenly hear By Air say this made them flush with embarrassment. Yet, they also recognized the truth in her words. Relying solely on themselves to gather the necessary number was indeed challenging. After all, they would be exchanging the gathered fish for points, which would then be shared. It made more sense to exchange points directly based on what they had. Most importantly, they no longer wished to continue fishing, since they couldn't catch any more. Selling what they had seemed preferable, even if it meant a loss. With that thought in mind, they eagerly turned to Lin Yuyu. Hoping this kind-hearted boss would accept their fish, Lin Yuyu cleared her throat. By Air quickly stepped in front of Lin Yuyu, signaling her with a look. Boss, I've already mentioned to them that we exchange 8 fish for 1 point. But she tugged at Lin Yuyu's sleeve, shaking it gently. Look, these brothers have had it tough. Could we perhaps count a few fish less and give them a bit more points? Lin Yuyu comprehended by Air's subtle hint, and immediately played along, darkening her expression and lowering her tone. I don't have that many points. No, what I meant was, would 15 fish for 2 points each work? As she spoke, by Air exchanged knowing glances with several older brothers, urging them to quickly express their opinions. Though slightly perplexed by why this little white would negotiate on their behalf, they all believed that it would be foolish not to seize an opportunity. The group quickly chimed in, yes, 15 fish for 2 points each is fine. Oh, beautiful boss. Please agree. All right then, let us make the trade. The older brothers handed all the fish to Lin Yuyu, each exchanging for a dozen points. Leaving in high spirits, Lin Yuyu, however, was left staring at the pile of fish, troubled. The first 500 were gathered, but she still needed another 200 for the second. That it felt as though the more she collected, the further away she drifted from her goal. Despite her worries, she noticed the furtive movements of those around her. The moment by Air lifted his leg, she seized his collar, thinking of sneaking away. I'm sorry, Boss Lin, I was wrong. T confessed without a moment's hesitation. That weren't you quite talkative just now? Why the silence now? Don't be like that. You just made a hefty profit, didn't you? Haven't you considered what if they set their sights on me and try to snatch away all my points and fish? Oh, I've observed them. They lack the courage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been blabbering for so long without making a move. Lin Yuyu sighed, but have you thought about what happens if the number of fish decreases and I can't gather the second 500? Bayer tilted his head. Continue being the middleman and profit from the difference. Your family isn't in business, are they? Hey, you guessed right. You're quite perceptive. Not like you would think. All right, enough with the banter. Help me carry these to the exchange point. Sure, Boss Lin. Upon leaving the exchange point, Lin Yuyu still felt somewhat bewildered about how she had become a middleman. Although this method was more efficient than her previous approach, she preferred the satisfaction of earning points through tangible efforts. The method of exchanging fish for points left her feeling uneasy, especially as she watched her points dwindle little by little, giving her a sense of engaging in a losing venture. That night, both inside and outside the safe zone, the atmosphere was lively. While it was not brightly lit, one could always encounter people engaged in tasks in any alley, after running into 3 or 4 groups. Lin Yuyu was unexpectedly stopped again. I heard you can directly barter here. Gazing at the individual who abruptly appeared before her, still adorned with fish fins and paddles, Lin Yuyu felt utterly speechless. Dude, didn't you look in the mirror before stepping out? You just waltzed right up to me, and everything's fine? Moreover, who was spreading rumors behind her back? It was truly infuriating. Chapter 67. So you can glow. Lin Yuyu was aware of her own combat skills. However, she did not believe her mediocre abilities could rival the being before her, clearly beyond human standards, if her earlier decision to cooperate with by Air as a middleman was to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now she was hesitant to refuse. She feared that declining might provoke the being into a rage, jeopardizing her safety. She steeled herself and pressed on. Bartering is acceptable, but depends on what you're offering in exchange. Just to clarify, I have limited items. I can't trade just anything, and some items I want to accept. Although Lin Yuyu chose to act on her own accord, she still felt the need to exercise caution. I can trade you some coelacanth, but I don't want points.D. Oh, you have adult clothing? The creature, possessing fish-like characteristics, stated coelacanth right off the bat. It seems either by Air spilled the beans, or those earlier older brothers stirred up trouble. With that thought, Lin Yuyu nodded. Coelacanth are fine, but I only have women's clothing available. Are you interested in trading? All right, how will the exchange work? How many sets will these get me? The fish-like being dragged out a large bag filled with live coelacanth from the shadows and tossed it at Lin Yuyu's feet. Lin Yuyu estimated that the bag contained around 100 fish, but the exact count would require further inspection. As she accepted the bag, she casually inquired, how many are in there? 112. The being, which she would refer to as Fishman for the moment, offered a precise number, raising suspicions that it had come prepared, since the other party had specifically sought her out and she intended to offer them a good deal. She thought, I'll make it a complete package. 2 sets, just the tops and bottoms, and I can give you 3 sets. The fisherman raised its left hand for inspection, then its right before extending a paw adorned with fins to Lin Yuyu. Give me 3 sets, similar to what I'm wearing. Despite the disconnect between the gesture and the words, Lin Yuyu remained unfazed, nodding with a standard smile. All right. She then turned and squatted down, retrieving clothing from her bag to hand over to him. While it appeared as though she pulled the clothing from her bag, in reality, she had summoned it directly from her space. However, as she extracted the clothing, it inadvertently picked up a hint of fishy odor. Fortunately, the fishman seemed unconcerned, eagerly measuring the clothes against itself before departing in high spirits. After seeing off the fishman, the smile that had been bright on Lin Yuyu's face faded in an instant. Previously, she had encountered only humans, unaware that there were humanoid beings beyond her kind. Now that she was aware of their existence, she found herself frequently encountering non-humans and extraordinary events. It felt as if she had inadvertently opened a door to a new world. The world remained the same, yet it had transformed significantly. The individuals she met were not necessarily human, and the events she experienced often transcended ordinary understanding. It was also bewildering. Lost in thought, Lin Yuyu slumped her shoulders and trudged home. She vaguely sensed that she had forgotten something important, yet could not recall what it was. It wasn't until she reached the community entrance and encountered Lu Qingyu, who had come looking for her, that she remembered. Sorry, Qingyu, I got busy and forgot. Just as Lu Qingyu was about to say it was fine, he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent emanating from Lin Yuyu. The unmistakable odor of other mutated creatures, and not just one. He instinctively opened his mouth to inquire, but then remembered he had yet to confess to Yuyu, causing his words to choke in his throat. Despite having countless opportunities to reveal the truth to Yuyu, he found himself dragging it out until now. Lin Yuyu noticed Lu Qingyu's hesitation and quietly registered it in her mind. Qingyu, did you have something to tell me earlier? Lu Qingyu momentarily lost his train of thought. Once he realized what Yuyu meant by earlier, he opened his mouth, intending to explain something, but ended up saying nothing at all. He had always wanted to wait for the right moment to share everything with Yuyu, but the longer he waited, the harder it became to speak. How could he even begin now? Should he say he had known her identity all along and hadn't meant to keep it from her? Or that he had always intended to be forthright, but had never found the right opportunity? Compared to Lu Qingyu's indecision, Lin Yuyu was much more straightforward. No matter what you say, I will accept and understand. You needn't worry about me getting angry or upset. Whether he told her he was human or confessed his feelings. Lin Yuyu's words stirred something within Lu Qingyu. He looked up at her, his gaze complex. What if I told you I've been keeping something from you for a long time? Then it's fine. Just say it. I'm not sure how to phrase it. Perhaps it's better if you see for yourself. With a snap, the living room lights went out. They were positioned too far from the switch. And just as Lin Yuyu was about to ask how he managed to reach it from such a distance, a series of blue rings materialized before them. Within these blue halos, something appeared to be flowing, occasionally flashing with tiny stars, creating a beautiful and dreamlike scene. However, each ring concealed an unparalleled venom capable of easily taking lives. So, Yuyu, seeing this, will you be scared of me? Will you hate me? The tentacles adorned with glowing rings undulated in the air before sprawling out, forcefully encircling Lin Yuyu. Some reached before her, others slipped into her palms, and a few even wrapped around her slender waist. So you can glow? Lin Yuyu's unexpected reaction caused the tentacles that had been advancing towards her to freeze momentarily. Subsequently, they became even more frenzied as they entwined themselves around Lin Yuyu. After a considerable time, a faint sigh resonated in the air. Yuyu, seeing me like this, are you not afraid? Not afraid at all. Not only was Lin Yuyu unafraid, but she also found the experience somewhat intriguing and couldn't resist reaching out her small hand to touch the beautiful tentacles before her. They felt pleasantly warm and cool, quite comfortable to the touch, as Lu Qingyu suddenly felt an additional small hand on his body. He was taken aback. However, before he could utter anything, the small hand's movements became unexpectedly bold. In an instant, he found himself unable to suppress a sound akin to a moan. Chapter 68. Listen to my explanation. Lu Qingyu's face flushed crimson, his heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sense of embarrassment. Please don't squeeze. At this moment, his voice quivered and sounded muffled, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. That I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? She merely felt that the things entwined around her were pleasantly warm and soft. leading her to squeeze a few more times. Realizing that they were the only two in the room and that the only one making muffled sounds was Lu Qingyu, she mistakenly thought she had caused him pain and quickly released her grip. Apologizing that "It's fine. It's just," Lu Qingyu found it difficult to articulate. After all, he was the one who initiated the entanglement, and how could he blame her for touching him? Curious about Lu Qingyu's unusual tone, Lin Yuyu inquired, "What is it?" Lu Qingyu, slightly anxious, replied, "You don't blame me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu shook her head. "I don't blame you. If I were you, I would also strive to conceal my true identity." In truth, after the explosion of Xingli, Lin Yuyu had already harbored doubts about Lu Qingyu's true identity. However, at that time, she was suspicious of almost everyone she had encountered. Yet, following a series of subsequent events, she had grown somewhat apathetic to determining whether the people around her were indeed human. "But I've concealed it from you for so long, leaving you to face it alone in fear." Drawing upon her familiarity with Lu Qingyu, she accurately covered his mouth in the darkness. "Brother Qingyu, you have already done enough for me, that you've trained with me, helped me enhance my abilities, brought me various delicacies, and cared for me in countless ways that I should be the one expressing my gratitude. Furthermore, you didn't intentionally hide this from me, did you?" Lu Qingyu pondered whether his concealment was intentional or unintentional, and he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the dim lighting in the room shielded him from being detected by Lin Yuyu. After hesitating for a moment, he softly affirmed her statement. Unaware of Lu Qingyu's subtle actions behind her back, Lin Yuyu instinctively reached out to poke at the tentacles dancing before her and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to tell me?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingyu began to introduce his background but refrained from disclosing his abilities. The reason remained the same. He feared that Lin Yuyu might distance herself from him out of fear. Although she had proven to be braver than he had anticipated, he still hesitated to reveal what Lin Yuyu was curious about. Gently stroking the tentacles in her embrace, she inquired, "What is your situation? Why do you appear different from others?" It seemed that Lu Qingyu, Xingli, and she were all creatures who had emerged from the deep sea. However, Lu Qingyu could manifest numerous tentacles while maintaining his human form, and Xingli could switch freely between her human and original forms. As for Lin Yuyu, she appeared to possess only a human form without any so-called original form to transform into. Why was that? Could it be due to their differing species? Even in the darkness, Lu Qingyu could easily sense the envy emanating from Lin Yuyu's gaze. Yuyu, variations in mutation direction and degree can lead to different outcomes. Who knows? After a few more evolutions, you might possess as many tentacles as I do. While the abilities of each mutated organism are initially determined by their genes, there are always exceptions. Aren't there? Perhaps Yuyu is that exception? Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on. The two turned toward the light switch and found a starfish with a smirk on its face. Xingli observed the two almost embracing in the living room and remarked to Lu Qingyu with a hint of sarcasm, "I wonder why you haven't left. So, are you finally willing to open up?" Lin Yuyu glanced between Lu Qingyu and Xingli. "So, you both have known about each other's situations for quite some time? Have you been keeping this from me all along? I had no intention of hiding it from you. I'd already laid everything bare." As Xingli spoke, he provocatively glanced at Lu Qingyu. "It was some people who insisted on keeping it from you, claiming they wanted to give you a happy childhood." Xingli believed that treating a partner like a child was not inherently problematic, but considering that Lu Qingyu not only pampered her as a child but genuinely took care of her, he couldn't help but chuckle. With such a demeanor, when would he ever achieve a successful relationship? He hoped that one day he wouldn't find himself envious of Lu Qingyu and obstructing him. Is what Xingli said true?" Lin Yuyu asked hesitantly. Although it was likely just another ploy by the starfish to provoke discord between them, what if there was some truth to it? Lin Yuyu could understand Lu Qingyu's actions of concealing his true identity out of fear, but that did not mean she would accept his collusion with others to deceive her. Lu Qingyu's gaze wavered, unable to meet the eyes of the small Yuyu who was threatening him by pinching the tips of his tentacles. "Let me explain." "Yes, you explain, and I shall listen." Just as Lu Qingyu was busy trying to explain, and Xingli was attempting to sow discord, Lin Yuyu was engrossed in watching the two dig pits for each other, creating a scene of harmony when the situation outside escalated. Rumors began to circulate that consuming mutated organisms could grant one extraordinary abilities, spreading rapidly across the island's various corners. Chapter 69. Escalation of events in the safety zone of the largest of the 9 islands in the Azure Star. Representatives from various factions and leaders of major consortiums gathered for a joint conference in Zone 9. But after discussing various matters, the executive official of the 9-01 safety zone shifted the conversation to the recent rampant rumors. What are everyone's thoughts on the current rumors circulating? The representative of the Freedom faction, Chung Yin-woo, scoffed. The notion that consuming mutated organisms can grant abilities is simply preposterous. The representative of the moderate faction, Ji Chun-lai, nodded in agreement. Indeed, who doesn't know that mutated organisms are products of high radiation and pollution? Eating such things is akin to drinking nuclear waste. Who would be so irrational? The executive of the 8-01 safety zone, Feng Yun, casually twirled a pen in his hand and nonchalantly asked, but the existence of extraordinary abilities is indeed real. How do you explain that? Li Yuan, the executive of the 7-01 safety zone, glanced at Mo Hanfeng sitting diagonally across from him, but remained silent. Mo Hanfeng was engrossed in checking something on his terminal, oblivious to this exchange. However, Chung Yinwu noticed the glance and remarked, "Oh, I wondered why it was so quiet today. It turns out the radical faction isn't present." Upon hearing Chung Yinwu's words, the representative of the moderate faction, who was seated beside Mo Hanfeng, shrank back in his chair, revealing the people beside him. "Chung representative, Mo representative is on my left." Chung Yinwu shot a glance at the peacemaker from the moderate faction and continued. "So, why is the radical faction so quiet today? Have you finally captured someone, being labeled as part of the radical faction again?" Even Mo Hanfeng, who typically disliked engaging in banter, had to speak up. "First, we are the reform faction, not the radical faction. Secondly, those are not humans. They're merely mutated organisms that resemble humans." Chung Yinwu retorted. "Oh, so, you've captured someone. Have you conducted experiments?" The moment experiments were mentioned, the moderate faction could no longer sit idly by. "You lack humanity. They're just a bit different from us. How can you justify capturing them for experiments? It's utterly inhumane." Mo Hanfeng rubbed his temples in frustration. "I've already said they are mutated organisms, not humans." Chung Yinwu pressed on. "Oh, so how can you be so sure they are not human? Did you capture them and dissect them for research?" Ji Chunlai interjected. "This is outrageous. You are trampling on life and openly challenging moral boundaries." Chung Yinwu added, "Yes, every life is unique and deserves respect. No matter how different they may appear, it does not grant you the right to harm their lives at will." Faced with the accusations from both the Freedom and Moderate factions, a flicker of annoyance crossed Mo Hanfeng's face. "You have no understanding of the actual situation. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you even know how many personnel we have lost in the pursuit of capturing mutated organisms? Those beings are entirely different from humanity. They possess immense power and are inherently brutal, showing no mercy to their adversaries. If we do not conduct research on them and devise strategies for confrontation, how can our fragile flesh and blood bodies withstand a large-scale assault from these mutated creatures?" Chung Yinwu let out a cold snort, asserting that while you claim they are inherently savage and merciless towards enemies, was it not you who first attempted to capture them and dealt ruthlessly with them, prompting their attack? Have you ever offered them a glimmer of hope for survival? Perhaps their aggression stems from fear or a desire for self-preservation. Who knows? If we provide them with a space to exist, both parties might coexist peacefully and without conflict. In response, Mo Hanfeng scoffed, deeming you too naive, Ji Chunlai. "Your words may sound grandiose, but I fear that what you truly desire is merely to awaken your own abilities. Is it not? Mo Hanfeng, do you not wish for this? Who among us does not understand the significance of supernatural abilities? With such powers, traversing heaven and sea would become trivial for us. Would we then need to worry about being left stranded after our islands are submerged?" The crowd's thoughts varied in response to Mo Hanfeng's statements, with only the staunch advocates of all life being equal and free opposing the capture and experimentation on mutated beings. Even the moderates, who had initially sided with the liberals, seemed to waver, not to mention the representatives from various corporations and other factions. The collective attitude was somewhat ambiguous, with no one eager to declare their stance. Everyone appeared to be waiting and observing. Meanwhile, on Island 8-23, the once cleared population of coelacanth had suddenly surged again, and the casualty rate among the personnel on the island continued to rise. The situation weighed heavily on Fong Bixian. Making him appear somewhat aged, he could not fathom the reasoning of those in power who had sent Director Su to our island. Since her arrival, numerous troubles had arisen. Liu observed Fong Bixian pacing anxiously in the room and could not help but voice a few complaints. "Keep your voice down. It would not bode well for you if someone overheard. Oh, come on. We're the only two left in this entire building. Who could possibly hear us?" Fong Bixian rolled his eyes. "If only we had discreetly dealt with that issue when we had the chance," he gestured around his neck, "then we would not have to deal with any of this now. Look at the island now. It is a veritable hellscape, devoid of the harmony we once enjoyed." Fong Bixian retorted, "Do you think I do not wish for a different outcome? If they dare attend our meetings alone, they would not come unprepared for slaughter. Besides, we are planning to relocate to the larger islands. If individuals disappear here, how will we explain it to those on the larger islands? Old Fong, if you are afraid of this and that, then what do you propose we do? We cannot simply allow chaos to reign on the island." Fong Bixian pondered momentarily before halting his restless pacing and sitting behind his desk. "That I believe you make a valid point." "What?" Liu Ji exclaimed, rising with excitement. "Have you finally decided to take action? I will arrange for personnel immediately." "Wait," Fong Bixian called out to Liu Ji, who was already at the door ready to leave. "That is not what I meant. That we still cannot act directly. But you must find a way to deal with her subordinates, whether we trick them into confinement or enlist them to assist us in mining. We simply need to ensure they cannot aid her." "Very well. That sounds feasible. That I hope she has no support left. That would lessen the trouble. Also, did you not send Xiao Jiang to her side? Have him create some disturbances?" "Huh. Old Fong, you truly understand me." Chapter 70. Eluded but not escaped, the coelacanth population on the island surged once more, prompting the service center to issue related tasks again. However, this time, Lin Yuyu chose not to accept the cleanup mission. Previously, under her relentless insistence, Xing Li and Lu Qingyu had divulged everything they could say or not say to her, although she was still struggling to adapt to her sudden change in identity. This did not hinder her from earning points through their methods. After all, regardless of her species, as long as she wished to continue living on the island, she could not escape the necessity of earning points. Naturally, Lin Yuyu would not seek hardship when she could acquire points more easily. Yet, this topic irked Lin Yuyu. The two had long known her identity and still chose to keep it from her. While she toiled day and night, striving to earn those meager points, all under the pretense of self-improvement, they claimed that the amount earned was inconsequential as long as she was having fun. It left Lin Yuyu at a loss for words regarding where to begin her complaints, which human, forced to rise early and toil, would genuinely feel joy in such circumstances. Certainly, she, Lin Yuyu, was not one of them. This time, she was determined to accompany them to witness their usual hunting grounds. She wished to observe how they, as mutated beings, utilize their abilities in the hunt, learning and watching to see if they truly derive pleasure from it. If not, she would undoubtedly mock them mercilessly. However, even as Lin Yuyu ventured into the forest beyond the safety zone, far from areas frequented by residents, she could not evade some troubles and found herself confronted. In a certain forest outside the safety zone of Island 8-23, Lin Yuyu, with a look of resignation, laid out her supplies on a waterproof tarp for the customers she had attracted to select from. Lu Qingyu and Xing Li were both struggling to suppress their laughter at the sight. Lin Yuyu herself had not anticipated that even deep within the forest, someone would seek her out for a trade. Ultimately, she even complied, setting up a stall in the seldom-trodden woods that it was indeed a sight to behold. Recently, it seemed that humans had developed some peculiar affliction, suddenly appearing to snatch at others' headscarves. She had nearly exposed herself last time. "Hey, do you have any color contact lenses that could mask the color of my eyes?" A girl, indistinguishable from humans save for a hint of light red in her eyes, inquired of Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu presented 2 pairs for the girl to see. "These 2 are among the more common eye colors among humans. Just these 2. Wrap them up for me, that I'll trade you this." The girl produced a pink pearl and handed it to Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu accepted it, examined it briefly, then nodded. "All right, thank you for your patronage. After the girl departed, another child approached Lin Yuyu. Miss, can I exchange point for nutritional fluid? Will you be setting up here regularly? Not necessarily. The child hesitated before speaking again. Then let me trade for 12 tubes. Okay, here you go. After the child left, a few acquaintances of his began to murmur among themselves. That child is truly kind to his human parents. Hunting tirelessly each month just to exchange points for nutritional fluid to support them. If only I had such a child, I would surely weep. That is because his parents treat him well. I heard that when he first arrived on the shore, he nearly starved. It was his human parents who took him in and cared for him for many years before he grew up. Sigh, his racial abilities are inherently weak. Now, one fish must sustain 3 people. I wonder how long he can endure. Indeed, it is quite strange. We have not provoked them, so why do they seek to capture us? I know the answer to that, piped up an old man who had been rummaging through items nearby, as he casually handed Lin Yuyu a bundle of dried kelp in exchange for a faux jade comb. Humans believe that consuming us grants them supernatural abilities. What nonsense is that? Do we not possess certain abilities that humans lack, such as electric discharge, venom, and color changing? Humans consider these abilities to be supernatural and believe that by consuming us, they can acquire similar powers. Are they out of their minds? Who can say otherwise? Ahem, does anyone wish to trade? Lin Yu interjected as the others were discussing humans, managing to detach herself from her human identity for a moment. However, when they began to insult, she instinctively placed herself in the human perspective and interrupted their conversation. Once all the customers had departed, Lin Yuyu retracted her business smile and furrowed her brow in contemplation. She had heard of humans capturing mutated beings, but when had it escalated to consuming them to gain supernatural abilities? That news was indeed absurd. Observing Lin Yuyu's furrowed brow, Lu Qingyu silently squatted down to assist in tidying up while comforting her. It's all right, Yu, we are here. Nothing will happen to you, so do not worry. Yes, Yu, if it comes to it, I can always take you away. We can drift at sea for a couple of months. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yuyu instantly cast aside all her worries, eager only to cast a sidelong glance at a certain starfish. How dare he even mention the incident of drifting at sea? Had he forgotten that he had led her to the wrong island? Lin Yuyu and her companions believed that by merely avoiding the crowds, they could continue to live their lives in peace. Yet, they overlooked the fact that both humans and mutated beings possess their share of good and bad. Among the mutated creatures with whom Lin Yuyu had traded in the woods today, one had revealed all he knew about non-human entities after being captured by humans. Thus, Lin Yuyu and her companions found themselves on a certain consortium's capture list. This unfortunate news reached Lin Yuyu when she encountered Bayer again, who informed her of the situation. Noticing Lin Yuyu's restlessness, the former second miss of the Bai family, and now a wanderer, Bai Lingling spoke up. I understand your urgency, but do not fret just yet. The situation has not yet reached its direst point as a former miss of the Bai family. Even though Bai Lingling had sneaked away and was no longer part of the family, she still managed to acquire internal news promptly. It was through a message from home that she learned of Boss Lin's inclusion on the capture list. The list contained only a simplistic physical description, lacking even a name. Had I not known you, I would have remained oblivious to your presence on it. Moreover, observing Bayer scrutinizing her from head to toe, Lin Yuyu couldn't help but frown. Moreover, what? If I'm not mistaken, you should be like me, a symbiotic mutated being coexisting with humans. Therefore, even if you're captured now, you will ultimately be released. Lin Yuyu glanced at Bayer with skepticism. You believe I am like you. How can you discern that? Ultimately, there are merely 3 scenarios for those who emerge from the depths of the sea. One is a mutated creature that was originally a marine being. Another is a human infected by a virus, acquiring marine traits. And the last is individuals like us, who, on the brink of death, were saved by marine beings, resulting in a fusion of both. Thus, deducing which category you belong to becomes quite simple once the outcome is known. After finishing her explanation, Bai Lingling shrugged, as if to say, the facts speak for themselves. Seeing Bayer articulate her thoughts so convincingly, Lin Yuyu felt a flicker of doubt. You seem to know quite a lot. Ah, what can I say? I was once captured by my own kin. Had I not escaped quickly, who knows where I would be languishing now? Your own family turned against you. Do you not share a good relationship with them? It's hard to say. It's merely so. Bilingualing propped her chin on one hand, tapping her fingers on the table absent-mindedly. Perhaps, to them, awakening abilities is more significant than having a daughter as inconsequential as I. However, he did not send anyone after me again, so perhaps there's a hint of paternal affection left within him. After parting ways with Bayer, Lin Yuyu stood at the crossroads, gazing at the labyrinth of paths, momentarily engulfed by a sense of bewilderment regarding her true home. Had she really been on this island for just a few months? Although this was not her intended destination, having lived here for such a time, she had begun to acclimate to life on the island. Now, to suddenly learn that she could no longer remain here was utterly disheartening, returning to the place she had called home for the past few months. The warmth of her newfound abode only intensified the feeling of something heavy lodged in her heart. Sighing, Lin Yuyu began to pack her belongings, preparing for a potential departure. Just as she was organizing her things, a knock echoed from the door. Her heart tightened, and she paused momentarily before stealthily moving to the door, peering through the peephole. Once she confirmed it was a resident from upstairs, she exhaled in relief and opened the door, just a crack to let them in. Upon seeing Zheng Biyu enter with a large basket of goods, Lin Yuyu felt a headache coming on. What brings you here this time? Since confessing his feelings, he had taken to bringing her large bags of items every few days, each time presenting an irresistible reason for his visit. It was becoming quite bothersome for Lin Yuyu. Why family informed me that a young orca has been captured by humans, and I must find a way to rescue it. I need to head out, and I was worried these items would spoil if left at home for too long, so I brought them over to you, Zheng Biyu said as he carried the basket into the kitchen, ready to roll up his sleeves and help Lin Yuyu organize everything. Lin Yuyu quickly grabbed his arm, pulling him out of the kitchen. Aren't you in a hurry to save the orca? I can accept the basket of goods. Just leave it be. I will sort it out myself later. Zheng Biyu followed her out of the kitchen, standing awkwardly in the living room. Yuyu, have you accepted me? Lin Yuyu rubbed her forehead. Is this really the time for that? For a moment, she couldn't discern whether he was attempting to solidify their relationship or merely seeking a beacon of hope. Yet, she felt an unexplainable unease within her, a reluctance to let him leave with disappointment. With a deep sigh, she conceded, I suppose I have agreed to you, haven't I? Can you leave now? After speaking, Lin Yuyu found herself unable to refrain from offering a few more words of concern. Are you going alone to rescue the orca? Have you devised a plan for the rescue? I'll be going with others whose young ones have been captured, as long as there are people to look out for one another. She felt some relief. Otherwise, she genuinely feared that this seemingly fierce yet somewhat endearing individual would be venturing into danger all alone, akin to throwing himself into a trap. Noticing Zheng Biyu, still hesitating in place, she pressed, Are you not leaving? Just a moment ago, you were in such a rush, yet now you seem unhurried. I actually don't know where to go to rescue the orca. Zheng Biyu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu was left speechless. Did your family not inform you? Don't the others know where their young ones have been taken? Well, everyone has decided to mobilize all available resources to search the entire island first. Once we locate them, we will rescue them together. Moreover, the young ones from our clan are not as fragile as human infants. They can protect themselves. They may just be trapped somewhere, unable to escape, and need us adults to lend a hand. Some of the sea folk even view this calamity as a trial for the young ones, hoping to toughen them up a bit before rescuing them. Thus, while it may seem urgent, it's not as pressing as it appears. That I do know someone who might have information on where the young ones are being held. Since Bayer could inform her, it was likely he wouldn't mind sharing further details with other mutated beings. As expected, when Lin Yuyu and Zheng Biyu appeared before bilingualing, she merely remarked, Lin Yuyu, you seem to be doing quite well. Before divulging the locations she was aware of, she even provided additional information. Some factions had grown dissatisfied with covert captures and had begun openly searching for mutated beings across various islands. Warning Lin Yuyu and her companions to exercise caution. That I understand. You too. Rest assured, I am far more informed than you. Once I have gathered everything in a couple of days, I will leave. What about you? Are you all set? Chapter 72. The emergence of extraterrestrials aside from feeling a tinge of reluctance to part with her current residence, Lin Yuyu could easily store her belongings in the spatial button and be ready to depart at any moment. There was little left to prepare. I am nearly ready. Where do you plan to seek refuge? I'll drift in the deep sea or find a deserted island free of humans to stay on. For those humans who have been infected by the virus, parasitized by marine beings, and classified as mutated beings by their own kind, their misfortune was profound. When one carefully considers, they were once human. Yet in the eyes of humanity, they are considered aberrations, mutated beings. They have lost the right to exist as human beings upon this land. However, in this realm, might dictates right. The weak mutated humans must retreat from the limelight and flee alongside other creatures branded as mutated beings. After spending over half a month on the island, Lin Yuyu and her companions prepared to evacuate from Island 8-23. Yet, before their departure, they allied with several formidable mutated beings to obliterate several research facilities on the island. They successfully rescued Zhengbiyu and others who had gone missing, as well as those previously captured, before quietly leaving Island 8-23. Not only did such events transpire on Island 8-23, but similar riots erupted on other islands as well. Following the chaos, the existence of humanoid, mutated beings and the human experiments conducted on them was thrust into the open, causing a stir across the islands. Amidst the growing tension, individuals became increasingly suspicious of one another, while other mutated beings, fearing further danger in their existence on land, began to flee from the islands. Han Feng, who was at a loss regarding the experiments on abilities, was incensed upon hearing this news. The islands are not that expansive. Unless they can all hide beneath the sea, I refuse to believe I cannot capture even one more experimental subject. Convey the order downwards, instructing those below to capture the fleeing beings at all costs. Regardless of life or death, faced once more with the wrath of Han Feng, Li Wanfeng, his personal assistant, had grown somewhat accustomed to it. With an expressionless demeanor, he adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. If we proceed with this course of action, the moderates will surely leap to the opposite camp, allying themselves with the liberals to confront us. Unlike those antiquated traditionalists who wish to compel the mutated beings to voluntarily use their powers to protect humanity and safeguard our islands. The liberals are, without a doubt, a rabble shouting for the freedom and equality of all life, incessantly hindering human progress and development. It would be peculiar indeed if they did not emerge to cause a disturbance. Therefore, now that the moderates are no longer obstructing them from experimenting on the mutated beings, how can they continue to act without restraint? If, by some misstep, we force the situation into opposition, it would be a regrettable loss. What do you propose we do? Han Feng gazed discontentedly at his assistant. I believe we should adopt a different nomenclature. Li Wanfeng whispered softly in Han Feng's ear. I hadn't anticipated that beneath your gentle exterior lies a heart darker than my own. Han Feng jested. I'll learn from you. In truth, there is some validity to the accusations that the reformists are radical lunatics. They not only conduct experiments on mutated beings, but have indeed captured some humans for experimentation, placing the blame squarely on the mutated creatures. However, their initial experiments did not yield success. The ordinary humans, once tainted, transformed into bloodthirsty entities devoid of reason, attacking any human they encountered, exhibiting greater aggression than those mutated beings they deemed heretical. Yet, two madmen, with a mere thought, decided to release these failed experimental subjects. They arranged for these aberrations to be sent to remote islets. This was not a sudden attack of conscience, but rather a scheme to experiment on the entire population of the island. The smaller islands, distant from their own, would not affect their larger island in the event of an uncontrollable incident, and the sparse population would facilitate observation. However, the irrational aberrations would not comply with human directives. Prior to being cast onto the designated islet, the aberrations broke free from captivity and attacked the entire crew of the ship. The casualties mounted, yet none manifested any powers, ultimately transforming into mindless monsters. The rumors that Han Feng and his associates had released had thus come to fruition. Indeed, there were humanoid beings that attacked upon sight, inherently brutal and unable to communicate. Consequently, fear gripped the populace, and more humans began to yearn for powers, attempting to awaken abilities, which led to even more severe persecution of humanoid mutated beings. This is our sincerity. We hope you can assist us in rescuing our family. A middle-aged couple, through Xielin's connections, found Lu Qingyu and pleaded for this non-human to help rescue their child, offering a cruise ship and two 30-square-meter spaces filled with supplies as remuneration. Why not seek assistance from other humans instead of traveling thousands of miles to find us? Lu Qingyu did not spare a glance at the items on the table, but inquired steadily. The couple exchanged glances before explaining, because you are all aberrants and will not covet our child's abilities. However, if we were to solicit aid from other humans, we fear it would be akin to sending sheep into the jaws of tiger. Although those with a modicum of reason understand that consuming beings with powers to awaken abilities is an absurd lie, the majority have succumbed to madness, fixated solely on awakening, indifferent to the consequences. They have but one child, and they are unwilling to take such risks. Regardless, they possess a ship and wealth. Seeking the aid of these detached aberrants merely requires additional human resources. Yet, if we venture there now, aren't we throwing ourselves into the net, sending sheep to the tiger's den? Lin Yuyu interjected. You are no mere sheep. You have led many in and out, rescuing countless individuals. Calling you a wolf would be an understatement. The middle-aged woman said sincerely. Lin Yuyu rubbed her nose. Was she truly as formidable as they claimed? At most, she was merely more adept at survival, cautious, and contemplative. The true labor was not hers. Contemplating this, Lin Yuyu glanced at the three individuals beside her. Why coincidence? Their gazes met. Understanding the intent in their eyes, Lin Yuyu nodded. Very well, we can agree to your request, but we have a condition. Chapter 73. The middle-aged couple exchanged glances. Feeling that the price they were to pay was somewhat steep, just as they were about to grit their teeth and consent, Lin Yuyu added, All right, it's settled then. The couple's faces lit up with joy. Mutated beings are indeed mutated beings. No, wait, aberrants are truly sincere. Rest assured, we will ensure you receive well-crafted identities, guarantees that no one would dare to casually investigate your identities. That we thank you, Master Zhuang. After deliberating, the Zhuang couple provided them with a sleek, dark small cruise ship for ease of movement before departing on another smaller vessel. Observing the vessel before her, which bore a striking resemblance to that ominous black ship from the past, Lin Yuyu felt a twitch at the corner of her EYD. Oh, you not find this ship rather familiar? It does seem so. The individuals we are about to rescue, could they possibly be connected to that so-called charity organization? Perhaps they merely procured their ship from the same shipyard. Lin Yuyu jested. Thank you for your auspicious words. Although a hint of concern lingered in Lin Yuyu's heart, she would not falter if faced with danger. After all, times have changed. However, the contract binding her and Xing Li still lay in another's hands, which remained a troubling matter. Soon, Master Zhuang dispatched individuals to deliver several blank personal identity terminals, equipped with the latest high-end configurations. A clear indication of their sincerity, the four then divided into two groups. Lin Yuyu and Xing Li piloted the small cruise ship to a two-digit islet, taking on the guise of those transporting illicit goods. The islanders needed to pay 60,000 points each for passage to the nearest single-digit islet. However, once on the island, they would have to handle their own entry procedures, as their small vessel was only responsible for transport. Meanwhile, the other two blended in with the islanders, intending to board the target islet alongside the rest. Once Lu Qingyu and the others completed their entry procedures, Lin Yuyu and her companion would secretly rendezvous with them. Thus, the four successfully infiltrated Island 4-01, masquerading as ordinary pure-blood humans. Indeed, on this island, ordinary humans lacking abilities are referred to as purebloods, while those with powers and reason are known as aberrants, the virus-infected. Mindless beings that attack humans are termed aberrations, and the flora and fauna on the island are referred to as mutated beasts and mutated plants. Respectively, in the ocean, they are classified as mutated creatures. Of course, these are colloquial terms, as the authorities have yet to provide a definitive classification, leading everyone to adopt the vernacular. After spending several days on the island and familiarizing themselves with the situation, Lin Yuyu and her companions set their plan into motion. They employed the same old strategy, first instigating chaos, then sowing further discord, and finally luring the tiger from its den to rescue their target amidst the tumult. Utilizing Lin Yuyu's abilities, they located the local aberrants concealed on the island and disseminated the information regarding their proposal to take everyone to a deserted island. These deserted islands have been submerged by the sea and subsequently abandoned by humans, only to resurface over time. Lin Yuyu had fortuitously discovered them. Although the sea around these islands had receded somewhat, they were still inhospitable to humans. Only aberrants with abilities could barely survive there. Furthermore, remnants of previous human constructions remained, requiring only minor renovations for habitation. There would be no need for furtive hiding or constant fear. This was undeniably appealing, with the assistance of the local aberrants. Instigating a ruckus became a trivial endeavor. Moreover, upon realizing that Lin Yuyu and her group aimed to rescue their kin, other aberrants with a means of retreat were also eager to join the fray. One fateful night, around 2 or 3 o'clock, multiple locations on Island 5-01 erupted into flames, the inferno raging through the night until dawn before finally extinguishing. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yuyu and her companions executed their respective roles. Some concealed themselves while others administered poison, employing their strengths to rescue all intended individuals before making a stylish exit onto international waters to board a cruise ship. I never anticipated things would unfold so smoothly, and it is thanks to your assistance. The leader of the Phantom Beast Alliance's 1st Regiment, Yi Xing, expressed gratitude to Lin Yuyu, who leaned against the railing, savoring the breeze. You are too gracious, Leader Yi. Without the involvement of the Beast Alliance, Lin Yuyu and her party would not have achieved such success. They had mutually aided and accomplished one another. However, if they wished to take credit for their contributions, Lin Yuyu would not refuse, especially since she had previously fretted over how to nullify her contract with Xing Li. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence that the person everyone wishes to save happens to be confined in a single location. It truly feels like fate. Yes, we seem to share a remarkable connection. Yi Xing smiled, and the little pom-pom adorning her hair trembled in unison. Speaking of which, we have encountered members of your Beast Alliance before. At that time, I noticed that each of them wore a mask, which piqued my curiosity. Was donning animal masks a characteristic or custom of your alliance? Now seeing you, it appears that is not the case. Lin Yuyu inquired thoughtfully. Yi Xing approached the edge of the boat, leaning back against the railing like Lin Yuyu, and leisurely replied, I can probably guess which group you encountered if we were to consider who in our entire Beast Alliance would wear masks for the dance on a daily basis. It would undoubtedly be the 4th group, led by those afflicted with late-stage Shinibu. That group consistently tarnishes the reputation of the Beast Alliance, making it so that the rest of us often hesitate to admit our affiliation. They may be doing good deeds, yet they insist on adopting such a criticized approach. One wonders what goes on in that Shinibu's mind, that I hope they haven't done anything to offend you. Noticing Lin Yuyu's awkward smile, Yi Xing instantly understood, and with a deep sigh, she straightened up and formally apologized to Lin Yuyu. Please let me know if there is any way I can make amends on his behalf. I apologize to you for my unworthy brother that I assure you, when I next encounter him, I will give him a thorough lesson to avenge you. Seeing someone bow an apology, Lin Yuyu hurriedly reached out to steady Yi Xing. There is no need for such formalities, Team Leader Yi. It suffices if you could assist us with a small favor that I promise. If I can help in any way, I will. Yi Xing's eyes sparkled with sincerity, and her demeanor was earnest. However, given their recent acquaintance, Lin Yuyu, out of caution, chose to embellish her words slightly, saying, We were previously saved by your group, and in theory, we ought to express our gratitude to your brother. However, after we signed a contract of servitude and were sent off the ship, unfortunate events ensued. We have wandered and drifted until now, and this is only the 2nd time we have encountered members of the Beast Alliance. If possible, could you convey our thanks? Additionally, regarding our contract of servitude, could you assist us in nullifying it? Just let us know how many points are required, and we can arrange a time and place for the transfer. If you feel uneasy, just provide me with an address. Once the matter is settled, I will send someone to inform you that I have faith in Team Leader Ye's ability to handle matters. As for the address, I fear I cannot provide one, as I am currently without a fixed residence. That's perfectly fine. I believe our fateful connection ensures we shall meet again. Our ship has arrived. Thank you for accompanying us on this journey. You're welcome. May we meet again, Team Leader Yi. Once they departed, Xingli slowly approached Lin Yuyu and remarked, gazing at the receding cruise ship. The two vessels resemble each other so closely. No wonder they boarded the wrong one. Lin Yuyu too watched the cruise ship growing more distant on the ocean and replied, if they had not boarded the wrong ship, how could they owe us a favor? Without that favor owed, how could we have asked for their assistance in nullifying the contract we signed? Although the members of the fourth group might not locate them to fulfill that contract, the habits ingrained in her from her time as a human still influenced her, prompting her to resolve matters promptly. As the saying goes, a light heart is free of burdens. Only when free of debts can one truly relax, pursuing desires unencumbered by invisible constraints that in Xingli's words. Lin Yuyu was simply too human. After docking the ship at the merchant's pier and handing it over to the merchant's staff, Lin Yuyu and her companions departed quietly. On their way out, Xingli, stretching her shoulders, inquired, where shall we go next? Should we look for a larger island to settle on? Lu Qingyu responded, no, you are more accustomed to the human way of life. Previously, we had no choice. But now that we do, let us find an island with a single-digit designation to settle upon. Indeed, then to which island shall we venture? Lin Yuyu asked. Xingli replied, I recently learned that the largest islands are relatively close together. Unlike the double-digit islands we previously inhabited, which were separated by tens of millions of kilometers, the farthest distance here is merely a few hundred kilometers. Moreover, there are public ferries connecting all the islands, with one trip in the morning and one in the evening, making travel to any island quite convenient. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but ruffle Xingli's hair affectionately. So feel free to express where you wish to go without hesitation. If you're not satisfied with what you see, we can always switch islands. That's a promise. Lin Yuyu responded eagerly. Of course. Xingli affirmed. Then I want to explore all the number 1 islands in the 9 districts. Very well, and no problem. You can explore however you wish. We will accompany you. Xingli and the others looked on indulgently at Lin Yuyu. However, Lin Yuyu was not one to act recklessly to avoid unnecessary detours. She decided to split up and gather information first, intending to assess the situation on each island before making further plans. As they were still on Island 8-01, Lin Yuyu planned to accompany Lu Qingyu to the central office of the island. On the way, while the others were absent, Lu Qingyu took the opportunity to ask Lin Yuyu about her future plans. Yuyu, what kind of island do you wish to settle on? If possible, I would like to reside on an island with distinct seasons, spring to admire blooming flowers, summer to savor lotus, autumn to smell the fragrance of osmanthus, and winter to appreciate the snow. I long to experience the beauty of each season. Alas, just thinking of such a life feels beautiful. I wonder if it can be realized. It will be realized. Even if such scenery is not visible now, one day it will come to fruition. Lu Qingyu, helpless yet affectionate, gently pressed Lin Yuyu's head, steering her to look ahead. Oh, though her head was being guided, her mouth was not. So Lin Yuyu could not resist teasing. You just said something quite philosophical. Oh, did I? Had he known he would be teased this way, he would have refrained from comforting the dejected individual earlier. Once they regrouped, Xingli, representing their group, summarized, the closest large islands to our current location are 5 in number. Islands 3-01 for -01, 5-01, 7-01, and 9-01. Which one shall we choose? Upon hearing this series of numbers, Lin Yuyu felt as though she had heard nothing at all and could not help but retort. Is that your entire introduction? Yes, Xingli replied. Are you simply reciting a menu? Lin Yuyu sighed. Forget it, I'll go first. According to what I gather with Lu Qingyu at the office, there are over 100 islands in total across the Azure Star. These islands are categorized into 9 major districts based on their governing factions, geographical coordinates, environmental conditions, and cultural customs, among other factors. The specifics of this classification are unclear to us. We only know that the 9 districts were originally a single continent. Later, they were sorted based on island population, area, altitude, and other criteria, resulting in their current numbering, with the number 1 island in each district being the largest within that district. Now, combining the intelligence provided by Xingli, let me elaborate on the 5 islands closest to us and the one we are currently on. The 2 islands in District 3 and 4 are moderate factions with a calmer atmosphere. The island forces include the Yang and Ji families, among others. The island in District 5 belongs to the reformist faction and is known as the birthplace of various exceptional species and calamities. With notable forces such as the Mo and Huang families, the island in District 7 is a centrist faction characterized by a more laid-back atmosphere, with families like the Li and Wang represented. The islands in Districts 8 and 9 are aligned with the libertarian faction, where the inhabitants cherish life and uphold freedom, with families such as the Fong and Chun among the influential forces. Consider which island you prefer for settlement. Aside from the earlier ones, I find the latter ones quite appealing. What about you all? Do you have any preferences? After Lin Yuyu spoke, she looked toward Lu Qingyu and the others. I rather fancy the island in District 7, Xingli replied, feeling that the atmosphere of that island resonated well with his own disposition, that if given a choice, he would opt for District 7. He could bask in the sun whenever he wished, eavesdrop on gossip in a corner when he felt like it, and if funds were low, he could scavenge for valuable items outdoors to exchange. The rest of the time, he could remain by Lin Yuyu's side, offering her food. Lin Yuyu felt that her current physique was just right. If she continued to be pampered, she might become slightly plump. Yet, Xingli still perceived her as somewhat slender, needing to be well cared for, much like how grandparents always think one is hungry, which left Lin Yuyu feeling quite helpless. Whichever one Yuyu chooses, I shall follow suit. For Lu Qingyu, it mattered little where he lived. If he had to choose, he would select a place where Yuyu resided. Wherever Yuyu was, that was home. This was the profound understanding Lu Qingyu ultimately arrived at. After both had expressed their thoughts, only Zheng Biyu remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Zheng Biyu's sentiments were akin to Lu Qingyu's, yet the distinction lay in Lu Qingyu's evolving mindset, while Zheng Biyu still regarded Lin Yuyu as a tender cub in need of care. Upon learning that little Yuyu was merely a recently born jellyfish, the great orca's sole focus became one of protection, love, and nurturing. He longed to rear Yuyu as his mother had raised him, taking Yuyu to any place she desired to frolic, allowing Yuyu to tumble upon his back, and providing Yuyu with a secure and joyous environment for growth that, in essence, he seemed to be following in Lu Qingyu's footsteps. Perhaps this is a common ailment among larger creatures. Hearing the exchanges between Lu Qingyu and Zheng Biyu, Xingli felt a twinge of unfairness towards the two. Their words implied that she was self-centered, neglecting Yuyu's needs. Yuyu, like them, shared the same sentiments. Whatever you choose, I shall choose. Wherever you wish to go, I shall follow. Lin Yuyu felt a wave of pressure. I sought your advice precisely because I was uncertain of how to choose, yet, alas, I find myself exasperated with you both. Your words offer no more clarity than silence. Lin Yuyu grumbled internally. Zheng Biyu pondered briefly before posing a question. Do you all favor the atmosphere of the 8 to 23 island where we previously resided? The executive of that island is a brother to the executive of the 9-01 island. I've heard that their governing philosophies and management styles are quite similar. If you enjoyed the environment there, perhaps we could venture to the 9-01 island and see. Lin Yuyu's eyes brightened at once, and she turned to look expectantly at Lu Qingyu and Xingli, seeing both nod in agreement. She returned a nod to Zheng Biyu. Very well. Let us make this delightful decision. We shall first visit the 9-01 island, and if it proves unsatisfactory, we can later embark on an inter-island cruise to find another place to reside. With the decision made, the group donned disguises and made their way to the ferry terminal to board a vessel destined for the 9-01 island. As the ship set sail and began to depart from the harbor, Lin Yuyu suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the shore. Hey, Lu Qingyu, look over there. Doesn't that resemble Old Man Xian from Nanwang General Store? Yes, indeed, Lu Qingyu replied, scrutinizing the two figures on the shore. One was a respectable old man, meticulously wiping a child's hands with a cloth before waving goodbye, seemingly bidding farewell to someone on the ship. The scene exuded warmth and familiarity. It's him. Upon confirming it was indeed the old man, Lin Yuyu felt a surge of excitement and instinctively waved her hand. Seeing that the old man appeared well and content, she felt a surge of joy within her. He seemed to have found new purpose in life and likely would not succumb to despair easily. He was dressed neatly, suggesting that life was treating him well, which brought her peace of mind. As for whether he noticed her presence, it mattered little. If fate allowed, they would undoubtedly meet again. Grandpa, look over there. Someone is waving at us. The little grandson pointed excitedly. Qian Jingming turned to follow his grandson's gaze and immediately spotted the trio of striking individuals, with Lin Yuyu carefully sheltered among them. Seeing the girl safe and even a bit plumper, he felt an immense relief wash over him. Now, witnessing her alive and well, his lingering guilt began to dissipate. On a bright afternoon, Lin Yuyu and her companions arrived at the 9-01 island. Spring had just begun, with the new willows sprouting tender buds. Though each bud was the length of an adult's finger due to mutations, the sight of the willows swaying gently in the breeze was still beautiful. Perhaps it was the splendid mood of the observer that rendered everything around them enchanting. Good day. Are you interested in purchasing a property? We have newly developed mountainous areas on our island, boasting beautiful environments and attractive prices, ideal for living or retirement. Would you like to take a look? No, thank you, Lin Yuyu responded with familiarity. You must be newcomers without a place to stay yet. Even if you're not buying, you can check out our rental services, which are absolutely affordable. The persistent young man continued, focusing solely on the only woman in the group, ignoring the disdainful glances directed at him from Lu Qingyu and the others. Seeing his tenacity, Lin Yuyu rolled her eyes and suggested, how about you give me a business card or a flyer, and I'll contact you once I've completed my matters. What are you all here for? He inquired. I know this island well. I can guide you. Forgive me for asking, but is your sales pressure quite intense? Why are you so eager? Upon being questioned, the young man smiled broadly. Here, we have a saying that your first deal of the year must succeed. Since spring has just arrived, you are my first clients, and I want to start off with a bang. Lin Yuyu found it amusing that such fervor stemmed merely from a desire for good luck. Yet she understood the sentiment well, having experienced similar customs back on Blue Star. All right then, please take us to the service center to complete the registration process. Once that is done, we will accompany you to see the properties. Upon reaching the service center, they were met with a bustling crowd. Lin Yuyu felt curious about the unusually high number of people that day. Miss Lin, you are unaware? A few days prior, the data center announced that an astronomical tide is imminent, and the influx of people has been relentless since. One of the agents remarked that, it seems you didn't decide to move to the first island due to the recent news. He continued upon seeing Lin Yuyu nod. Some of these people are newcomers from other islands here to register, while others reside in low-lying areas and are here to register for housing transfers. Rest assured, Miss Lin, all the properties I offer are situated in higher elevations. Unless the entire island is submerged, the homes I present will not face flooding. You will see for yourself once you visit them. As Lin Yuyu and her companions queued at the service center, the executive of the 9-01 island was seated at the joint conference in District 9, enduring yet another round of heated debates among the representatives. Your radical faction has truly set a commendable precedent, Cheng Yinwu remarked, and your esteemed families have certainly excelled at keeping their heads down while making significant moves. Now look what you've done. The situation has escalated. Zhang Yun, representing the moderate faction, attempted to interject but was silenced by Cheng Yinwu. You fence-sitters should remain silent. I am most frustrated with your indecisiveness, perpetually muddling the waters. You dare not speak unless you are aligned. Old Cheng, your tone is excessive. You ought not to address Representative Zhang in such a manner. Ji Chunlai interjected. I haven't even mentioned you yet. I am aware of your covert support for the radical faction. Don't you think I'm oblivious to who is responsible for the aberrations? Everyone knows. Now that you've stirred up trouble, you expect the victims to assist you. What audacity! Wang Yuani, the security executive of the 6-01 island, chimed in. Is this truly the time for such discussions? The astronomical tide is approaching. Shouldn't we focus on how to respond? Indeed, echoed Xiaijo, the security executive of the 1-01 island. Suddenly, all the terminals in the conference room began to emit a series of beeping sounds. After a brief glance at their devices, the attendees looked up in disbelief at Yang Qiuxin, the executive of the 4-01 island. Is the information you provided genuine? Yang Qiuxin gestured toward the entrance. If it's true, let us find out. Before long, a series of knocks echoed from the door, and a young man entered, pushing a machine toward Yang Qiuxin. Upon receiving a nod from her, He connected the equipment to the conference room's projection system, displaying the latest data for all to see. Please take a look. Everyone, we have detected hurricane bands from the southwest to the southeast, and with the impending astronomical tide, not only will the small islands be affected, but the larger ones will not be spared either. Our immediate priority should be to unite and inform the public of the situation, facilitating the prompt relocation of those who can be moved. Du Xen, the security executive of the 5-01 island, rubbed his temples in frustration. Yang, I understand your concern for the public, but our island's current situation is, we are simply unable to allocate personnel. The 5-01 island was in disarray due to the aberrant events, leaving its officials preoccupied and unable to assist other islands with evacuations. Moreover, the current state of their islands is hardly conducive to welcoming new inhabitants. Otherwise, it may very well resemble a pot of water being poured into a hot pan, causing a cacophony of splatters that could leave one injured. Deus. Does assistantly have nothing to contribute? Chung Yinwu took the opportunity to jab at Mo Hanfeng. The present situation on the islands is entirely due to the efforts of the two of you. Chung Yinwu, enough of this. Ji Chunlai slammed his hands on the table and stood up, exclaiming that no one wished for things to escalate to this point. Rather than incessantly blaming others, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to resolve the issue. Why should I be the one to devise a solution for the problems you have created? Chung Yinwu also stood up abruptly, glaring at Ji Chunlai in anger. Calm down, everyone. Let us speak civilly. Let us maintain decorum, shall we? Zhang Yun attempted to soothe both agitated parties, hoping to coax them into sitting down and engaging in a reasonable discussion. Yet neither paid him any heed. He was left to shift his gaze towards the increasingly ominous Mo Hanfeng. Mo Deus, could you lend your voice of reason as well? For the survival of humanity, capturing mutated creatures and researching how to awaken extraordinary abilities has led to an ironic twist. Instead of developing these powers, we have inadvertently exacerbated the plight of humanity by unleashing new threats. Now, in an effort to halt the continued devastation wrought by these aberrations, we seek to locate the mutated beings who were forced to flee and implore them to assist us in vanquishing the very threats we unleashed. Alas, what a naive calculation this is. Even a moderate like myself finds it hard to bear. Contemplating siding with the liberators, O Hanfeng was aware that everyone awaited his stance, yet after several sleepless nights, he simply lacked the energy to engage in verbal sparring with these elderly gentlemen. He waved his hand, indicating for Li Wanfeng to step forward. You speak to them. Yes. Wanfeng stepped forward, lowering his gaze momentarily before raising his chest to address the gathered assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to glance towards the back rows. We are not the sole entity conducting experiments on mutated creatures. We are merely the first to propose such actions, not the first to implement them, nor the ones who have inflicted the most harm upon these beings. You cannot fixate solely on us, the reformists, simply because we sit at the forefront. Your dissatisfaction stems from the notion that our grand endeavors have yielded no tangible results, and thus you harbor resentment towards those of us who occupy positions of privilege. But what if I were to tell you that we have discovered a method to awaken these abilities? The representatives of several consortiums shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Was assistantly speaking the truth? Certainly, there is no need for me to fabricate a tale so easily debunked. Nevertheless, distant waters cannot quench an immediate fire. Awakening these extraordinary abilities requires time, yet the threats posed by the mutants and the impending flood loom ominously. The urgent matter at hand is for us to unite and locate the hidden mutated beings, enlisting their aid to eliminate the dangers. Only by surviving can we afford the luxury of discussing other matters. Can we not? Upon concluding his statement, Li Wanfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Hanfeng, both sharing a moment of silent amusement. Once the mutated beings are lured out and assist in resolving the issues at hand, their fates will no longer rest in their own hands, but rather be dictated by circumstances beyond their control. Certain individuals who had previously aided non-human entities remained unaware of Mo Hanfeng and Li Wanfeng's clandestine intentions. After hearing Li Wanfeng's words, they began to contemplate the feasibility of this proposition with utmost seriousness. If this opportunity could lead to the mutated beings presenting themselves openly to the public, it would indeed be a beneficial strategy. An opportune moment. After some thought, one of them spoke up. Our island can assist in issuing mobilization and recruitment orders, but whether they will respond or cooperate is beyond our estimation. And no worries. As long as everyone does their utmost, that is sufficient. That evening, Lin Yuyu and her companions had just completed their island entry procedures and exited the service center when their personal terminals received a notification from the official island group. Upon reading the published content, a myriad of thoughts flooded their minds. Is this treatment genuine? Merely assisting in eliminating aberrations grants us a home, and for every mutant slain, we receive 100 points. Chapter 77 is an opportunity or a trap. What Xingli mentioned was also what everyone wished to inquire about. Previously, various islands have been fervently capturing mutated creatures and extraordinary beings, forcing individuals to devise means to distance themselves from the islands and human society. Now, all of a sudden, there's a large-scale recruitment announcement. One cannot help but wonder whether it is trustworthy. Lin Yuyu, do you perceive this as an opportunity or a trap? Lu Qingyu, it is hard to say. After all, not everyone can adapt to the current lifestyle, distancing themselves from human society, living as wild beings on deserted islands. Upon hearing the discussion, Zheng Biyu spoke without hesitation, regardless of whether it is an opportunity or a trap. We will only know by attempting this. Lu Qingyu frowned, expressing concern. Your idea is too rash. If it is a trap, we might end up in a dire situation. Zheng Biyu, so we should refrain from going? Let others test the waters first. Xingli, what if the good opportunities are snatched away by others, leaving us with nothing but the dregs when we arrive? Zheng Biyu, perhaps we could send someone to scout the situation before making our decision. Lin Yuyu, what if we disguise ourselves? If things go awry, we can flee and assume new identities to continue living incognito that if nothing goes wrong, we can profit handsomely, and once we have amassed our gains, we can vanish again. Xingli nodded in agreement. I believe Yu's suggestion holds merit. We can first change our identities, approach the tasks individually, presenting ourselves as unacquainted competitors while covertly collaborating and supporting one another to prevent being encircled or picked off one by one. Once we obtain our rewards, we will find a way to withdraw immediately, cashing in our points and leaving. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qingyu nodded. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. However, we must exercise caution. Should anything seem amiss, we retreat at once. Once the plan was set, Lin Yuyu and her companions dispersed, each heading towards the island designated as the epicenter of the mutant outbreak. 5-01. Upon arriving on the island, they split into smaller groups and blended into the throngs of others registering for tasks. Is your name Lin Miao Miao? Yes. What is your ability? Great strength, capable of swiftly overpowering mutants. The individual responsible for registration glanced up at Lin Miao Miao, who appeared indistinguishable from any human, furrowing his brows in suspicion. What is your race? What are your racial traits? Flathead brother. My trait is that I am young with white hair. Lin Miao Miao replied nonchalantly. The registrar remained unconvinced. You're not trying to pass yourself off as human to earn points, are you? I must caution you. Mutants are exceedingly dangerous, and one must not harbor any illusions of safety. Lin Miao Miao, sir, I can prove my capabilities. Saying this, she advanced towards the registrar and, with a single punch, created a sizable hole in the table before him. You, the registrar, taken aback by Lin Miao Miao as display of strength, stuttered in shock. How about it, sir? Am I qualified now? Lin Miao Miao cracked her knuckles, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. Yes, you may proceed to that side and team up with that slender young man. Very well. Thank you, sir. Lin Miao Miao pursed her lips and approached the slender young man with vibrant hair, stifling a laugh as she inquired. Hello, what do you go by? Chapter 78, unable to strike down the slender young man with colorful hair, glanced at the amused individual and noticed the slight redness in her hands. Responding with a hint of resignation. My name is Lu. Is your hand all right? It's fine. Lin Miao Miao replied while discreetly rubbing her own hand, relieved that the quality of the table had proven to be even worse than she anticipated. Otherwise, her carefully crafted persona would have been compromised before she even began. Individuals continued to come and go around them. Lin Meow Meow and the young man named Lu exchanged names and then fell silent, patiently awaiting the signal to depart. Once their party had gathered 10 members, they finally received the command to set off along with information regarding their task location. Upon arrival, they discovered that the task site was situated within an abandoned factory, characterized by poor lighting and an abundance of dust and debris. Observing this, Lu turned to Lin Meow Meow and whispered a caution to watch her step before leading the group deeper into the factory. After walking for quite some time, the echo of their footsteps was the only sound reverberating through the vast emptiness. Consequently, the leading group came to a halt, engaging in hushed discussion. Are there really mutants here? The dust everywhere suggests that it hasn't been frequented recently. Could the task issuer have made an error in the location? Surely not. Then, could it be that they detected our presence and, seeing our numbers, chose to hide? That is indeed a possibility. So, what should we do next? One cannot continue to linger in this manner indefinitely. Should we consider separating our actions? Perhaps the aberrants will notice our reduced numbers and might even approach us themselves. Once we detect the presence of these aberrants, we can notify one another and address the situation collectively. The speaker gestured with their wrist terminal, displaying it to the group. I apologize, brothers, but my terminal lacks connectivity and cannot transmit messages. Although they currently reside within a safe zone, some among them possess only rudimentary terminals, making real-time communication impossible. How about this? Each person deals with what they discover independently, and if they encounter insurmountable challenges, they can call for nearby assistance. Any points scored by individual kills will belong to the killer, while those achieved through collaboration will be evenly divided. What do you think? Lu and Lin exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Thus, separating for action suited both Lin and Lu. At the onset of their confrontation with the aberrants, Lin felt hesitant to strike. The aberrants, despite their lack of consciousness and filthy appearances, bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary humans. To kill an aberrant felt akin to taking a human life. Had it not been for an impulsive aberrant attacking her, prompting an instinctive counterattack that felled it, she might still be in a corner, desperately rationalizing her actions. After clearing all the aberrants from the abandoned factory, Lin and Lu each carried an aberrant out of the building to rejoin the rest of their team. While on their way back to report, Lin discreetly pulled Lu aside to discuss. Do you know how these aberrants came to be? Lu pondered for a moment. The official narrative claims that these individuals mutated due to seawater contamination. But the reality is, Chapter 79. Trouble arises. Lu hesitated, leaning closer to Lin's ear to whisper. It is because they captured humans for experiments, attempting to discover the method to awaken supernatural abilities. And then, as he spoke increasingly softly, the surrounding aberrants, eavesdropping, unconsciously inched closer to the two, whispering. Upon realizing they could not overhear the rest of the conversation, a sense of frustration welled within them. What happened next? Could you speak up? Is there something that we cannot hear? However, Lu had no intention of revealing more, and thus, the curious listeners would remain in the dark. After completing their mission, the eager aberrants dispersed to seek familiar faces for information. After sharing a smile, Lu and Lin resumed their place in line to join a new task force. Embarking on a fresh clearing mission, it was not until nightfall that they left the scene. Blending into the returning crowd, I had expected them to take some action, but it turned out they merely gathered information from everyone. Perhaps it is still too early for them to act against us. After all, the aberrants indeed require manpower for clearing. Our efforts should have provided at least some warning. If they fall into traps so easily, then I am a loss. Ultimately, humanity will persist in their pursuit against the aberrants. A conjecture shared only by Lin and Lu, and even they are not entirely certain. Without evidence, and with their words carefully chosen, all they could do was subtly remind others to remain vigilant. Beyond that, unless they wished to expose themselves and invite unnecessary trouble, they could do nothing. Moreover, only when the aberrants discover and verify the truth for themselves can they heighten their caution and avoid being blinded by false comforts. After over a week of consistent clearing of aberrants, some began to lower their guard, complying with human arrangements and settling on the island. However, as more aberrants appeared and established homes, Lin Yuyu's concerns materialized. You mean to say your friend has gone missing? Yes, we had planned to visit the neighboring island for some extra earnings the morning before yesterday. Yet when the ferry was about to depart, he had yet to arrive at the dock. He is quite the homebody. Aside from our outings, he usually stays at home. Now that he's been untraceable for so long, something must have happened. The speaker's face was etched with anxiety. Lin Yuyu furrowed her brows, an ominous premonition rising within her. When was the last time you contacted him? Just the night before last. He was perfectly fine at home, assuring me he would arrive at the dock on time the next day. Lin Yuyu glanced around, noticing a growing number of aberrants gathering, all wearing worried expressions, and my friend is in the same predicament. Having been missing for several days, that I have an acquaintance who is also unaccounted for. When we were assigned housing, we considered being neighbors, but the person in charge informed us there were no available units adjacent to one another. The nearest was a street apart. In the end, we ended up 2 streets apart. When I went to visit him for a few days and found him missing, it struck me that he was gone. So, why are you sharing this with us? You seem more capable than we are. We hope you can assist in searching for them. Lin Yuyu exchanged a glance with Lu Qingyu before responding. We can only provide a few locations. The specifics will require you to investigate and explore on your own. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating for a while before nodding in agreement. Chapter 80. Cost and wishes as Lin Yuyu had anticipated. The situation unfolded, yet she could not derive any joy from it. It truly a mere delusion for aberrants to coexist peacefully with humans. In that moment, she felt uncertain whether to be relieved that they had never revealed their true identities or to regret not having continued to caution others to be vigilant. On their way back, Lu Qingyu noticed Lin Yuyu's somber demeanor and gently offered, "If you feel compelled to help them, I can accompany you." Lin Yuyu contemplated this, yet she shared little camaraderie with those aberrants. She was not a selfless individual, nor was she one to sacrifice herself for others. Her sympathies stemmed from the habits ingrained in her during her time on Blue Star, evoking a degree of empathy for the aberrant's plight. However, that sentiment was insufficient to justify sacrificing herself and her companions. She did not wish to drag Lu Qingyu and the others down with her, nor did she want to position herself as an adversary to humanity. After all, she was a deep-sea jellyfish plagued by a fear of the abyss, an aberrant with a human soul and memories. She could not entirely sever her ties with human society to dwell in the depths of the ocean, nor could she confront humans from the perspective of an aberrant. Yet, to speak on behalf of humanity as a member threatened and persecuted by them was equally beyond her capacity. That a mistake is a mistake. Lin Yuyu shook her head, asserting that your safety is of utmost importance to me. As long as humanity clings to the desire to awaken supernatural abilities, their persecution of aberrants and mutated beings will not cease. For every group we save, another will be captured. 2 groups, 3 groups. Our intervention would not only prove futile, but it might also plunge us into peril. It could even render humans more wary and attentive to aberrants and mutated beings, exacerbating everyone's plight. Sigh. If only a miracle could occur at this moment. You think that once humanity discovers the method to awaken supernatural abilities, the persecution of aberrants and mutated beings will cease? If that is the case, I find myself hoping they discover the method sooner rather than later. After hearing Yuyu's heartfelt words, Lu Qingyu appeared contemplative. He reached out to adjust Lin Yuyu's loosely tied scarf. Speaking tenderly, "If this is truly your heartfelt wish, then it shall soon come to pass. You jest with me. If merely wishing could make it so, I would wish for all races to coexist harmoniously, for everyone to have a place to live, a source of sustenance, and the joy of life, and for each of us to lead fulfilling lives." With that, she turned and linked her arm with Lu Qingyu, pulling him toward the guest house. Following this, Mo Hanfeng's Research Institute received an unexpected black box. Inside, they found a piece of enigmatic black stone and a letter penned in a somewhat childish script, which read, "Humans, do you wish to awaken supernatural abilities? Then present your most precious possession to the divine stone and make your wish." The box cradled the stone, radiating an aura of mystery. "If I am willing to pay the price, can you truly grant my wish?" Mo Hanfeng's eyes glinted dangerously as he reached toward the black stone within the box. Chapter 81. The Birth of New Humanity with a resounding thud. The chair behind Chung Yinwu toppled, and he leaned forward, hands pressed against the table, staring incredulously at Mo Hanfeng across from him. You mean to say that the experiment to awaken supernatural abilities has succeeded? Mo Hanfeng ignored Cheng's inquiry, raising his hand to signal his assistant to activate the conference room's projection, showcasing their experimental results to the attendees. The current probability of successfully awakening supernatural abilities remains somewhat low, yet the outcomes are promising. Some of our previous hypotheses may soon become reality, and on the projection, one by one, the experimental personnel are showcasing their extraordinary abilities. Some conjure a mound of earth from the barren floor of the room, while others gently raise a hand, causing a small flame to flicker at their fingertips, igniting the candle on the table. Yet others sweep their hands, summoning a tempest that rustles the clothes of those present. Observing this spectacle, Cheng Yinwu cannot help but ponder the absurdity of existence, muttering to himself, "This cannot be true. It makes no sense." However, despite his peculiar demeanor at that moment, no one pays him any mind. Everyone is captivated by the content displayed on the projection. Truly, Representative Mo is always a step ahead of us. I hold great admiration for that. Indeed, Representative Mo's abilities are unparalleled, yet I wonder if the method for awakening such powers can. Head of the Wang family, you seem rather impatient. The video hasn't finished playing yet. Yes, Head Wang. Haste makes waste. We must let them complete the video and their discourse before discussing subsequent matters. It is my fault. I was merely concerned that if I waited too long, I might be left out. How could that be? Representative Mo is a paragon of selflessness, working for the nation and its people. He would never act in such a manner. Surely, those who witness will have a share, will they not? Representative Mo, it is evident to any discerning observer that the various conglomerates and aristocratic families are pressuring Mo Hanfeng to disclose the method for awakening these extraordinary abilities. Yet Mo Hanfeng is not one to be swayed by moral coercion. On the contrary, he has always been a maverick. Otherwise, he would not engage in experiments on humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to awaken your abilities, feel free to seek me out. Our laboratory will roll out the red carpet and set off firecrackers to welcome you. However, the method for awakening abilities, Mo Hanfeng shrugged, that I cannot disclose before anyone could respond. He continued, the specific reasons will become clear once you experience it yourselves. That I trust that after your personal experience, you will choose silence as I have. With that, he excused himself, ignoring the entreaties of the crowd, and proceeded towards the conference room door.O. And for those eager to awaken their abilities, do remember to schedule an appointment with my assistant promptly. Otherwise, if too many of you come seeking to cut in line, I shall find myself in quite the predicament. After leaving this remark, he vanished from their sight. The crowd exchanged glances and began to rise, one by one taking their leave. Within moments, the seats in the rear rows were vacated, leaving only a handful at the main conference table. Feng Shang scanned those still seated. Apart from the visibly anxious Cheng Yinwu, the others remained composed in their seats, but if I am not mistaken, they must have received news long ago. Yet, why keep such information from us, the representatives? Have you committed some heinous act that you fear we might thwart? Observing the expressions and actions of the others, it was clear that the executives from various districts were already privy to the awakening of abilities, while only the 8th and 9th districts remained in the dark. Their roles as executives are ostensibly equal to those present. Yet they are merely subordinates, accustomed to such treatment. Poor Cheng representative, isolated in this manner, must surely feel a mix of indignation and sorrow. As expected, no sooner had Feng Shang finished speaking than Cheng Yinwu erupted once more. It is one thing for Zhang to behave this way, but Ji Chunlai, do you truly uphold the principles of your faction? Do you hold true to the promises made when you became the representative of the moderate faction? Or were those vows merely cast aside? Ji Chunlai sighed. Old Cheng, the times have changed. The awakening of abilities is an inevitable trend, a matter of public consensus. Some sacrifices are unavoidable for the future of the islanders. We are left with no choice. Spare me your pompous rhetoric. Cheng retorted, I know you well enough. Ji Chunlai. You are simply reluctant to part with the power and status you have worked so hard to attain. You fear death, and thus you cling to life. Stop draping yourself in grandiose ideals for the sake of your own image. It only serves to disgust me. Fang Xiang and Feng Yun followed suit, leaving the gathering. After the executives from the 9th and 8th district departed, the remaining executives from various districts also rose to take their leave, leaving only Zhang Yun from the centrist faction, who remained seated alongside the visibly distressed Ji Chunlai. Old Zhang, do you think I have erred? Zhang Yun, a man in his 30s with a twitching mouth, chose not to dwell on the matter of Ji, addressing him as Old Zhang. Ji representative, Chung representative is merely momentarily overwhelmed with anger. Do not take it too personally. He has never spoken to me in such a manner before. He is genuinely angry this time. SG Chunlai wallowed in self-pity. Zhang Yin wished to tell him that he deserved it. Who wouldn't be furious when kept in the dark by their closest friend? If it were him, he would have been far more vocal in his discontent. Once you witness the benefits of awakening abilities for the populace and the island, you will understand. G representative. Feigning to check the time on his terminal, Zhang Yun pressed on. Time waits for no one. G representative. You must gather your spirits and prioritize arranging the first batch of individuals for awakening, setting a good precedent for those who follow. That is of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Fang Xiang and Feng Yun had just exited the building when they noticed that Chang Yanwu, who had been ahead of them, was now 100 steps away. Despite their attempts to catch up, they could not close the distance, and eventually they stopped, hands on their knees, panting heavily. What do you think he is rushing off to do? Chang Yanwu sprinted to the dock and boarded the ferry bound for Island 8-01. Finally regaining his composure as he stared blankly at the white waves below, the accusations hurled at him by the radicals were not unfounded. He had indeed been a hindrance, obstructing their completion of the experiments. His primary reason for doing so was his aversion to humanity awakening extraordinary powers, regardless of whether before or after the continent was divided into islands. The majority of resources on Azure Star have always been held by a select few. Thus, even disregarding the present, where only chosen individuals may undergo awakening, how many among the masses will truly awaken once it becomes widespread? The common populace already struggles to survive. The emergence of these powers will only exacerbate humanity's divisions. Without unity, how can there be a path forward? Alas, have you come to me merely to sigh in my presence? Lu Ili gazed at the man before him, who had spent nearly half an hour lamenting. The previous group had yet to depart, and now another was arriving, none of whom were here to support his business, only wasting his time. Xiao Lu, Chang Yanwu said with a tone of earnestness, did you not say that it was impossible for humanity to awaken extraordinary abilities? Now that the experiments over there have succeeded, what do you have to say? What I meant was that relying on consuming extraordinary beings and mutated creatures to awaken powers is impossible. Who knows what new developments your side has uncovered? Lu Ili replied, I am not on good terms with them, so I cannot inquire. Surely you jest. You truly have no idea? Over time, they would eventually vanish. To put it plainly, most individuals in the liberal faction despise being controlled. Otherwise, they would not have joined the liberal faction in the first place. I cannot help it. I am merely a seller of seafood. My reach does not extend that far, Lu Ili shrugged. Realizing he would not glean any information from Lu Ili, Chang Yanwu shifted his concern to the extraordinary beings and mutated creatures they had rescued, inquiring whether they had been safely sent away and how they were faring. After receiving affirmative responses, he departed from Lu Ili's shop. Once he left, Lin Yuyu, who had been hiding in the back of the shop, finally stepped outside. Was that the person who helped us earlier? Chang Yanwu, as his name suggests, was a burly man with a somewhat fierce appearance, completely at odds with his benevolent and helpful nature. Indeed, had he not helped cover our tracks, our previous endeavors would not have gone as smoothly. We might not have retrieved those individuals and would have been apprehended ourselves, rather than enjoying our freedom now. Upon hearing Lin Yuyu's words, Lu Ili surveyed the surroundings, and seeing that only they remained in the shop, he suggested, I advise against it. Showing up to thank him now would only complicate matters for him a little more if it were to become known that you facilitated the success of the extraordinary abilities experiment. I believe you would be promptly shown the door before even crossing the threshold. Upon hearing Lu Ili's words, Lin Yuyu pondered for a moment and decided not to insist any longer. After all, the current situation is indeed somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps in the future, when the opportunity arises, they could offer their assistance from the sidelines. Initially, after handing over the recent catch to Lu Ili, the group intended to take their leave. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yinwu suddenly barged in, prompting Lin Yuyu and the others to instinctively retreat into the room to hide. Did I ask there a back door? Yes, follow me. Once they left the street where Lu Ili's shop was located, Zheng Biu curiously inquired, "What are we hiding from? Right? Why did we just hide?" The group exchanged glances, gazing at each other's somewhat unfamiliar faces, and couldn't help but find the situation amusing, while Lin Yuyu and her companions concealed their identities and lived their lives on the island. An increasing number of ordinary people became involved in the extraordinary abilities experiment. Some among them awakened their powers and achieved a leap in social status. However, many more faced failed awakenings, leaving them devoid of even the memory of their failure. Forced to leave the laboratory in shame, as time passed, and due to the intentional actions of certain individuals, aside from the elderly and the toddlers who could barely walk, nearly every able-bodied islander across the 9 islands had stepped into the Mo family's laboratory. Ultimately, the number of those who successfully awakened powers was pitifully small, rising from 1 in 1,000 to merely 1 in 200 after more than half a year of effort. Initially, some who failed to awaken were still reluctant to accept their fate, attempting repeatedly, but eventually they grew disheartened, finding little joy in anything. Among those who successfully awakened their powers, some joined the security teams of the safe zones, safeguarding their territories, while others, emboldened by their newfound abilities, acted without restraint, even proclaiming themselves as a new species and viewing those who failed to awaken as primitive humans. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the powers they had exchanged, beyond the initial cost paid, would continuously consume a certain energy or attribute from them with each use. The more they utilized their abilities, the closer they would draw to the very beings they had once excluded and persecuted, blurring the lines between species until distinctions became nearly indistinguishable. Chapter 83. Dawn. The success of the extraordinary abilities awakening experiment illuminated a glimmer of hope for humanity's survival against the sea, radiation, and pollution. Although the initial probability of awakening was heartbreakingly low, people clung to it as a beacon of light, grasping onto this slender opportunity with fervor. They began to experiment with their powers to reclaim land from the sea and create forests, resisting the encroachment of salt water and preserving the environment necessary for human existence. Harnessing extraordinary abilities to develop the islands and boost the economy, they gradually worked toward an ideal life. Years later, through the relentless efforts of countless individuals, the once contiguous islands expanded and eventually merged into a single substantial island, where the remaining inhabitants of the Azure Planet migrated to establish their lives. Ultimately, 5 central cities and numerous seaside towns arose on this largest island. Once everything settled, Lin Yuyu and her companions relocated to a small town in the southern part of the island, living a life of anonymity and tranquility. In stark contrast, on the day they were to leave the island, Lin Yuyu ventured alone to the dock to bid farewell. Though weren't you the second young lady of the Bai family? Why are you considering a life in the deep sea? I hear the Bai family is flourishing in the northern city, yet you seem willing to part with it. It's not about willingness. I never truly possessed it. Perhaps she once had a fleeting ownership, but her father had more than one child, and Hongju was her only family. Moreover, Bai Lingling had perished long before the plunge into the sea. The life she now led was granted by Hongju, and it was only right for her to accompany her. The cruise ship began to sound its horn. I must depart. May our paths cross again. Farewell. Lin Yuyu stood by the shore, watching Bai air board the cruise ship, only turning to leave once the vessel had departed the dock. However, before she could descend from the dock, she was unexpectedly knocked into the sea by someone rushing to board the ship. Bubbles rose before she could utter a cry. Seawater flooded her mouth. By the time Lin Yuyu realized she needed to swim upward, she found herself sinking further from the surface, her limbs unresponsive. Panic surged within her, compounded by confusion and disbelief. Had all her training been in vain? This thought lingered in Lin Yuyu's mind just before she lost consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself lying on a hospital bed, a nurse adjusting the drip beside her. Upon noticing her awakening, the nurse greeted her. You're awake. Would you like me to help you sit up for a while? Lin Yuyu nodded dazedly, and the nurse assisted her into an upright position against the headboard. After instructing her not to move around, the nurse left the room. Once alone, Lin Yuyu turned to retrieve a familiar small bag from the bedside table, unzipping it to extract her phone and ID, which bore the name Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu. Chapter 84. Epilogue. Lin Yuyu's meager savings dwindled to almost nothing after being hospitalized for 2 days following her unexpected plunge into the sea. Faced with this predicament, she had no choice but to apply for an early discharge, dragging her still-recovering body to seek work. She often pondered whether her years spent in the Azure world had merely been a dream during her unconsciousness, or if her current life of odd jobs was the dream following her fall into the sea. However, burdened by the need to survive, Lin Yuyu had to set aside her quest for answers. Settling into a monotonous routine of work, moving between 2 points, she could hardly just let it go. Perhaps it was the pressure of existence that compelled her to release her thoughts. Yet, occasionally, a flicker of longing would arise within her, wishing for the days spent on the Azure planet to have genuinely existed. Despite the numerous tribulations, she had companions who cared for and loved her, unlike her current state, where finding even a warm embrace seemed impossible. Would Lu Qingyu and the others notice her absence? Would they be worried? Would they search for her everywhere? Through countless nights of working odd jobs, Lin Yuyu recalled many past moments. Scenes of Lu Qingyu concocting his dark culinary creations, Xingli pulling her along in a sticky embrace, and Zheng Biyu silently accompanying her through thick and thin. She remembered how Xingli had once exclaimed that the first time he saw her. His heart raced uncontrollably, feeling as though he had fallen for her at first sight. How could one not be afraid when captured? Isn't fear bound to quicken the heartbeat? When Lu Qingyu expressed his desire to be lifelong partners, she had confidently assured him, pledging to conquer the world together. When he presented her with a gift, she had admonished him not to waste money and inquired if he had been saving his points wisely. Before Zheng Biyu's departure, she had worried he might truly vanish forever, leading him to seek assistance. Throughout, not a hint of romance had marked their interactions. In retrospect, it was evident she had remained a solitary soul, untouched by love. The most intimate act shared with them had merely been a single embrace. She pondered whether her prolonged misfortune was finally turning in her favor or if her frequent complaints had drawn the attention of fate. Wearing a winter hanfu that absorbed water excessively, Lin Yuyu found herself swept to the riverbed, dragged into the depths of the sea outside the city. Upon awakening once more, gazing at the boundless ocean and the familiar small boat beneath her, she felt a throbbing pain in her head as she touched her heated forehead. Just before losing consciousness again, a singular thought echoed in her mind. Not again. Here we go. The end.